Good morrow, peasants. Welcome to The Sweat. Let's help make you rich with some free DFS and sports betting advice. It's a smorgasbord of NFL, NBA, PGA, and NHL. But batting leadoff, you see what I did there? Our baseball bros, DraftKings contributor Steve Buchanan and Nick Fryer, along with RotoWire's Mr. Eric Halterman. One of my favorite segments here. Some would even say it's the highest rated segment in The Sweat's history. Put up your puke. Steve Buchanan will give us his favorite play at the following positions. Nick and Eric face the tough task of telling him why he's wrong. They can also agree with Steve, proving they are cowards. Bukes, in the words of the great Mills Lane, let's get it on. Who's your dude at pitcher?
Yeah, and you know what? It's okay to be a coward because going up against a man of my stature is not how you want to start off your Tuesday morning. So being a coward is just fine. Let's start off with pitcher tonight, JT Brubaker. I mean, there's not much to dislike here going up against the Cardinals. He's striking out over a batter an inning. We like that. Check that one off. Doesn't walk many guys. Check that one off. And has a 53.8% ground ball rate on the season. Another check for our guy tonight, JT. The Cardinals have one of the highest K rates in the leagues against righties, 24% on the year, and just an 88 WRC plus. He's only 7,600 tonight, which kind of sort of feels like a steal. So if you're worried about, oh, maybe he's overpriced, he's not overpriced. He's right in that mid-range. What's not to like? But let's see what these men, or will they be cowards, say about this one.
Okay, so I do know sources have informed me that Nick is going to agree with you at least on the first one.
Well,
Nick?
Coward. Sorry, you want to call me a coward for saying that you're right? So I'm complimenting your analysis and somehow that you're going to insult me for that? Look, JT Brubaker, the only thing
you must be new here.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, the only thing about Brubaker as a DFS player, the only thing about him I like more tonight other than DFS is his K prop on DK Sportsbook. It's at 4.5. I'm hammering the over on that one tonight. He's going against the Cardinals team. Look, I know that they're 12th in K rate against right-handed pitching, but I think it was at 7 strikeouts against them earlier in the season. So he's done well against them. And this allows you to pair up with someone like Zach Wheeler, maybe, who's at 10K tonight. So you go with those two. I mean, the Marlins, that lineup, okay, Steve, the Marlins lineup is what they're bottom 3 against right-handed pitching at OPS, ISO, and WOBA. And they have like the 5th highest K rate against right-handed pitching. So again, another K prop that I like, Zach Wheeler, is over 7.5 tonight. So those are your two starters right there. Boom, you're all set.
Eric, what side do you fall on here?
Yeah, I think it's not actually me being the coward for agreeing with Steve here. I think it's actually the reverse. I think Steve is a coward for agreeing with me on JT Brubaker.
Nice.
Because I
love that.
I talked him up in his last start. I've been talking him up basically everywhere I can. He was on half of my season-long teams this year because I liked him heading into the year because he was average or better at all 3 of strikeout rate, ground ball rate, and walk rate, just no weaknesses. If you look at the guys who did that last year in at least as many innings, it's basically a bunch of aces, Brubaker, and then also Nathan Eovaldi for some reason. And this year, all 3 of those are taking steps in the right direction, which is exactly what you want to see in a guy's second year. So I think his floor is incredibly high. He's had 14.8 or more DraftKings points in each of his starts this season. He doesn't have the highest ceiling, but I think that's totally okay because he's very consistently above average everywhere around. I'll also note, if you are going to pay up for somebody, I think Blake Snell is the guy I like. He's had some innings issues this year, but I think it's not very hard to go deep against the Rockies when you're not in Coors Field. So if you're going to pay up, that's the direction I'd go, but Brubaker is also my guy, not actually Steve's.
All right. Bukes, round 2. Fight. Infielder.
That was very good. That was a very good impression there. Let's go with
Thanks,
Javier
Mr.
Baez.
Snitch.
You're very welcome. Let's go with Javier Baez tonight. He's finally starting to cut down on the strikeouts, which absolutely plagued him during the month of April. Tonight, he gets a really favorable matchup against Patrick Corbin, who is expected to be activated off the paternity list and probably a little bit sleepy. You know, new baby in the mix. You're not getting a lot of sleep. How can you concentrate on the mound against this Cubs lineup? Baez against lefties has a 339 WOBA, 273 isolated power, and a 114 WRC plus on the year. This is a very good Cubs lineup against lefties. They have a lot of mashers in that lineup there. Javier Baez Baez. Right in the middle of that should be in a prime start against Patrick Corbin, who has struggled even before the baby came. Now the baby's here. Now he's got to deal with all that, pooping all over the place, throwing up all over the place. Now he's on the mound. He's going to have to concentrate and try to get out Javier Baez. Not going to happen like Baez tonight.
As a father of 2 puppies currently, I know what it is like to have kids pooping all over the place. Nick, where do you sit on this one, man? You going to put up your bukes and punch Steve in the face?
I'm actually just right now wondering what the exit velo is on his kid's crap right now. That's what I want to really know. But anyways, I can't fault anybody for targeting Patrick Corbin, of course, but I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm actually going to stay in Chicago, but I'm going to go to the South Side with Tim Anderson at 5.5K against Michael Pineda. And look, I know Pineda's had a good season, but does anybody remember what happened last time these two faced off? I'm pretty sure it was the first pitch leadoff home run for Tim Anderson. And that's not really out of an ordinary for him against Pineda, because he's got two doubles, and I believe it's 3 home runs or two home runs against Pineda this season. His career 9 for 15. And then you're going up against the Twins bullpen that has a 4.38 FIP, a 1.47 WHIP. I know that their FIP's a little bit lower than their ERA, but their regression is not going to be that significant.
All right, Eric, how do you feel about Steve's pick?
I admit I hadn't considered the poop analytics angle on this one.
Why I'm here.
But exactly. The best content. But I'm a little bit scared of Baez. You're basically locking in 2 or 3 strikeouts and hoping that he gets a homer in his other plate appearances, which, he does. That is what he does. But Corbin has been better in his last few starts. Maybe the baby poop ruins that. But I'm going to go with a different guy who's a risk because of his strikeouts, and that's Brandon Lau. He started off here really slowly, 593 OPS, 58 OPS, still below last year's excellent numbers. But I think a repeat of last year was always pretty unlikely. I think the guy's pretty good all around, except for low average. He's only hitting 195, but a low 241 BABIP explains some of that. He's got the platoon advantage against Matt Harvey in a hitter-friendly park. I know everybody loved Matt Harvey's renaissance this year, but it's a renaissance to, okay, he's a real major league pitcher again, but a back-end starter on the Orioles. It's not a renaissance to, he's Matt Harvey again, not striking anybody out. If you allow a lot of contact in hitter-friendly park like they have in Baltimore, I think a guy like Lau can do damage.
Steve, is it true your kid's first words were WOBA?
WOBA and isolated power was number 2.
Okay, awesome. How about your outfielder, dude? Put up your bukes.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez. When we talk about hitters that are elite against lefties, I feel like his name isn't really in the mix, but quite frankly, it really should be. Since the beginning of last season, and we could even go back further than this, but even since the beginning of last season, 376 WOBA, a 257 isolated power, and a 139 139 WRC plus. He should be hitting cleanup tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez, who really hasn't gotten off to the best start so far this year. Home runs have been a little bit more of an issue than they have been for him in the past. And against this club, once again, another good hitting club against lefties. I think he's going to run into issues quickly against his club. So Hernandez in the middle of that should be able to do well tonight. Not really overly expensive either for his spot in the lineup. So I think Hernandez is a really good spot going up against Rodriguez.
Eric, what do you want to do? Fight on this one?
Hernandez was actually my second choice out of this group. So I definitely am not very strongly disagreeing with Steve here. The only thing is I like Eduardo Rodriguez a little bit more than he seems to. I think there's really good strikeout and walk numbers, and his underlying numbers suggest an ERA that's significantly better than his actual ERA, which is in the low 4s. My top pick is Shohei Ohtani. I always had some issues with the Babe Ruth comparisons for him, because when you think Babe Ruth is the first thing you think of really, oh, he pitched some. No, it's that he hit everything out of the park. This year, I think Shohei Ohtani actually deserves those Babe Ruth comparisons because he's hitting everything out of the park. Just crushed one that was way out of the strike zone, way up high last night. Just demolished it. And that was his league-leading 13th homer. He's second in the league in barrel rate. He trails only Giancarlo Stanton, who famously hits the ball kind of hard. He trails only Stanton in max exit velocity. So I think that power is very real. I think the Babe Ruth comparisons are much more accurate this year than ever, and he'll get the platoon advantage against Zach Plesac, who suddenly stopped striking people out. And last year, that spike in strikeout rate kind of came out of nowhere compared to what he did as a rookie. So I think Ohtani's got a good matchup here and should keep being Babe Ruth tonight.
Okay, I have a fun fact about Babe Ruth that I learned over the weekend. At one time, Tampa had a downtown sports stadium named Plant Field, which would host spring training baseball games. It was here on April 4th, 1919, in a game between the Boston Red Sox and New York Giants that Babe Ruth hit his longest home run ever. Nick, do you know how long that home run was?
No, I don't.
It was 587 feet, according to records back in 1919.
1919. Yes. Okay.
I just figured I'd share that with you guys because it was mind-boggling for me. But do you agree or disagree with Steve's pick here?
I think that Steve has a great pick here with Teoscar Hernandez going against Erod, because if you look at the slate tonight, when you look at the matchups, Hernandez is one of 4 guys who has 3 or more home runs against the pitcher that they're facing, and he only did it in 15 at-bats. The other guy, of course, Tim Anderson, who I also like as well. But I want to help round out everybody's outfield. I have a good value play, but for right now, I'm going to save that for a second. And I'm going to go with Kyle Schwarber up against Zach Davies. Now, I mentioned Tim Anderson and Teoscar Hernandez both have 3 home runs against the pitchers that they're facing tonight. Schwarber has 4 against Zach Davies, and he has a career 914 OPS against him. And this is Davies is a guy who I feel pretty comfortable targeting in general. And then you got this whole revenge game type setting too, going up against the Cubs. I knew we can't exactly quantify that, but we're also talking about baby crap on here and factoring that into plays. So I feel like you can kind of factor in a revenge game setting as well. So Schwarber at 4K against Zach Davies is my other outfielder tonight.
Guys, let's go very quick here on your last one. Steve, it's a value play.
It's a value play, and I hope that mac and cheese or the soup that you're, playing with off screen is going to be good. This is more of a recent form type of play with Josh Bell. Look, he came into the league. We had a slow start. You usually don't get Josh Bell this cheap. Now he's averaging 10.1 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 5 games, which includes a double, a home run, and 3 RBI. I think he's just simply been running into some bad luck lately. When you have a 53% hard hit rate and a 10% barrel rate on the year, better things should be happening for you. Josh Bell should be getting better. He's starting to get better. So this is just more of a salary play for me tonight.
Eric, yay or nay?
It's tough for me to recommend somebody who's got a 582 OPS, even if Bell has been better lately. Just pretty shaky last year too. So I don't hate it, but I'd be pretty nervous playing him myself. I'm going to recommend a guy at the same position who has a 1750 OPS. Granted, it's in only 1 game, but Ji-Man Choi just came back from an injury and had a great first game. He only cost 300 more than Bell at the same spot. He's got a key spot in the lineup. He hit 3rd in his season debut, and he's going to get the platoon advantage against Matt Harvey, who I talked about previously. Just, even if he's a real MLB pitcher again, it's not a very good one, and it's at a very hitter-friendly home park. Ji-Man Choi crushes righties, career 260 hitter with a 481 slugging. I think that's a very good budget play at first base.
Nick, be quick.
I will. Adolis Garcia is only 3.5K tonight, and this guy has 11 home runs. He's 2 behind Ohtani, who leads the league, as Eric mentioned before. For me, this is my ultimate play of the night. He's going against Jameson Taillon. This guy gives up a home run every other night. Sometimes he gives up 2. And Garcia, he matches righties, lefties, 0.925 OPS against both righties and lefties. 6 home runs this month. He's the lock for sure for me.
Guys, it's oatmeal with blueberries. People ask me all the time, why am I so jacked? It's this every morning with
That's
the coffee.
Exactly what I think looking at that. Yeah.
Amen, babe. All right, cool. Gentlemen, you are bruised, not broken. Much love. We got NBA play-in picks right after this quick break.
Okay.
Okay, the NBA playoffs have yet to arrive, but the postseason is here. If that makes any sense at all. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Stan Sun, we need your play-in picks for tonight's 2-game slate. So side note here, whoever decided to make Wizards Celtics a 9 o'clock tip should be thrown in jail. Kenny, start me with our favorite DFS play from Hornets Pacers.
Good morning, Emerson. I really love Cody Zeller at 4,700 tonight, and here's why. The Pacers are second worst in rebounding rate this year. Domantas Sabonis, not a exceptionally physical player down low, a proficient post player. So I think that Cody Zeller here at $4,700, he's been playing 27 minutes per game over the last 5 and 27 DK fantasy points per game over the last 5. I think that he's in a good spot here to capitalize on a poor rebounding team in Indiana that just hasn't done it all season long. He again should be out there for plenty of time here. I know that down the stretch minutes fluctuate, but the Hornets have shown a dedication to playing Cody Zeller, and he's actually had a really high usage rate at times as well this year. So he could even get involved in the offensive end. He's just missed a lot of time, but now he's healthy. He should be playing. I really like Cody Zeller tonight as a big value.
Stan, what about you, dude? What's your favorite DFS play in this Hornets Pacers game?
Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way up top. Domantas Sabonis at 10K. He's the highest projected player on the slate for me, and he's 2.4K cheaper than Westbrook. He's a threat to triple-double in any game. He has 9 on the season, and since Miles Turner went down and he slid down to the center position, in 16 of those games he's averaged 36.2 minutes, 21.5 points, 14 rebounds, 8.8 assists, and 1.4 in steals, which is an increase of 1.5 points, 2.7 rebounds, and 2.8 assists over the prior 47 games. Now, he's gone for at least 50 DK points in 9 of those 16 games, and he has 3 70 burgers. Now he faces a Charlotte team that boosts the fantasy points per minute to centers by 5.99% above the league average. And Kenny Ducey, he mentioned that Zeller's been getting some run, but they love playing PJ Washington at the small ball centers. So, during those shifts, Sabonis is going to be able to feast.
All right, what about your favorite bet in this game, Stan?
I wasn't crazy about any of the game line bets, so I settled on PJ Washington over 1.5 threes. Last night it was minus 113. Now it's a minus 121. It's a pace-up spot for Indiana. They play at the 5th fastest pace, so there's going to be more possessions. Over the last 16 games, he's averaged 6.8 attempts from downtown, and he's drained 2.8 of them. And the Pacers, they boost the three-point prowess to centers by 15.42% above the league average.
Okay, your favorite bet in this game, Kenny?
Yeah, get this, guys. Malcolm Brogdon, when he's on the floor this year, the Pacers have a 101.02 pace rating. When he's off the floor this year, a 104.92 pace rating. That is almost 4 whole possessions more. I really like the under here because I think Malcolm Brogdon is going to play. He's listed as questionable here, but he's been sitting a bunch. They've presumably been waiting for this moment to activate him and to really let him go, right? So I think that this total, it is a little low, and I think a lot of people are going to hammer that over for what San said. This team, the Indiana Pacers, they pushed the pace all season long, number 1 over the last 10 games, but the Hornets are just 31, 40, and 1 to the over this year versus Indiana, who's the best in the league. I think that they draw this pace down, and I think that Malcolm Brogdon draws this pace down if he plays. The other thing to consider here, guys, is both defenses have been exceptional down the stretch. They've improved. The Hornets have been bad all season long, but a 113 efficiency rating down the stretch gives me a little bit of hope here that they can play some defense. Indiana as well, top 10 in defensive rating over the last 10 games, despite the fact that this team lost Miles Turner. They were struggling mightily on defense. Both these teams have played some better defense down the stretch. We know the playoffs, bigger possessions, better defenses show up. I think that we get an under here.
All right, speaking of hope, Kenny, who gives you hope in this Wizards-Celtics game? Your favorite DFS play?
I guess I'm just chock full of the values here today, Emerson, because I really like Tristan Thompson at $4,800. Yes, Tristan Thompson, the same guy that got punked by the Warriors, and then after the game said, "You're not going to punk Tristan Thompson." This guy is playoff ready. He's been plenty of playoff games, won championships, and the Wizards were 19th in rebounding rate this year. That's the number one thing for me that I'm looking to attack in this game. The Boston Celtics, great rebounding team. Wizards, terrible rebounding team. He's been seeing 26 plus minutes per game. Robert Williams, he's playing in this game, he's probable anyway, but he is banged up. How much is he going to play? Are they going to opt to play Robert Williams or Tristan Thompson, who has a lot of experience in these situations and has been playing really well for them down the stretch? I think it's going to be TT, and he's been a rebounding machine lately, almost 8 rebounds per game over his last 7. I think he goes again towards 10 rebounds and has a solid game here to return you big-time value on $4,800.
Stan Son, your favorite DFS play for Wizards Celtics.
All right, Kenny and I are ebony and ivory, yin and yang today. He's going low, I'm going high. Going Bradley Beal, 9K. It's scary to fade Westbrook, just because he has the ability to put up the most raw points on the slate, and his recent stretch has been, pretty historic. Ownership is going to be super high on Westbrook, and so here are the reasons why I'm looking to fade and pivot to Beal. Brad Stevens, I think he's a good coach, and the one series I go back to is there was a back-to-back game at the end of March against Milwaukee, and he basically schemed out Giannis out of that game. Giannis ended up with 35.5 and 33 DK fantasy points. I think he's going to do the same for Westbrook. And if you look at the 3 prior regular season meetings, I mean, that may have already been implemented. Westbrook went for 28.5, 42.75, and 47.25 DK fantasy points. In those games, Beal went for 50.75, 54.25, and 62.75 DK fantasy points. So, Westbrook, he's going to get his just because he contributes in so many categories. But if he scores, 45 to 50 DK points and Beal, matches or even exceeds that, you're going to be way ahead of the field, and especially with that 3,400 in salary.
What about your favorite bet in this game, Stan?
Yeah, it's all correlation for me. If I think Bradley Beal is going to get, more opportunities because, the defenses are going to focus on Westbrook, I'm going with the 3-point prop over 2.5. It's plus 147. On the season, I mean, the line makes sense because on the season, he's at 2.2 threes on 6.2 attempts. But, in the last 2 games, he's drained 3. In the 3 prior meetings with Boston, he went 4 for 9, 4 for 9, and 3 for 6. And on the season, the Celtics, they boost the 3-point shooting prowess to shooting guards by 3.02% above the league average. So, I just think that there's going to be more opportunities for Beal in this one because the focus is going to be on Westbrook.
Kenny, favorite bet, Celtics-Wizards game.
Look, the Celtics were really terrible against the spread at home. 17 of 36 games they covered in. They were 33 and 38 and one push against the spread this year. They have been really struggling down the stretch. It actually appeared that their bench players were much better off than their starters when they almost beat the Knicks in the season finale. So they haven't covered all season long. There's no reason for me to believe they're going to start now. I know, new season, turn the page, whatever. Boston had a good defense this year, but I'll tell you who had a better offense down the stretch, and that was the Washington Wizards, who were 6th in offensive efficiency with a 118.1 offensive rating. I like the Wizards to win this game, so I think getting 2 points here on the DraftKings Sportsbook is a gift. I'm a little concerned that Bradley Beal says he's not 100%. I don't know if that's going to really affect him in this game, but Russell Westbrook might be able to do more than enough here to get them the win. I like the Wizards here, especially considering it's not a do or die game. The Celtics can lose this game and still make the playoffs. I think that might be in the back of their mind here. Their backs aren't necessarily against the wall. Wizards win this game. Give me the 2 points.
Okay, speaking of gift, your presence, you and Stan, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've got some NHL playoff games to gossip about right after this generic toss to our generic graphic. I like hockey. I love playoff hockey. I also love these two dudes together, RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. So, guys, Calgary and Vancouver still finishing up their seasons. That's at 4:00 today. But we got a 3-game main slate tonight for the playoff game. So that's what we're going to dial in and focus on here. Let's start on the wing. Nikita Kucherov returning for the Lightning in game 1 of their series against the Panthers and promptly put up 2 goals and an apple. You paying up for him tonight at 7-8, or is there a cheaper option on the wing you prefer, AJ?
Well, I think, compared to the rest of the field, he is significantly outpacing the way in terms of pricing. Pacioretty, who may or may not play, comes in at 7,300. Gensel is a full 1,000 less at 68. But I think you have to roll with Kucherov tonight. It's not just the points for me. It's the shots on goal at 5. It's the over 4 minutes of ice time with the power play. He's going to get a ton of opportunities here. And looking at the other top wingers, I honestly think he has the best matchup tonight against Florida. So for me, absolutely paying up for Nikita Kucherov tonight.
Yeah, game 1 was absolute fireworks between these two teams. Paul, what do you want to do here?
You know what? I'm shocked that my co-host didn't mention Penguin players, so I'm going to go that route. I don't feel the need to cover a lot of the favorites here, but I will make an exception for Jared McCann, who I've always called the Penn Swiss Army knife. He's played up and down the lineup all year long, has 7 points and 18 shots on goal in his last 10 starts. He could see a bump in ice time tonight, including power play minutes if Malkin can't go, and my partner will be crying his eyes out if that happens. But in the Florida State matchup, I'm expecting the Panthers to rebound from game 1 loss, so I'm taking Carter Verhaeghe to score for a 3rd straight game versus the Bolts tonight. He priced in at $5,600. And if you want to go big, I say go with Mark Stone. He's going to show why he's one of the best leaders in hockey. This team needs him to come up large to get that split in the home games before they travel to Minnesota. He's had 8 points in his last 10 starts and is primed for a big night in game 2 of this series, costing you $6,600 tonight.
All right, Paul, let's take a look at the center position. Islanders' J.G. Pajot also had a 3-point night in his game 1 matchup against Pittsburgh. So here we go. We're talking about Penguin guys now. 1 goal and 2 assists to go along with 5 shots on goal. He's cheap, 3.6. Would you rather pay up at center, though?
I might. And there's other cheap options in that price range, I would say. But I'm not expecting a repeat performance. I like the shots on goal rate for a guy like a Willie Karlsson for $5,000. He's had 12 shots in the last 3 games, 22 in his last 10 with 7 points along the way. He's the club's top scoring center this season. They need him to come up large tonight. I also like the Pens' Jeff Carter for $4,900. He may move up to the number 2 center slot if Malkin can't play tonight. He has 8 goals in his last 10 starts, averaging almost 3 shots on goal in that stretch when he was in the third line role much of the time. And finally, I like Alex Wenberg. If you want to go cheap, I say go with him, only $3,200. He's likely the guy to assume more playing time with Sam Bennett serving his 1-game suspension this evening, hoping to continue his recent hot streak, which has him 6 goals and 2 assists in his last 10 games.
All right, AJ, you're up.
Well, I think that price tag is so incredibly cheap. It is hard to pass up. You watched that game 1 of the series, and they really did, take it to the Penguins in the 3rd period. So I'm definitely considering Pajot here in that one. I think the fact of the matter is, Paul made some great recommendations that I totally agree with in Jeff Carter and Alex Wenberg because of their situational bump. I also think you look at, if you want to go Islanders to kind of fade Pittsburgh tonight, Matthew Barzal at 5,800 would be your pricey option. I think he's the best guy for them and could really lead the way if you want to fade Pittsburgh.
All right, guys. AJ, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook. What's your favorite over or under for tonight's playoff games?
Well, you have to give up a little bit of juice here at -106, but I think the Lightning versus Panthers at over 6 is a great spot to grab some value. Obviously, I preferred it a little bit earlier when it was at 5.5. But even with that bump, I think both teams have some offensive firepower. The Panthers are switching goalies to Chris Driedger tonight. So it's hard to know exactly what you're going to get there, though he did post a .927 save percentage in 23 outings this year, including 3 shutouts. So he's certainly a capable netminder. But with the change away from Bobrovsky, it's possible the Lightning could come out and put all 6 up on their own. So definitely taking the over in that one.
Paul, where are you going?
I am expecting another shootout in the Florida matchup where the teams combined 9 goals in game 1. We saw 7 from the New York Islanders matchup and only one from many in Vegas. The teams from the Sunshine State are running and gunning for each other, and I expect a repeat performance this evening. Defense is going to dominate the other two games. I would rather take the under in both those contests.
Paul, which team at plus money would you bet tonight?
Look, the only home dog among the three games is the Panthers at plus 112 on the money line, and I'm one of many who expected the series to go at least 6 games, guys. This is a must-win for FLA, and I say they do it. The Islanders are my number 2 pick as they're hoping to get that split with the Pens, and very happy, maybe satisfied even right now, while I think the Wild could be in for a long night against Vegas after stealing their opener.
All right, AJ, what about you?
Bad takes, what we've come to know Paul for.
Oh,
no, I mean, Minnesota at plus 143 is just such tremendous value, especially when you consider they came out on top in game 1. You know, we saw last season that Vegas, their offense completely dried up during the postseason, and it's happening again here. You got to feel for Marc-Andre Fleury, who gives up 1 goal on 30 shots, still gets saddled with the loss. They could switch to Robin Leonard tonight. They've been doing this one every other game thing for a couple months now. And if Pacioretty remains out, then I think you absolutely should be looking at Minnesota. But even if Pacioretty plays, even if Fleury gets a start, that value at plus 143 is just too good to pass up on.
AJ, let's wrap this thing up with your slate approved picks. So give me your favorite bet or DFS NHL play tonight.
You guys know I love the player props, and it worked out well last night, so I'm sticking with that spot. I'll take Nikita Kucherov at plus 133 to score a goal tonight, and I'll double down on that again at plus 175 to have 2 or more points. It didn't look like there was any rust on this guy at all in game 1. I mentioned those power play opportunities, and you just can't overlook that. So Nikita Kucherov to get me some solid value tonight.
Okay, Paul, bring us home.
You know what? I'm disappointed that AJ took a shot at me. I put his kids through school with some of the picks that I've made for him all season long here. I'll close it out by saying last week I gave you guys Josh Norris in this spot, and he came through with a game-winning goal in overtime tonight. I say Alex Killorn will be a key factor for the Lightning. He's a bargain on today's DFS board, priced at only $4,000, but plays on the ice in one of the Bolts scoring lines and may get additional power play time too this evening. I said that there'll be plenty of scoring in this series, and he's going to be part of it tonight.
All right, guys, really great work. It is a major week around the PGA Tour, it's the PGA Championship, and we've got our gorgeous golf gurus to talk about it coming up after this break. All right. The redheaded stepchild of golf majors is this week. We love it a little more, though, now that it is the number 2 major in the season. Here to discuss a little bit about it, 2 of my favorite human beings and dog dads, DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich and Sweet Reed T. Fowler. Price checking, dude. Who are your favorite golfers in the following price ranges? But first, we have a really fancy graphic. I need to remind everybody, major week means major prizes are up for grabs on DraftKings, and that includes the Fantasy Golf Millionaire Contest for this event. $3 million in total prizes. Hey, let me finish this. This is a professional read. I got to stick to script. One. $3 million in total prizes, with the winner taking home that $1 million top prize, as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final. That's going to go down next January. So that's in the year 2022. Find it right now in the DraftKings lobby Listen to these guys while you fill out your lineups. I listen to them all the time. Reed, I'll start with you. You're on top of it today. You're about to hop on a plane and go to this tournament. You are special. You are better than us. Your golfer. Your golfer you're taking this week at 10K or higher.
I'm going to take all of them, Emerson. You know what? Just take all the guys above 10K. I think if your GPPs, I'm going Dustin Johnson. His record on Pete Dye courses over the last 50 rounds, whatever you want to call it, number one in strokes gained total. Won the Travelers, did well the RBC. The guy's got an amazing track record at major tournaments. And if you take a look at some of the corollaries outside of the ones that are fairly obvious with Pete Dye courses, Whistling Straits comes to mind, Chambers Bay, some of these courses that are coastal, and he's done well, runner-up at this tournament, the PGA Championship, now 2 years running. It's just a matter of time before this guy wins a tournament like this, and this course might set up perfectly for him. And right now, the sentiment isn't it's back to where it kind of was, Jeff, when he shot those back-to-back 80s. Like, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson? So I like him for GPPs. If not cash games, I think you can't go wrong with John Rahm. I think he's a guy that if I'm playing cash games, I'm going Rahm.
Jeff, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson?
I honestly don't know, but I mean, Reed is right. Like the prices on Dustin Johnson and John Rahm this week are pretty ridiculous. And you could even start lineups with them. I mean, I think it would be unique. I think you're going to get low ownership for sure. To me, though, I look at this and I it's a major championship. I got to really emphasize recent form. And to me, the two guys who have the best recent form are Justin Thomas. Well, the three guys, Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, and Jordan Spieth. And the cheapest of them by far is Jordan Spieth. 10-1, compared to Thomas, he's even $800 cheaper than Dustin Johnson. Again, you look at the traditional PGA Championship venues, they're longer, and this one's long too, but they're just a little bit different. They're more open style, they're more bomb and gouge. This is just a classic Pete Dye design, and I think with the way Jordan Spieth is hitting it consistently off the tee, with the way his irons are firing, and with the around the green game, I would rather take the discount on Jordan Spieth than pay up for any one of these guys. Reed's right. John Rahm as a cash game play is like no-brainer at 10-5, but I think for me, the best overall play, and again, we're talking about the Millie Maker, and there's like two of them on the DraftKings lobby right now, so check those out. I prefer Jordan Spieth as a play.
Yes, Jeff, I have read the graphic with all the information already. How about Ulrich, 9K range? Who's your guy?
I mean, it was a little bit of an uneven read, so I just wanted to remind people.
I was interrupted. By one of you.
I'll take that. That's my fault.
Look, 9K. Again, we're talking about the Millie Maker here, people. We want to win money. So let's look for a guy who's really low sentiment here. And yeah, this one's probably going to make me look bad next Monday, I admit. But Patrick Cantlay at 9,000. Nobody wants to play this guy. 4 missed cuts in a row. Everyone is out on Patrick Cantlay. He really hasn't played that bad. I mean, he's barely losing strokes on approaches. He's just missed a few putts to basically miss cuts. He missed the cut on the number at this Heritage. He missed the cut on the number at the Wells Fargo. He makes the weekend there. He's probably more like 9,400. His betting price is probably in like the 2,500 range. This dude really isn't playing that bad. He's just had a few bad breaks. It does look like he's gotten in his head a bit, but a couple weeks off. We've seen players turn it around off a few missed cuts. We saw Dustin Johnson, like Reed said, shoot like 480s in a row and then win. We saw Paul Casey miss 3 cuts last year and finish second at this very same event at TPC Harding Park. I think for the Millionaire Maker, Patrick Cantlay is probably going to be around the 5% ownership range. That's certainly what he's projecting as. And I think he's going to bounce back here. He's got a great P-Dye record.
Go ahead, Fowler. You're up.
Yeah, that's a good call, Jeff. I don't think you're silly. I mean, you're talking about winning money. Yeah, like Cantlay, of course. Everyone can go back and sort of rely on the stats and say, oh, he's garbage because he hasn't done well. But he's one of the best players in the world. And like you mentioned, all it takes potentially for him is getting the putter right on the practice greens. And then he's gaining 4 or 5 strokes putting, and then he's in the top 5. And so that's definitely there. And when you talk about this range, too, the $9,000, even up in the 10, like the margins of just the difference between these guys is so razor thin. I personally like Xander, but Xander's always going to be popular when he's playing in a golf tournament, especially a major. So, the cash game, I feel confident in Xander at that number, just how well he's playing. But again, going GPPs, and if we want to win, if it's not Cantlay, I think it's Webb Simpson. Talk about a guy who plays well in this part of the country on these type of courses, and we think that he shouldn't play well at long courses. This was the same type of narrative with him at the Masters, and he's done well there at Augusta National. He's withdrawn. He's withdrawn from the tournament. What was that, last week or the week before, Jeff? I can't remember, but with a neck injury, so that's a little concerning. But at the same time, if all things are good for him, if he's healthy, he's coming in at less than 8, 9, 10% ownership. Same thing with Cantlay. You got to get these guys in the low sentiment and buy that when they're at the very lowest, because these guys can excel and these guys can win these tournaments.
Yeah, Webb from the Wells Fargo, but
Wells Fargo, yeah,
really cheap, good price.
It's like he's having such a Webb Simpson type year too, like just racking up top tens and just staying under odds makers like radars. 8K Fowler, what's up, dude?
Yeah, this range is fairly interesting. I'm actually going to the Euros in this range, Jeff. I think my favorite of the bunch is Tommy Fleetwood at $8,200. Again, a player who does well. Maybe not going to win this tournament, but again, we're talking about GPPs. He doesn't have to win. If he wins, great, fantastic. Finally, Tommy Fleetwood, has really cemented himself as a guy who can play well in the States. He plays well on the European Tour, but when he comes over to the PGA Tour, just doesn't really pan out. He's another player who plays well in the wind. We know his Florida swing record. We know what he does at the Honda Classic at some of these courses, and he's a player that can go low when the conditions are rough. We've seen it time and time again. So Tommy Fleetwood, at $8,200. If it's not someone like a Matty Fitzpatrick at 84, or even Tyrrell Hatton below Fleetwood, but I'm actually trying to target the Euros. Even though my boy Finau is there at 86, I'm probably going to fade him in place of the Euros, especially if the conditions get tough. Yeah, man.
My God, I never thought I'd hear that. But that's a good point about the conditions. One we talked about yesterday in our Get the Green. Incredible episode of Get the Green yesterday. You guys can watch it over on YouTube. But go ahead, Jeff. 8K range.
Second best edition of Get the Green yesterday.
Nope, sorry, buddy.
Fantastic. The Euros at Hatton and Fleetwood around 8K are very interesting. I think they have potentially the best, bang for the buck, just because I think Fleetwood and Hatton can both just go nuts in the DraftKings scoring here, which could be beneficial. But I'm just going to go with the chalk in this range, and that's Daniel Berger at 8,700. I went off the board in the 9K range. Let's bring it back home. A little bit more sanity in the 8K range. Berger is just playing insanely good golf. 8 top 10s over his last 21 starts on the PGA Tour. The approach game is working. I love the fact this dude hits fairways and hits it long. Maybe he doesn't hit it as long as Bryson, but he hits fairways. He's a solid driver off the tee. He's not going to have trouble with any of the lines here. He's 3 top 10s in his last 4 starts on Pete Dye Designs. He's just rolling right now, and I think this is a great opportunity. A little Southern Coastal course for Daniel Berger. He's already wanted a coastal course at Pebble Beach this year. He's playing with confidence. He just seems to be coming right in under the radar, and I think for this price, he's way too cheap.
All right, guys, 7K or below. Need you to be quick here, according to our producer, Jeff.
Hey, give me Paul Casey here. Coming off a great start at the Valspar. Again, this dude just doing everything right now. Really straight off the tee. Great on approaches, long irons. He's going to set up really well for this course.
Sweet T.
Yeah, 2 guys. Abraham Anser, $7,900. Great Pete Dye player. And then $7,200 is Harris English, a player who plays extremely well at this part of the country. Has been playing a lot better. So those 2 guys in the 7,000s for me.
All right, everyone watching right now, come up with your PGA Championship golf questions. First round is on Thursday. These 2 will return around 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream today for a Tuesday edition of Get the Green, everyone's second favorite edition of Get the Green each week. We continue to fight over Reed T. Fowler because we love him that much. Enjoyed the tournament as well, Reed. We're going to wrap up the show here with some NFL over-under after this. All right, everyone. Last block of this award-winning show we call The Sweat. We bring it to you on weekday mornings, 11 o'clock Eastern time here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're going to talk some NFL over-under right now with DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Jeff Warwick. Guys, Reed T. Fowler was supposed to be part of this segment, but he said to everyone yesterday, I'm golf only this week. He is being a diva, even sent me to voicemail yesterday when I tried to call him and remind him to buy me a shirt when he's at Kiowa Island. So thank you both for being men of the people.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm doing 2 sports. I mean, I'm still alive. I mean, what's the problem?
I know. It's a bad look for Sweet T. Fowler. And it could be a bad look for the following teams we talked about, because yesterday for our over-under segment, their win totals, like we talked about some of the favorites on the DK Sportsbook. Today, we're going to talk about like the bottom feeders, the bottom dwellers, teams with the lowest win totals. Oh my God, the Texans are really 4.5. It's the first time I've seen that. Jeff, oh man, tell me why you're going under.
I mean, I could pick just about 10 reasons why I'm going under here, but let's just target the schedule to begin with. I mean, this is a team that's drawn the AFC East and the NFC West. I mean, 4 teams in the NFC West have win totals of 8 or better. Like, they're all projected to be winning teams here. So I don't know how you can pencil in a win there. Then you've got the Dolphins, Patriots, Bills. They get the matchup with the Jets, but I mean, is it really like that good a matchup for them? I mean, the Jets by week 12 might actually be like a competent team. So, I mean, I don't really know. They haven't really added anything of note on defense here. Like I said, the schedule is brutal. If this team doesn't win one of its first 2 games against the Jags, first 3 games, against the Jags or the Panthers, definitely 0-16 in my opinion is on the table here. So okay, I'll take the under.
What about you mean 0-17 since there's 17 games?
Yes.
Even worse. That's fantastic. I love it. Very Lions-esque of them. Bukes, where are you going?
I like honestly couldn't remember if they were even involved in the draft. I had to go back and figure out when they actually was their first draft pick, which was in the 3rd round, I think it was. So you're looking at this 4.5, win total. And it's like, where are those 5 wins going to come from? Because I think it's very likely, no matter what happens with Deshaun Watson off the field, on the field, like he's not going to be very much involved. Even if he is involved, who is he going to throw to? Like, their depth chart right now is Brandon Cooks, Randall Cobb. I mean, Cooks will probably be out by week 3 because he always gets hurt. Then you got Randall Cobb. I think he's like 1 year away from using a walker to get on the field. Like, where are they going to get any of this production at this point? So I just, there's no scenario where I'm like, I am going to put my hard-earned money on the over 4.5 win total for the Texans. So the under is obviously the play here.
Okay, so it was the 2008 Detroit Lions went 0-16. So we could see the Texans become the first 0-17 team in NFL history. Speaking of the Lions, though, Bukes, 5. 5 is their total right now on the DK Sportsbook, over or under that?
I mean, this is another team where it's like, yes, they traded for Jared Goff, but we've already heard in the offseason, there's no guarantee that he's going to be the quarterback in week 1. I mean, they realistically are in a rebuild mode, and it was pretty evident at the draft. The first 4 rounds, they went all defense. They had no offensive weapons really for Jared Goff or whoever's going to be under center for the Lions to start the year. Again, this is not another team where I'm looking to take the over, but the number is quite small. But with so many question marks and just a lack of depth really anywhere offensively, like, where is this team going to score? Like, they did make some good moves defensively, so maybe they won't give up 30 points a game or whatever. But, when they're scoring, when you're hoping for them to score just in the double digits at this point, doesn't really usually equate to a lot of wins. So, again, this is not another team that I'm looking to take the over on. I don't think anybody is, unless you're in the great state of Michigan.
Oh, that's right. And Dan Campbell, taking over here.
Yeah, let's see how long that lasts, too.
No, hold on. Because Slate's, our producer, has put in a fun little graphic in Slack. He's talking about how he would literally just want to have a legit pet lion on a big chain as his pet. So how many wins does he have to get to earn and be allowed to have a real lion there on the sidelines? Uncaged, Jeff.
1.
I mean, if the Lions get 3 wins, it might actually be like a good season for them. I mean, again, I look at this schedule and you tell me where the wins are here. San Francisco, Green Bay, Baltimore, Chicago Bear at Chicago, the first 4 weeks. I mean, this is another team that's just drawn a terrible schedule. They've drawn the NFC West. They've also drawn the AFC North. So they get Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and an improved Cincinnati Bengals team. They're not going to be favored in any of these games.
Oh, man. Look at Lions Rams there, dude. October 24th. That's going to be sexy.
Yeah, great. I mean, if you like, 40-0.
Well, there's narrative street. You know what I mean? With the quarterbacks.
For the LA Rams. I actually think I like the under better on the Detroit side. I really do. They're playing in a tougher division. At least with the Texans, maybe things go AWOL in Jacksonville or like, the Tennessee's defense just plays terrible again, or like Carson Wentz is terrible. There's at least like a path there where they could pick up some division wins. If Aaron Rodgers stays in the division, Minnesota maybe doesn't have a good defense, but the Lions aren't going to outscore them. I mean, there's just no path here for anything of note. Brashad Perriman, Tyrell Williams, probably both going to be hurt by week 3, so they're not going to outscore anyone. Just give me the under here.
Okay, with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who you have mentioned multiple times, I don't know, are they using they're like watching Netflix on your Wi-Fi or something, Jeff? They've got real estate in your head. I know you're going over because you and I have talked about this multiple times because of your obsession with the Jaguars. But Steve, over or under 6.5 wins for the Jags?
I think it's a legitimate chance that they go over. I mean, I like a lot of the defensive moves that they made during the offseason. And one of my favorite moves this offseason, I feel like is one of the more under the radar ones, was adding Marvin Jones to the team. Like getting that veteran presence to surround himself with all these young kids, including obviously Trevor Lawrence, giving him that trusted target that he can go downfield with. I mean, Marvin Jones is still a pretty good deep threat on, he just wasn't really able to showcase it in Detroit. So I love the moves from Marvin Jones. I think it's going to be like a move that, come like week 5 or 6 will be like, oh yeah, that actually probably was a pretty good acquisition by the Jaguars. And I think that's going to be a pretty big difference maker. So you add that with the defensive signings that they made during the offseason, I think they can go over that 6.5 total. Obviously, it's lofty because of where they were last year. And obviously, what are we going to see from Trevor Lawrence when he gets into the league? But, looking at it now, it feels like it could be a little bit higher. It could honestly be at 7.5. So if I like if I'm at somewhere at 7.5, I'm certainly taking the over at 6.5.
We have 2 minutes left in the show. Jeff, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, pretty much everything that Steve said is what I back as well.
Okay, cool. I do believe the Jags and the Bengals play on like Thursday Night Football around like week 4, which will be another sexy quarterback matchup. So Bengals at 6.5. Again, less than 2 minutes left in the show. Jeff, where do you want to go?
I would lean over here as well. I mean, I like the moves the Bengals have made. They strengthened O-line. They really gave Joe Burrow like an elite weapon in the passing game. I mean, that's what they needed to do. They just need to keep building those lines, and they've kind of done that. They don't have a terrible schedule either. They got Carolina. They got the Jets on the schedule. I personally am of the opinion one of Pittsburgh or Baltimore is ripe for some regression this year. And if they just pick up 2 division wins here, that might be enough to hit the over here with the extra games. So, they also have the AFC East on the schedule. I like the over here on Cincy. I think, Zach Taylor will get things together and this team will be competitive next year.
60 seconds to go on show, Bukes. What do you want to do?
Yeah, just real quick. I think you're getting a pretty good number here because we don't know what we're going to see from Joe Burrow. How is he going to react to coming back from that injury? I think this could also be a total that could be a win higher. So with that in mind, if you like that number where it was, because if Joe Burrow was healthy, obviously this team probably would have won a couple more games. So I like the over on this one here. I'm glad that they did something with the O-line because that's what they so desperately needed to protect him. They're going to have to do it more than ever this year.
We do have a fan in the YouTube comment section. He goes by the name Brendan Glasheen asking, Steve, do you have a jetpack? Does that chair have a jetpack on it that you're sitting in?
Okay, well, I'm just going to go mute him because that was a stupid comment. So I have mod, obviously, ability. So I'm just going to mute that idiot.
All right, well, we love our fans here on the Dream Stream, and we've got the first of 6 Madden Sims coming up. Next, I'll be on the call with Zach, Vikings at the Panthers. Thanks for watching The Sweat, everybody. Steve, Jeff, love you guys.
Love you, babe.
anything in my Slack. Did he say we're good? Dude, I think oh God, I'm not gonna having like Ethernet issues again. And I'm like, it was just great. Jack Thompson, you look great as always,
doing
dude.
good, man. Yeah,
Well,
I'm working on it. We can talk about that during the game. Let's
on Twitch or YouTube. I know everyone's slowly like who's behind the scenes. Producer Big Daddy.
be interesting for the Vikings. We have this is for
All
real.
right. So this
Christian
is
McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook. Today, it's historic, my man. It is historic.
making sim. We have 120 entries. I went a little Justin. I really did because I was going to roster him anyway. So I'm like, I'll just throw Squirt Samuel. And then I got Mr. Sly Guy as off to.
Yeah, I have Jefferson in my line. They up 16-2. I put Dalvin Cook thing that the Vikings are. Curtis Samuel. I do have two Sly Guys hanging out there.
Just to wife though. Can you update me like on your life?
Now I've got two sons that are doing some baseball right now. So a lot of time at the fields, a lot of times raking the field. Put that game saver. The game saver we go through of Dre. The insane puppy energy.
She's great. She's pushing. She's almost 10 months.
Yeah.
And then
you got her right about the same time we got Gracie. They're about the same fun.
And then we got Georgie who's next side. The whole potty thing is going great now. And I'm starting to feel
the two of them get along decently well most of the time.
They love each other. It's literally like when you and I are on a sim together. It is.
There as well, but we're working on getting that synchronized. Rudolph, touchdown. Vikings into the lead. Touchdown.
Well, and Rossi's Fat Cat says he hears parts of us. So Andrew's behind the scenes working on it. I mean, name a more iconic duo than the Dream Stream and Lagging. It just seems to be like a thing lately. It's got to like start up, warm up a little bit. The hardest thing for me to do in life.
Maybe I'll just cover over any mistakes we make. Like if we say Raheem Mostert's involved in this, it'll just like go away to nowhere.
See the Panthers offense take the field for the first time.
Yeah, with Teddy Bridgewater. Not all at any point this season for the Broncos.
Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a week 1 starter.
Do you think so?
Oh yeah, he's already better than Drew Lock. I mean, sorry for anyone who likes Drew Lock and his dancing skills there on the sideline. Well, who else is there? Who else is there?
It's Bridgewater or Lock, or a lot of people have Aaron Rodgers going there.
Yeah. All right. So I'm saying if Aaron Rodgers stays in Green Bay, yeah, it's Bridgewater's team.
You think
for sure.
Interesting. Yeah. That would be a huge. That's a big step for Denver though to give up on Lock that quick. Receivers, and it was like, here we go, Drew Lock breakthrough season. Yeah, not so much. It'll be interesting to see
position at all. It's since
Peyton. It might have been. 30-second, not 30-minute. It's not quite that possible.
I think we're around 4 minutes to play here. But you know what? I think it's
the team that drafted him. Got the debut of top 3 as in quarterback ranking. The Jets.
I don't know. All signs kind of point to it, right? I mean, you could look at what it was really only like 1 season there at BYU, right? Was there a couple? I don't really know.
I mean, he's got the skill set. I think we can say he's got the skill set. We'll see how it translates. It's Haskins on us. You're obviously hyped up for your boy, Trevor Lawrence.
Dude.
How hyped are you for that, huh?
I've never been more hyped up in my damn life.
Really?
Yeah. I seriously, I feel good. I feel whole again. Every day I wake up, I look to the sky, I thank the big guy, I say thank you for this gift, who will be under center, fingers crossed, for the next 2 decades. Take us to the promised land. Take the Jaguars to the Super Bowl.
Have you made
Super Bowl.
Have you figured out what your prediction for their record is this season, or are you just saying it's 17-0? And
Oh my God, Teddy Bridgewater. Hey, I'm clear. I'm clear on Zoom now. I can see it. Can you see it now?
Oh yeah, I can see it much better. Much better.
Yeah. Okay. Hey. We're moving in the right direction here.
I can see that was a sack.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater sacked by two dudes.
Not moving in the right direction. We're moving in the right direction, not the Panthers offense. Panthers.
Okay, yeah, it looks like Twitch is clear too. Everything's good.
Right, cool.
I think we're warming up here.
I'm excited. Left. I can see now the clock. We got 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
3rd and 16. It's like, look, there's a sim. There
goes
Teddy Bridgewater. He's heaving it down the field. First down.
3 for 4. 3 for 4, 54 yards.
Guys, we're going to give you lots of stats now because we can actually see them. That's a catch for Curtis Samuel. He's got 32 yards and a first down. Curtis Samuel, now a member of the Washington football team.
Hey, I can see everyone here. I can feel everyone turning their frowns into smiles all of a sudden.
That's right.
I can see you guys. I can see clearly now. The stream's not effed up. 1st and 10 from the 16.
Did you see that?
Yes! Kurt the squirt again.
It was deflected by a defender. It was supposed to be for DJ Moore. It got knocked away. And when it got knocked away on the deflection, Curtis Samuel ran through, scooped it up, picked up 9 yards. Kind of fun. See if they go to McCaffrey here. We've got Bridgewater in the pistol formation. They do. McCaffrey first down. McCaffrey in these sims has been so good at times, and then he has been so bad at times. He's been pretty good recently. He had a 3-touchdown game. I don't know if you saw this. 3 touchdowns and 46 fantasy points against the Bears. And that's not in a captain spot. That's in a flex spot. So that's a 60-plus point game in your captain spot if you had him for that one.
Get in, babe.
He does not get the touchdown there. I mentioned Dalvin Cook's touchdown total. Dalvin Cook has 81 touchdowns in 74 sims, so more than a touchdown a game. McCaffrey, a little bit behind that. He has 56 touchdowns in his 74 sims, but he does have 6 in his last 5. Still looking for his first score of the day here. When we come back for the second quarter, 2nd and goal from the
team. Babe. We're here, man. 7-0.
Yep. Teddy Bridgewater threw for 63 yards on this drive so far. Kirk Cousins 3 for 3, 59 yards, and that touchdown to Kyle Rudolph. In case you couldn't see it, that's what happened.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. I mean, whatever. We've had worse first quarters, at least like on the field.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, I don't know. That was a way to overcome some adversity there. 6 for 21 on the ground for Christian McCaffrey. Dalvin Cook, 3 for 16. So that's what we're working with there. And then, Curtis Samuel on that last drive here, which they're knocking on the door. It's still their opening drive, right? Their offensive opening drive, 2 for 41. Thielen, 2 for 32. Christian McCaffrey, 1 for 6. Ian Thomas, 1 for 16. And Kyle Rudolph, the only touchdown of the game, 1 catch, 27 yards.
Right. So no Jefferson yet, but we'll hope he gets involved here. Just 1 possession for each team, as you mentioned. A lot of running back involvement will usually limit the number of possessions, and because these 2 teams do rely heavily on McCaffrey and Cook, I would expect that to continue. Hopefully we get some points, but I don't expect a lot of possessions just because both teams do use quite a bit of clock when they're driving the ball. And we've had very efficient as far as completion percentages as well, which keeps that clock moving right along.
Oh, look at that. Wait, I'm looking at my lower third. I'm Adam Kaufman today. Andrew, that's the most disrespectful thing you could ever do. Whatever, Christian McCaffrey. I don't care. I don't care that Christian McCaffrey scored. Andrew was calling me Adam Kaufman. I mean, if I could say one thing, Adam Kaufman looks more handsome, more jacked. I love his eyebrows. They're on absolute point. I love his energy.
Yeah.
I mean, you could call me Glash.
Is this the best Adam Kaufman game so far ever?
Like, dude, I'm no joke. Like, I was like reading the chat and stuff, hanging out with the DK Sim fam, and all of a sudden they're like, Adam Kaufman looks different. I'm like, okay, what's happening? And I look over and I go, you son of a bitch, Andrew. Oh my God, no, Andrew, we love you, dude. It's
that
all
would
good.
be the 2 o'clock sim slates that we're just we're here early with the graphics. I'm on the 2 o'clock with Colin. So McCaffrey with the score there. That does bring his total to 57 now. Very involved, as always, in the Panthers offense. He also returns kicks for them at times, depending on his fatigue level. So he gets some return touchdowns. Just, because he doesn't get enough points any other way. So we'll see what the Vikings can do with their second possession. First one was pretty efficient. Marched right down the field. Kirk Cousins 3 for 3. Dalvin Cook running for a couple first downs as well. Cook next to Cousins in the shotgun here. Takes the carry and picks up about 5. Or 4.
You still do Taco Tuesday tonight?
You know it. It's a little tricky because we have baseball tonight. But yeah, it'll be Taco Tuesday. It'll just be delayed. It'll be when we get home. They'll probably make the tacos while those of us that have to go early are away, and we'll just assemble when we get home. But yeah, definitely Taco Tuesday. We vary a little bit. Like, we'll have different, we'll have soft tacos some weeks, hard tacos some weeks. Some weeks we'll do just nachos, right? Like, just forget the tacos. Just go chips with all the taco fixing on top of it. Taco salad works. You can do tacos a lot of different ways. Do you prefer hard or soft?
All right, if I go soft, you got to give me corn.
Yeah.
I need like a real street taco. 3rd and 6. Less than ideal for the Vikings there as Kirk Cousins taking the sack. Bring out the gimp. Bring out the punting unit. 7 minutes to play here in the second quarter. Poking over to Twitch real quick.
Cool. How's the Twitch, fam?
Everyone's doing great. Everyone's doing awesome. I see Reed T's in the house. My dude Broby. Rivera, what's up, man? Robes. Free Piercy. I don't want to dig too deep into the comments because they're not very positive. That was when we got off to a rough start.
All right. Keep it positive.
Yeah, man.
We can see.
You seen you seen your boy Mac Jones? Some of the pictures out there, him in some Patriots swag for the rookie minicamp.
Yeah, I've seen it. We'll see. I don't think he starts the beginning of the year. I think it'll be Cam Newton for a while, and then depending on how things go, we'll see Mac Jones maybe. But Bill Belichick's going to do his thing. He's not going to care what public sentiment is, for sure.
But then last night, all of a sudden, breaking news. We're receiving breaking news in Patriots land, right? And I'm immediately thinking, oh God, Mac Jones is a bust already. A couple days in the rookie minicamp, they're freaking out, they're panicking, and now Brian Hoyer gets his 4th tour in Foxborough, and wide open. Ian Thomas, 35 yards on the reception, and Bridgewater's a couple yards away from the century mark.
So I had walked away from the TV. I had to go pick up part of my family that was elsewhere. I had to go pick him up, and I had left the Bruins game. And all of a sudden I get this breaking news alert. I thought it was a Bruins goal, right? Or Capitals goal against the Bruins. I'm like, oh, who scored? Wait, Brian Hoyer. What? What? Brian Hoyer? But it's just depth. I don't think it has really anything to do with Mac Jones. I really don't think they see Brian Hoyer as the answer as their quarterback of the future. Don't think that's the case.
Someone is not going to be on the roster.
Yeah, Brian Hoyer.
Really? What about Stidham? What happens if they throw what?
Oh, yeah,
they throw Stidham to the practice squad.
Do you think after his showing last year, you could get him to the practice squad? I don't know.
I'd take Brian. Like, is it crazy to say I'd take Brian Hoyer over Jarrett Stidham? At least I know, like, Hoyer. You know who Hoyer is. You know what I mean? And like,
that's why I think I'd take Stidham.
No. But Hoyer is more important in that locker room to Mac Jones, like helping him come along. I think it's the whole reason you bring him in.
No, okay. But don't you think he could do that from his spot on the practice squad?
No way, dude. Regular squad players look down as the practice squad peasants. No one talks to them. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Did you just see that throw? That was a Tim Tebow throw back when he was with Denver. That was the greatest throw I've ever seen in these sims.
He spiked it. It was a clock killing spike. That was just to set up our man Sly for this field goal. What? The throw went 2 yards to no one, and there was no one near him. There was no one pressuring him. There's no wild weather. You can't blame it on the snow or the wind or the rain. He just threw it right into the ground.
Wow.
Why?
And you know what? It makes sense. Like, it's crazy how he did it was a very Tebow-esque throw, and now he's in Denver.
Yep.
Life was full circle, man.
How do you feel about Tebow joining your Jaguars? I haven't talked to you since then.
Yeah, I know, man. I'll just make it quick because I've talked about it plenty here on the Dream Stream. I don't think you're doing it for like an on-field production thing, and then I don't believe the BS like bringing him in there as a leader. You already saw the reports that half the locker room is like not a fan of it. Yeah, the guy's been out of the NFL forever, and like NFL's changed a whole lot. And you really want someone who's been out of the NFL for 6-7 like years, however long it's been playing minor league baseball, to come in and try to lead a locker room of these guys who have been in the NFL for much longer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not buying into it. If you want to say, okay, we're going to hire him as like our strength and conditioning coach, or even like our team priest or something. I don't know. You know how passionate
chaplain,
like he is.
Something like that.
Yeah, the chaplain. But
he's the pregame speaker. He's the pregame keynote speaker or something.
Yeah.
Well, you know better than anybody how much of a celebrity he is down there, right? Like,
yeah, he's just.
Doesn't everybody down there love him?
Yes, absolutely. He is an absolute saint. He's from that area. So that's the only thing. I just found it to be like.
Isn't it a publicity thing? Like,
yes,
to some degree, don't you think?
100%. You know what? Because it was kind of wild because more people were talking about the Jaguars because of Tim Tebow and not the Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence. You know, that should be the story right now. But I don't know. He's just there. Of course, he's in great shape. He's in Jacksonville. Calls up his buddy Urban and is like, hey, can I get a shot at tight end? And then they work him out. And then you're thinking, well, how intense was this workout? Like, this isn't 11 on 11. Like, is anyone even playing defense on you? Like, I'd love to see this. Like, what exactly did you prove to them? You say,
is there video of that workout? That would be pretty cool. Like, that'd be awesome to see. So, jersey-wise, is there any Jaguars jersey aside from Lawrence that's going to sell more than Tebow? Any player?
Dude, Lawrence broke like the rookie jersey.
I said besides Lawrence. Is anybody on the Jaguars jersey going to sell faster than Tebow?
No, but I don't think he makes the regular season roster. Although it's one of the worst, it's probably the worst tight end room in the league. It really is.
Yeah, because they lost Seifert, right? He left.
He's gone. He's still a free agent.
He's still out there.
All right. So, slipping my mind the name off the top of my head. He played tight end for the Colts, I think, like last year, and there was a former Bears guy.
Trey Burton?
Yes, Trey Burton. Like, he's still a free agent. Like, I'd rather take a shot on Trey Burton than like a Tim Tebow, a guy who knows how to play the position.
Yeah.
Had a couple strong seasons in the past.
There was our boy Jefferson with his first catch of the day.
Oh,
ran
nice.
the wrong way after he caught it. But he had the first down, ran backwards, got tackled, 2nd and 1, but 9 yards and his first catch of the day. So no more goose egg in your captain spot. It's an improvement.
Darth Gator says, cue Tebow slow jog through the rain gif. Yeah. He's a big, meaty, moist man when you see that video. I would like to shout out one of the members of our DK Sim fam over on YouTube. James Saxton says, I got a positive comment for you, Emerson. My wife is going to have our baby tomorrow.
Hey.
So congratulations, James. I don't know if it's your first child. If it is, I'm sure it's an incredibly beautiful moment. Same if it's your second, third, fourth. I don't know. I don't have kids, but I know what a major milestone that is. Congratulations to you and your wife. You are going to crush it. And I 100% expect your kid to be watching these Sims within days of you bringing your child home.
Why wait till they come home? They have
it's
internet
true.
at the hospital.
Put it on your phone. When they're sitting there in that warm little egg and they're just heating them up like a French fry under a heating lamp. Put the YouTube on your phone.
There you go. We'll wave. Yep.
All right. It says our first together gonna be a boy.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
You're the man, James. Always love seeing you in the chat too, brother. And I know the whole chat shares our love for you, brother. Big day tomorrow. And please also have us, on your phone watching us while your child is exiting and entering the world. You got to be able to multitask. It depends if your wife's cool with it or not. And Kirk Cousins. My wife would be like, what the hell are you doing? And I'm like, I'm taking pictures. And then you hear us in the background, like debating top 5 cereals.
And taking pictures in that moment also not a great option.
Oh, I love it. Saxton says, oh, he will be watching tomorrow. LOL.
There we go. All right. Dalvin Cook with the catch there following a huge sack, but
my God.
They got bailed out. It was 3rd and 20, and Tahir Whitehead comes in with that face mask and gives the Vikings a first down, keeps this drive alive. As we are inside now the 2-minute warning, Vikings looking to tie this up or take the lead before halftime. The drive looked dead, but not so much. Oh, another sack, though.
Yeah.
Is Kirk Cousins the worst quarterback in these Sims? I think he might be.
Is he really?
I think he might be.
Wait a minute. So who else would be worse than him?
He has no upside. Even players like I'm going to go there. Dwayne Haskins. He's got more upside. He's had some big games. Kirk Cousins never has big games. Never. Because Dalvin Cook does all the work. So I feel like he's one of the worst. Like, just no upside at all. I'm trying to think of who else would be in that conversation. Tannehill doesn't do much, but has had a few big games when Derrick Henry gets shut down.
Because Gary already says on YouTube, Gary says Haskins is the worst.
In real life, yes. Haskins is worse than Cousins.
Okay, yeah, we're just talking sim. We're talking sim land here, right? Because then Congo Cab loved this guy. It says Kirk or Goff.
Big games. And Goff has had some big games. Like, Goff is usable in some matches.
Okay. Now I gotta look at the player card here.
I mean, let's look at this here. Cousins averages 13 fantasy points a game, right? Which is not good.
Yeah, but you're talking about with Dwayne Haskins having some good game. Okay, yeah. Like what is a good game then are we talking about in these Sims? Because last game out, Kirk Cousins, north of 21 fantasy points. But then you're right. You're not seeing anything really eclipse like 15, 16 area. He has a 26. That was 26 10 games ago.
Yep. I'm seeing that one. But it looks like, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, there you go, buddy. He hears you taking a dump on him.
Right.
And he's like, let me go ahead and just deliver the goods to Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. I like it. Good energy in the sim, as other people have said in the past. We called that one. You in your captain spot. So you more so even than I, just having a flex spot. But
yeah. Thank you very much, Kyle, on the ops team. working his magic behind the scenes. Scores updated like right away. Dude is straight up on top of it.
So
Cousins was owned in 30%.
74 sims for Cousins before today. He only reached 20 fantasy points 7 times. Now he's got 2 touchdowns in this one, so I mean this could be his 8th. But even 8 out of 75, it's not very good. Haskins is close, and I think part of the reason that I wouldn't put Goff quite as low as those 2, and I think those are probably the worst 2.
Yeah. Well,
Brian, the rushing production, right? Minshew has had some bad games, but then he's also had some really good games, and he brings rushing potential.
Give me him over Cousins any day of the week, and I'm talking Simland or real life. And Brian McDonald kind of agrees with you. He's like, Cook runs for 450. Like, Cook does all the work for this team.
Right.
So maybe there's, Kirk Cousins doesn't have to do much. He doesn't have to be a great sim quarterback. There is a very good reason why I decided to not roster him, though.
Yeah, me neither.
I look at that, but you got to throw Cook on there, but then Cook's also going to be the most expensive player on the slate. I think he was today, right? He was 10-8 in the flex.
Yep, he's 16-2 in my captain's squad, which is a lot.
Yeah, and don't look now, folks, but your boy, E. Lots, Big Daddy E, 6th place.
There we go. You always do well when we do a sim together. You are always near the top of the leaderboard. I feel like.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's just good work out of you. I did not expect the Jefferson in the captain spot, though. I did not see that coming. That took me off guard. I thought you would be a little bit.
You thought I was an idiot, right?
I like the contrarian play in the captain spot.
Well, again, like I wanted some of the higher price dudes in there. And then when I saw him on my lineup and I was just trying to fill out the back end of it as Ian Thomas now 3 catches, 50 yards. I was like, well,
as we get to
what am I doing? Let's work smarter. Let's not work harder. Yeah. As the first half comes to a close. And I looked at his player card.
Right.
And I looked at his game log and I said, okay, 2 of his past 3 have been nearly 14 points. I said, that's all I really need if I want that kind of value play, in my captains. I'd say that's great. Because right now, I got around like 22 points from him. I mean, look at me. I'm a freaking genius, but a lot of it's because I listen to you.
He's the wide receiver 3. So he kind of hit or miss, but when he hits, he's got that big play potential, which has made him such a real life sensation. And obviously they're wide receiver 2 in real life, or even you could say wide receiver 1 over Thielen. I would not argue with you, but 1, 2, they're very, very solid. But in this game, he is the wide receiver 3 because Tajay Sharp is the wide receiver 2. No sign of Mr. Sharp in this one. But Jefferson 4 for 47.
You got Jefferson's ratings after that rookie season is just going to explode.
Oh, you would think so, right?
Yeah, and but you're right. Taking the wide receivers on this team, even a guy like Thielen, I don't know if he still has superstar traits or an X factor, but it comes back to you look at the quarterback throwing him the football. So it's going to be hit or it's going to be missed, baby.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see when we do get to the new game and the new ratings and stuff, whether when Jefferson and Thielen, both very highly rated receivers, would still expect them to be so. But how much are they going to be held back by Cousins, or will they elevate Cousins to the point where he's actually a much better option? If you remember, in Madden 20, Cousins had Diggs and Thielen, and when they had Diggs and Thielen, Diggs was not very good, but Thielen was very reliable. Then when Thielen became the wide receiver 1 in Madden 21, he's kind of struggled. So maybe if he slides back to that wide receiver 2 spot, it'll actually be better for him. Who knows? We'll have to see that when we get the new game in a little while, but something we can look forward to. And the Vikings, I mean, they did take a quarterback too, so we'll see. I mean, a lot went wrong for them last season. And the NFC North, if the Packers do move on from Aaron Rodgers, which, I mean, a whole different discussion, but if they do, that NFC North gets ugly in a hurry. Just as far as, I mean, who's good if it's not the Packers in that division?
I don't know because, and I know we can't dive into like the sports betting side of thing, but you're talking like, win totals are pretty low. I think at least like for talking Lions. I don't know the Bears off the top of my head, but and then like the Bears. You're just thinking that leash for the Red Rock. Yeah, for the Red Rocket under center first.
Andy Dalton. Yep.
QB1. Yeah, Andy Dalton. I mean, like you got to think what one win in the first 3 or 4 games, and Fields is going to be in there.
Goodbye. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it. We just didn't want to feed Justin Fields to Aaron Donald in the first game of the season. So, yeah, I did definitely. I don't think that's going to last very long.
Congo Cap says Madden 22 in August. Okay, I can't wait for that. I can't wait to get Trevor Lawrence
some breaking
in here.
News. Yeah, that'll be
Whoa,
fun. That'll be
we
fun.
do? Go ahead.
Yeah. NBA news. You ready for this? Karis LeVert will be out for the play-in game against the Hornets. He's expected to miss at least 10 to 14 days due to health and safety protocol, according to The Athletic, among others. At this point, reporting that, which is a huge loss for the Pacers, who are already kind of shorthanded due to injuries as they start their play-in tournament. Wow. LeVert out. Does that make the Hornets the favorite? Ugh. I mean, I think nobody liked the Hornets to beat the Pacers, except maybe people in Charlotte. But now, without LeVert,
yeah, I'm not focused on that game. I'm focused on Celtics tonight.
I know.
And whatever nincompoop out there decided to put the Celtics game at 9:00 tonight, 2 East Coast teams, grow up. No one wants to stay up on a Tuesday night and watch that.
Just
team
do it.
for
Go
crying out
LeBron
loud.
on them. Go LeBron on them. Oh, they
You know
should
what?
be fired.
Kyle on the
Put
ops
him in
team.
that tight spot.
Kyle on the ops team says, "Go Wizards." Yeah, dude, give me the triple-double machine going off tonight for like 50 points, 40 rebounds, 30 assists. Give it to me.
Nice.
Give me that. Because you know what? If I'm the Celtics, all right, lose tonight, whatever. You live to see another day. Then you play either Charlotte or Indiana. Both teams dealing with injuries. Like Miles Turner, right? Not even playing for Indiana. Still dealing with like a turf toe. Been out since like
Karis
April or
LeVert
something.
now not playing.
Yes. And so you're thinking, and then if you win Thursday night, I'm not saying try to lose tonight, but if you do, you should really try to win Thursday night, because then you're in the playoffs and it's a better matchup to go against the 76ers.
I was going to say, wouldn't you rather play Philly?
Yes. Although, do the Nets even want their big three to play together at all? Like, it's impressive the fact that they're as good as they are. And they played like 2 games together.
8, but yeah, not many. Like, that is real life. Yeesh. I would, as a Celtics fan, I would rather see them play the Sixers, but that's also because I just don't want to have to live with the hug it out with Kyrie every game, after he goes off against us, and then everybody goes over and tells him how much they love him. All the other players, like that gets old really quickly. I'd much rather see them lose to the Sixers. Hopefully they don't, but yeah, I don't know. The Wizards, they're kind of a fun team too. I mean, how much fun would it be to have Beal and Westbrook against the Nets' big three? I mean, you've got some really high-end talent there. And Beal and Westbrook would take 80% of the Wizards shots.
Yeah, I mean,
here's 85%.
I mean, you mentioned Beal's not 100% though.
Right?
He's got a bum hamstring. He came out the other day and said hamstring's still not 100%. And I forget what game it was he had the other day. As Christian McCaffrey scores his second touchdown of the day, but Beal still came off scoring like a game 25 points, I think it was the other night on Sunday. It was like, yeah, my hamstring's still not 100%, so that's pretty good. And in 3 games against the Celtics this year, he's averaging more than 40 points a game. Now, does he do that tonight with a bum hamstring? I don't know. It's fun to see him.
He is playing, right? Like,
yeah, he is. Yeah, he is playing, and then he's going to want to he's going to try. I don't know if it's going to work. But he's going to want to outduel Jason Tatum. 2 St. Louis guys. They go way back together.
Good friends, at least. Yeah, they say that.
I think it's funny that Broby1 just going to the Twitch chat real quick says the DK Sim fam has had like 10 babies so far since like we launched these things last year. Yeah, that's right, man. Dream Stream. We bring out the best. We bring out the best in everybody. Everyone just kicking back, watching the Dream Stream, baby. Dream Stream and chill. 400 people watching on YouTube. We're up to 80 likes.
Go.
I know we got off to a little bit of a rough start technically. It's all smoothed out. Everything is going to work out.
We're good now.
Yeah, everything's going to work out in the end. I do appreciate your patience. You have a right to be upset when things don't go well, but we fix it. We love you guys. If we can get to 100 by the end of this sim, that would bring immense joy to our lives.
Let's do it. Let's do it, people. Yeah, so the Pacers have a crazy long injury report for tonight. But yeah, Miles Turner still without a timetable to return at all. Malcolm Brogdon supposed to be a game time call for tonight. Sabonis, Holiday, and Sumner all questionable. But I mean, it's really Sabonis that matters there. If Sabonis plays, he'll have a huge game, especially without LeVert. See if Brogdon's able to return and how ready he is to contribute. I kind of like, without LeVert, I kind of like Charlotte in that game now because they'll be able to go super small. It'll be interesting. Definitely a precursor, though, to the more, I think anyway, the more intriguing game. But that's late, man. I don't know if I'll make the end of that one. Got to be totally honest. I got to get up early and write about tomorrow's Madden. And hey, we haven't even, we are in the third quarter. How have we not talked about the PGA Championship? It's you and me.
I know. Well, you know what? I did it for an hour yesterday for an award-winning edition of Get the Green with Reed T. Fowler, which you can see at 3 o'clock on Mondays. You can see it at 3 o'clock today with Jeff Ulrich. So, the quality of the content takes a small bit of a hit when Jeff slides in for me. But Reed T is still there. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked for it. It feels, but I'm like I love golf. It's up there with football as my favorite. It's my favorite sport. It still feels like, even though they've moved the PGA Championship to the second major of the year, it still feels like there's not a whole lot of buzz for it.
Right? Why? I feel the same way. Why?
Because it's the PGA Championship.
That's what
I think people just fall back to the mindset of, oh God, it's that last one of the year. How no one, it's always that redheaded stepchild. You're like, all right, I'll watch it because it's on, and maybe you got some big names on the board.
Order 4 major championships. Best is the Masters, right?
Yes, yeah.
No
so
question.
It's really just ranking the last 3 as Kirk Cousins on 3rd and 6 is sacked. And so they're going to punt the football away and give it back to Carolina. It's been, I feel like it's been a lot of sacks in the game, period. But Masters number 1. So do you want me to rank the others? I'm definitely going U.S. Open. I'm going British, unless you want to put British. I wish it was at like St. Andrews every year. Then that'd be 2 for me.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I think I would put British second, but only because I love some of those venues, right? Like some of those really quirky old venues are fun. So I think I would go British second, but it so depends on where they're playing it. And the same, I mean, you could say the same thing with U.S. Open. There's definitely been some U.S. Opens where it's like, this is an awesome one. And then it's like, oh, this is, are you familiar with the course they're on this week?
So
Ocean course.
I mentioned it yesterday when we were doing Get the Green. I was so giddy because I've seen pictures of the course, and I highly recommend if you guys are into golf, you want to look it up, have at it. This course is so wild and so difficult and so picturesque, though. It's one of those courses where I think you're going to be watching this tournament, and sometimes you don't watch a whole lot Thursday or Friday, but you tune in Saturday and you're like, wow, the leader's only 1 under or 2 under. Yeah. This could be one of those, because this is a course that will still punish players for playing good golf. That's how difficult it is.
It's super long. It's
super
the longest ever they've used for the PGA Championship. It's all along the ocean. It's got this course has more holes that are oceanside holes than any course in North America. 10 holes are along the ocean, more than half, which I don't even know how you do that.
when it's not like an ocean on one side, it's like marshland and a bunch of garbage on the other with gators and snakes just waiting for you to put your hand in the water and go for the ball. And next thing you know, you're chubs and damn gator got my hand.
This is not a course where you want to be chasing your ball. Take your shoes and socks off, walk in there to hit your next. No, don't be doing that. It's dangerous.
Yeah,
and it does look like it's going to be super hard. And if it gets windy, it could be very few players at all under par if the wind blows the right direction. And I know that they said the same thing about Aaron Hills, and I feel like everybody's kind of sleeping a little bit because Aaron Hills they said was going to be super hard, and then it wasn't. And this is longer than Aaron Hills. So now they're like, yeah, maybe it won't be as hard if it's not windy. But I think it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and like you mentioned the wind, and like with it being on the ocean and the location of it, the wind is an added spice that we don't get a lot with American majors. So I do think you see a lot of folks like in DFS, even in the sports betting world, a lot of people I think will be targeting some Europeans, guys who are used to playing in like these tough, windy conditions. Could be a lot of people chasing bombers because it's supposed to be a course where, if you can hit it far, like it'll obviously benefit you, especially with the distance of the course. But, if you're damn good in the green, in regulation department, like you got to still like be tossing darts. You got to be down the pipe.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You've got to be accurate. I think shots gains approach is always something that, just those penalties, like you said, those areas, the marsh areas, and even obviously if you hit it into the ocean, that's a problem too. But the areas that they're aiming for on this course are so narrow. That accuracy off the tee is going to be almost just as important. I think people see the total and then, they get the stat that it's the longest ever. And there's like, oh, I need Bryson. And maybe Bryson's a good play. I'm not out here to slam Bryson because I do like him this week.
Yeah. Bryson will be able to pound it to the wind, man. But like there's that, like if he's not keeping it straight, like this isn't playing like the API there at Bay Hill in Orlando where you can just cut like
I'm just going to cut this hole in half.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like you can't do that here.
No, it's designed to prevent people from doing that. And it's laid out in such a way that those kind of things aren't possible. And it actually, what's more important for Bryson is not how far he's hitting it, but whether his short game actually and his game around the green is on point. And when it is, which it was at Bay Hill, that's why he won. Yeah. But it was a little rough last week, and he didn't go super low at TPC Craig Ranch. So we'll see how he does this week. I do think he's one of the most interesting golfers to watch all the time just because he approaches the game so differently.
Yeah.
I do like him this week. He's not my pick to win. Do you make a pick to win, or are you not? Do you not do that because you talk about a lot of different people? And do you make like
I have not made a pick to win. But let's see if I could go off the top of my head.
Yeah,
it's going to be near the top, I think, for a lot of people when it comes to favorites, and it's going to be one of the more expensive guys. I'm going to take Jordan Spieth this week. I'm taking Jordan Spieth. It's more of a recency like bias thing. I think he's trying to become like the sixth golfer to complete the career Grand Slam. Like I want to see it. I'm feeling it right now. I'm likely going to be wrong, but.
Well, I mean,
because I think picking
one winner is tricky.
And I think taking Rory, like people are like, oh, that's like the cop out, like he's like the favorite and everything. But it's like, dude, when he destroyed the field here 9 years ago, and not to mention like he's kind of gotten over that hump after falling to like a career low in world golf rankings and wins.
He was in that funk and then broke out of that with Quail Hollow with the win there. I like that pick. I like that pick a lot. I like Spieth. I'll definitely have some exposure to him. Rory's the obvious pick, like you said, but I do like his current form too. He has owned Quail Hollow though. Like that is he's always good there. So we'll see. I wish we had one more tournament to evaluate whether that was just because he's so comfortable on that course. So I don't think I'm going to lean quite as heavily on Rory as some people are. And another really interesting golfer for me, and not my pick to win. I'll give you that in a little bit, but I think DJ is another one that's going to be very interesting because obviously when he is at his best, he can win anywhere, right? Like he's got the distance, he's got all the parts of the game are there, but then he hasn't been awesome lately. He's really struggled. He had the knee issue.
Missed the cut at the Masters with DJ.
Right.
It is why we're not talking about the number one golfer in the world.
That's what I'm saying.
All.
So he's like totally under the radar coming into this, and nobody's really talking about him. I don't, again, like he's not my pick to win. I don't think he's somebody that I'll have a lot of exposure to in my DFS lineups, but he's an interesting golfer to see because he is coming in so off the radar compared to somebody like Rory, who has the win here in the past, who has the recent win at Quail Hollow, where if you take that 1 week out, and I know we can do that with pretty much anybody, if you take their best week out, then yeah, they're not as good. But if you take Rory's win at Quail Hollow out, over the past year, DJ's played much better, significantly better, except for that 1 week. So I think DJ's somebody that I don't say he's a better play than Rory this week, but I think he's a much quieter play that has pretty much around the same.
I think you can get some low ownership actually a little bit, maybe on DJ this week.
Which seems crazy when you think about how good he has been. I mean, he's the number one golfer in the world. Like you said, 4th in inches. Look at this.
This is interesting.
Emerson.
I like it. I like the balls on these guys right now. And yeah, give it to your X Factor and picking up the first down.
Like they listen to you, man.
Indeed, bro. You know, the Guru 805 team always here says the players has always been cooler than the PGA. Agreed. And you know, a lot of people say the players always looked at it as the 5th major. I'd make it the 4th and make the PGA the 5th.
And that ties right to my pick to win this week, because my pick to win
you're going Justin Thomas. You're going Justin Thomas.
JT.
I knew it.
That's who I got. Yep. Won the players. Pete Dye Design. I think he's going to win this week. I think he's coming in a little bit under the radar too. Haven't heard a ton of buzz on him, and that's my pick to win this week. But like you said, trying to pick one player out of the entire field is always a challenge.
All right, you want to make a fun little side bet or something here? Just whoever's golfer to win finishes higher than the other. We'll just we'll do like lunch or something like that. You know, have like a lunch
JT versus Spieth, sure.
Yeah, you know.
Good. There we go.
Okay, cool. Love it.
Put it in the books. Put it on the board. Terrellin, write it down.
Mark the tape, Andrew. DJ Shakedown on YouTube says, Emerson, I live in Myrtle Beach. I have been to Kiowa a few times. Really nice. Again, man, I cannot stop looking at pictures and watching videos of this course. Ian Thomas into the end zone. So their aggressive strategy going forward on 4th and inches around the 20. When you're already up 17-14, it pays off, results in a touchdown, and they basically have locked this thing up, barring a miracle, which that can't happen when you have, you know, what's his nuts under center.
Perfect. Might be Kirk Cousins, but
that guy. Also, we're north of 100 likes, so thank you to everyone who got us to the century mark. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be watching a lot of golf this weekend. I'm going to play some golf this weekend, but I'll probably have like my phone on, you know, watching the coverage. Does the PGA Championship have like a great little app like the Masters does?
That's a good question. I don't think it's as good as the Masters. I mean, the Masters app is the best across the board. Like that is what the PGA Tour app wishes it could be when it grows up. I mean, it is the best. PGA does have an app though, from what I remember, at least from last year. And last year's tournament was a fun one too. It was the one in San Francisco. Colin Morikawa, who I think is another name that people are a little bit sleepy on because he hasn't had a huge result lately, but he did win earlier this spring at the WGC at the concession or whatever that.
Wait, are you talking about Morikawa?
Morikawa, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's 1 for 1. He's played one PGA Championship and he won. So he's never lost a PGA Championship.
Yeah, he became a household name when he won that, and he's another one of those dudes who isn't necessarily a bomber, but he's looked at as, if not the top iron player in the world. He is. You're looking at easily like right there, a top 5 guy.
Yeah, and he and JT are right near the top of shot gains approach. So if you that's your stat. If you think SG approached is the way to go, then those are the two guys that you want to target. Zalatoris is another one who. Oh, Kyle Rudolph.
No! What is you doing, baby?
Rudolph, the red zone reindeer, dropping the package.
Yeah, more like Frank Fumble.
Yeah. Oh,
terrible.
Reaching out for the first down, which he really didn't need to do.
No.
Instead, fumbles it, and Bridgewater going to bring the offense back out here, but maybe not. Maybe
that's
not
the whole reach out thing, especially when it comes close to the end zone. That is well known. It is well known. That is one of Bill Belichick's biggest issues with players. Like, he hates when his players do that, so he coaches them to not do that, to try to avoid the fumbling out of the end zone, which is the dumbest rule in football, by the way. Just because you fumble the ball, you're right there, goes out of the end zone, just give it to him down at the 1, to rip that away. I just think it's a silly rule.
Yeah, or maybe you do penalize him some, right? Give him the ball at the 10. But
or back to where the play started or something. Right. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Did you see the video that Drew dropped in here? Andrew dropped in this video of a golf. Did you shoot this, Andrew? With the alligator walking across the green?
What is this?
I know it was a while ago, but wow.
Oh, that's a tiny little guy.
Well, yeah, but he's on the green.
Show me a dinosaur.
Right, but that was actually footage he shot.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they overturned the fumble, and Rudolph just had another catch. So
okay, cool.
Give him a chance to make up for it, I guess. But are you? I mean, obviously you live to tell the tale, Andrew. So we're glad glad for that.
They're everywhere down there in Florida for sure, man. It is. Yep. I'm not a huge fan of swimming in rivers or springs or lakes when I'm down there. And we used to go to my uncle's river house for our family reunions every summer, and this murky brown river water, and everyone's like, get on in, and I'm like screw you, dude. And there are times there's docks all up and down this little portion of the river. And there are times, literally, there's an alligator under a dock 2 docks away, and my uncle's one of those guys who's like, don't worry, it's not going to bug you, it's not going to bother you, and your feet can touch the muddy, sticky, moist bottom of the river, and it's you could feel snapping turtles, and it doesn't do it for me. Even when I go to the beach, nope. I maybe go into about my knees, crouch down, I go number 1, and I get out of there, because everything in the ocean wants to kill you.
Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, we. I mean, growing up in Guam, I have a little different perspective on the ocean. I loved it. Love it. Love being in the ocean.
Oh my God, that's paradise, bro. That's why. You got little shrimp nibbling at your toes. It tickles. It feels good. It's zen-like.
Well, yeah, they're sharks. We've seen sharks. In high school, I got my scuba diving certification, so I've done that quite a bit, and we've seen sharks and stuff, but they do normally leave you alone. As we see another touchdown here for the Vikings.
Hey, you know who that is?
I do know who that is. I was going to let you do it. I was good. Go ahead.
My guy, JJ, Mr. Justin Jefferson, Das Captain. Ooh, that's got to work wonders for me.
That is going to help you quite a bit there, sir. 2 touchdowns for Jefferson. Is that his first 2 touchdown game? He's only got 13 before this sim. He only had 13 touchdowns total in 68 sims in which he appeared. The Vikings have played 74. So there are 6 sims that he didn't even have a catch in. But he has 13 touchdowns. He has never had a multi-touchdown game until this very sim. We said it was historic, and now we know another reason why it's historic. Justin Jefferson, multiple touchdowns. Emerson's captain. Give it up for my boy. In the captain spot, how many points does he have for you?
In the captain spot, as I have jumped from 10 to 6 once again, he's got 33 points for me in the captain spot.
Yeah.
But currently flagrant foul leading our 150 chinchillas contest. He's at 118 points, a 3-point lead over Brooklyn Bum. Over in the big free showdown, though, bro.
Yeah.
9,000 entries. Javier, Mike, Duval Boy. Yeah, I love that. Duval Boy 27.
There you go.
Ooh, you know what? Maybe that's Leonard Fournette. And then Nessa. So we got a 4-way tie for first over there. If that holds, you all are currently going to be taking home $17.50.
We'll see. Still a long way to go here. Still yardage out there to be had. I would expect some Christian McCaffrey yardage here, and flagrant foul, who you mentioned in the top of our smaller free roll, does have McCaffrey in that captain spot. Jefferson, a very popular play, at least in our smaller pool, 47.5% owned. So SimFam knows where it's at with Jefferson. Oh, they faked the little end around there. They like to do that jet sweep. Faked it, though. Didn't give it to him, gave it to McCaffrey.
Mark Mantelli says, Emerson, you were so right about Florida. Never go in the water. I said, yeah, man, grew up down there. Everything wants to eat you. It's like living in Australia. Like everything in Australia wants to kill you. That's on land. That's in the water.
That's true.
Like a tiny little like Australian tick. If it bites you, like you have 5 minutes to live, you know? You're done.
Yeah. No, we quick. And we don't need to get into this too much. We were in Australia. We drove over a snake, and I was like, "Oh, look! Let's take a picture of the snake because it was dead. It wasn't gonna bite us. It's all good." We got to where we were staying. We were working out in the forest woods area there. Not really a jungle, but whatever. They have lots of snakes, and I showed our guide the picture that I took. And he was like, "Yeah. You would have had about 3 minutes if that would have bit you." I was like, "Oh, really? All right." And we were out in the middle of nowhere. In 3 minutes, I would have gotten nowhere.
Damn, dude, that would suck. Then who would have helped us on these sims? Like these sims may have never launched without you.
Who knows? But I ran over the snake with the car instead, so it ended happily for me and less so for the snake. I forget what kind you said it was. Blue something or other, I think. But look at you, man. 7th place.
Yeah, I know. Feels good to be on top of the world.
Bridgewater losing some rushing yards here with all these kneel downs, but Panthers gonna walk away with the win. So now I got to decide, and I need your help here. McCaffrey was good, 27.4 fantasy points, 2 touchdowns. But Jefferson had 2 touchdowns, which he'd never done before. He only had 22, so he had fewer fantasy points, but lower ownership. Is Jefferson the player of the game, or is McCaffrey the player of the game?
Jefferson, 100%.
It's gotta be Jefferson, right?
McCaffrey's going to have other games where he's going to be the no-brainer player of the game. And so let's just give it to Justin Jefferson. He's earned it. He's in 6% of the captain spots in our fun little contest. Come on. This is going to be like on his resume. This will be on his LinkedIn page for sure.
We'll do it. Jefferson, 5 catches, 50 yards, 2 touchdowns, player of the game. Good work out of him. I'm not sure if that's his first one ever, but he deserves it for this one. His first multi-touchdown performance in the Sims. The Not My Kid Award. I think we have to go. You ready for this?
Yeah, hit me with it.
In this case, less was more, or more was less, depending on how you look at it. DJ Moore, 1 catch.
Whoa.
Uno. Wide
you
receiver
got to go
1.
Kurt the Squirt. You got to go.
One catch, 19 yards for DJ Moore. I don't think Tajay Sharp ended up with a catch at all. But
no, there are people very pissed off about that.
But do we really? If you played Tajay Sharp, you knew that was a possibility. You knew that could happen because he's Tajay Sharp. If you played DJ Moore, you were hoping for more than just 1 catch. Joey Sly did okay for us as well. But DJ Moore, definitely where I'm going for the Not My Kid Award. Disappointing in this one.
Okay, well we're gonna wrap up here. I just got a text from my wife. She's at work. She ordered lunch and she forgot to change where it was being delivered. So I have a turkey sandwich down on the stoop waiting for me right now with a little chai tea latte, little pinkies up.
Win.
I'll be sitting out waving at all the peasants. It's it's a reward for finishing top 10 in the contest.
There you go. It's the Justin Jefferson lunch special for you, sir.
You
and we'll see who gets lunch out of the PGA Championship.
Yes, we will know. I love that. You and Kaufman for Raiders at the Browns at 2:00. Yeah. But right now we got a replay of the sweat coming at you. Good seeing you, ZT, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Terrell, Kyle from the ops team, and most importantly, you, DK Sim fam. Thanks for hanging out with us today during this noon sim. Love you. Watch the sweat. Good morrow, peasants. Welcome to the sweat. Let's help make you rich with some free DFS and sports betting advice. It's a smorgasbord of NFL, NBA, PGA, and NHL. But batting leadoff, you see what I did there? Our baseball bros, DraftKings contributor Steve Buchanan and Nick Fryer, along with RotoWire's Mr. Eric Halterman. One of my favorite segments here. Some would even say it's the highest rated segment in the sweat's history. Put up your puke. Steve Buchanan will give us his favorite play at the following positions. Nick and Eric face the tough task of telling him why he's wrong. They can also agree with Steve, proving they are cowards. Bukes, in the words of the great Mills Lane, let's get it on. Who's your dude at pitcher?
Yeah, and you know what? It's okay to be a coward because going up against a man of my stature is not how you want to start off your Tuesday morning. So being a coward is just fine. Let's start off with pitcher tonight, JT Brubaker. I mean, there's not much to dislike here going up against the Cardinals. He's striking out over a batter an inning. We like that. Check that one off. Doesn't walk many guys. Check that one off. And has a 53.8% ground ball rate on the season. Another check for our guy tonight, JT. The Cardinals have one of the highest K rates in the leagues against righties, 24% on the year, and just an 88 WRC plus. He's only 7,600 tonight, which kind of sort of feels like a steal. So if you're worried about, maybe he's overpriced, he's not overpriced. He's right in that mid-range. What's not to like? But let's see what these men, or will they be cowards, say about this one.
Okay, so I do know sources have informed me that Nick is going to agree with you at least on the first one.
Well, Nick? Sorry, you want to call me a coward for saying that you're right? So I'm complimenting your analysis and somehow that you're going to insult me for that? Look, JT Brubaker, the only thing
you must be new here.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, the only thing about Brubaker as a DFS player, the only thing about him I like more tonight other than DFS is his K prop on DK Sportsbook. It's at 4.5. I'm hammering the over on that one tonight. He's going against the Cardinals team. Look, I know that they're 12th in K rate against right-handed pitching, but I think it was at 7 strikeouts against them earlier in the season, so he's done well against them. And this allows you to pair up with someone like Zach Wheeler, maybe, who's at 10K tonight. So you go with those two. I mean, the Marlins, that lineup, okay, Steve. The Marlins lineup is what? Their bottom three against right-handed pitching in OPS, ISO, and WOBA, and they have like the 5th highest K rate against right-handed pitching. So again, another K prop that I like, Zach Wheeler, is over 7.5 tonight. So those are your two starters right there. Boom, you're all set.
Eric, what side do you fall on here?
Yeah, I think it's not actually me being the coward for agreeing with Steve here. I think it's actually the reverse. I think Steve is a coward for agreeing with me on JT Brubaker.
Nice.
Because I
love that.
I talked him up in his last start. I've been talking him up basically everywhere I can. He was on half of my season-long teams this year because I liked him heading into the year because he was average or better at all three of strikeout rate, ground ball rate, and walk rate, just no weaknesses. If you look at the guys who did that last year in at least as many innings, it's basically a bunch of aces, Brubaker, and then also Nathan Eovaldi for some reason. And this year, all three of those are taking steps in the right direction, which is exactly what you want to see in a guy's second year. So I think his floor is incredibly high. He's had 14.8 or more DraftKings points in each of his starts this season. He doesn't have the highest ceiling, but I think that's totally okay because he's very consistently above average everywhere around. I'll also note, if you are going to pay up for somebody, I think Blake Snell is the guy I like. He's had some innings issues this year, but I think it's not very hard to go deep against the Rockies when you're not in Coors Field. So if you're going to pay up, that's the direction I'd go, but Brubaker is also my guy, not actually Steve's.
All right. Bukes, round 2. Fight. Infielder.
That was very good. That was a very good impression there. Let's go with
Thanks,
Javier
Mr.
Baez.
Snitch.
You're very welcome. Let's go with Javier Baez tonight. He's finally starting to cut down on the strikeouts, which absolutely plagued him during the month of April. Tonight, he gets a really favorable matchup against Patrick Corbin, who is expected to be activated off the paternity list and probably a little bit sleepy. You know, new baby in the mix. You're not getting a lot of sleep. How can you concentrate on the mound against this Cubs lineup? Baez against lefties has a 339 WOBA, 273 isolated power, and a 114 WRC plus on the year. This is a very good Cubs lineup against lefties. They have a lot of mashers in that lineup there. Javier Baez right in the middle of that should be in a prime start against Patrick Corbin, who has struggled even before the baby came. Now the baby's here. Now he's got to deal with all that, you know, pooping all over the place, throwing up all over the place. Now he's on the mound. He's going to have to concentrate and try to get out Javier Baez. Not going to happen like Baez tonight.
As a father of 2 puppies currently, I know what it is like to have kids pooping all over the place. Nick, where do you sit on this one, man? You going to put up your bukes and punch Steve in the face?
I'm actually just right now wondering what the exit velo is on his kid's crap right now. That's what I want to really know. But anyways, I can't fault anybody for targeting Patrick Corbin, of course, but I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm actually going to stay in Chicago, but I'm going to go to the South Side with Tim Anderson at 5.5K against Michael Pineda. And look, I know Pineda's had a good season, but does anybody remember what happened last time these two faced off? I'm pretty sure it was the first pitch leadoff home run for Tim Anderson. And that's not really out of an ordinary for him against Pineda, because he's got two doubles, and I believe it's 3 home runs or two home runs against Pineda this season. His career 9 for 15. And then you're going up against the Twins bullpen that has a 4.38 FIP, a 1.47 WHIP. I know that their FIP's a little bit lower than their ERA, but their regression is not going to be that significant.
All right, Eric, how do you feel about Steve's pick?
I admit I hadn't considered the poop analytics angle on this one.
Why I'm here.
But exactly. The best content. But I'm a little bit scared of Baez. You're basically locking in 2 or 3 strikeouts and hoping that he gets a homer in his other plate appearances, which, he does. That is what he does. But Corbin has been better in his last few starts. Maybe the baby poop ruins that. But I'm going to go with a different guy who's a risk because of his strikeouts, and that's Brandon Lau. He started off the year really slowly, 593 OPS, 58 OPS, still below last year's excellent numbers. But I think a repeat of last year was always pretty unlikely. I think the guy's pretty good all around, except for low average. He's only hitting 195, but a low 241 BABIP explains some of that. He's got the platoon advantage against Matt Harvey in a hitter-friendly park. I know everybody loved Matt Harvey's renaissance this year, but it's a renaissance to, okay, he's a real major league pitcher again, but a back-end starter on the Orioles. It's not a renaissance to, he's Matt Harvey again, not striking anybody out. If you allow a lot of contact in hitter-friendly park like they have in Baltimore, I think a guy like Lau can do damage.
Steve, is it true your kid's first words were WOBA?
WOBA and isolated power was number 2.
Okay, awesome. How about your outfielder, dude? Put up your bukes.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez. When we talk about hitters that are elite against lefties, I feel like his name isn't really in the mix, but quite frankly, it really should be. Since the beginning of last season, and we could even go back further than this, but even since the beginning of last season, 376 WOBA, a 257 isolated power, and a 139 139 WRC plus. He should be hitting cleanup tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez, who really hasn't gotten off to the best start so far this year. Home runs have been a little bit more of an issue than they have been for him in the past. And against this club, once again, another good hitting club against lefties. I think he's going to run into issues quickly against his club. So Hernandez in the middle of that should be able to do well tonight. Not really overly expensive either for his spot in the lineup. So I think Hernandez is a really good spot going up against Rodriguez.
Eric, what do you want to do? Fight on this one?
Hernandez was actually my second choice out of this group. So I definitely am not very strongly disagreeing with Steve here. The only thing is I like Eduardo Rodriguez a little bit more than he seems to. I think there's really good strikeout and walk numbers, and his underlying numbers suggest an ERA that's significantly better than his actual ERA, which is in the low 4s. My top pick is Shohei Ohtani. I always had some issues with the Babe Ruth comparisons for him, because when you think Babe Ruth is the first thing you think of really, he pitched some. No, it's that he hit everything out of the park. This year, I think Shohei Ohtani actually deserves those Babe Ruth comparisons because he's hitting everything out of the park. Just crushed one that was way out of the strike zone, way up high last night. Just demolished it. And that was his league-leading 13th homer. He's second in the league in barrel rate. He trails only Giancarlo Stanton, who famously hits the ball kind of hard. He trails only Stanton in max exit velocity. So I think that power is very real. I think the Babe Ruth comparisons are much more accurate this year than ever, and he'll get the platoon advantage against Zach Plesac, who suddenly stopped striking people out. And last year, that spike in strikeout rate kind of came out of nowhere compared to what he did as a rookie. So I think Ohtani's got a good matchup here and should keep being Babe Ruth tonight.
Okay, I have a fun fact about Babe Ruth that I learned over the weekend. At one time, Tampa had a downtown sports stadium named Plant Field, which would host spring training baseball games. It was here on April 4th, 1919, in a game between the Boston Red Sox and New York Giants that Babe Ruth hit his longest home run ever. Nick, do you know how long that home run was?
No, I don't.
It was 587 feet, according to records back in 1919. Anywho,
yes, okay.
I just figured I'd share that with you guys because it was mind-boggling for me. But do you agree or disagree with Steve's pick here?
I think that Steve has a great pick here with Teoscar Hernandez going against Erod, because if you look at the slate tonight, when you look at the matchups, Hernandez is one of 4 guys who has 3 or more home runs against the pitcher that they're facing, and he only did it in 15 at-bats. The other guy, of course, Tim Anderson, who I also like as well. But I want to help round out everybody's outfield. I have a good value play, but for right now, I'm going to save that for a second. And I'm going to go with Kyle Schwarber up against Zach Davies. Now, I mentioned Tim Anderson and Teoscar Hernandez both have 3 home runs against the pitchers that they're facing tonight. Schwarber has 4 against Zach Davies, and he has a career 914 OPS against him. And this is Davies is a guy who I feel pretty comfortable targeting in general. And then you got this whole revenge game type setting too, going up against the Cubs. I know we can't exactly quantify that, but we're also talking about baby crap on here and factoring that into plays. So I feel like you can kind of factor in a revenge game setting as well. So Schwarber at 4K against Zach Davies is my other outfielder tonight.
Guys, let's go very quick here on your last one. Steve, it's a value play.
It's a value play, and I hope that mac and cheese or the soup that you're, playing with off screen is going to be good. This is more of a recent form type of play with Josh Bell. Look, he came into the league. We had a slow start. You usually don't get Josh Bell this cheap. Now he's averaging 10.1 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 5 games, which includes a double, a home run, and 3 RBI. I think he's just simply been running into some bad luck lately. When you have a 53% hard hit rate and a 10% barrel rate on the year, better things should be happening for you. Josh Bell should be getting better. He's starting to get better. So this is just more of a salary play for me tonight.
Eric, yay or nay?
It's tough for me to recommend somebody who's got a 582 OPS, even if Bell has been better lately. It's just pretty shaky last year too. So I don't hate it, but I'd be pretty nervous playing him myself. I'm going to recommend a guy at the same position who has a 1750 OPS. Granted, it's in only 1 game, but Ji-Man Choi just came back from an injury and had a great first game. He only cost 300 more than Bell at the same spot. He's got a key spot in the lineup. He hit 3rd in his season debut, and he's going to get the platoon advantage against Matt Harvey, who I talked about previously. Just, even if he's a real MLB pitcher again, it's not a very good one, and it's at a very hitter-friendly home park. Ji-Man Choi crushes righties, career 260 hitter with a 481 slugging. I think that's a very good budget play at first base.
Nick, be quick.
I will. Adolis Garcia is only 3.5K tonight, and this guy has 11 home runs. He's 2 behind Ohtani, who leads the league, as Eric mentioned before. For me, this is my ultimate play of the night. He's going against Jameson Taillon. This guy gives up a home run every other night. Sometimes he gives up 2. And Garcia, he masters righties, lefties, 0.925 OPS against both righties and lefties. 6 home runs this month. He's the lock for sure for me.
Guys, it's oatmeal with blueberries. People ask me all the time, why am I so jacked? It's this every morning with
That's
a coffee.
Exactly what I think looking at that. Yeah.
Amen, babe. All right, cool. Gentlemen, you are bruised, not broken. Much love. We got NBA play-in picks right after this quick break.
Okay.
Okay, the NBA playoffs have yet to arrive, but the postseason is here. If that makes any sense at all. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Stan Sun, we need your play-in picks for tonight's 2-game slate. So side note here, whoever decided to make Wizards Celtics a 9 o'clock tip should be thrown in jail. Kenny, start me with our favorite DFS play from Hornets Pacers.
Good morning, Emerson. I really love Cody Zeller at 4,700 tonight, and here's why. The Pacers are second worst in rebounding rate this year. Domantas Sabonis, not a exceptionally physical player down low, a proficient post player. So I think that Cody Zeller here at $4,700 has been playing 27 minutes per game over the last 5 and 27 DK fantasy points per game over the last 5. I think that he's in a good spot here to capitalize on a poor rebounding team in Indiana that just hasn't done it all season long. He again should be out there for plenty of time here. I know that down the stretch minutes fluctuate, but the Hornets have shown a dedication to playing Cody Zeller, and he's actually had a really high usage rate at times as well this year. So he could even get involved in the offensive end. He's just missed a lot of time, but now he's healthy. He should be playing. I really like Cody Zeller tonight as a big value.
Stan, what about you, dude? What's your favorite DFS play in this Hornets Pacers game?
Yeah, I'm going to go all the way up top. Domantas Sabonis at 10K. He's the highest projected player on the slate for me, and he's 2.4K cheaper than Westbrook. He's a threat to triple-double in any game. He has 9 on the season. And since Miles Turner went down and he slid down to the center position, in 16 of those games, he's averaged 36.2 minutes, 21.5 points, 14 rebounds, 8.8 assists, and 1.4 in steals, which is an increase of 1.5 points, 2.7 rebounds, and 2.8 assists over the prior 47 games. Now, he's gone for at least 50 DK points in 9 of those 16 games, and he has 370 burgers. Now he faces a Charlotte team that boosts the fantasy points per minute to centers by 5.99% above the league average. And Kenny Ducey, he mentioned that Zeller's been getting some run, but they love playing PJ Washington at the small ball centers. So, during those shifts, Sabonis is going to be able to feast.
All right, what about your favorite bet in this game, Stan?
I wasn't crazy about any of the game line bets, so I settled on PJ Washington over 1.5 threes. Last night it was minus 113. Now it's a minus 121. It's a pace-up spot for Indiana. They play at the 5th fastest pace, so there's going to be more possessions. Over the last 16 games, he's averaged 6.8 attempts from downtown, and he's drained 2.8 of them. And the Pacers, they boost the three-point prowess to centers by 15.42% above the league average.
Okay, your favorite bet in this game, Kenny?
Yeah, get this, guys. Malcolm Brogdon, when he's on the floor this year, the Pacers have a 101.02 pace rating. When he's off the floor this year, a 104.92 pace rating. That is almost 4 whole possessions more. I really like the under here because I think Malcolm Brogdon is going to play. He's listed as questionable here, but he's been sitting a bunch. They've presumably been waiting for this moment to activate him and to really let him go, right? So I think that this total, it is a little low, and I think a lot of people are going to hammer that over for what San said. This team, the Indiana Pacers, they pushed the pace all season long, number 1 over the last 10 games, but the Hornets are just 31, 40, and 1 to the over this year versus Indiana, who's the best in the league. I think that they draw this pace down, and I think that Malcolm Brogdon draws this pace down if he plays. The other thing to consider here, guys, is both defenses have been exceptional down the stretch. They've improved. The Hornets have been bad all season long, but a 113 efficiency rating down the stretch gives me a little bit of hope here that they can play some defense. Indiana as well, top 10 in defensive rating over the last 10 games, despite the fact that this team lost Miles Turner. They were struggling mightily on defense. Both these teams have played some better defense down the stretch. We know the playoffs, bigger possessions, better defenses show up. I think that we get an under here.
All right, speaking of hope, Kenny, who gives you hope in this Wizards-Celtics game? Your favorite DFS play?
I guess I'm just chock full of the values here today, Emerson, because I really like Tristan Thompson at $4,800. Yes, Tristan Thompson, the same guy that got punked by the Warriors, and then after the game said, "You're not going to punk Tristan Thompson." This guy is playoff ready. He's been plenty of playoff games, won championships, and the Wizards were 19th in rebounding rate this year. That's the number one thing for me that I'm looking to attack in this game. The Boston Celtics, great rebounding team. Wizards, terrible rebounding team. He's been seeing 26 plus minutes per game. Robert Williams, he's playing in this game, or he's probable anyway, but he is banged up. How much is he going to play? Are they going to opt to play Robert Williams or Tristan Thompson, who has a lot of experience in these situations and has been playing really well for them down the stretch? I think it's going to be TT, and he's been a rebounding machine lately. Almost 8 rebounds per game over his last 7. I think he goes again towards 10 rebounds and has a solid game here to return you big-time value on $4,800.
Stan Son, your favorite DFS play for Wizards Celtics.
All right, Kenny and I are ebony and ivory, yin and yang today. He's going low, I'm going high. Going Bradley Beal, 9K. It's scary to fade Westbrook, just because he has the ability to put the most raw points on the slate, and his recent stretch has been, pretty historic. The ownership is going to be super high on Westbrook, and so here are the reasons why I'm looking to fade and pivot to Beal. Brad Stevens, I think he's a good coach, and the one series I go back to is there was a back-to-back game at the end of March against Milwaukee, and he basically schemed out Giannis out of that game. Giannis ended up with 35.5 and 33 DK fantasy points. I think he's going to do the same for Westbrook. And if you look at the 3 prior regular season meetings, I mean, that may have already been implemented. Westbrook went for 28.5, 42.75, and 47.25 DK fantasy points. In those games, Beal went for 50.75, 54.25, and 62.75 DK fantasy points. So, Westbrook, he's going to get his just because he contributes in so many categories. But if he scores, 45 to 50 DK points and Beal, matches or even exceeds that, you're going to be way ahead of the field, and especially with that 3,400 in salary.
What about your favorite bet in this game, Stan?
Yeah, it's all correlation for me. If I think Bradley Beal is going to get, more opportunities because, the defenses are going to focus on Westbrook. I'm going with the 3-point prop over 2.5. It's plus 147. On the season, I mean, the line makes sense because on the season, he's at 2.2 threes on 6.2 attempts. But, in the last 2 games, he's drained 3. In the 3 prior meetings with Boston, he went 4 for 9, 4 for 9, and 3 for 6. And on the season, the Celtics, they boost the 3-point shooting prowess to shooting guards by 3.02% above the league average. So, I just think that there's going to be more opportunities for Beal in this one because the focus is going to be on Westbrook.
Kenny, favorite bet, Celtics Wizards game.
Look, the Celtics were really terrible against the spread at home. 17 of 36 games they covered in. They were 33 and 38 and one push against the spread this year. They have been really struggling down the stretch. It actually appeared that their bench players were much better off than their starters when they almost beat the Knicks in the season finale. So they haven't covered all season long. There's no reason for me to believe they're going to start now. I know, new season, turn the page, whatever. Boston had a good defense this year, but I'll tell you who had a better offense down the stretch, and that was the Washington Wizards, who were 6th in offensive efficiency with a 118.1 offensive rating. I like the Wizards to win this game, so I think getting 2 points here on the DraftKings Sportsbook is a gift. I'm a little concerned that Bradley Beal says he's not 100%. I don't know if that's going to really affect him in this game, but Russell Westbrook might be able to do more than enough here to get them the win. I like the Wizards here, especially considering it's not a do or die game. The Celtics can lose this game and still make the playoffs. I think that might be in the back of their mind here. Their backs aren't necessarily against the wall. Wizards win this game. Give me the 2 points.
Okay, speaking of gift, your presence, you and Stan, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've got some NHL playoff games to gossip about right after this generic toss to our generic graphic. I like hockey. I love playoff hockey. I also love these two dudes together, RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. So, guys, Calgary and Vancouver still finishing up their seasons. That's at 4 o'clock today. But we got a 3-game main slate tonight for the playoff game. So that's what we're going to dial in and focus on here. Let's start on the wing. Nikita Kucherov returning for the Lightning in game 1 of their series against the Panthers and promptly put up 2 goals and an apple. You paying up for him tonight at 7-8, or is there a cheaper option on the wing you prefer, AJ?
Well, I think, compared to the rest of the field, he is significantly outpacing the way in terms of pricing. Pacioretty, who may or may not play, comes in at 7,300. Gensel is a full 1,000 less at 68. But I think you have to roll with Kucherov tonight. It's not just the points for me. It's the shots on goal at 5. It's the over 4 minutes of ice time with the power play. He's going to get a ton of opportunities here. And looking at the other top wingers, I honestly think he has the best matchup tonight against Florida. So for me, absolutely paying up for Nikita Kucherov tonight.
Yeah, game 1 was absolute fireworks between these two teams. Paul, what do you want to do here?
You know what? I'm shocked that my co-host didn't mention Penguin players, so I'm going to go that route. I don't feel the need to cover a lot of the favorites here, but I will make an exception for Jared McCann, who I've always called the Penn Swiss Army knife. He's played up and down the lineup all year long, has 7 points and 18 shots on goal in his last 10 starts. He could see a bump in ice time tonight, including power play minutes if Malkin can't go, and my partner will be crying his eyes out if that happens. But in the Florida State matchup, I'm expecting the Panthers to rebound from game 1 loss, so I'm taking Carter Verhaeghe to score for a 3rd straight game versus the Bolts tonight. He priced in at $5,600. And if you want to go big, I say go with Mark Stone. He's going to show why he's one of the best leaders in hockey. This team needs him to come up large to get that split in the home games before they travel to Minnesota. He's had 8 points in his last 10 starts and is primed for a big night in game 2 of this series, costing you $6,600 tonight.
All right, Paul, let's take a look at the center position. Islanders' J.G. Pajot also had a 3-point night in his game 1 matchup against Pittsburgh. So here we go. We're talking about Penguin guys now. 1 goal and 2 assists to go along with 5 shots on goal. He's cheap, 3.6. Would you rather pay up at center, though?
I might. And there's other cheap options in that price range, I would say. But I'm not expecting a repeat performance. I like the shots on goal rate for a guy like a Willie Karlsson for $5,000. He's had 12 shots in the last 3 games, 22 in his last 10 with 7 points along the way. He's the club's top scoring center this season. They need him to come up large tonight. I also like the Pens' Jeff Carter for $4,900. He may move up to the number 2 center slot if Malkin can't play tonight. He has 8 goals in his last 10 starts, averaging almost 3 shots on goal in that stretch when he was in the third line role much of the time. And finally, I like Alex Wenberg. If you want to go cheap, I say go with him, only $3,200. He's likely the guy to assume more playing time with Sam Bennett serving his 1-game suspension this evening, hoping to continue his recent hot streak, which has him 6 goals and 2 assists in his last 10 games.
All right, AJ, you're up.
Well, I think that price tag is so incredibly cheap. It is hard to pass up. You watched that game 1 of the series, and they really did, take it to the Penguins in the 3rd period. So I'm definitely considering Pajot here in that one. I think the fact of the matter is, Paul made some great recommendations that I totally agree with in Jeff Carter and Alex Wenberg because of their situational bump. I also think you look at, if you want to go Islanders to kind of fade Pittsburgh tonight, Matthew Barzal at 5,800 would be your pricey option. I think he's the best guy for them and could really lead the way if you want to fade Pittsburgh.
All right, guys. AJ, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook. What's your favorite over or under for tonight's playoff games?
Well, you have to give up a little bit of juice here at -106, but I think the Lightning versus Panthers at over 6 is a great spot to grab some value. Obviously, I preferred it a little bit earlier when it was at 5.5. But even with that bump, I think both teams have some offensive firepower. The Panthers are switching goalies to Chris Driedger tonight, so it's hard to know exactly what you're going to get there, though he did post a .927 save percentage in 23 outings this year, including 3 shutouts. So he's certainly a capable netminder. But with the change away from Bobrovsky, it's possible the Lightning could come out and put all 6 up on their own. So definitely taking the over in that one.
Paul, where are you going?
I am expecting another shootout in the Florida matchup where the teams combined 9 goals in game 1. We saw 7 from the pit New York Islanders matchup and only one from many in Vegas. The teams from the Sunshine State are running and gunning for each other, and I expect a repeat performance this evening. Defense is going to dominate the other two games. I would rather take the under in both those contests.
Paul, which team at plus money would you bet tonight?
Look, the only home dog among the three games is the Panthers at plus 112 on the money line, and I'm one of many who expected the series to go at least 6 games, guys. This is a must-win for FLA, and I say they do it. The Islanders are my number 2 pick as they're hoping to get that split with the Pens, and very happy, maybe satisfied even right now, while I think the Wild could be in for a long night against Vegas after stealing their opener.
All right, AJ, what about you?
Bad takes, what we've come to know Paul for.
Oh,
no, I mean, Minnesota at plus 143 is just such tremendous value, especially when you consider they came out on top in game 1. You know, we saw last season that Vegas, their offense completely dried up during the postseason, and it's happening again here. You got to feel for Marc-Andre Fleury, who gives up 1 goal on 30 shots, still gets saddled with the loss. They could switch to Robin Leonard tonight. They've been doing this one every other game thing for a couple months now. And if Pacioretty remains out, then I think you absolutely should be looking at Minnesota. But even if Pacioretty plays, even if Fleury gets a start, that value at plus 143 is just too good to pass up on.
AJ, let's wrap this thing up with your slate approved picks. So give me your favorite bet or DFS NHL play tonight.
You guys know I love the player props, and it worked out well last night, so I'm sticking with that spot. I'll take Nikita Kucherov at plus 133 to score a goal tonight, and I'll double down on that again at plus 175 to have 2 or more points. It didn't look like there was any rust on this guy at all in game 1. I mentioned those power play opportunities, and you just can't overlook that. So Nikita Kucherov to get me some solid value tonight.
Okay, Paul, bring us home.
You know what? I'm disappointed that AJ took a shot at me. I put his kids through school with some of the picks that I've made for him all season long here. I'll close it out by saying last week I gave you guys Josh Norris in this spot, and he came through with a game-winning goal in overtime tonight. I say Alex Killorn will be a key factor for the Lightning. He's a bargain on today's DFS board, priced at only $4,000, but plays on the ice in one of the Bolts scoring lines and maybe get additional power play time too this evening. I said that there'll be plenty of scoring in this series, and he's going to be part of it tonight.
All right, guys, really great work. It is a major week around the PGA Tour, it's the PGA Championship, and we've got our gorgeous golf gurus to talk about it coming up after this break. All right, the redheaded stepchild of golf majors is this week. We love it a little more, though, now that it is the number 2 major in the season. Here to discuss a little bit about it, 2 of my favorite human beings and dog dads, DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich and Sweet Reed T. Fowler. Price checking, dude. Who are your favorite golfers in the following price ranges? But first, we have a really fancy graphic. I need to remind everybody, major week means major prizes are up for grabs on DraftKings, and that includes the Fantasy Golf Millionaire Contest for this event. $3 million in total prizes. Hey, let me finish this. This is a professional read. I got to stick to script. One. $3 million in total prizes, with the winner taking home that $1 million top prize, as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final. That's going to go down next January. So that's in the year 2022. Find it right now in the DraftKings lobby. Listen to these guys while you fill out your lineups. I listen to them all the time. Reed, I'll start with you. You're on top of it today. You're about to hop on a plane and go to this tournament. You are special. You are better than us. Your golfer. Your golfer you're taking this week at 10K or higher.
I'm just gonna take all of them, Emerson. You know what? Just take all the guys above 10K. I think if your GPPs, I'm going Dustin Johnson. His record on Pete Dye courses over the last 50 rounds, whatever you want to call it, #1 in strokes gained total. Won the Travelers, did well the RBC. The guy's got an amazing track record at major tournaments. And if you take a look at some of the corollaries outside of the ones that are fairly obvious with Pete Dye courses, Whistling Straits comes to mind, Chambers Bay, some of these courses that are coastal. And he's done well, runner-up at this tournament, the PGA Championship, now 2 years running. It's just a matter of time before this guy wins a tournament like this. And this course might set up perfectly for him. And right now, the sentiment isn't it's back to where it kind of was, Jeff, when he shot those back-to-back 80s. Like, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson? So I like him for GPPs. If not cash games, I think you can't go wrong with John Rahm. I think he's the guy that if I'm playing cash games, I'm going Rahm.
Jeff, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson?
I honestly don't know, but I mean, Reed is right. Like the prices on Dustin Johnson and John Rahm this week are pretty ridiculous. And you could even start lineups with them. I mean, I think it would be unique. I think you're going to get low ownership for sure. To me, though, I look at this and I it's a major championship. I got to really emphasize recent form. And to me, the two guys who have the best recent form are Justin Thomas. Well, the three guys, Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, and Jordan Spieth. And the cheapest of them by far is Jordan Spieth. 10-1, compared to Thomas. He's even $800 cheaper than Dustin Johnson. Again, you look at the traditional PGA Championship venues, they're longer, and this one's long too, but they're just a little bit different. They're more open style, they're more bomb and gouge. This is just a classic Pete Dye design, and I think with the way Jordan Spieth is hitting it consistently off the tee, with the way his irons are firing, and with the around the green game, I would rather take the discount on Jordan Spieth than pay up for any one of these guys. Reed's right. John Rahm as a cash game play is like no-brainer at 10-5, but I think for me, the best overall play, and again, we're talking about the Millie Maker, and there's like two of them on the DraftKings lobby right now, so check those out. I prefer Jordan Spieth as a play.
Yes, Jeff, I have read the graphic with all the information already. How about Ulrich, 9K range? Who's your guy?
I mean, it was a little bit of an uneven read, so I just want to remind people.
I was interrupted. By one of you.
I'll take that. That's my fault.
Look, 9K. Again, we're talking about the Millie Maker here, people. We want to win money. So let's look for a guy who's really low sentiment here. And yeah, this one's probably going to make me look bad next Monday, I admit. But Patrick Cantlay at 9,000. Nobody wants to play this guy. 4 missed cuts in a row. Everyone is out on Patrick Cantlay. He really hasn't played that bad. I mean, he's barely losing strokes on approaches. He's just missed a few putts to basically miss cuts. He missed the cut on the number at this Heritage. He missed the cut on the number at the Wells Fargo. He makes the weekend there. He's probably more like 9,400. His betting price is probably in like the 2,500 range. This dude really isn't playing that bad. He's just had a few bad breaks. It does look like he's gotten in his head a bit, but a couple weeks off. We've seen players turn it around off a few missed cuts. We saw Dustin Johnson, like Reed said, shoot like 480s in a row and then win. We saw Paul Casey miss 3 cuts last year and finish second at this very same event at TPC Harding Park. I think for the Millionaire Maker, Patrick Cantlay is probably going to be around the 5% ownership range. That's certainly what he's projecting as. And I think he's going to bounce back here. He's got a great P-Dye record.
Go ahead, Fowler. You're up.
Yeah, that's a good call, Jeff. I don't think you're silly. I mean, you're talking about winning money. Yeah, like Cantlay, of course. Everyone can go back and sort of rely on the stats and say, oh, he's garbage because he hasn't done well. But he's one of the best players in the world. And like you mentioned, all it takes potentially for him is getting the putter right on the practice greens. And then he's gaining 4 or 5 strokes putting, and then he's in the top 5. And so that's definitely there. And when you talk about this range, too, the $9,000, even up in the 10, like the margins of just the difference between these guys is so razor thin. I personally like Xander, but Xander's always going to be popular when he's playing in a golf tournament, especially a major. So, the cash game, I feel confident in Xander at that number, just how well he's playing. But again, going GPPs, and if we want to win, if it's not Cantlay, I think it's Webb Simpson. Talk about a guy who plays well in this part of the country on these type of courses, and we think that he shouldn't play well along courses. This was the same type of thing narrative with him at the Masters, and he's done well there at Augusta National. He's withdrawn. Excuse me. He's withdrawn from the tournament. What was that, last week or the week before, Jeff? I can't remember, but with a neck injury. So that's a little concerning. But at the same time, if all things are good for him, if he's healthy, he's coming in at less than 8, 9, 10% ownership. Same thing with Cantlay. You got to get these guys in the low sediment and buy that when they're at the very lowest, because these guys can excel. And these guys can win these tournaments.
Yeah, Webb from the Wells Fargo, but
Wells Fargo, yeah,
really cheap, good price.
It's like he's having such a Webb Simpson type year too, like just racking up top tens and just staying under odds makers like radars. 8K Fowler, what's up, dude?
Yeah, this range is fairly interesting. I'm actually going to the Euros in this range, Jeff. I think my favorite of the bunch is Tommy Fleetwood at $8,200. Again, a player who does well. Maybe not going to win this tournament, but again, we're talking about GPPs. He doesn't have to win. If he wins, great, fantastic. Finally, Tommy Fleetwood, has really cemented himself as a guy who can play well in the States. He plays well on the European Tour, but when he comes over to the PGA Tour, just doesn't really pan out. He's another player who plays well in the wind. We know his Florida swing record. We know what he does at the Honda Classic at some of these courses, and he's a player that can go low when the conditions are rough. We've seen it time and time again. Tommy Fleetwood, at $8,200. If it's not someone like a Matty Fitzpatrick at $84, or even Tyrrell Hatton below Fleetwood. But I'm actually trying to target the Euros. Even though my boy Finau is there at 86, I'm probably going to fade him in place of the Euros, especially if the conditions get tough. Yeah, man.
Oh my God. I never thought I'd hear that. But that's a good point about the conditions. One we talked about yesterday in our Get the Green. Incredible episode of Get the Green yesterday. You guys can watch it over on YouTube. But go ahead, Jeff. 8K range.
Second best edition of Get the Green
yesterday. Nope, sorry, buddy.
Fantastic. The Euros and Fleetwood around 8K are very interesting. I think they have potentially the best, bang for the buck, just because I think Fleetwood and Hatton can both just go nuts in the DraftKings scoring here, which could be beneficial. But I'm just going to go with the chalk in this range, and that's Daniel Berger at 8,700. I went off the board in the 9K range. Let's bring it back home. A little bit more sanity in the 8K range. Berger is just playing insanely good golf. 8 top 10s over his last 21 starts on the PGA Tour. The approach game is working. I love the fact this dude hits fairways and hits it long. Maybe he doesn't hit it as long as Bryson, but he hits fairways. He's a solid driver off the tee. He's not going to have trouble with any of the lines here. He's 3 top 10s in his last 4 starts on Pete Dye Designs. He's just rolling right now, and I think this is a great opportunity. A little Southern Coastal course for Daniel Berger. He's already won on a coastal course at Pebble Beach this year. He's playing with confidence. He just seems to be coming right in under the radar, and I think for this price, he's way too cheap.
All right, guys, 7K or below. Need you to be quick here, according to our producer, Jeff.
Hey, give me Paul Casey here. Coming off a great start at the Valspar. Again, this dude just doing everything right now. Really straight off the tee. Great on approaches, long irons. He's going to set up really well for this course.
Sweet T.
Yeah, 2 guys. Abraham Anser, $7,900. Great Pete Dye player. And then $7,200 is Harris English, a player who plays extremely well at this part of the country. Has been playing a lot better. So those 2 guys in the 7,000s for me.
All right, everyone watching right now, come up with your PGA Championship golf questions. First round is on Thursday. These 2 will return around 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream today for a Tuesday edition of Get the Green, everyone's second favorite edition of Get the Green each week. We continue to fight over Reed T. Fowler because we love him that much. Enjoyed the tournament as well, Reed. We're going to wrap up the show here with some NFL over-under after this.
Hey there, Simland. Good to see you again. Stream all day long. Just stream all day long here in the Dream Stream with us. This right here, it's Sim number 2 of a half dozen on this Dream Stream day. It's good to be with you. Zach Thompson back for number 2 on his day. Adam Kaufman, this is the first for me. I got another one a little bit later on, a little break in between. We'll get into some of that stuff. But ZT, Professor, how are you, man?
What's up? What's up? How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been
busy.
It feels like it's been a day and a half. It's only 2:00 Eastern time. How's the?
And you're gonna be up late, man. You're gonna be up late with the little basketball tonight, huh?
Stupid game doesn't even start till 9:00. I mean,
Yep.
what are we doing? What are we doing, NBA?
What are the chances that you fall asleep before the end of the game?
No chance. But
That's what I thought.
But no, not only will I be up the entire Celtics game, I will be up hours after it ends. You know, thinking about
Stressing.
how it ended and why it ended and how I feel about it, which I still don't know how I feel, which we were just talking about a little off air. Maybe we'll spend the next, hour discussing.
I was gonna say it might come up. Yeah.
Yeah,
But before that,
come up, please. How was the first sim of the day?
it was decent. It was decent. It was the Panthers and the Vikings. We had Mr. Jefferson with 2 touchdowns for Minnesota. First ever multi-touchdown day for him, but the Panthers won. So
I'm told this is what happens if you don't know or if anyone doesn't know. Whenever you're not on a sim, but something noteworthy comes up in a sim, you tend to get alerted to it. Maybe it's by a member of the staff, maybe it's just by a member of the DK Sim fam, and
happens all the time.
Yeah, and I was told that there was a technical malfunction of sorts where the graphic popped up saying Emerson was me. I think we probably reacted to it the same way that the other would have. But I don't say this to call out our great graphics team. I say it because I'm told the chat had a lot of fun with it.
They did. They did. Yep. It's true.
I can only imagine. So the Matt Matinee, it's my son's birthday, but I'm still here with you free roll, which is true.
Hey, thank you. Happy birthday, buddy.
Been a busy morning. Thank you. I'll pass that along to him post nap, which is why I'm sliding in now as I am.
Hey,
What's your lineup looking like for the Raiders and Browns?
Yeah, so I actually built my lineup once and then forgot to save it, so I had to rebuild it. So whatever happens, the first lineup was perfect, right? Like whatever happens, it's always the first lineup had all the right players in it.
Sure.
I ended up with Ruggs in the captain spot. Actually tried a few different things there, but that's the way I went. I love his upside, and this Brown secondary, yikes, it's not good. So that's good for Ruggs. Mayfield in my lineup as quarterback with Landry and Kareem Hunt on the Cleveland side. And then on the Vegas side, joining Ruggs, I have Waller and Jalen Richard. So I have both third down running backs.
So obviously, I don't know how this is all going to play out. You know, we build our lineups, we hope for the best.
Yep.
I really like my lineup, though. So I hope that means good things as we are just getting underway. The Browns virtual Cleveland with the ball first. There's a nice completion and a first down pickup. OBJ, Odell Beckham Jr. for 25 from Baker Mayfield. And you know what? Off to a good start because I've got them both. Rashard Higgins is my captain. He is captained by about 7% of people in our
You have Higgins
contest.
quite often.
I do. I like captaining Higgins because he's always so cheap. So I can pay up at other spots, and it's not like the guy never delivers. Now, is the delivery maybe a little inconsistent? Sure. You know, you're taking some degree of a flyer on a guy who's only $7,800 in the captain spot. But I feel good about him. He's in about a third percent of lineups. Around of that, I've got Baker Mayfield, as I mentioned. I've got OBJ, and I've got Austin Hooper, who has been there's no correlation. Every sim is a snowflake. Say it all the time. But he has been hot fire of late in Simland, so decide to go with them. And then on the Raiders side, I have just a couple guys, Darren Waller and Tyrell Williams.
Okay, so no Ruggs for you, and
no Ruggs, no Carr, no Nick Chubb.
Yep, Chubb in the backfield now. Interesting. So I don't have your captain, and you don't have mine. So very little overlap from that perspective. I don't have that guy either. OBJ with his second catch of this opening possession.
Just two throws from Baker Mayfield, both in the direction of OBJ. He's got 32 yards. He's Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. We've got TL. Tara Lynn is our producer.
Drew is our technical director. Kyle and ops. Kyle and I just, man, we got some stuff going on later on tonight. Me, the Celtics fan, him, the Wizards fan. The play-in game coming up tonight. If anyone has not noticed, by the way, I was a little, like I said, I've been running around all morning as Nick Chubb, good run out to almost the 15, gets to the 17, 2 for 20 for him. So I was a little late to create the last-minute NBA contest, although I guess more traditional to the name, because it is more last.
You still have plenty of time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you got a ton of time, but more last minute than had I created it 3 hours ago, let's say, as I typically do.
True.
That is available for you in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby. It is the usual 75 person. It is payout to the top 15. The one change today, because I figured, hey, why not? Let's live a little. It's the play-in tourney. Just a
did you do it?
Just a 2-gamer. It is $2 as opposed to
$1.
I know. That means all your prizes, if you finish in the top 15, doubled, folks.
Man,
I hate
that's one of those. That's one of those high rolling ones now.
I know.
Oof.
I hate this. I hate a 2-game slate. Just in general, I hate a 2-game slate because you are going to have. I mean, obviously in a 75-person contest, there'll be more, but generally speaking, around the lineups that do well, there's going to be so little differentiation as Chubb gets himself into the 6. So first down pickup, first and goal on the way for Cleveland. Like, you're going to have a multitude of lineups that are one guy apart. And I hate that. I don't like that. That's less fun for me.
Yeah, two is a short. I mean, that's short. I play them for sure, but yeah, I think, and we've talked about this before. Perfect size for me is about 5.
Yeah,
but
not to mention don't rush to set your lineups now with what's going on in Indiana.
Oh man, yeah, the Pacers going to have a team
for that team tonight.
Yeah,
their injury report basically says
Goga?
We don't care about winning this game.
Is Goga going to play? I think we're clear on that, right? TJ McConnell? Is this the big TJ McConnell game?
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Second and goal. I can run it down for you folks if you haven't been paying attention to it. It's just wacky.
I mean, Levert's the big one, right? I mean, regardless of
touchdown.
Hey, he's in my lineup, and he's in that end zone, doing some work, doing some jackhammering there. Celebrating that touchdown. 3rd down back, first carry of the day. Good for 6.
You have got, just to look at it real quick.
Let's do it.
Let me see.
It's a lot of fun. Levert's the big one. Well,
yeah, Levert's
obviously. While you find it, I'll just say
Brogdon,
Levert has been the one guy who's been playing.
Aaron Holiday, questionable. Lamb, out. Levert, out. Turner, out. Warren, out. Sabonis, questionable. Sumner, questionable. Lots of questions with that lineup right now.
And Levert was the one guy who's been playing for them, and Levert and Sabonis. Levert obviously carrying a lot of the work in the backfield or the back court there, and now dealing with now in the health and safety protocols, and will be out even if they were to advance. Shams Charania of the Athletic, 10 to 14 days. So not good for him. I mean, or the Pacers. Do you think they have? I mean, let's say best case scenario for them: Sabonis plays, Brogdon plays.
Yep.
Do they have a chance to beat the Hornets? Not that the Hornets are that great, but
no, Hornets are all sorts of banged up too.
Correct.
I mean, I guess if
I mean, I think if Sabonis or Brogdon are out,
I think is going to win that game. I think I'd
Sabonis
Charlotte,
is the key.
But he's absolutely the key. I think
if Sabonis is out, it's
I don't feel good about it.
Right.
7-0 here in Simland, by the way. Cleveland on top. Raiders getting the ball. In fact, let me see. Now I wonder how close that. It's a 2-point spread. Indiana's favor, and that's obviously prior to knowing how all these injuries are going to play out.
Right. And that is a tough one.
Same line on Boston and Washington with the Celtics favored at home.
It sucks because Levert was really playing well for them too. I mean, not that I don't think anybody had Indiana getting through the play-in and winning a series or anything,
No.
but if LeVert is healthy, they would definitely be my pick over Charlotte. With LeVert out.
Sorry, I was just going to say, that's the real tease of this thing, right? Like the play-in tournament, just to talk about the play-in tournament in greater terms, I don't, personally, I don't love it. I just think enough teams, it's not like the wild card in baseball. In the NBA, NHL, NFL to a slightly, lesser degree, but increasingly so as they've added playoff spots, but in particular, focusing on basketball and hockey.
All right.
Half the league, a little bit more than that, makes the playoffs anyway. But the NBA is obviously just so concerned about the years of the tanking phenomenon, and not players, not coaches, but front offices.
Oh, boy.
My goodness gracious, breaking the tackle. He gone! Josh Jacobs with a touchdown. 52-yard score.
He just ran the Browns secondary over.
Derrick Henry?
Just plowed through the net. Bulldozer superstar trait on full display.
Yeah,
the highlights started a little bit late there, but he just annihilated a couple. Here we go. See ya.
But anyway, to the point, and good for Josh Jacobs.
LeBron celebration.
Take a look at our standings in a moment and everything. But
the LeBron celebration in Cleveland.
Somehow we're only halfway through this first quarter still.
More time to talk basketball.
Yeah, the play-in tournament, I just think enough teams make the playoffs to begin with. Yeah. Do we really need to, incentivize 2 more clubs in each conference to compete for a spot in the postseason, just to obviously, hopefully, do away with teams bottoming out? And obviously that's what the league is going for, not to mention ratings and having games matter at the end of the year. And there's no question, there is no arguing that the first year of this experiment, in terms of down the stretch of the regular season, successful, no doubt about it. The league benefited from it. People seem to, I don't know how players or coaches felt about it, but certainly fans seem to enjoy it. And I have to imagine the ratings were there as well. But in the East, whether it's the banged up Celtics, who are largely, as healthy as they've been all year, except for obviously not having Jaylen Brown, the banged up Hornets, the banged up Pacers, and, the Wizards, who you got 2 of the best players in the league, but it's just not a good team. Like, Russ is Russ, Beal is Beal, but it's not a good team. Among those 4 teams, 2 of them are going to advance to face, the Nets and the Sixers. And I find it very hard to believe, and we'll see if in a couple weeks I'm wrong about this, but I find it very hard to believe, as I sit here right now, that any of these 4 play-in tournament teams that we're getting ready to watch are going to win in the first round. So I think you're what's that?
You're saying tonight's 4 teams.
Tonight's, well, not tonight's, but tonight's, because tonight's all East, right? So yeah, tonight's.
Yes.
I don't think any of tonight's teams are going to win in round 1. Now the West is more interesting.
I was going to say, great. Now that we've wrapped that up, and I do not disagree with you on those 4 teams, let's turn the page, because the Western Conference totally different.
Well, totally different, maybe. Here's why. If you just operated on the standard format, if there was no change, you have the Lakers and the Warriors in the playoffs. It's not like one of them is the 9 and another one is the 10, and they're trying to create these upsets and escape. Let's say the Warriors beat the Lakers in that first play-in game. You going to tell me LeBron's not going to will his team to the playoffs with a win in that next game? I'd be shocked. I would. Now, I don't necessarily feel as confident about Steph doing the same thing, but I would be floored if LeBron isn't in the playoffs, whether that's beating Golden State or whether it's winning in that second opportunity. But if this thing
against the winner of Memphis and who's the other? Memphis and
slip my mind. Hang on. And San Antonio.
San Antonio, yeah.
So but if this thing goes chalk, based on what the seeds are entering this situation, you are going to have the Warriors and the Lakers both in there. Now, could either of them win a series, 1-8, 2-7? Absolutely. but they would have been in the
100%.
playoffs to begin with. So the play-in tournament at that point in time doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The only way that this play-in tournament becomes more interesting, I guess, is if you have the Spurs or Grizzlies or Pacers or Hornets
yeah,
win a first-round series, or at least be like really competitive,
I-
where they're not
I
blowing out
don't-
of the water.
I don't know that I agree with that because I think it's already made it more interesting.
Okay.
I think it's already made it more interesting in the delineation between the 6 and the 7. Because we went right to the end of the season caring about whether Portland and LA got 6 and 7 because
Fumble. Raiders got it. Sorry.
fumble. Because that really mattered. There's a whole nother layer if you're the 7 seed that you have to go through. And whether they win the first game or win the second game and become the 8 seed, the Lakers are going to have to work harder. And for a team that has the pedigree that the Lakers have, but we're not really sure about the health, and they're coming off a short offseason, I think that extra round makes it more interesting. And it kept the battle for that 6-7 spot. For example, in the East, unless you were really dialed in, the 4-5-6 race in the East wasn't that compelling, right? Like, it was just seeded. Who cares? But when one team has to play an extra round, then it makes a big difference, right? Like the 6-7 in the West, right up until the last night of the season, we were, are the Blazers going to win and wrap this up, or can the Lakers win and sneak into that next? And part of that I get is that it was the Lakers, right? Like the fact that there's so much star power on that now 7 seed going into the play-in tournament makes this an outlier, right? Because you're not normally going to have a 7 seed like that. You're normally, and quite honestly, you're probably not going to have a 7 seed like the Celtics very often. You're going to end up with 7 seeds more like, the 8 seeds this year, right? Flawed team.
True.
But I think it makes it.
Congo Cab agrees with you. Congo Cab says, but the intention of the league was to have games competitive the whole season, and it's worked. It's not really about the play-in tournament itself.
I think the play-in tournament brings a level.
True.
I think the play-in tournament itself brings a level of drama as well. So that, I can't wait for LeBron Steph tomorrow. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Tonight's 2 games, I will watch them. If it was game 1 of the series tonight, let's just say game 1 of the series is tonight, and it's 8v1, 2v7. I'll catch him, I'll watch him, whatever. But I'm not as locked in as I am at first sudden death. Now, is it a little gimmicky?
Well, it's a March Madness feel to it.
Exactly. But I'm okay with it because it does penalize the teams that didn't do as well during the regular season. The one thing I think that the play-in tournament is getting a lot of credit for that it should not get credit for is it really didn't do much for tanking. Did you see the teams at the bottom? Like, the teams at the bottom
bottomed out.
And they were going to tank, right? Like, it didn't stop tanking.
You can't stop us.
And nobody that was on the fringe of that was like, well, we would tank and really suck, but we might get the 10 seed. No, there was no team that was kind of halfway in between and decided to stay. The Spurs, nope, they really didn't. They got the spot, but it wasn't like they were going to be awful because they don't do that. That's not really their and the Thunder are going to do that no matter what you do. So I don't think that the play-in tournament really did anything for the tanking issue. I still think that's a problem. What it did sort of address, I think, is the propensity of the large chunks of the regular season not to matter for seeding. And I think that it fixed. I don't think it fixed tanking because we still had the Thunder doing Thunder things.
I don't feel this way about I don't feel this way about the Warriors because Steph largely played this year. He's in the MVP conversation, leading scorer, all that stuff. But for the Lakers, where I guess I just don't get excited about the whole extra round stuff like you're talking about, whether it's 1 game, 2 games, leading them into the traditional first round, obviously, is they manage their players, in particular, obviously LeBron and Davis. They manage their stars for this all season long. Like they weren't they weren't chasing the 6 or the top 6. They did, even as it became apparent down the stretch that they needed to, they didn't start doing it. It was,
you don't think that LeBron played the 2 games of the season? You think he plays both sides of that back-to-back if there's not a playing time?
No, but there's a difference between playing like the final 2 games, like you said, versus playing the last 5. You know what I mean?
True.
So I think they pushed
but it does impact them.
They pushed it as long as they possibly could before they had to get him out there, or he felt he had to be out there, however it played itself out. And, just to try and avoid that thing, obviously, ultimately, they couldn't.
Right.
Real quick, there was one in the chat. Sandor says, if I'm saying that right, says, my guess is you guys never talk hockey because you don't know hockey. Watched the Bruins last night. You want to talk about it?
I did. I watched it as well.
What do you want to get into, Sandor? What's your question?
We're listening.
Says, what's up, Koff? Simland, Professor Z? Where you boys been? Is this a dream?
It's a dream stream, but that's about it.
That's right. That's where dreams come true. Hit that like button, by the way.
Hey, hot off the presses here as we continue through this sim. Just in, weather for tomorrow's games is now officially locked in.
Oh, so boy. Hang on.
We can go through.
Jacobs, no, stopped at the 1. He was bidding for number 2. We'll see if he gets there. Go ahead.
Titans at Seahawks tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the rain. Lions and Bucks in the rain at 2. Falcons and Jets. I think I'm on that game at 4 o'clock. Is it with you?
Good question.
I don't remember. Falcons and Jets at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I've got the 2 and the 4 tomorrow.
So we have the high-flying Falcons and the high-flying Jets in the wind. So that could be
Jacobs is in. Second touchdown for him.
At 4 o'clock. 6 o'clock, Jags Bills is in the snow. 8 o'clock, Broncos Ravens is in the rain in Baltimore. So Lamar Jackson running in the rain against the Broncos. Nice matchup there. And then we get the Packers and the Chiefs in a rematch from last week. Very good game last week. That was a fun one. In the snow in Green Bay. So that should be a good end to tomorrow's slate. So once again, it's Titans, Seahawks rain, Lions, Bucks rain, Falcons, Jets wind, Jags, Bills, snow, Broncos, Ravens, rain, Chiefs, Packers, snow. As soon as we are done with this sim, I will update the Madden Stream info page where you will be able to find all of that.
Fidelis here.
Or you can talk and I'll do it now.
Fidelis here. You feel free to go right ahead if you want to. I can ramble. Fidelis in the chat said just prior to that Jacobs run, says QB sneak. We've talked about this before in the Sims, maybe even with you. I don't recall, but it probably was with you because you're so in tune with all things Madden. Yeah, I mean, like Madden from 20 to 21 has done a lot of things that I love, like the more aggressive AI in terms of these computer on computer, guys reaching for that extra yard, or just some of the different things like that. There have been a bunch of different things. I've been talking about it for a while. I want that QB sneak play to be part of the simulations. I want to see some of that in Madden 22. If there are any programmers out there listening, because I'm sure a lot of people, I'm sure you're designing Madden with companies that do thousands of computer on computer simulations in mind. Give us some more QB sneaks. That's what I want.
You want the Brady play?
I want the Brady play. I'd love it.
All right.
Sandor says,
I want the Brady play,
just
and
like to
I
hear
want
you guys
the
talk hockey. That's all. Well, here's what I will tell you, Sandor. As Kyle, who again, Kyle and Ops, not a Boston fan at all right now. Very much a Washington fan. So he doesn't want to talk Caps, Bruins. He doesn't want to talk Wizards, Celtics necessarily. Maybe he will tomorrow, but right now it's hard to say. We got quite a rivalry here, nation's capital in the Commonwealth of Mass, where America's heart lies. That's what I like to say. Probably not how a lot of you out there in the chat feel. But look, there is no better, but just general thought, Sandor or anybody else, there is no better playoff than the Stanley Cup playoffs. There is that's how I feel. I don't know if Zach agrees, but that's definitely how a lot of people feel. It's just I like the NBA playoffs and I love the NBA, but generally speaking, more predictable, like talent wins out more often than not. Very rarely are you going to have a champ that doesn't have at least one, if not more than one, superstar level player, because again, talent wins out. More often than not in the NBA, the chalk wins. Plus, in the NBA, you really don't, and whether it's because you don't see it or just because it can't be done, you don't see players really take their games to another level throughout, like consistently through a series. One game, one quarter, sure. But like over the course of an entire series or an entire postseason, there's just only so far basketball can kind of ratchet itself up to the next level. Hockey, totally different. Totally different. The Stanley Cup playoffs and the regular season, apples and oranges. And it's not, I'm not attacking players for like, you care more in the playoffs. Because that's not what it is. It's just there's an extra level of intensity. It's more physical, it's more demanding, it's more desperate, it's more, dirty goals, it's more crashing the net, it's more second chances. It's more laser focused than the the regular season is, or in many ways than other sports are, across an entire unit, across an entire team. And you can have in the NHL, like you can have an 8-1 and it's not shocking. You can have an 8 seed win the Stanley Cup and it doesn't blow your mind, because we've seen it with whether it was like Tim Thomas or Jonathan Quick or some other guys in recent years as well, where you just like a goalie can go on an insane run and in large part carry his team to a championship. It doesn't it doesn't work that way, obviously. And like a quarterback is the most important player, despite what Kenny Ducey will tell you. A quarterback is the most important player on a football field, but the QB cannot alone win a championship for you. I mean, it plays a huge role. But yeah, he can't. He's not out there like catching all the balls too. He's not out there doing the blocking. He's not out there playing defense. It's a totally different sport. Your last line defense, obviously, in hockey is your goaltender. And as long as you get some level of offense in front of him, a goalie can win you a cup. And yeah, NHL playoffs are unbelievable, Sander.
Yep, there. I agree with you as far as they're better playoffs than NBA. The one that I think I enjoy more is actually Major League Baseball. I'm a huge baseball fan. And I enjoy the drama and how that just feels very ratcheted up there, and much more like you get the pace of it, right? You get like this at bat is huge. This at bat is huge. It's stars versus stars. I mean, it can really build up a little bit more. Where hockey, it's just all action all the time, which is great.
Right.
If so.
Another thing too, by the way, just kind of related to that, like in hockey, is we have a touchdown here, and my captain, Rashard Higgins. Yeah, buddy, good to see you. Cleveland about to tie this thing up before the half. It's just another big difference is in hockey, you will see officials swallow their whistles more in the postseason. Right. In the NBA, that just doesn't happen. NBA officials always want to be part of the story.
Always, only every time.
Yvonne says to watch your crazy NFL March Madness best play. I'm not even including March Madness. I'm talking about the pros. March Madness is just, it's unbelievable, and it's a thing of its own. Like, it's an entirely different entity. I'm talking about just the pros. And I will take the Stanley Cup playoffs over the NFL playoffs. I will. In terms, you can't beat the one and done format for sure. But if those best of 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs are exhilarating.
Yes,
they are. I mean, you see, obviously we've seen it in the Bruins and Cap series, the first 2 games going overtime. Like, what is better than a Game 7 in overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs? The NFL can't do that. It just can't. It's a different game. It's a different sport. It can't produce that.
True. It's true. It is so different, though.
So different. But sorry to cut you off before.
That's okay. I don't remember what I was going to say. I'm sure it was good.
Kyle saying when I was talking about players not ratcheting it up to the next level. Kyle says, until this year, when Westbrook drops the first ever quadruple double average in a playoff series. So what would it be, steals or blocks?
No, it was turnovers. Sorry, Kyle. Sorry.
Kyle.
That was me. Okay, I did it. I'm sorry.
Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, we got Tara Lynn, Drew, Kyle. Go ahead.
I think March Madness is totally different. I think it belongs in its own category. I think it is probably the most exciting to watch. I don't think it is the best way to get a champion. I mean, the best team doesn't ultimately win.
Right.
A lot of times, it's fun.
And you can say that about football as well, by the way.
And you could say the same. Yeah, I think it's obviously fewer rounds, so you have fewer chances for that crazy upset to happen. And the home field advantage plays a big part in that. Whereas the NCAA tournament gets rid of that and just has everybody on the neutral floor.
I just mean
Waller with a big boy catch over the middle there. I think he was interfered with as well, but or maybe he did the interfering.
If we were to go back through, maybe it'd be a fun exercise if we feel like it. If we were to go back through, even ignoring other teams in the playoffs that get upset, just the champ and the runner-up in the last 10 Super Bowls or 20 Super Bowls, I bet you will find multiple examples where you feel the better team was the losing team. Now, obviously, it wasn't on that day, and that's all that matters. But very rarely does that happen in a series, especially in basketball. But, I think that's, you can make that case in hockey as well, where over the course of a series, the better team will win because they'll be carried by their better players like a goalie. Now, baseball's different because, you might have a dominant offense, but you run into the wrong pitchers, over the course of a best of 5, best of 7, totally different situation.
Yep. I don't know. I'm looking back at these. I think it's probably 75% of the time better team wins.
Okay. I agree more often than not, but 75% is enough of my point right there.
I mean, I'm looking back. I mean, is it too soon to look back at this last year's Tampa, Kansas City?
I would say it's too soon.
Too soon, right? Because we don't know.
I think if we see Tampa come out this year with the exact same team and flop, which I don't think it will,
Right.
but if we see that, you might view last year's team differently. But if they go out and win 14 games this year in Brady's second year in the system, you might view last year's team as being even better than whatever you think of it right now.
And the same thing with the Chiefs, right? If the Chiefs come out and struggle this year, will we see that as more of a start of a downturn instead of just a one bad game where they didn't have any offensive line? So Let's throw that one out. Chiefs 49ers the year before, better team won. Patriots Rams the year before that, better team won. Eagles Patriots, do we need to? Eagles.
I think we know the better team lost.
I think so, right?
Nick Foles and company better that day, absolutely, but not the better team.
No,
it's like saying like the 18-0 Patriots losing to the Giants. Well, the better team won. No, the better team on that February evening won,
right?
But not the better team.
No, right. So that's one so far that we found where a better team lost. Patriots Falcons.
Yeah, better team won.
Broncos Panthers, better team won. This Peyton Manning's year. Not that he was the reason they won, but that defense was outstanding. Patriots Seahawks is a little tricky.
Yeah.
2015.
Yeah,
that's probably
I don't
two
remember
very
what
close
the spread
teams.
on that game was, but you could have gone either way for sure.
Seahawks Broncos. That's the year the Seahawks defense was just unreal. 43-8 blowout. I think better team won that year.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens 49ers. That's the Harbaugh Bowl. Ravens beat the 49ers. What do you think? Close.
Real close. I feel like the Niners, without remembering the standings, I feel like the Niners were the better team that year. But I don't. I remember more about the Super Bowl than I do the seasons.
Right. That's the one where the lights went out, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come back to this, but so far we've only found one for sure, and we're back to 2013. But it's halftime, so let's hit some stats and then we'll come back to this.
Good amount of offense here in this one, virtual Cleveland. 17.
Yeah, look at this.
Vegas in front.
The quarterbacks combined are 21 for 22 passing, which is very nice, right? Only one incomplete pass.
From Baker, who is pacing for a bonus.
Yeah, 150 yards. Derek Carr, 11 for 11, 90 yards, off to a strong start. And the running yards are good. Jacob, 66 yards to go with his 2 touchdowns. Kareem Hunt has 20 yards and a touchdown. Chubb does not have a touchdown, but he does have 43 yards. So together, the Browns running backs have 63 yards, which is right on pace with what Jacobs has on the other side. As far as receiving, Waller, 4 catches for 39, and Beckham, 4 catches for 58 are your 2 leaders there. Austin Hooper, who is on your team, you mentioned he came in hot, 2 catches for 52 yards there. And then your captain, Rashard Higgins, 1 catch, 14 yards, and a touchdown.
Made it count. So right now, and stats are still being updated by our man Kyle, manual scoring obviously, but as things sit at this moment, I'm just climbing. I don't even want to interrupt, as like Kyle's process, give you some false score. I can tell you, Joe C999 is currently in front by percentage points over Cobain. I'm 25th. What about you? Where's Z Thompson hanging out?
Not in a good place right now. I am 104.
Okay, out of the
Ruggs
138.
Ruggs just 1 catch for 7 yards, not helping me. I do not have either of the RB1s either. I have the third down back. So I have Hunt's touchdown, but I don't have the touchdowns from Jacobs. And he's really the guy who's gone off to this point in the game and is the differentiator in those top lineups. 1.6% in our smaller group have him in that captain spot, but they're actually not leading. The team that is leading, as you mentioned, Kareem Hunt is the captain. Joe C999. The team that has Jacobs in the captain spot already up to 30 points there is currently in 6th.
So the guru says in the chat, best team hardly wins every year. NFL has the best parity, which I will not disagree with. I completely 1000% agree with that statement. The NFL among the major professional sports, or the big 4, if you will, no intended disrespect to hockey, but I'm looking at it through the lens of the United States. Obviously,
isn't hockey in the big 4 though?
Or I'm sorry, soccer. I didn't mean disrespect. Soccer.
Okay.
Yes, hockey is in the big 4.
Okay. I was like, don't mean
I'm very tired, Zach. It's been a long morning.
I'm sorry, man.
I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
sleep much last night. For goodness sakes.
I'm confused.
Yeah, there's no doubt there is better parity in the NFL than there is across baseball, hockey, or basketball in the playoffs, or in general, regular season as well. But do you believe, and this, kind of a broad question for any of you.
Look at this.
Do you believe that the NFL produces, even with the parity, the most compelling postseason? I just think that the Stanley Cup playoff games are infinitely more exciting games than what you get in the NFL postseason. Like at least
part of it too, and
more often than not.
Right, and I don't know which side of the argument this goes to, so it's more of just a statement. Part of it too is the NFL playoff days are such appointment viewing, right? Like when I know it's championship weekend or the Super Bowl or the Super Wild Card weekend, which was awesome with 3 games on Saturday and 3 games on Sunday. Like I know that for that day, I am watching football. I'm locked in, and that is what I am doing. NHL, there's just so many more days of playoffs, right? Like so. Yeah. While the NFL concentrates on that one day, and it's huge for that one day, the NHL does spread things out a little bit more over weeks, and you don't know always, unless it's Game 7, obviously, when that big game is going to be.
I also maybe this is more me than it is you or anybody else. I don't know. I mean, everyone's got their own opinion on this. I think as much as I thoroughly enjoy the NFL playoffs, March Madness, all of it, but for entertainment value, well, I'm excluding March Madness. Like I said, that's an animal all its own. Yeah. For entertainment value, I I really like a series. I really like that format. I like the built-up hatred between teams and players over the course of a series. You see it more obviously in hockey, basketball as well, more so than baseball, because baseball among those three is obviously the less physical sport, but I like the passion and the intensity and all that comes along with the series, and like your house, my house, your house, my house, your house. I like all that comes along with a series. That really entertains me, and to the point that you were just talking about, I like there being games almost every night or every other night, as opposed to the once a week and then you got to wait a week, or in some cases 2 weeks. Like, let's go, let's keep the momentum going.
So you like these sims where it's just like one after the other after that?
So you kidding me? 6 in a day, 42 in a week? Somebody in the chat said earlier, like, you guys should just do a series, like, I guess it would be a best of 5, or we'd have to add one to be a best of 7. But like, you should pick 2 teams and do a series every day.
There you go.
Like, all right, this is game 2 between the Raiders and Browns. And who knows? I mean, obviously you'd have to find a way to make people care about it, from a free to play pool or a contest prize structure or something like that. But I like, and just series.
It also is very tricky to do DFS when it's the same teams that many times in a row in one day. Like, you'd have to go to the showdown format with the series, like we did last year. Well, did you play those last year in the playoffs?
Obviously you're not talking about Madden, like just the
NBA. Yeah, NBA playoffs had the series long contest last year.
So I didn't, but I'm in one of them right now for the Bruins and Capitals.
Okay.
This is I'm such an idiot. I'm just like Koff, learn the product better that you're out here representing. I was invited to this contest by.
Oh no, you did it again?
What's that?
You joined the contest? You didn't realize what it was?
No, well, so I joined I joined the contest intentionally. I did not join the contest not knowing what it was. I joined the contest intentionally, but what I didn't do was fully understand how it works. So I made my lineup,
for game 1.
For game 1,
the series long. Oops.
Yeah, I made my lineup for game 1, thinking the total points accumulate. I got the concept, but I was thinking you just make a different lineup every game, not you make your lineup for the series and you're locked in.
Yep.
And I don't know why it just didn't even occur to me. I just wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah.
And
it's a lot of fun. We did it last year with NBA in the bubble. Was the first time that we had rolled out that playoff series type format where it is a showdown style scoring.
Right.
So you pick a captain and you build your lineup, but it is for the whole series. And the first assignment I got to write about it was the Rockets with Russell Westbrook not available for the first few games of that series.
Oh, so like what do you do?
What do you do, right? Do you pay up for him and hope it goes 7 and then he plays 5 of the 7 and you got a great deal on him and low ownership, or do you wait? And so it's very intriguing. There's a lot of fun to that. And as we get into the NBA playoffs, I'm sure we'll talk more about what we have coming, and it'll be very exciting. And obviously it's for NHL right now. But yeah, those series long showdowns can be a lot of fun, and it gives you specific players to root for throughout the whole series.
Right.
So so who's your captain?
So Pasternak's my captain.
So Pasternak. So the whole series, you're a big pasta fan. You got to eat pasta every night.
Right.
And just cheer for him to score 3 goals
for the Raiders here. Mid-third, few minutes to go. But to your point, so what happened was, and again, this is like me learning on the fly like a chump. Bry Guy sends out the contest. It's a 10-person contest, and he sends it out. And he never put it in our Slack channel or anything like that to tell people about it. He just threw it in the league, and I'm sure just nobody noticed. I noticed, and ultimately I was the only one that joined it. So it became a head-to-head for the series.
Gotcha.
And I messaged him. I was like, so wait a minute, we're playing an entire 7-game series where literally the winner is getting $5.40 because it's a $3 contest. And he's like, yup. It was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like,
at least you don't have to make the lineup every time, though, right? Like,
I know,
yes.
but I was like, at least if we were investing in a 7-game series, we should have upped the ante to make it a little more interesting.
$10 or something, yeah.
Yeah, something. Is it, this $3 contest for an entire 7-game series?
There you go. 50
Can't
cents
wait to take that $5.40.
It's it's more games for your money, more minutes for your money.
I guess so.
value.
Someone in the
It's-
chat,
it's
by the
good
way,
value.
had asked Congo Cab, Coff, are you doing an NBA contest for tonight or not? I did, man. It's up there. It's up there for you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. You got the last-minute NBA play-in day 1 contest available to you.
So we've talked about it. We've kind of talked around it. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
Sure. Let's get into that. And just to tell you, you guys got to fill this thing up. You got until
Higgins with another
6:30,
catch,
right?
just
6:30 it
alert.
starts. There are 33 of 75 in there. Not that I created it that long ago, but 33 of 75. So jump on in, folks. Be part of this thing with us. What do I think will happen tonight? I think Memphis is going to win. No,
That's
it's
tomorrow night.
I'm sorry, I was looking at tomorrow. Well, I think Memphis is going to win.
Fair enough. I
tomorrow.
guarantee you Memphis will not win tonight. Because they don't
I
play
think
till
Memphis will
tomorrow.
win tomorrow. I think
Yep.
while I'm on tomorrow, why not? I think
the Warriors
Golden
have a
State
chance?
is going to win tomorrow, and then the Lakers.
Really?
And then the Lakers are going to beat Memphis. So I still expect the Warriors and Lakers to come out of the West. As far as tonight, I'm going to say, so much of it, like you said, comes back to Sabonis. If I'm operating on the logic that he is playing, then I'm going to take the Pacers. Obviously, if he doesn't play, I would go with the Hornets. And I don't have any earthly idea what's going to happen between the Celtics and Wizards. I really don't. I'm inclined to say the Wizards are going to win. Like if you said to me, like, you got to decide right now who's going to win this game, I think it's going to be Washington. I do. But then I think the Celtics will end up beating one of the other two and still making it into the playoffs, which honestly might be better for them anyway to deal with the Sixers in round 1 than the Nets anyhow.
It's better for me because I don't have to watch Kyrie.
Right.
That's what I said last time. I just don't want to watch the Kyrie show. The Kyrie, just take it to us, and then, and I say us because I'm a Celtics fan, take it to the Celtics, and then watch them go over and give him hugs, and how much they love him, and talk about how great of a teammate he was.
Especially like 2 days after he said, I don't even care about basketball right now.
You got it. You got it. Like, thanks. No,
what
thanks.
about you? I've given mine. Who are your 4 winners, or for that matter, all your winners? Who's winning these 2 days, and who's coming out of the play-in?
Yeah, I think Memphis wins. The Spurs they're there, but I don't think they've got what it takes. So I think Memphis wins that one, just to start where you did. I said earlier that I think Washington wins. And I think Charlotte wins because I think Sabonis doesn't play.
Okay, so we basically feel the same way.
Right. The one that is actually the most interesting to me is the Lakers game.
Obviously.
And I think it's very important for the Warriors that they win because it's a much better matchup for them against Phoenix than against Utah. So I tend to agree with you that the Warriors are going to win. Because if the Warriors win, then they're the 7. And they take on the Suns, who I think they have a realistic shot of knocking off.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose and then win over Memphis, then they play Utah. And I just think Utah's defense is too solid for Steph to beat them single-handedly 4 times. I think he might do it once or twice, but I don't think he'll do it 4 times. So if, let's say the Lakers win, I think Memphis actually has a shot at beating Golden State as well. But John Morant just has got to get a little bit more of an outside game before I feel great about the Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
It's too easy to leave him alone, right? To just be like, nah, take that shot. To Ben Simmons him, if you will, right? Like,
yeah,
go for it, bud.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, it's until he gets a little bit more of an outside game. He doesn't have to be great, but just something so he can't be left alone. Then the Grizzlies are a hard team for me to trust overall, especially in a longer series. So that's ultimately, I would say, the Warriors win, the Lakers win, and then we get what should be a great first round. I am pretty excited about the NBA playoffs as a whole. I think it's going to be a great postseason. I'm excited that we're going to get fans in home court advantage is actually going to be a thing again.
Yeah. Although I did enjoy the bubble. I mean, I'm not saying like that's something you do forever, but I did enjoy the bubble.
It was interesting. It was unique. It was kind of its own thing, and it was fun. It was great because that's what we had at the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't much else to compete with it.
Well, I just liked it because there was no home court advantage. I thought that made things really interesting.
Oh, 4th and 1, and they go with the stretch. They run the stretch pitch on a 4th and 1 to the outside, and Nick Chubb does not pick it up. Weird play call. We talked about how the AI has gotten more aggressive. Yeah. There, I don't think the AI made the right play call. You've got Nick Chubb, run him up the middle. Why are you running on the outside? Anyway.
Yeah, I know it makes me sound like anti-fans or something like that, but I thought what was cool about the bubble, and maybe it wasn't an end-all be-all cool because the Chalks still won out. The Lakers were still the champs as they were projected to be before the pandemic existed. But I like those Denver comebacks, let's say, coming back from down 3-1 twice in a postseason,
Miami's whole run.
Like, I just don't believe, especially Denver, maybe Miami, definitely Denver. Like, you don't see that in the real world. You don't see that not in the bubble where, they have to worry about going on the road multiple times trying to come back from down 3-1 full stands or whatever capacity. And like it's just the bubble was fantasy land. It wasn't real life with regard to all that stuff, and so it just made things that much more unique.
I did miss, as you see these big comebacks by teams, or just where the crowd is such a huge part of it, right, where the big shot and the place goes crazy. And I mean, like, that kind of thing, it's just nice to start to see a little bit of that again. And I think we're
seeing it in
more
hockey.
In the playoffs.
Full barn in Florida.
Yep, exactly. So I enjoy. I don't think I realized how much I missed the fans until we started to get them back, right? Even with something like golf, which I was talking about with Emerson, like when you see the players hit the shots and they're celebrating and the fans are cheering and roaring, it brings that environment, that community feel to the game that was lacking. And I guess because sports went away for a while and then it started coming back, and it was just so great to have it, right? In the bubble or the golf with no fans. Like, it's so great to have it. I didn't miss it. But now that it's back, I'm like, that's awesome. It's really cool to have it back.
Yeah, it's different.
It really is. And even Utah, right? Like, Utah, their home court advantage is a much bigger deal when it's full of fans than when it's just the elevation factor.
Right. I'm not, and I've said this all year, so I may as well reiterate it going into the postseason. I'm not a Jazz guy. I'm not a believer that team is going to make any realistic noise in the playoffs. I just don't believe that they're anywhere near talented enough to win a championship. Like they to me are, and
even if Donovan Mitchell is back,
it's not the same thing, but they to me, like, they're the 60-win Hawks. Like they're Mike Budenholzer's Hawks.
Really?
Like that's who they are to me. Like, great regular season. And I think they're going to disappoint in the playoffs, or not even disappoint, meet my expectations, but I think disappoint Jazz fans.
Do you give them a series or no?
Who's their first matchup?
Well, it depends. It's playing. Probably Warriors or Lakers.
And no, I don't. You're going down in round 1.
Yeah. I mean, as the West could lose its top 2 seeds, depending on what you think of the Suns. Because the Suns are the other one. Right? Like, do they go down in the first round? And if you want to keep this going, let's just keep it rolling. Is it Dame time? Does the West lose its top 3 seeds? Does Denver go down too? Denver. No Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I think Portland will
Jokic is You think Portland will win?
Yeah, I think it's Dame time.
Okay, then that's the 6 beating the 3.
Good.
So that do you have the Suns? Do you have the Suns winning or no? Because it'll be Suns against probably Warriors or Lakers.
No, I got the Suns losing.
So you've got the top 3 in the West out in the first
Gone.
round.
See ya. Welcome back to reality.
There you go.
Snap
Fun
back to reality, as M1
Fun
said.
time. And then the other one, is Clippers and Mavs. 4-5 is Clippers and Mavs.
Clippers.
So Clippers. So that's the 4 seed. They then become the 1 seed because you've got everybody else out. Crazy town. It'll be fun to see for sure. It'll be fun to see. Just to clean up, what about East? Do you want to pick those series real quick? Since
Sure. What do you got?
It would be Sixers against whoever comes out
Sixers.
of the playoffs is the 8. Yeah. And Nets. Do we even need to? Bucks Heat, which is a fun first round series.
Bucks.
Yeah, I think it's got to be right. If not, do the Bucks completely blow it up and start over? I mean, can you even at this point?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you, like salary cap wise, I don't think you can.
I think you trade Middleton is really the only thing you could do to maybe reset a little bit. But yeah, that's if they lose, that is huge. But I'm with you. I think they'll beat the Heat. I mean, the Heat are playing Trevor Ariza a whole lot for me to trust them.
Right.
in a playoff series. And then the last one. There he is. 5 catches. Finally putting up some points. I could really use a touchdown. Come on, Hank. Knicks Hawks is the last one.
Oh, jeez.
You liking that one? And Knicks are home. So
yeah, I'm gonna take the Knicks to win a series.
Really? Okay.
I feel a little awkward saying it, but yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
There you go.
Good.
You heard it here, folks.
Praise
Kaufman takes the Knicks. Kenny will be happy. Kenny will appreciate it.
Something's gonna make him happy. I'm working with him later tonight.
There
8
you go.
o'clock.
Yeah, and the Knicks did go 3-0 during the regular season against the Hawks. Thank you, Kyle. That is correct. I don't think Trae Young can power the Hawks past the Knicks and Tibbs. I think Tibbs shuts down Trae enough to get the Knicks through as well. Do you think the Knicks challenge the Sixers in the next round?
Nope.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Well,
either.
challenge maybe, but they won't win.
Right. They just don't have the depth.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, but it's interesting. Nerlens Noel, Joel Embiid.
Though I'll be rooting for him. I
Noel
love
Embiid.
Julius
That's
Randle,
fun.
and I do not like the Sixers.
Right. Yep. Noel versus Embiid would be the center matchup there, which would be kind of fun. And then Nets Bucks would be the other side. So
Ugh, gross.
I know, right? I mean,
look, I am on record.
Yes.
And there's just no turn back now. Own your take, however it goes. I am on record for saying that the Nets not only will not win a championship.
There he is.
Touchdown to Ruggs. That'll help you out. First of the day for him. Not only will
Thank
the Nets
you.
not win a championship, I don't even have them in the conference final. So
that means you have the Bucks beating the Nets.
So I got the Bucks. Now I said
So
this.
then
I said this before they acquired James Harden, but I'm standing with it.
All right, cool. And then you've got Philly and the Bucks on the Eastern Conference Finals. And you taking Philly there? Or are you taking the Bucks?
No,
Fumble.
Yeah, I guess I will.
They fumbled the 2-point conversion
to beat them.
Interesting.
But based on the way that we've laid this out, then yeah, I guess I would.
All right, let's do the West. This is fun.
Sure.
Clippers would play the Warriors or Lakers. You said Warriors are going to win, so it would be Lakers, Clippers, or Lakers. Second
Lakers.
Round. Okay, so Lakers as the.
I mean, we're presuming health, but yeah, Lakers.
Right. And then, hang on, Trailblazers. You said would win, so it would be Trailblazers and Warriors. It would be 6-7 as the other match.
I mean, they're probably going to go down in round 1, and this will all be moot anyway. But I'll take the Blazers because Steph just has nothing around him.
Right. I mean, it's really not Dame versus Steph because Dame has some help,
right,
and Steph doesn't.
Right.
So then you'd have Portland and the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals.
I'm putting the Lakers back in the final. Oh,
you are.
I hate it.
And then you got Lakers and Sixers, and you got to pick one of them to win.
Well, I mean, it would be. I know they're both rivals to the Celtics in their own way at some point in history, but that's still very easy for me to pick the Sixers over the Lakers. Now, I hope that's not how it plays out. I'll tell you this, going back to what you were saying earlier, I got a much easier time rooting for the Sixers to win a championship than I do the Net. Like if the Nets and the Lakers meet for the championship, that might be the first time I just pretend the finals doesn't exist.
Really? That would be the level of hate, huh?
I will be rooting for another sports shutdown. Except I'm not rooting for another pandemic or extension of it. I want everyone in the world to be healthy. I just, for some reason, want the NBA finals to not take place.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. All right. So, what is the worst scenario? Is that the worst scenario for you?
I can't think. And I say this just as a Celtics fan. I can't think of a worse situation than someone's got to win. Either the Lakers are getting another title to, vault themselves over the Celtics for the most in history, at least, as long as they want to continue pretending the Minneapolis ones count, versus.
I love that you had to get that dig in there. Yeah, but carry on.
Versus the full, how many years did Celtics fans spend laughing at the Nets after that trade now not only rebuild faster and win a championship ahead of you, but to do it with your guy? or not only that, with your guy and the guy that you thought you were, had a realistic chance of signing before he went to Golden State, or the third guy that everyone was saying, trade for him, trade anything for him. Now, I was never on the James Harden bandwagon, but that stuff existed. So for that, it's not even, it's partially about the Nets. It's partially about Kyrie. I don't know which one is stronger. I think it's actually, believe it or not, probably the Nets thing, just because of the trade.
Really?
But,
okay.
But
for me, it's definitely the Kyrie thing. I do not want him to win.
That terrible. Noah Moon asking me to make a Landry TD happen. Well, let's try and speak it into existence here as the Browns have the ball. We've hit the 2-minute warning, down by a dozen.
I have Landry in my lineup. I'm good with that. If we do that, Noah Moon, I'm fine.
I don't. I picked Hooper over him, but I looked at him. I thought about it. I was between those two for my final spot. But what the heck? I'll root for you. I'm not going to win this thing anyway.
Yeah, me neither.
I was top 15.
But I'm back.
43rd. Fumble!
Oh yeah, you're right there. I'm 45. Nice. I was way down there, and I was like, well, I've climbed back into the top 50.
And what about you? You've asked me all these questions. What about is there a worse situation for you than Kyrie? Obviously, the Nets and Lakers in the final.
No, there's not. I would love to see somebody else come out of the West. I really would. But if they're healthy, it's impossible to pick against the Lakers. I do. So all of this is assuming that both the Lakers and Nets are healthy. And we have seen multiple times this year that they cannot stay healthy.
It's a big assumption. I
mean, the Nets, how many times has
honestly, and this is a domino that we're assuming Kyrie Irving spends the next 2 months caring about basketball, as opposed to as OBJ with a touchdown, as opposed to going AWOL again. Who would put that beyond him?
Well, and today we lost Karis LeVert for 7 to 10 days.
Right.
What if that happens to? I mean, it's happened to KD twice now. Right. I mean, so there's so much unknown that picking anything all the way out, like we just did, and I know it's fun and that's fine, but so many variables we don't know. I would love to see a team that is not the Lakers come out of the West. And I don't know who that is. Is it the Clippers with Kawhi? Maybe. I don't love the way they sort of, was that tanking to get away from the Lakers, or I don't know what they did at the end there. It wasn't pretty.
Right.
They rested everybody.
It seemed like it. It seemed like a strategic seeding play.
Which is why I really hope they get the Lakers in the second round. I hope that comes back to all of them, just because they deserve it. But I tend to cheer for the teams. I'd love to see Luka carry the Mavs on a nice little run. I'd love to see Joker carry the Nuggets on a run. Can either one of them do enough to get them past the Lakers and out of the West? I don't think so. I would like to think so, but I don't think so. So I guess I'd have to be with you and take the Lakers, even though I really hope that's not what happens.
Oh,
and I do
just thinking about it.
I know. And I'm with you on the Sixers too. I think a lot of people sleep on the Sixers, even though they're the 1 seed. We hear so much about the Nets. I think they're fragile in the sense that they've got to have those 3 guys. And even if they do have those 3 guys, they haven't played. I think they played 8 games. Harden's played more games with the Rockets than he has with Kyrie and KD. And
that's unreal.
Yeah, it's like, can they flip the switch? They like to think so. I would hope not. I hope they can't, just because then at least the regular season does matter and continuity does matter some.
M. Vance in the chat says, be nice to see Phoenix in the finals. Chris Paul deserves one. For sure. I mean, look, I mean, that guy always...
That would be awesome.
That guy's teams always get better upon his arrival. Always. True. I mean, it is a categorical fact.
Well,
you can look up the numbers. Regular season-wise...
Houston?
I think their winning percentage went up.
You said always get better. Like, you think Houston got better when he got there?
Well, I think the winning percentage went up.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying like it was necessarily a better on-court product, but I do think they won more. But I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look it up to verify it. In the interest of time, though, because I know we have live programming
That's
coming
right.
up right after us, and this game is effectively over. 26-21, the Raiders, Reed T. Fowler's Raiders,
there he is,
are going to win this thing. Who are your awards? Says Tara Lynn, who apparently I didn't even know she was still here. Says thank you. Who's your Krusty Cobb player of the game here for this one?
Oh, that's funny. I think it's got to be Jacobs with the 2 rushing touchdowns. 24% owned in our smaller free roll. Over 20 fantasy points in the flex spot. I think he is the differentiator and the player of the game in this one with those 2 rushing touchdowns. About 60 yards on the ground for him. So it didn't quite hit the bonus, but definitely did enough and was the big difference. That if you've got him, you're in the top. If you didn't have him, sorry, see you later.
And your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
Yeah, Not My Kid award. I'm looking around here to see what I can find. I mean, Landry was bad, but not many people had him. 2 catches, 35 yards for him.
Landry was 40% owned.
Yeah, Nick Chubb was not much better.
11%,
I guess
the captain spot.
Lower ownership. So yeah, we'll go Landry. Landry's 40% ownership is pretty high for 2 catches, 35 yards, and you did have to pay 6.6 for him. So he is your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award winner for this one. Player of the game once again, Josh Jacobs. Congratulations to those of you that had him and to Reed's Raiders.
Yeah, north of 30 points in the captain spot for Jacobs. Really good day. And is it Chine Walker? I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but a runaway winner here in this contest, barring stat adjustments. But I don't think that title is going anywhere. So congrats to you for taking the Madden Matinee, it's my son's birthday, but I'm still here with you, free roll. And hopefully people will remember to join the future contest that we have for you in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby for the Sims the rest of the day. I'm sure for that upcoming Sims, they are out there. I know that I put the one out there for the 8 o'clock primetime game that I'll be back with you for let's see. That'll be with Kenny Ducey, Cardinal Saints. Coming up next, at least next sim, a little less than an hour from now, will be Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal, the old Brandon combination for Chargers Niners. You'll have Kenny and Christian for Dolphins Steelers at 6, and Rossi and Moose together for Colts Rams at 10 o'clock. Should be a good time, obviously. And also get in the NBA contest for tonight, which remember locks at 6:30 p.m. So thanks to Tara Lynn, thanks to producer Drew, thanks to Kyle and Ops. Look forward to continuing the Boston-Washington feud, my friend. Zach Thompson, this was a great treat. Always fun with you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good rest of your day. Happy birthday to your son.
Well, thank you. ZT will be back with you once again, and me for that matter, at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Look forward to it. In the meantime, it's time to get the green, folks. We've got Reti Fowler, Jeff Ulrich standing by, eager to talk about this Raiders sim win. Fellas?
I mean, does a bear poop in the woods, Cough? I mean, does a one-legged duck swim in a circle? Of course the Raiders won. And what are you kidding?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Yeah, this is these things are obvious. Okay, the Raiders are going to mop the floor with the Browns. But enough about that. Thank you, gentlemen, for that send-off, for that handoff, whatever off you want to call it. Jeffrey Ulrich at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. Please follow him before you do anything else. Like, subscribe, do all the cool things that you cool kids do on the socials, on the YouTubes, as Kaufman likes to say. But PGA Championship, Jeff, this is exciting. I'm still here, by the way. I still have yet to make my way down. That's happening very, very soon. But are you excited for me to be down there?
I'm excited. Reed going to Kiawah Island this week. Look, extremely jealous. I'm not gonna hide it. But it's gonna be a great place, man. I'm excited to see this place on TV. You can obviously get the eye test and tell us if it's as good as it looks. It's probably better than it looks. So, this is going to be a good event, man. I mean, lots of stuff to talk about. Yeah, let's just get it.
Yeah, I'm excited to throw a ball in the rough and give you guys
you got to do that.
Like throw in the fescue to really give you guys
go in the water and see if it floats or something. You got to do everything. Do the sand. Just get out there. That's the first thing you have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll a couple balls on the green. Oh yeah, just chuck them.
Super past Palom, super slow.
That's right. Oh, you got to do the greens. That's the first thing you have to do.
I can make note of that. Greens, get the green, needs greens. Got it. Jeff, I always like to start off the show here as we had about 45 minutes until the 4 p.m. sim comes up. What's the one thing that you guys, or not you guys, what's one thing that you want to tell us about this tournament that a lot of people aren't taking a look at? Something that, we've heard distance. We've heard past Palom greens. We heard the winds will play a factor here. What's one thing outside of Patrick Cantley that we're not looking at that's going to be important this week?
I think the biggest thing is just, it's a major championship. I mean, the course is going to be set up to major championship standards. So don't get too in don't be looking like, oh, Robert Streb has a good Pete Dye course record or something. I should play Robert Streb. Don't get too into that. It's a PGA championship. It's the cream of the crop. It's going to rise to the top, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know the rest of the rhymes of that verse, but it's PGA. You want guys who show up at these big events. I mean, I don't care where it's being played. It's definitely going to be a unique course, but look, generally the tougher the conditions, the better for the good players, to be honest. So that's the biggest thing. Just remember with all this rhetoric and greens and course stuff, it's a PGA championship. It's going to play a little bit long. It's going to play tough mainly. And, go with the guys who are coming in with the best form. Don't go too off the beaten path here at the PGAs. It just never really seems to work out if you do that in the majors. We'll have their odd, weird names up there, I'm sure. But I think for the most part, stick to the quality.
Yeah, if you take a look at, and I think that's the one thing that you mentioned that is going to be important here is that current form outside of anything else, in my opinion, is one of the trends that you guys need to figure out, or not figure out, you guys need to pay attention to. Because if you look at incoming form of the winners since 2010, so before that, this is Kiawah. This is the ocean course at Kiawah Island or Kiawah Resort. Par 72 can play up to 7,800 plus yards. Can also play down, 77, depending on the tee boxes, the winds, so on and so forth. Past Palom greens. So that's what you see down in Mexico, the Mayakoba. That's the kind of greens that you see down there. A lot slower. You see the tropical greens. They've switched, I believe, from Bermuda, Jeff, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say, back in 2012, I think it was past Palom. Or it might have not been yet, but they switched, recently within the last 5-10 years. And that's going to be the greens that are going to be there. The fairways are fairly wide by major standard. The rough isn't too thick, but if you're not in the fairway, your greens and reg goes down drastically because these greens, 6,000 square feet on average in terms of size. It's a little bit below average, not by too much. But those are kind of the thing. A lot of bunkers, a lot of sand traps, a lot of hazards, a lot of fescue everywhere. So if you're wayward and that wind catches your ball, you are screwed.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
just
Low
some
green
housekeeping.
in regulation percentages the last time it was played here. It was pretty windy and had a little bit of bad weather, but still, I expect that'll still be something to I think you'll still see that. You just won't see guys hit a ton of greens, and the greens, like, the Paspalum stuff, it might be a little bit slower, but I mean, it's still going to be like, there's no rain in the forecast. They're going to be firm. I mean, they're going to be as firm as they can get, right? They're going to cut them short, I'm sure, to make them firmer than usual. And like you mentioned, I mean, if you're offline here off your tee, like, these greens aren't just a little bit smaller, but they're sloped. Like they have these drop offs. Like it's like 1 second you're on, the next second you're like boom, like down 10 feet into a bunker. So lots of big drop offs on Pete Dye courses like that. So I expect low green regulation percentages. I expect the guy who wins going to have a real banner week around the greens. So again, you don't want to just target around the green stats, but when you're looking at ball strikers, I think that's a good way to kind of differentiate. Like if a guy is not really that great around the greens versus a guy who's striking it just as good, but has a bit better around the greens, that's probably a good deal breaker, to be honest.
Robbie Noble, what's up, buddies? Says Reed Superfly Fowler, aloha, Robbie Noble. Good to see you guys. In Twitter, put up your questions, because we're here to answer your questions for the next 35, 40 minutes on Twitch. Also put on your questions there. We'll make sure to get to it. Yep. Jeff, you mentioned form earlier, that's really important. Let's just go back to Jason Day. Or was that Whistling Straits, right? 2015.
Okay.
And that's, I think, Whistling Straits, Pete Dye course, fairly comparable. I mean, it's not a coastal course, but I believe it's off, I forget which lake it is, but I believe it's off a body of water. So it can get a little bit windy, but form coming in to the PGA Championship. Jason Day was 12th at Bridgestone, 1st at the Canadian Open, shout out Canada, 4th at the Open Championship, 9th at the US Open. Jimmy Walker, 4th at the Canadian Open, missed cut at the Open Championship, 16th at Bridgestone. You kind of get where I'm getting at here. You kind of see where I'm getting at. Brooks Koepka, in his years, his back-to-back wins, 5th at Bridgestone, and then the 39th at the Open Championship, 4th at Byron Nelson in 2019, and then Colin Morikawa, last year he won the Workday Championship, and then he was 20th at the St. Jude. Like, depending on where it is, right, in the schedule, because if it's later, you have more chances to do well and win and get some good finishes. But these guys have form coming in. That's the one thing you want to see at this when you're looking at guys is, are they playing well? So to your point, Jeff, of the guys, and I know you've mentioned it a couple times on the shows that we've done earlier in the week, is your best form guy Jordan Spieth right there at 10-1 on if you're playing DFS, and are you betting Jordan Spieth at plus 1,500? Because outside of probably, like you mentioned, JT and Rory, I would argue Spieth, longer form than both of those guys, has been playing better tee to green.
Absolutely, man. One of the if Spieth, I would say Victor Hovland's probably more of like the top form guy for just being, if we're ranking them, I would put Hovland first, but Spieth, consistent long form since the start of the 2021 season. I think he's a fine person to bet this week. It just depends how you're constructing cards. I did a lot of each ways and like getting big placings to top 10, top 8 and stuff like that. So I went deeper. Like my card starts at like 40-1, but that's just because I got, a couple of good prices on guys that start there, and I'm building a bigger card. So if you were looking to bet like 3 guys, I think starting with Jordan Spieth is absolutely fine here. We want guys with recent form. We want guys, like you said, who have won recently. I think that's a good sign too. It's been a thing. I know the PGA Championship has moved around, but I think for all of these majors, generally you want to see guys coming in with good form. We don't typically see guys just go, miss a cut here, a couple T29s, miss a cut, win a major. Like it just doesn't happen that often. I'm sure it has happened a couple times, but I would much rather back a guy like Jordan Spieth there. Again, the price you're getting, it seems small, but it's really not. I mean, this guy's been all over leaderboards for 3 months now. And I think, again, you look at the course and setup a little bit more, it's going to get this course. It's long, but it's still going to get tougher as you approach the green. It plays into Jordan Spieth's strengths, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. And if it cranks up, right, with wind difficulty, like who's better than scrambling and around the greens than this guy right here?
Spieth has really been a good tough weather player over his career.
So let's see here. Some questions. Moose, the Guru 805 asks, speaking of Jimmy Walker, will he make the cut? Likeliness? He's a cheap roster. What do you think of James Walker?
Jimmy Walker? Yeah, you don't need to play Jimmy Walker this week, guys. Jimmy Walker's going to be let me tell you what Jimmy Walker's going to do. He's going to be in the marshes. He's going to be in the traps off the tee. He's not going to hit a lot of greens because of it. If he makes the cut, it'll be because he got hot with the putter. If you're going to play, if you really want to play a guy at 6,200, is that what he is? I would probably play Robert Streb. But like, you just really, you don't need to do that. You don't need to go all the way down there. Let me set a cutoff for you guys here. My cutoff would be 64 at Tom Lewis. That's it. You don't need to go lower than that. Okay. Let's set some boundaries here, guys.
Yeah, Jeff, but you're cutting off Martin Laird, Jay Duff, the Duffner, Duff Daddy, Harry Higgs.
All those guys. You can take all the guys under 6,400, pal.
Andy Sullivan. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with Jeff. Like Jimmy Walker, the guy cannot find a fairway. Like he cannot find a fairway to save his life. Sure, like could he pop at this type of course? Yeah, like any golfer in this field can. But there, you have to have a cutoff somewhere. And I think Jimmy Walker at $6,200, there's I wouldn't say there's many guys better than him at this price range, but you probably feel more confident in someone. Look, Ches Reavie. Ches Reavie is not on my card. I'm not rostering Ches Reavie, but just based off of cursory, like Reavie at the U.S. Open, when was at Pebble, he was top 5 coastal course, right? Similar in sort of in not distance, but similar in condition. $6,400, save $200 somewhere else. Don't go with Jimmy Walker. So likeliness, I don't think he makes cut. If he does, I'll have foot in my mouth, but I don't think it happens. Adam Kaufman, Jeff, asks you a question, but before I get to the silly, okay, good. I was going to say I don't know if you want to answer that. In terms of, you said your betting card, you're looking at a little bit deeper, looking at each ways. And for us here in the States, each way it's like top 5, top 10. At certain books, you might get it at eighth places. It depends on where your action is. But for the sake of this show, obviously at DK Sportsbook, Jeff, what are you looking at? Give me some deeper odds, because there are some guys, and I've seen Sam Burns' name come up from the Guru 808 as well, or 805, excuse me. I mean, what's Burns? 90 plus 9,000, I believe. Last time I checked. But let's talk about your card deeper at this tournament. Or 60s plus 6,000 right now for Burns.
Yeah. So I mean, okay, let's go through the DraftKings odds. I mean, I like Daniel Berger this week. I like betting Daniel Berger as low as 3,000. I mean, he's plus 3,000 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I just don't think he gets enough respect. I mean, I think you look at him, like I said, he's got 8 top 10s, 21 starts. He's got 2 wins in 21 starts. Like, he plays well on coastal courses. His last win came at Pebble Beach. I mean, there's not much not to like here, especially coming off a big week. So Berger, for me, I think, again, you're getting him at plus 3,000 versus, Victor at plus 2, Xander at plus 17 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Like, these are really just, these are fine odds. I mean, I got him at a bigger price earlier in the week, but again, even if you're late to the game here, I don't mind betting him at that price. As we go down the board, again, this is the one nice thing about Major Championship Week. You get quality players that just pop in price. I talked about Patrick Cantlay on the Sweat this morning. I don't mind taking a shot with him at plus 4,500. You're not going to get many chances to bet Patrick Cantlay at this price. Like, you're just not. He's not that far off. I'm fine with that. And again, I'm sticking to these bigger guys because I'd rather have a bit bigger card and exposure to these bigger odds. So Paul Casey on the card. Leishman on the card. I think plus 7,000 for Leishman is fantastic. I think that might be the best, just in terms of just like price you're getting. Leishman at 7,000, probably the best of the guys I've mentioned so far. So I like attacking, multiple guys in this range. You can go 2 different ways. You can bet Spieth and then take one of these guys, but I prefer spreading my money around in these bigger events because you're getting inflated odds. So why not take advantage of most of them you can?
Yeah, I love it. There's one guy that I would add in there. I think Abe Ancer at 55. That number is like, it makes sense. Would I have liked it at 70? Absolutely. because you have guys like Corey Connor, Sam Burns, Will Zalatoris that are playing longer form, that are playing a little bit better than Answer. But Answer just came runner-up at the Wells Fargo. Guy's not going to hit it very far, but he's not going to miss a ton of fairways. I think he's third in fairways gained like over the last 50 rounds. He's going to put it in the fairway, and it has, a great long iron game proximity wise. So Answer is there for me at plus 5,500. Jeff, I think the average odds since 2015 of the winners is just under 3,800. And so right around that 40 mark, right, is kind of where you're seeing, which makes sense at a major. Longest came from Jimmy Walker, I think, at 150, and the shortest came at with Rory. I think he was 5-1, so plus 500.
Not how is that in the last 10 years or something?
Yeah, it's in the last maybe 5 or maybe 9 or 10 years.
Okay.
Went back to 2012 or Rory won, but like that's kind of what it makes sense, right? It makes sense that the guys that are around this range, the 40, like the 30 to 70, are the ones that have had good form, are solid players like a Matty Fitzpatrick, Sam Burns, and even your boy Louis. Like these guys can easily win this tournament. Having said that, we have seen Jimmy Walker, we have seen Keegan, Duffner, Y.E. Yang win the PGA Championship. So in terms of longer odds, anyone that suits your interest here, because I think, let me see here, people are putting all their money on Jimmy Walker. So, I mean, or John Daly. I think that's
Emerson brought up John Daly yesterday. What is this? Like, are you guys getting advice from Emerson? Is he jumping in the chat and telling people to bet John Daly? I mean,
yeah, lose your money. If you want to bet hey, bet John Daly and Jimmy Walker, but have fun not having any money. But who are some of the longer guys that you're seeing in triple digits? You're seeing in the States here, the 5 digits. Who are some guys you like down there?
Yeah, let's talk about some longer guys. I mean, Harris English at plus 9,000. I think this, Harris
Crazy.
English it's so weird. I mean, this dude was going off at plus 5,000, plus 6,000, maybe even lower, maybe like plus 4,000 at the big events last fall. Remember, he was like finishing like T10.
Yeah.
So, he's coming off like a made cut and a really good week at the Byron Nelson where he shot what did he shoot? Like a 63 read or
63
something?
on Saturday. Yeah.
And now he's still plus 9,000. But why? Like he should be. I mean, you're telling me that like Harris English hasn't played better than or hasn't played as good as Keegan Bradley? Even Louis. Like, why is Louis plus 5,500 and Harris is plus 9,000? It's weird that just like Harris English is like, oh no, it's okay. We'll just put inflated on. I think he's insanely good value, man. He played great last
great.
This is where Harris English lives. Like he's played these courses all his life. He grew up around here. So I think as far as big odds go, like there's nothing better than that, in my opinion, on the board. But Charles Schwartzel, I'm not gonna put anyone off betting this guy. I know he's gonna be chalky in DFS. He's not gonna be that chalky, but hitting it well, he's a major championship winner. Those are ridiculous odds for him. Even Adam Scott at plus.
That's 11. What I was gonna say.
I mean,
Adam Scott is.
I'm not going to bet Adam Scott, but like that is a ridiculous outright price on Adam Scott. Like
because look at it is ridiculous. And the one thing, sorry to cut you off, Jeff, is that if you look at this is a thing that you guys have to use, right? It's arbitrage. Like use DraftKings, the DFS salaries, and the odds. If I type in Adam Scott right now, he's at $7,900, right? Like the $7,900. If we take a look at who else is around him. Right. Answer 55, Louis 55. Like these guys, Neiman is up there as well. Paul Casey, Adam Scott is twice the odds on the DK Sportsbook right now than his counterparts on the DFS side. Just from a numbers perspective, because he is not like the current form isn't there. But from a numbers perspective, Adam Scott presents a ton of value because of what you're seeing here. There's got to be a discrepancy somewhere, whether it be on the DFS side or whether it be on the betting side. And plus, 11,100, so 110 to 1. Like that is something that you have to kind of think about, right? Just because a number is there. Adam Scott.
I mean, and look, if you want to take Spieth, you take one guy, maybe take like Spieth and Berger, or you take like Spieth and Hovland. Then you could just sprinkle in a couple of these guys. I mean, you're getting like Adam Scott. I mean, you could sprinkle in Harris. You could sprinkle in a couple. So there's a million different ways to go. Like I said, I think that there's ample guys that have like legit good win equity up here. From like Charlie Hoffman's been playing good. I mean, I don't even hate
Yeah.
that to be honest. Although Hoffman's probably a better top 10 bet if we're being dead honest. Like I'd rather bet Scott to win. I'd probably rather bet like Thomas Peters at plus 175 to win than Charlie Hoffman. But I think Charlie Hoffman, great top 20 bet this week, playing very well.
I'm going to go to your guy here, and I want your take. I want your take on Russell Henley because he's at 225.
That's
right
another
now.
guy. I mean, you're getting into absurd odds there. You know, I think him and Brendan Grace are actually, you know, if I'm looking at that range, you know, we go through all the players. Henley and Grace would be the two guys. Again, you want to add a couple long shots. You've got your card. You say, I got a couple bucks left over. Those are legitimately guys who can win majors. I mean, Brendan Grace has been very close in his career. He's already got a win. Henley is another guy. I think Henley might actually live on Kiowa Island. Like if he doesn't,
really?
Kiowa Island, he lives like in like Charleston, which is just outside of Kiowa Island. So he grows up here. He's got a great game for Pete Dye courses. He's one of those shorter hitters that can, if the putter gets hot and he plays well around the greens here, he's going to compete because his irons will absolutely get hot. An underrated major championship record as well. Now he's on my card too. You know, I'll bet him every week, but like, I'm not, there's no way I'm not going to bet Russell Henley when he's 200 to 1. Like, I don't care if he was like coming in with like one leg or something, I'd still bet him. So he's a very underrated player in my opinion. Yeah, I like it. Definitely would be my
you're right. He lives on Kiowa Island.
He does, doesn't he? So there you go.
Yeah. So he lives here. He's born in, I don't know if this is pronounced Mason or Macon. It's Macon, Georgia. So apologies if anyone's from that area.
Oh, Macon, Georgia. Macon.
Is it Macon? Macon like bacon? Yeah, actually that makes sense. Macon, Georgia. I was saying Maison. Maybe it was like French. But yeah, you're right. Like same with Harris English, right? Harris English, and I get he has a win already at the Tournament of Champions, which is another windy course, mind you. In Hawaii, everything is coastal because we're surrounded by water. It's an island, so everything is a coastal course. Granted, Kapalua is kind of up, right? It's up in the at altitude. Yep. But he won there. Look, Russell Henley, where does he play well? Sony Open, coastal courses. And I didn't actually know that he lives on Kiowa Island. So it is absurd that he is 225 right now. And I think he's 71, I think, on DraftKings for DFS.
What's 72. Henley at the Valspar was like 40 or 50 to 1.
Right.
Like, that was like 3 weeks ago in a good field. I mean, why is he quadruple the price here? No, it's great. I like him for DFS. He's going to be like 1% owned this week because Harris will be a little bit higher owned, but I like both those guys down there. This is the great thing about majors, man. I mean, there's so many quality players down there that you can choose from. But I love it when Russ gets up to these odds and no one plays them. Super player.
Shot 9 like he
at a drop of a hat.
Yeah, and they can go nuclear. And look, he made the cut, I think, at Wells. Yeah, he made the cut at Wells, but then he shot 74, 75 on the weekend.
Yeah.
To shoot nine over. But like, I mean, RBC ninth. The Honda Classic, third, right? Windy conditions at the Honda Classic in Florida. RBC, a Pete Dye course. I mean, look, it doesn't. You don't need to say anything more than this guy at a coastal course. T11 at the Sony Open this year. Like he's not been playing great. He's got a handful of missed cuts, scattered, across what he's done this season. But boy, I mean, it's silly. Even if you don't think he's going to win, his derivative is like 28 plus 2,800 top 5 plus 1,100 top 10 for Russell Henley.
Yeah, those are
like
really nice odds. I mean, just looking back, he's got since the Honda from 2020, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 top 10s on tour.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and look at the guys around him, right? Like Cam.
Top 10s is Berger. He just doesn't have to win.
Exactly. Let me see here. Any questions that have come up in the chat, guys? Put in your questions. Jeff and I will be here for probably another 20, maybe less than 20 minutes. I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name. Bacon. Yeah, it's like who is from Macon? I don't know. Russell Henley. I thought you were asking one of us if we're from Macon. No, Russell Henley was born in Macon, Georgia, lives on Kiowa Island. This another narrative that's strong, Jeff, at this course or this week is I just saw a spider on my wall, so now I'm like honed in on it. is Europeans, right? European golfers coming over or already on the PGA Tour right now. If you had to choose, let's say, a couple that you're really, doesn't matter what their odds are or their pricing this week, who are some of your favorite? I know you like Paul Casey, but who are some of the other guys that you're looking at from a European perspective? Because again, if the conditions get tough, these guys are going to, I guess the idea is that they're going to have a little bit of an advantage over the players in the States. Doesn't mean like it's going to happen, but that's just the narrative right now. So who are some of the Europeans that you like?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess we can count Paul Casey as like a European, even though he's a PGA Tour regular, right? But I like Casey out of the English guys the most. I mean, he was great in his last start. He just didn't quite, just didn't get going on the greens, but he's had a great start to the year. He's got a win in 2021 too. He won on the Euro Tour. So again, much like guy like Spieth, he's coming in with like really good confidence. Again, of the guys in that range, Casey's my favorite. The two players that are kind of giving me grief this week are Fleetwood and Hatton. Like, I see the value in using them here. Fleetwood has been really inaccurate with his driver. Like, he's been saving himself with great around the green play and putting, and that's important. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's great to have. I want to have a player that's like sharp there, but like if the driver's crooked this week, it's going to suck. Like, he's going to miss a ton of greens. He could easily just get himself in massive trouble. So I don't really know what to think about Fleetwood. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I think it's an okay price. He's not like super cheap or anything, but it's fine. He's, less than Scheffler, I guess. Hatton is the guy I think is the most interesting coming off the COVID stop. I mean, this, people were pegging him for a big year, and I mean, he's got some recent wins, but he's tailed off a bit since those. So career best at the Masters, and I know it was like a backdoor finish, but still, it's significant. I think I would rather take a shot on Hatton. Like, you're making a GPP lineup. I don't think Hatton's going to be uber popular or anything. I like this style of setup. It's going to be tough, but a coastal setting, more links-ish for Hatton. That's good. I think you can trust Hatton's ball striking more than you can trust Fleetwood's right now, and I'd rather take a shot with him.
Yeah, both are coming in right now per Fantasy National at less than 10% rostered. So, I mean, if that holds, I think that's solid value. The one guy that's giving me fits, pun intended, is Fitzpatrick. Like, his irons, I think, have been atrocious. Like, over the last 3 or 4 weeks, they've been bad. And that's scary, right? He lost 2.5, lost 3 at the Byron Nelson. He lost almost a stroke at the RBC Heritage, but gained a ton off the tee and putting. So he finished top 5, finished 4th at the RBC Heritage, 34th at the Masters, a 9th at the Players, 10th at the API. And so it was that 4-month stretch when he came, when he started here in the PGA Tour at the Genesis, where he was playing really, really well. But since API, really, he hasn't really got his irons going. But boy, like, if this seems like a course, right? We always think Fitzpatrick, doesn't have the best distance, but this just seems like the place where he would win. I know he missed the cut at the RSM back in November, but it feels like Fitzpatrick has been around this year more so than he has in previous years. And this type of course can set up for a guy like him. If he can hit it in the fairway and he can really lean on the driver, that's great. It's just, I don't know what to do because his irons have been bad for about a month, more than that.
Typically plays longer course as well. So Fitzpatrick,
Right.
I mean, he's been really consistent off the tee too, which I actually really like this week. I mean, he's just going to set himself up in good spots. I mean, he hits a ton of fairways. He could go nuts with the putter this week. Absolutely. If the greens are just touch bit slower. We saw him put the lights out at the RBC Heritage. I know it's a different style of grass, but like, whatever. I mean, these guys can putt well anywhere. I could see it with Fitzpatrick. His last miscut, he bounced right back with like a big finish. Even last year, after the US Open, came back with the T12. Like, I don't think he's that far off his baseline or anything. It does suck that he's like, his irons aren't really firing right now, but he is the kind of player who, he's not like iron, like he's not going to win just because he's the best ball striker most weeks. It's mainly going to be like a blend of putting and iron play. So I think it's fine. I think if he's coming in with like low ownership percentage, I'd almost prefer going to him over Fleetwood. Like, I think Fitzpatrick at this point has a higher ceiling. So, yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, all three of those guys are weird. I kind of want to play all of them, and I kind of just don't want to play any of them. So, yeah. Fitzpatrick, I think it's a good setup for Fitzpatrick, though. I agree. I think it is. He plays longer courses well, and he's not going to have to worry about like getting outdriven on the par fives, because I think a lot of players are going to be laying up on the par fives. So
yeah, Charlie asks Jeff, "Hey guys, of the top 10 favorites, who do you think is most likely to miss the cut?" Ooh.
Top 10 favorite. Good question, man.
So if we go betting odds here,
some missed cut opportunities.
Make missed cut. Let's go to the DraftKings Sportsbook and let's just put some action on it. Well, not literally, but let's just see what the numbers are right now. This doesn't really show in terms of the top 10, but if you take a look, I'd argue that even though I like him, and he's a guy that I wrote up in my betting article, someone that I'm definitely going to be leaning on is Dustin Johnson. I think he's most likely, because he's been extremely inconsistent over the last 5-6 weeks. He's probably the guy who's most likely to miss the cut. Having said that, the risk gives us the ability to get a number on DJ at plus 1850 right now for the number one golfer in the world who loves coastal courses, who's from the Carolinas, who's got runner-up, back-to-back finishes in PGA championships. Like, a solid performance at Whistling Straits, Chambers Bay, all the things line up for DJ to play well here. But it's just like he goes through these I don't know, like month and a half where he just is not there mentally. And then he turns it on, and then he's no one can beat the guy. So I like Dustin Johnson. If you think he's going to miss the cut, then his no right now is plus 250 to make the cut. So like that's, if you want to take it, it's there, but the yes is at minus 400 to make the cut, Jeff. So of those guys, the top 10, I went with the top guy, but who do you think is most likely to miss the cut?
Yeah, it's probably between. I'm going to go with Bryson. Aaron's been, Dustin showed a little bit better ball striking his last time out. He's from South Carolina. I think Dustin will bounce back a little bit here. Bryson's lost strokes on his approaches in the last two games, in the last two events. This is just not going to be a course either where I think he can just bomb it at will. Like, I think this is going to have to rein it in. And I don't think he's in the form he was when we saw him at the Players, when he was clubbing down and still playing well. You look at his last start at the Byron Nelson, like you would have liked to see a little bit more progression. Sure, he still hit it well off the tee, but massive fairways there. You could smash the ball. Then he lost strokes putting and around the greens on top of losing strokes on approach. That's worrisome, right? So I don't think Bryce is necessarily coming in like the best form. I think that if, it feels like one of those weeks where Bryson is just like one drive might go offline and it just might like set things off, like he hits it in a marsh. He's got to take a drop, and then he turns like a 6 into an 8. And then it's like, oh, okay, I can't really make up for it because it's not a driver heavy course. Let's just pack it in. Kind of how I'm feeling with Bryson this week. I'm not overly confident. I think I'm a little bit more confident in DJ, who showed better ball striking his last time out. And like I said, is from the area. So yeah, I'll side with Bryson. But the truth of it is, I mean, it is so the margins are so thin up top. That's the toughest part of the majors. It's not picking the value guys. It's picking up top between the top 10 players in the world. Yep. So again, you asked us for our opinions. That's what I'm giving it to you. But all these guys are like at a knife's edge where they could just go nuts this week, or they could, like I said, implode, because there are a couple guys like DJ and Bryson who really haven't shown good form lately. So
yeah, we got about 10 more minutes or so. Jeffrey Ulrich at the Fantasy Grind, Reed T. Fowler, breaking down the PGA Championship at Kiawah Island. We've got about just over 100 people watching, so thanks for sticking around. One under 150 likes, Jeff. I think we can get a little bit more than that.
Yeah,
make sure,
button, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
Really drop any questions in there if you got.
Yeah, Hawk Corleone asks, Jeff, specifically you. Actually, he doesn't, but I'm going to say it specifically you. When analyzing golfers, are you only looking at the course?
No. I mean, like I said, I mean, fit is like, you want players maybe who've played good on Pete Dye designs lately, or I don't know, like I said, maybe have better approach stats, but recent form is the biggest thing. I mean, for me, what they're doing in the lead up coming in, I mean, yeah, that's the best way to put it. I mean, course is cool to talk about and fit, but realistically, if your player's not playing well, it doesn't matter most times what the course is. They're just not going to play well. So
there's some things, right, that you can say, okay, because this player is at this course, like Charlie Hoffman, first round leader at Augusta. It feels like it always happens. Or John Rahm in San Diego, right? It feels like it always happens at Torrey Pines. Like there are players who just feel a certain way. Jordan Spieth at Augusta National, right? Like that's what you can kind of glean from in terms of just the course. So the way I do it is I look at the course, and then from that I say, okay, which players have the skill set, and then even more so, which players are coming in with good current form over course fit, right? So it's like, here's the course, here's what I think should happen. Here's what I think success would look like in terms of the stats, yada, yada, yada. And then looking at the stats, who is playing really well or who can find something from from maybe the course history or the other corollary courses or correlated courses, that can give us an idea of, okay, these guys have the ability to play well. It's still golf. They still got to go out there and they got to hit it. They got to put it in the hole, which is very, very hard to do. So I don't look at just the course. If anything, right, if there was one extreme, Jeff, it's probably I'm just looking at the golfer, right? Not just the course.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
But the course is fun to talk about. I mean, certainly certain guys play better in different parts of the world and stuff like that. So it's always something you should look at, but don't just do that. Don't just look at course history or anything. I mean, that you'll sometimes hit those, you can sometimes get by on those, where you're just looking at course history, certainly some weeks, but definitely not necessarily the only thing that I take into consideration.
Yeah, Hawk, it is basically momentum, right? It's that's what you want. And momentum in any sport is huge, especially in golf. Thing about golf, the momentum can switch quicker than, I would argue, a lot of the other sports. We see it in NBA, we see basketball. It can switch on a dime. Guys, teams go on an 8-0, 10-0 run, and the momentum is completely shifted. In golf, like Jeff mentioned, Bryson can hit it in a shrub, and because mentally he's not there, he's done, right? But it's self-inflicted momentum, right? Like the ones that keep the momentum going and then stop it, it's self-inflicted. There's not a lot of outside variables, even though you're playing outdoors. I think here Andrew says Sergio, day one leader. I don't know about. Well, maybe. Like Sergio is great.
Yeah, he can get hot for a round. I like it. He's playing well with the players. I could see it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be my pick to win. I think day one leader is a good bet for Sergio because, if he gets that good round out of the way in the first round, probably a lot of miscuts to come.
He's a TaylorMade guy now. He went back to TaylorMade.
Did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's back on TaylorMade. I think maybe I don't know if it's just the balls or it's everything, but yeah, he signed back with TaylorMade. I know for his golf balls. Jeff, question here, as we got about a few more minutes before we sign off and you guys get ready for the 4 p.m. sim. Here's a player, Jeff, that I was looking like, man, I think he might have something. I think there's something up with this guy. I don't know what to do with him. It's Jason Kokrak. Jason Kokrak has played well at the Valspar. We know that. Valspar has always been a course that it fits more the Carolina narrative than it does Florida, even though it's in Florida. 49th at the Masters, the top 10 at the Players, top 8 at the API, top 10 at the WGC Concessions. What do you think of Kokrak? Guy can hit the ball out there very far. And he's someone, too, that when the irons get hot, when the putter is there, he's one of those guys that just catapults up leaderboards. Any thought, talk me off of Jason Kokrak, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I mean,
$7,100.
Like if Jason Kokrak was ever going to contend at a major, it's going to be at the PGA Championship, right? And just filtering through some of his major results, like he's actually pretty solid at these, like the two longer events, the PGA and the US Open. So I guess I can't really talk you out of it. I mean, dude is so consistent off the tee. And again, I don't think it's the major thing this week is off the tee, but when you're that consistent off the tee and you can pound it down the fairway consistently and long, you're taking like half of the trouble in this course out of play. And even if his approach game isn't like sharp, he's putted better this year. He's probably going to make enough putts to get the weekend. And like you said, become a good fantasy scorer. So again, we're not everybody on our team is going to win, but at 7,100, I'm probably not going to bet him. If I did, it would be top 20 or something, but DFS. Yeah, absolutely, man. He's got that good off the tee mojo, which I think, again, it's just going to be important this week just to stay out of trouble. And I think he'll be doing that. So.
Yeah, you mentioned Jeff, top 20, Jason Kokrak right now at plus 400 on the DraftKings Sportsbook, $7,100 right now if you're playing him on DFS. And I don't think he's someone, okay, he's getting some love. I think right now he's projecting at a little under 11% on fantasy per Fantasy National. Again, these things the numbers that I'm using in Fantasy National, they're a little skewed. We mentioned that I think last week or the week before that when you look at this, it's a select number of people who are using this site. So you're getting just those players in terms of the ownership and the roster percentage. So that could come in at less than that right now, right? So he's someone to take a look at. Jeff, any last words as we close out this show? The last one pre Kiowa Island. For me, it'll never be the same after this week. I will never be the same after this week. I might not come back because Kiowa Island looks fantastic. Dude, any final words before we toss it?
First of all,
if
Louis somehow wins this week, just take copious amounts of pictures, okay? I might text you and tell you to buy me all the merchandise or something if that happens. So just please be on the lookout for that. Make sure you get some good pictures of you rolling the greens and stuff and just throwing the ball everywhere. Really need that info. And in terms of betting and stuff, like I said, I gave you my top pick there. If you're going up high with Spieth, I'm starting cards of Daniel Berger. I like spreading it around a little bit. I think we covered the betting angle good with the guys we like in the top range more. So that's kind of how I'm approaching it. It's gonna be a fun week, dude. I'm really looking forward to seeing the course on TV. And man, glad you're there. Are you gonna be on coverage and stuff, or what's? Are we gonna be able to?
Who knows? I don't think I'm gonna be on coverage. Okay. Just the socials. So So just make sure you're following the socials. Follow me at Reed T. Fowler on Twitter.
There you go.
You got to follow Jeff though. You got to follow Jeff first.
Follow Reed. I mean, he's gonna have the balls and stuff and throwing stuff. Reed T. Fowler. Go now. Do it. I mean, I'll be tweeting that out. So let's go.
All undercase. No caps. No, I guess you can do caps. But the 4 p.m. game, Jeff, before we head out, is the Chargers at 49ers. That's Glash and BK. And then here after that sim, we're going to be checking in on the MLB slate. I believe that's with the Bukes and Garion. Make sure I know all you guys in the chat love some MLB. I saw Bukes on Put Up Your Bukes this morning. He's in mid-season form, Jeff. The guy is in mid-season form with Put Up Your Bukes. And so I'm thankful that I have a couple more months until football really kicks off to be Stan's Steve Buchanan before I get yelled at for just showing up. But this was great. I will make sure to take a lot of pictures. If Louis wins, if Finau wins, I will definitely not be back. Sorry, Carolyn. I will be setting up shop down there, and it'll be a Finau fandom store where it's just all Finau stuff. Hopefully he sponsors it. But that'll do it for us on Get the Green. Follow Jeff at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. Follow me at Reed T. Fowler on Twitter. This was a joy. Good luck, everyone. Have fun, and just enjoy watching the PGA Championship.
Hi, DraftKings Sim fam. It's good to have you with us here on a Tuesday. Glash and BK for Chargers Niners. This is it for us today. So we're just going to come in here and we're going to leave it all out there in this next hour. So we're going to also both win the contest. So I wouldn't even look at the leaderboard. BK's going to come in first. I'm going to come in second. Shake and bake, as they said in Talladega Nights. What's the build look like for you, my friend?
Well, it was very hasty, and I didn't officially get it in time, but I'll show it to you just so that when I claim it, I'll do the math at the end, okay? I'll screenshot it even because it'll go away. But you got a Captain Mostert, right, with the Niners. You got to pay up and do it just because of how productive he is. Then I got Keenan Allen and the Chargers D and a bunch of Niners wide receivers, stupidly, Pettis, Bourne, and Samuel. So that wasn't going to be the best lineup, but I'm going to stick with it regardless of my hastiness. So I'll screen grab it, and then we can do the math at the end, see if I'm anywhere near the top, which I won't be. So
okay.
What's yours look like? Your real line?
So I played Mostert in the captain spot as well because I told him to not mess it up for us. That was the title of our contest with one sim for us. Don't mess it up, Mostert. Allen, Kittle, Keenan Allen, Kittle, Mike Williams, Hunter Henry, Niners defense. I did not play a quarterback. So.
All right, yeah. I wasn't going to. I probably would have played Herbert had I spent a little more time thinking about it.
Yeah, just the ratings aren't super high for Herbert. He's still on like his week 1 ratings. So I'm at the point now where I'm like, you know what? I'd rather load up on some weapons.
Stay away. Yeah, that's all right.
And stay away. So I was just texting with Adam Kaufman because he sent me an NBA contest for tonight.
Of course.
And he asked me if I heard about your Sunday with
you. Yeah.
And I said yes. And then I said, I also found out, speaking of getting involved in many different sports. And I said, well, he's also teaching his son how to use a bank account. And Koff's like, oh, I haven't heard about this yet. I'm like, yeah, there's really nothing much to it. It's just an experiment BK is really looking forward to seeing unfold.
Well, so this is how it went. This is how it went down yesterday. So I get done with the sim. He gets out of school about 3:15. So I'm already going to be late, right? It's just because his school's about 20 minutes away. He knows the deal. He's 14. He's got his phone. He's got his friends. He's fine. So he's texting me. He's like, "You gonna get me?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I'm stuck in the stupid carpool line. Sometimes he leaves and like walks away from the school, but couldn't. So we get home and it's like 4:15, and he just hammering my wife. Can we go to the bank? Can we go to the bank? Can we go to the bank? So they get to the bank at like 4:40. The bank closes at 5, but they don't take new clients after 4, which doesn't seem like great customer service. To me, it's like if you're open, right?
Right.
So he was wearing us out, and the 2-year-old was tagging along, so we had to get him dressed because he was in pajamas all day. And so after all of it, they get home about 5:30, and I'm like, so how'd it go? And he's like, not great. I go, well, just look at it this way. You still have all of your money as of right now. What's that feedback from?
Sorry about that. That was me.
Making sure it wasn't me, but then I realized that my feedback cord isn't plugged in.
Nope, it was me.
It's okay.
Change location and you just it doesn't feel the same.
No, it's okay.
Just for today.
You're doing good. Why? Sarah needed the bedroom to take a nap?
No, I moved out here last night to get some work done, and I just didn't feel like moving all the crap back. So
let me ask you. I meant to ask you this yesterday. So you do the WNBA game. You're now doing 16 games. It'll become easier week over week, game over game, because you'll just have a working knowledge of everything going on with the team. But would you say that you over prepared for that first game? That you had way more stuff that you knew you weren't going to get to?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I guess you'd rather over prepare than under prepare.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Always. Definitely, because the game moves faster than you actually think. Sometimes you might not have a game. You might have a game where the shooting percentages aren't great, but they're up and down, man. I mean, they are up and down. It's a fast-paced brand of basketball, especially when the ball's going in. They're going up and down. They go.
I have to think the warm-ups, though, they probably make a lot of jumpers, right? Like you go to high-level women's hoops, you got really good shooters.
Oh yeah, very good, and the Connecticut team in particular, that's been really good shooting the 3 out of the gate. So
who's their best player?
Jonquel Jones.
Okay. What's her story?
She did not play in the Wubble last year down in Florida, but she's basically like a point forward for them. She can stretch the floor. She's got a really nice turnaround jump shot. Just won another overseas championship in Russia. She led the W in rebounding 2 years ago, blocks, two-time All-Star. It's only her 5th year in the league. She had a 32-18 game in the finals. Connecticut was in the WNBA finals 2 years ago. So, I mean, yeah, it's just she's been great. They get one of their other better players back in Jasmine Thomas, point guard.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, and Mike Bizzle, thank you for throwing that out there. It shows Mike watched the game on Sunday. Yeah, Dewana Bonner is also very good. She's a forward in her 2nd year. She played in Phoenix for 10 years with Taurasi and Brittany Griner, which are more household names.
Yeah, is Brittany Griner still playing?
Brittany Griner's still playing. She played Sunday night. She's a force.
She's probably not that old, right? We knew about her from the get-go because she was
right
6'10", 6'8", 6'8", or whatever at Baylor. So she's probably, 32? Something like that?
What's pretty remarkable is it's her 8th year in the league. And I'm like, wow, like that. I feel like
she may be younger than that. She may be 30.
Yeah, 30, maybe 31 or 32.
Okay. Because she was 22 when she came into the league.
And she didn't play many games last year.
She's 30 years old, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. There, you nailed it. So it was pretty cool watching her play too. It's like, oh yeah, wow, Griner and Taurasi. So Brian says, did you have to learn about all this, or did you know all of this ahead of time? A lot of this I was not familiar with. No. Had to do a deep dive.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people that'll watch a WNBA game when it comes on, right? Especially at certain times of the year when there's nothing else going on, right? As you get into July and maybe it's only baseball. If you're not a big baseball fan, most of the soccer's canceled, not canceled, in between seasons except MLS. So they probably do okay July and even August. But I don't think it's an insult to say you don't follow it, right? It's everyone, you only have so much bandwidth.
No, look, I mean, I'll say this on that subject. What's definitely for sure. This past NCAA tournament, the networks, so specifically ESPN and ABC, made a dedicated effort to put more games on ESPN and ABC. Not E3, not E2, not EU, like the ESPN.
Not the Ocho.
And it basically, they are marketing the league. So I know folks are not on the league, and that's fine. That's your opinion, but I think if there's more awareness and it's marketed better, you might be more willing to give it a chance. That's all I would like to say. Give it a chance. And you know how you need a chance? For people to see it. You shouldn't have to go find it. Now we're going to have more games this year on Facebook, Twitter. CBS Sports is still a partnership the league has had. Locally, for me, personally, will be on Nessun when the Red Sox and Bruins don't conflict. So
what do they do with it when they do conflict?
They'll put them on Nessun Plus, or they just won't be on Nessun at all.
Is Nessun Plus just internet-based, or is that an actual channel?
It's an actual channel, yeah.
I probably have that on my DirecTV, actually, because I have all those channels.
So I think Wednesday, which is tomorrow, we won't be on Nessun because the Bruins and the Red Sox will be on.
Okay.
I love Mike Bizzle. I did. I gave Diggins Smith the announcer's jinx. I know. Oh yeah, she's 5 for 5 at the free throw line. Miss. So, if you have your opinion on it, I kind of get it, but also access is important. You folks coming here to watch these sims, it's free. DraftKings has a name recognition, and I mean, a lot of you are here to play in the free rolls, which we greatly appreciate. Darth says, I was glad my YouTube TV had CBS Sports, DVR. Yeah, I mean, it's great. But access is important. So the NCAA tournament, I think the way it ended in the women's game this year provided a lot of momentum into this season, which is the 25th anniversary season. So here we go.
25th anniversary, huh? All right, cool.
Hawk, to answer your question, I do. I've heard the arguments for what you're saying, but there's a way to accept the game as it is without that needing to happen. Because then aren't we just compartmentalizing what?
Here's the thing about the idea of lowering the rims is the game's not going to change just because you obviously have really athletic women playing WNBA basketball, but they aren't they don't in their free time drop the rims down to 8 or 9 feet and just throw dunks off the glass. I'm not saying if you don't here and there, if they're around friends or family. We did that our whole lives, right? When you couldn't dunk, you just would lower the rim at your friend's house. But they're working on their entire game, which doesn't include living above the rim very often, except for the handful of players that can. So I don't think you would all of a sudden have a mirror image of men's basketball. You would just have women's basketball where the shooting wasn't as good because they weren't used to shooting on lower rims. And they still wouldn't be high flying because it's just not the way the game is. I think to your point, you just have to accept it for what it is. Really good basketball, really good shooting, good defense, smart play, and go from there.
River Rat on Twitch says they hired you, Glash, so that's a good start at better marketing. I don't think there's sarcasm there, but if there is, that's well done. We have no score. 2 minutes left in this first quarter. We can look at some ownership, of course. Jimmy Garoppolo looking, and completing to George Kittle. How have the Sims been today? This is the first one for me and BK. Have they been scoring? What do we got? Are we expecting much? Did you guys stack this game in Classic?
Did she call the last game?
I don't think so. I think she's been producing all afternoon.
Oh. Did I click on yesterday's? Maybe I clicked on something yesterday. She called it yesterday with Cobb and Christian. So we didn't talk about it yesterday, and I'll get Terrelyn's take when I do the game with her coming up this week. But you saw my text last week after the silly conversation I had with Kenny that everyone in the chat had.
And I did say yesterday we could discuss what you'd like to discuss.
We don't have to spend that much time. I just want a consensus. Not a consensus. I want a unanimous agreement from all humans that aren't named Kenny.
BK, just so you know, when you sent that message, I read the first few words. I'm at the Red Sox game at 75.
Right, and I forgot, and I'd seen your tweets too, so I knew you were there.
I'm like, okay, I can't do this right now. So
I have no problem with you not engaging. That's the thing about when you're in a text chain with people you talk to a lot and are around a lot. Like there's plenty of times, because I got a couple different work ones and some, KU buddies. Sometimes I'll jump in, but other times I'll just let them go, and I'll either catch back up later or I'll skip it,
Yeah.
And so I wasn't.
So tell everybody what's on your mind.
Your response was perfect.
We'll look at stats of what we have of stats. This first quarter is over.
My lineup's actually probably doing pretty well.
I'm in 5th. Let's go.
With 9 points. I guess if you have both defenses, you're probably in first place.
Especially Niners D helps.
Spot. One in the captain spot.
Keenan's got a catch. Kittle's got a catch for no yards. Mostert, 28 yards rushing. Mostert's carried the ball 7 times already. David says Emerson gets all the garbage games. I mean, the matchups, they don't really, usually, the good matchups are not at noon. So, and Allen, Mostert, Kittle, Pettis, all with 1 catch each. Mostert, 1 for 15. All right, what's on your mind? We need to get to this because I did say we'd do it yesterday.
Yeah, I just want your take. So Kenny's assertion is that you should not draft or worry about a franchise quarterback until you have a franchise left tackle.
Huh.
And basically, you look at all the great tackles, it's not their fault. It's a team game, but that you're always better off with the left tackle. And I just kept listing the Joe Thomases, Anthony Munoz, just going down the list. I was like, the reason the quarterbacks make $40 million and the left tackle makes 18, which is a lot, right? But you can find good left tackles. There's just more good left tackles, really good left tackles that are out there, or serviceable, and a good quarterback can cover up for a bad to average left tackle. I mentioned my pal Nate Solder. I said my pal, he's a Colorado kid. We're not really pals. But look how great he looked with Tom Brady, 3 Super Bowls. He signs the biggest contract ever for a left tackle and goes to New York, and he's got Eli at the end of his career and then the start of Daniel Jones, and he just wasn't very good. And you could go down the list. Look at some of the guys that played with Peyton Manning and then left, right? Or Drew Brees or Aaron Rodgers. They make they make everybody better, but they can make average guys look above average. Patrick Mahomes did all he could. That gives you an idea of how bad the tackle play was in the Super Bowl. Because that was sort of the point too. He's like, look at the Super Bowl. I go, yeah, these guys are well below average. Mike Remmers is a bad right tackle, and he's a terrible left tackle. And Andrew Wiley is a right guard playing right tackle for the first time all season in the Super Bowl against one of the best pass rushes in the NFL. So it's going to be a struggle. And it was basically 30 minutes of him trying to come up with different ways to explain why you need a tackle.
So did he give an example?
Tackles can't make quarterbacks better. Quarterbacks can make tackles better.
Sure. Did he give an example, or is he saying that this
everything kind of is
happen?
based on the Jets and their building blocks and having Mekhi Becton. It's like it all kind of goes back to that. But as I would just throw different, the Joe Thomas, Anthony Munoz, Jackie Slater, right? Jackie Slater couldn't make Jim Everett better than Joe Montana or Steve Young in that division, even though he's in the Hall of Fame, right? Anthony Munoz, Boomer Esiason was a league MVP, but he was there before and after Boomer. Joe Thomas had 35 quarterbacks probably. It's a silly conversation.
It's a stubborn take.
Yeah, and then he started talking about Tony Romo, and he's like, in his whole line. I go, well, he had Tyron Smith since 2011. It's pretty good left tackle. That's a terrible
he threw it right to the other team.
I think he got hit as he threw it, but still.
He did. Well, get a better left tackle in there
Casey
in San
Hayward.
Francisco.
Well, they have Trent Williams. Look at him walking off the field. He's the highest paid left tackle in football now, I think. Didn't he get $20 million a year on his new deal?
Right. In real life, the Madden version, they don't have.
Yes, the Madden version of Trent Williams looks like he hadn't played in a year and a half.
Okay, you mentioned Romo. What other examples did he cite?
He didn't really have a lot of great quarterback examples, or he was basically saying that using Super Bowls to quantify quarterbacks' greatness isn't fair. And I go, okay, well, let's just do Hall of Famers. And I said Warren Moon, Fran Tarkenton, Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, and I'm trying to think what other Hall of Famers didn't win a Super Bowl. The list is not very long at quarterback. And then he's talking about how Eli isn't a Hall of Famer. Like, he's definitely going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's 9th all time in passing yards or whatever. He's like, Matt Ryan's better. You're like, oh, that's fine. But Eli's got 2 rings and enough yards and enough wins.
So Ducey must believe in the Lions then, because they get a left tackle for Jared Goff, and Jared Goff had all this protection that year they went to the Super Bowl.
Right,
we all
Andrew
saw what happened
Whitworth.
when those older offensive linemen dropped off. So
Yeah.
Ducey must have, when Aaron Rodgers is traded, he must have the Lions winning the North.
For sure. Well, yeah, they go get Penei Sewell at 7, right? It's a done deal. They're going to win the North for as many years as Penei Sewell's there. Doesn't matter who the quarterback. Doesn't matter how good Justin Fields is.
If Ducey is in on the Lions and believes in that offensive lineman is going to make an immediate impact and help Jared Goff, I will let Ducey bite off my kneecap, like Dan Campbell wants folks to do.
But the idea that you would draft a tackle, if you don't like the quarterbacks, that's one thing. But if it's close, you always draft the quarterback, and that's why every GM either still has a job and or loses their job, is because they can't get the quarterback right.
Right. Well, and Evans
For
makes
the
a
most
good
part.
point.
I understand over time, things get stale. But
Evans makes a good point here, and I've had this talk with Ducey before about maximizing the window of your rookie quarterback that you take in the first round, and that's what he probably means. Like,
he also got to that too, right? And so we talked about Russell Wilson and Mahomes right now.
Garoppolo,
and
Goff.
I guess technically Flacco. They didn't win it though, right? And Brady,
No, they didn't win it. They got there though.
Brady's not on a rookie window, but he has always been upper third of salary, but never top 5 or top. That's probably not true. There's probably times where he was top 5. So, yeah, that's your goal, is that your rookie quarterback, your Justin Herbert, your Tua, whomever, figures it out quickly enough that you're on a rookie deal. The Niners got there with Jimmy Garoppolo not on a rookie deal. Now the rest of the roster they were all rookies just about, or cast-offs.
Right, but two different arguments, two different.
Also, because Tom Brady's won 7 Super Bowls in the last 20 years, it kind of skews everything in terms of the way the rest of the league is run. But yeah, Big Ben was on his rookie deal. Eli was not. I don't think. Maybe in 07. He wasn't in 2011. Peyton certainly wasn't on either of his Super Bowls. Drew Brees was definitely not. In an ideal world, yes, you get Russell Wilson gets there in the second year, and year 3 is there again, and you would think that or hope that he would have gotten there more times. But it's also really hard to get to the Super Bowl.
Evans is bringing up Andrew Luck. That's actually a good one to bring up. Someone who needed the help but never got it.
Right, but that gives
Deshaun
you
Watson now.
He didn't. He had Anthony Costanzo, who's good but not great, and Anthony Costanzo was a high draft pick.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
What do we got here? Still no score here in the second. That is Joe Reed. Not enough for the first down. 4 minutes left, second quarter. Mostert has been picking up catches. Jimmy Garoppolo did throw an interception. So we have the Chargers D, 12 points right now. Niners have a sack, 11 points in the flex. They're going for it. Here we go. I like it. Scoreless game, going for it. They get the first. All right.
Very aggressive. Good job, Anthony Lynn. Virtual Anthony Lynn trying to keep his virtual job.
Evan says, aren't there more on the O-line? Sure, but if...
I'm just going back to read Andrew's comment.
If you get... I know what you're saying, Evans. Like, there's more than one offensive lineman that's going to make an impact, but it helps when you can get a high-level, singular offensive lineman to help elevate the play of others around them.
Well, and look, if you have a great left tackle, but it's garbage across the rest of the O-line, and they're just going to move the defense away from the left tackle or right tackle or all-pro guard like a Quentin Nelson or a Zach Martin or whatever, you're going to need more than one is the thing. And Andrew Luck never had really more than Costanzo. Here's a simple fact. Andrew Luck won the division 4 times. Can you name any other of those offensive linemen that he played with? Maybe was Jeff Saturday, I think, gone, right? And he went to Green Bay to finish off his career.
Right, yeah.
And after that, you can name Costanzo and then Quentin Nelson, in those last couple of years. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure Saturday and Luck ever crossed over. I don't think they did.
Right. And I don't know how good Jeff Saturday was. I mean, he was definitely a solid, long-time vet, but he wasn't a perennial Pro Bowler. Not that I can remember. Let me see Jeff Saturday's career.
Hugh Banks says, wake up Mostert. Then he says, actually, wake up Eckler. So Evans is saying you're making his point that you can't name, you meaning the general you, cannot name an offensive lineman Andrew Luck had.
Well, right. But you still, there's no world where, so that draft was the 2012 draft. I guess we could go look at who the tackles were in that draft. I want to say maybe Trent Williams. You're not drafting Trent Williams ahead of Andrew Luck that year. And Trent Williams has gone to 6 or 7 Pro Bowls now.
You go for it on 4th and 2. Go for it again. Yeah!
Nice, Anthony Lynn.
Anthony, coaching for his job, like you said.
They're definitely going to make a play in the backfield. Nope.
Not the first. Just enough.
Okay, Andrew Luck, RG3, Trent Richardson 3rd. Matt Khalil went 4th to the Vikes. Let me see if there are any other tackles in that draft. Not really. Riley Reef at 23. So, should the Colts have drafted Matt Khalil instead of Andrew Luck? I'll ask the chat.
First and goal, Eckler, the highest owned Charger. This ball is caught by the 2 by Keenan Allen.
Matt Khalil went to the Pro Bowl as a rookie. Guess how many more Pro Bowls he made?
Than Andrew Luck?
No, for the rest of his career.
Oh.
Or than Andrew Luck.
4.
Nope, too high.
3, 2, 0.
Andrew got it. That was it. He went to 1 Pro Bowl. Andrew Luck also went to the Pro Bowl that year and then went 2 more years and won again in 2018 when he was comeback player of the year.
Eckler touchdown.
Set a rookie passing yards record. It's just we probably take too much time already on this. But.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, the sim is finally waking up. There's a good energy in the sim. Austin Eckler, 74.8% owned, 15%
that's a touchdown.
captain. Yeah, they gave it to him.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking. I'm reading my.
Unless they're reviewing it.
No, I'm reading my Matt Khalil stats. And Andrew Luck.
Meager 66. Can we get a Justin Jackson touchdown? We have seen Justin Jackson take the ball. Okay, we have a touchdown in the sim. Very good. Dougie Freshy, first place in our contest, which is titled One Sim for Us. Don't mess it up, Mostert. And he hasn't been bad. Not great, but not bad. The Matador on Twitch, LOL, linemen don't make quarterbacks better. What a joke. Go ahead, put any of the best quarterbacks in a team with a horrible lineman and see how long he lasts without complaining and stays uninjured. See Andrew Luck.
Here's what I don't think people realize. How many good quarterbacks have made bad O-lines better? And average offensive linemen better? That's sort of the point. And that, to underscore the point, just for the next 25 years, we're going to remind everyone about that Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes running for his life and still making as many plays as he did. We know how bad Mike Rimmers is at right tackle. Just ask Von Miller. He got a Super Bowl MVP out of it. So you take a guy that's a bad right tackle, who's a worse left tackle, put him against Jason Pierre-Paul, and you take the right guard and put him against Shaq Barrett, who, yes, he didn't lead the league in sacks this year, but he did 2 years ago. And they got Vita Vea back and Sue, so that's a really good defensive front. And that O-line was a disaster. And you had backups across the board. None of those guys were penciled in to start the year, except maybe the center, right? Laurent Duvernay-Tardif stayed as a doctor in Canada. Then they brought in Kelechi Osemele, and he tears his knee. Eric Fisher tears his Achilles. Mitchell Schwartz's back hurts. So on paper, Brett Veach and Andy Reid had a nice offensive line. But by the time you get to the Super Bowl 55, we saw what happened. Some things you just can't overcome.
So I'm looking on the website called Google. I just searched Elijah Vera Tucker jersey because Kenny believes the offensive lineman is going to carry the franchise, not the second overall pick. If we all chipped in $1, 120 of us, we should all buy Elijah Vera Tucker jersey for Deuce and say, hey, we got you the jersey for the face of the franchise. The offensive lineman that will lead us to destiny.
Well, so then I turned it around. I'm like, how about DeBrickashaw Ferguson and Nick Mangold? How many Super Bowls did they win? Well, they went to 2 AFC championship games. I'm like, great. Okay. They played a lot longer than 2 years.
You know what?
A lot of Pro Bowls.
You just brought up something that it just triggered a reminder. I believe Kaufman has an autographed football by Nick Mangold. So we'll get him the football from Mangold that's autographed, and the Sim Fam, we all donate $1. We'll get the Vera Tucker jersey for Ducey, the franchise-changing offensive line. Here come the Jets.
Bummer is that he just can't wear it on here. I guess he can wear it in between Sims, like when he's doing the sweater.
Or he can wear it to a game. Oh, wait, he's against wearing jerseys to games.
I am too, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Not against it. I'm just not for it for adults over 30.
LT the Great, I'm assuming a Chargers fan because it says Chargers Herbert was lit up last season with a horrible offensive line. Thankfully, they took help. Yep.
Phillip Rivers' ability to win as many games as he did and get to as many Pro Bowls as he did, considering the Chargers, without question, and we could actually probably check the numbers, and maybe LT the Great, number 21, could even help. They've had more O-line combinations in the last decade than anyone, especially in the last 5 years. That's why Mike McCoy and now Anthony Lynn have been fired. Congo Cat BK says Casey tackles out all playoffs. Pat was doing the same thing, but winning. No, he had Eric Fisher until the AFC title game when he got hurt against the Browns. So he had his number 1 overall pick at left tackle, and Remmers, who's a little better at right tackle, playing right tackle, and Wiley, the starting right guard, playing right guard. In the Super Bowl, he was playing right tackle, and Remmers was playing left tackle, and it was a disaster. Harpo 10, the Ducey BK sim was my favorite BK sim ever. It lasted way too long, and it was way too maddening, so I hope that we don't ever have that conversation again.
Was it an overtime game?
No. We started it at like halftime, and it literally took up the whole second half. I wanted to go take a shower or punch the wall or both after.
Careful. Don't punch the TVs behind you. We need that great backdrop.
Or no, we get end up like my man Noah from the Braves, right? Did you see that?
No.
He punched the bench and he's out for like 3 months, a pitcher.
Jeez. One thing, I remember Marcus Smart did that in LA for the Celtics. Punched a mirror. He punched a mirror frame.
Huascar Noah breaks hand after punching dugout bench. I assume that's Huascar. H-U-A. Maybe you Huascar. The H is probably silent. Huascar.
Sean Williams is preaching to update the rosters. And Sean, you are not the only one. We certainly see you. We understand where you are coming from. We cannot share if and when that might happen.
Here's what I would bank on. This is let's set the expectations at a certain level. When the new game comes out in August, expect updated rosters then, no matter what. Anything before that should just feel like a bonus.
It's not our call.
Not our call, and there's a lot that goes into it. So we're not trying to pass the buck or blame anyone else. There's just a lot that goes into it.
But I mean, I don't blame Sean for trying to make a point. Yeah, that's totally fine.
It'd be great to see Le'Veon Bell not on the team right now. Right?
We have Kyle from Game Ops is with us here today, and Tara Lynn is our producer. Andrew also running the show on the ones and twos.
What if we just said it was Tara Lynn's job to update all of them and make it all work?
Oh, yeah. Whenever we're late or if there's a glitch, we blame Samir. As long as the rosters are not updated, we can blame Tara Lynn. That's fine. It works for me.
Tara Lynn is not on board with that plan. Doesn't mean it'll change the idea. But... And
who? Kidding me? I mean,
do you and Koff get blamed the most for the game being rigged?
Yeah. But as I like to remind people, I really wish you didn't feel that way, but remember, someone will be happy. Someone will be happy.
Right. Someone's always going to win. So the idea that it's rigged against you, but in favor of whoever wins, is hard to pull off.
Yeah. I mean, and sometimes we have a tie for first.
Yeah. Also difficult.
Pete is asking if, well, actually, he's not asking, he's making a point. Maybe Emerson brought Glash that tanning service. Oh, it's been sunny and nice here in New England the last few days.
That must be nice. It's rainy and gross here. We haven't had spring hardly at all. We had spring like 3 days in the Rocky Mountains. Terrible.
Problem Kid Gaming. Pre-WNBA Glash was better. I feel like Glash has a Sean Connery accent thing going on now. My name is William Forrester.
I'm that one. That's what he says. What's his next line? Remember? In that scene?
Which scene again?
When he says his name, he says, my name's William Forrester, and then he goes, I'm that one. And he points to his picture.
Oh, yeah, points to his picture. Yeah.
That was a great movie.
I loved it. I was actually showing that movie in a class in high school.
My biggest issue with that movie is there's no scenario where a high school basketball team during basketball season in New York is practicing on the rooftop. Ever.
Yeah.
Off season, pick up there. Hey guys, go up, open gym, go play. Coach can't be there. They're practicing in their school gym in December, January, and February when it is basketball season in New York.
Kind of looked like the scene you'd see when you start up NBA Street.
Exactly, which is fine. NBA Street, weather doesn't seem to be an issue.
Ever.
Or the blacktop mode on 2K, which I play a lot with my kiddo. He doesn't like it when I make my all 7'16" with Yao and Murasan and Sabonis 7'4" and Porzingis.
Last point I'll make on the roster update, and we only really bring this up once every couple weeks, but I think it's worth readdressing because new people tune in all the time. What that would require is we'd have to basically, and I know you're all like, oh, I mean, come on, just update the PlayStation. That's all it takes. Well, we'd have to update all of the information on the playbook. And when I say we, I mean the collective we at DraftKings. The depth charts would have to be updated. The pricing will all change. We'd have to get it all in sync with all of those teams.
Tara Lynn just doesn't have that kind of time right.
So it's one of those things that we'll be told the day when it comes. We're going to stop a sim or stop a day of sims for a day and get it all straightened out. when that time comes, I don't know.
And here's the thing. If you were going to do it, let's just pretend July 4th. Like, oh, July 4th, or maybe not Memorial Day, but July 4th, right? Easy time to do it. That would require all those people that have to do it to still work on July 4th.
And I'm not expecting anyone to feel bad for us. This is a fun job. But I'm just giving you perspective. That's all. But I hear you. I read it and I go, I would love that. But
don't you think that my assertion, wait for the new game, and around then, like it was last year, it'll happen, and anything before that should just feel like bonus?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against it. I'm for everything.
Like the new game, obviously, they're gonna want to get it going like they did last year, and hopefully by then there's some PS5s and it looks slightly cooler. Not that the distinction between PS4 and PS5 is pretty narrow, honestly.
We just urge people too that the Buccaneers will be even better than they are in this game now. So you might think it's not fair.
Leonard Fournette would be awesome.
We're almost at 200 likes on the stream, so if you are willing and you don't mind, and I don't know, you're feeling giving today, smash that like
I'll throw
button.
a football question at you since you brought up the Bucs, and I'm just thinking about their roster. Who retires first, Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers?
Brady.
Okay. I hope you're right, because I want to watch Aaron Rodgers play for 7 more years. I guess I don't mean at the certain age. I'm saying, does Brady play 2 years and Rodgers plays 3 or 4 or 5? And even though people say Aaron Rodgers has other interests, the one thing he likes the most is playing football, and you're going to do that for as long as your body will let you. First down. Most are closing in on a third of the way to the bonus.
Why? What do you think?
The simple answer should be Rodgers, but with what's going on with Green Bay and Tom Brady's unwillingness to retire, lack of desire to retire, and why would you? You just want a Super Bowl.
Well, he's got so much say. Pete says Aaron Rodgers, if he doesn't get traded. Well, in that case, Pete, he could just ride out the contract and then he could leave and then keep playing.
Well, but the PA is going to have to get involved because he would owe them $30 million in money that's already been paid, I guess, or something. So if he's not retiring, then he has to show up and be kind of a horse's behind and force his way out, unless it gets to the point where, like, we've moved on, don't show up, then the PA gets involved there too. Like, well, you're preventing him from doing his job just because you don't want him around. Remember when they sent Keyshawn home and T.O. got sent home too at various points of their careers?
Yep.
They could, in theory, do that with Aaron Rodgers. The problem is he's the reigning MVP. And the PA probably gets a little louder for the reigning MVP versus a loud wide receiver that is at the end of his career.
Well, and you say the word loud, that's a good word to use, especially now when you have social media and just everyone would get a word in. T.O. and Keyshawn, a little different, right?
Well, and but you'd also have plenty of Packers players that wouldn't want the distraction, right? They'd be like, come on, this is enough already. We've got a game or a season to focus on. Whomever the quarterback is, Blake Bortles, Jordan Love. And then you'd have a section of the fan base that, yes, they're over Aaron Rodgers, or they've come to terms with it. They're like, just make the trade so we can get our draft picks and whatever new player we're getting.
Yeah.
So we know who to cheer against, right? We want to cheer against the Broncos, against the Raiders, and get us Derek Carr in here, Bridgewater. I don't know what other AFC teams will really be in the mix. I'm not saying there won't be. I'm just saying I don't know which ones are high on the list.
Do you think it can get worked out between him and Green Bay without the Packers doing anything? So, or does it require a Julio Jones acquisition for it to work out?
I think it requires something like that and a new contract, because they can still get out of the deal after this year. So he probably feels like at this point, he's given them all he can give them. They wouldn't let him go for it on 4th down last year. And they're ready to move on soon enough, whether that's this year or next year. And even if Jordan Love isn't ready yet, like really ready, and Matt LaFleur really wants him back, that's for, I'm sure in Aaron's mind, one more run at this. And he's probably thinking, well, I'm not even going to have my left tackle until November, whenever Bakhtiari's back.
Yeah.
And so he's probably like, just rip the Band-Aid off. I'll see you at my Ring of Fame ceremony or whatever they call it.
Okay.
We'll take out a full-page ad in the Green Bay paper, the Milwaukee paper. Not that people read papers anymore, but it's still a thing. I was at the hockey game last night, and my buddy Benjamin Hockman was a columnist here for a long time, and now he's columnist in St. Louis, so we just randomly were getting to sit next to each other, which was cool to catch up. And he's like, all right, just so you know, we won't be talking all in the third period because I've got that's a touchdown, easy money.
Debo.
He's like, because I have a deadline. I'm like, oh yeah. I was like, really? You do have a deadline, huh? I was like, that's good. I go, have they ever told you that they sent the trucks without it? He's like, no. They just get honest.
Real quick here, Debo Samuel, $7,000 to roster, 40% owned, 7% captained in the free showdown. Dougie continues to lead our free contest, rostered both defenses. Samuel, Allen, Eckler, Mostert in the captain spot.
So I did have Debo in my fake lineup.
Right?
I got Debo in my fake lineup.
How is your fake lineup doing?
I don't know. Mostert, Chargers D, Keenan Allen, Debo, Pettis, and Kendrick Bourne. So it's not a great lineup.
Your normal fake lineups, I taught Tara Lynn that process. It's just based on how the game goes. You just say, I had that player.
Right, because who well, when I don't show it to you, I'm like, oh yeah, I was going to captain him. Nope, you know what? I captained him too. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, Tara Lynn. That's kind of broadcasting 101.
Thundering Ice 22 on Twitch at Glash. A birdie tells me, tweet, making a bird noise for you, that there's a behind the scene discussion about Rodgers for Wilson, Russell Wilson. I can't believe this isn't leaking and being talked about everywhere. All right, Thundering Ice. Who's your
Seattle,
source?
why are you doing that? You're getting the same player 5 years older? I get that Aaron's won 3 MVPs and Russ has won none, but they're kind of the same player.
Who's your source, Thundering Ice? Can't reveal. Got to keep those private. I understand. But BK kind of makes a good point, though. Like, what benefit does that do for Seattle?
Because he's going to deal. He's not going to be like, oh, I'll just keep playing for $25 million. So you're paying him the same thing, if not more, that you're paying Russ.
I think Tater Hater wants the joy of me reading this. First place in the free early showdown, classic, free early classic. Slop, slop, slop. Is that you, Tater Hater? Slop, slop, slop. El Bongo says neither one of them are happy. So, yeah, let's put Russ in Green Bay and Aaron in Seattle, and everything will be solved.
But I think the Russ thing, what you were hearing when he was voicing his displeasure publicly for the first time really in his career about anything, really coming out and saying anything that isn't just a cliche, boring, silly answer, was on Dan Patrick, where he was talking about his O-line play or whatever he was talking about. It seemed like he just wants more of a seat at the table, seeing what Brady had. And or you heard that he wants to be a mogul like LeBron. Well, there's no jobs open in LA. He doesn't want to go to New York. Chicago was high on his list. Fields is there. The Raiders are an iconic brand. It's Vegas, and there's a lot of growth in Vegas. So maybe that's why they were on his list. The Cowboys now have Dak. So those were the teams. I might be missing one, right? But that's the idea, that he would go somewhere and really continue to grow his brand. Now, I could argue that in Seattle, you can do that, especially with all the tech money out there. And if you win a lot, you can grow your brand anywhere. Patrick Mahomes is going to continue to be the biggest star in the league in the second or third or fourth smallest media market in the middle of the country. Right? At some point, you're on every commercial, like Peyton Manning was in Indianapolis.
The Matador says, how is Wilson and Rodgers the same player?
Well, they're both a little undersized. Rodgers is barely 6'2", and if you watch that 60 Minutes interview with him from years ago, he wants you to know he's 6'2". Russ is a shade under 6 feet. They move great with their feet. They make plays downfield. They carry bad teams. They make bad O-lines look good. They do more with less in a given year. Rodgers' numbers are more prolific, but Russell Wilson's gone to 9 straight Pro Bowls or something. You don't accidentally do that.
The Matador, Rodgers has agility. I mean, not the same as Wilson.
But Wilson's faster than people think, but he's not Kyler Murray fast. I feel like, what did he run in the high 4.4s or low 4.5s? And the way Rodgers manipulates the pocket and moves well enough without the ball that on 3rd and 4, he's going to pick up 4.5. Always has.
But
yes, Russ is a better runner.
In the NFC Championship game, though, he just didn't feel like scoring the touchdown that he had.
Yeah, he should have run that.
Guess he needed more help to make that happen.
Russ had 31 touchdowns 2 years ago and 5 picks. Last year he had 40 and 13. He's also, here you go, up until he made enough passes. Actually, now Deshaun and Patrick Mahomes are ahead of him for now. But Aaron Rodgers was the highest rated passer in the history of football, and Russell Wilson was 2nd. And Tony Romo was 3rd. And now Mahomes and Watson have actually jumped all of them. And Mahomes is 1 and Watson's 2. So I don't know how much closer they can be when they're the 2 best rated passers in the history of the game. That to me sounds similar. Like if I said Kobe and MJ are back-to-back scoring, and they look about the same and play about the same, you'd be like, oh, yeah, and one's 3rd and one's 4th all-time in scoring. That sounds pretty close.
Hawk says the Rodgers slander must stop. This is ridiculous. LOL. You know what's ridiculous, Hawk? When you have a clear path to the end zone and you choose not to run the ball in and score.
Hey, the chat may be slandering Rodgers. I'm not. He's awesome. You don't accidentally win the MVP at 37 years old. I'm saying that Russell Wilson is also awesome.
Hawk, you must have not been watching the game. You were planning how you were going to run on the field and streak across the field at Raymond James Stadium the week of the Super Bowl. And you thought Aaron would be there, but Tom was there.
Russ has played 9 seasons and gone to 7 Pro Bowls. The years he didn't go to the Pro Bowl, his teams went 12-4 and 10-5-1.
Hey, you got Broncos news from Field Yates. You see this?
No, let me see what Field Yates.
Deshaun Hamilton.
Yeah. It's not really news. I mean, he tore his ACL, so they were moving on. And they signed Damian Willis. What you talking about, Willis? 9 catches, 82 yards for the Bengals 2 years ago.
Talking about Willis?
Giants claiming Raquel Armstead. He's been known to vulture a touchdown or 2 on a sim. He's not a Giant.
Hawk, you make me smile every day I see you in the chat. It's great.
Do quarterbacks get credit for wins? I'm saying
No,
in your mind. Obviously, it's a stat.
Left tackles do.
Yeah, well, left tackles first, quarterback second. Russell Wilson has played 9 NFL seasons and gone to 7 Pro Bowls. Guess how many times his teams have won 10 games or less? 10, not 8 and 8. 10 games or less.
I think only once, right?
Once, 2017.
Yeah.
And that year, they were 9-7. He did go to the Pro Bowl, had 34 touchdowns, 11 picks.
Wow.
Well, here, I'm curious. Let's see, rushing. I'd like to know how many first downs he runs for compared to Aaron Rodgers. So he's run for 167 first downs. Last year, he only ran for 5. 167. I guess for Aaron Rodgers, we'll do the years he played, his first 9 years of playing. Okay.
By the way, Badgley just missed a field goal, so it's still 7-7. Debo and Austin.
Aaron Rodgers completed 70% of his passes last year.
It's really
48
good.
touchdowns, 5 picks. Pretty good.
Steve has a 3-way proposition. Wilson to Green Bay, Rodgers to Vegas, Derek Carr to Seattle.
Yeah, you know who's not volunteering for that deal? Seattle.
Pete Carroll, yeah.
He's like, why are we getting worse? Why are we getting rid of 2 Hall of Famers for a not Hall of Famer?
I think Russ is satisfied, folks, at this point. Right when he went public, they went out and got a tight end. They got a new offensive coordinator. They've already responded to the Russ criticism.
All right, let me do some quick math. So 9 years.
Green Bay yet to be seen. So, I mean, that's That's old news is my point. Like folks that think Russ is Russ completely satisfied? Well, whoever is in this world, who is ever completely satisfied? Maybe me, because I'm charming and I love everything and I love all of you. I never complain about anything. I think everyone's great. I think Aaron Rodgers is amazing. I have never, ever had a bad thing to say about him. 3rd and 3, 7-7 game.
So Aaron Rodgers has run for 213 first downs in his first 9 seasons. And like I just said, Russell Wilson has run for, what is that number? 259. So 50 more, give or take, 55 more. They're very similar. That's what I'm trying to say, which I've been saying and proving my point.
Wow, this is a paragraph from Thundering Ice. You definitely get more characters on Twitch to make your point.
Yeah, you only get 220 on YouTube.
Now, Russell Wilson and the Seahawks are in a much better place. They've smoothed some things out. Pete Carroll and Wilson have talked. They've gotten some good free agency pickups and draft capital, so Wilson's happy right now.
Yeah, he just wants a seat at the table. He wants, when Antonio Brown's available, to have enough gravitas to get him brought in. And they worked him out, right? But they didn't sign him. Nice throw, nice catch. Is that another one of my many receivers? It's Debo.
Debo again.
I'm switching him around to my captain from Mostert.
Okay.
So yeah, Mahomes has a 108.7 passer rating. That is a full 4.2 points higher than Watson. 104.5. Aaron Rodgers, 3rd, 103.9. Russell Wilson, 4th. Drew Brees, Kirk Cousins, Tom Brady. Dak is now ahead of Tony Romo. Tony Romo's dropped all the way to 9th. Hall of Famers Steve Young and Peyton Manning, 10th and 11th. And calculating passer rating is hard to do, but when you're one of the best ever, that's a good thing.
Congo Cab says, BK, I can't wait to throw my QB's numbers in your face when the season starts. See, Congo Cab, let me ask you this. And I think you also realize that the Raiders got to win games this year.
I'll say this, Congo Cab, just because I have it up in front of me.
Carr's numbers? Win games.
That's a good number to it's a good number to have. Winning more games is cool. Derek Carr is 17th all time in the history of football with passer rating, just ahead of Ryan Tannehill, Jared Goff, and Chad Pennington, then Stafford, then Bridgewater.
Like, who cares about his numbers unless he's on your fantasy team? But you care about your team to win. If Carr has to become more of a game manager or his stats take a step back because they improve in other areas, who cares?
The next Hall of Famer, Otto Graham, 37th in passer rating from 46 to 55. Marino, 38. Brett Favre, 39. Jim Kelly, 48. Staubach, 53. Sonny Jurgensen, Len Dawson, 57 each.
Robbie
Troy Aikman,
Noble,
68. Warren Moon.
Robbie Noble, first place in our contest.
Good job, Robbie Noble. Keep it up.
G
440 left.
G the Go-Getter, first place in the public free showdown, and there he is, the hater of taters himself. Slop, slop, slop. Still in first by just a point-ish. All right, we got more of Eckler in the passing game. 4.5 to go. Coming up after this.
You know how ESPN has their QBR where it's weighted by what you do in the fourth quarter? It's a different stat. I'm trying to find a weighted one. Or not a weighted one, a all-time. Last year, Rodgers was first, Mahomes was second, Josh Allen third, Tannehill, Fitz, Breeze, Lamar, Russell Wilson 8th, Derek Carr 11th.
Congo Cab, no, I know. I'm not blaming Derek Carr. I'm just saying, like, my overall point, Congo Cab, is no one's going to care about Derek Carr's numbers if the Raiders are 0-3. Like, they're going to be irrelevant. So if they get off to a good start and his numbers take a little bit of a step back, who cares? I mean, I think it's great. They've got, if you clearly believe they've got it figured out with Derek Carr. Well, they've got to play well in other areas for them to. They got to win. They got to win games.
I'll take the under on the Raiders. They'll proven otherwise.
Like, I hope we're talking about the Raiders week 3 or 4 in the season, and they're not like out of it. And they might not be. They might be in it. And then Derek Carr, your quarterback will get more credit if that's the case. That's how it goes.
I still don't know if I'm traveling with the Broncos, but if I am, I would have to get on a plane on Christmas Day for the Broncos game at the Raiders the day after Christmas in Vegas. And then the next week, they go to L.A. to play the Chargers the day after New Year's, which isn't as big a deal to get on a plane New Year's Day. So
I'd like to think you will be traveling.
I'd like to think so, too. Got a meeting with my boss next week. That still won't really necessarily define it, but I guess could.
All right, so we got some special members of the Sim fam. Robbie Noble and Tater Hater holding on for leads. This early classic is wrapping up. It's a one-score game. Chargers have the ball. We have about 360 of you watching. Let's get to 200 likes. Only 15 away. If you guys don't mind, smash the like button. There's Hunter Henry. Coming up after this, we have Steve Buchanan, who recently unblocked me on Twitter. We are Twitter friends again.
Here's some actual breaking news.
Breaking news with Brandon Cristal.
The Broncos just announced they've agreed to terms with Roman Pfeiffer as a senior personnel executive, which I guess probably makes him the right-hand man to the new GM, George Payton. After yesterday, they announced Kelly Klein would be the highest-ranking female on the personnel side in the NFL, stealing her from the Vikings. Roman Pfeiffer played a long time, didn't he? He played at UCLA. Oh, you know what? I think he and George Payton were probably at UCLA at the same time. Watch, we're going to find that out. They were teammates at UCLA. That's my prediction.
2 minutes to go.
Roman Zabinski Pfeiffer. Man, his folks are having fun with that name.
Oh, no. Sam Fran picks it up. Oh, my God. He had the catch for the first down.
Is that Richard Sherman?
Wow. It's Richard Sherman's teammate. I'm not sure who it is.
Oh, it's Jason Barrett, former number one pick of the Chargers. Former Chargers number one pick gets revenge. Jason Barrett's revenge.
Holy crap. Watch this again. Catch Mike Williams. Was he down, though? Ooh, he was down. Review it. What a turn of events. The drama.
You remember Roman Pfeiffer winning 3 Super Bowls for your New England Patriots? I guess you're pretty little then. Trust me, he was a starting linebacker.
I was very little. I don't know.
Oh.
Wow, what a break.
Yeah, he was starting linebacker on the 3 first Super Bowls the Patriots won, 01 to 04.
Oh, Joe Reed to the 12. All right, Tater Hater, he's down. You got your wish. Everything's fine for now.
Oh, I forgot. He was here. He was a Broncos coach with McDaniels.
Oh,
and then
Joshy.
I don't know what he did for 6 years. I guess he was a scout. Then he was at UCLA, director of player development, and then another scout for the Lions. And now he seems to have a really big job.
Herbert, end zone, touchdown! No, they don't give it to him. I thought he had it. Oh! I thought he had it. And maybe only 1 foot. Wow.
It looks like he's not their right-hand man.
Okay, here we go. 4 wide. Allen and Henry to the right. Williams on the left. From the 12, Keenan Allen. Touchdown. All right. Tater Hater, are you in trouble? That does not... Well, he's got the Chargers D. This is going to shake things up. That's for sure. Hold on a second. Must Be says Cam won 7 games. We don't count the Jets games here in New England. He won 5. But I'm not joking. We should not count them. All Glass says is Cam can't throw. While saying, Congo Cab, who cares about stats? What in me saying Cam Newton can't throw has anything to do with stats? Did you watch the games? No, Must Be. You were down in Atlanta watching awful Matt Ryan and the awful Falcons at 1 o'clock, just like I was watching awful Patriots games at 1 o'clock. Cam Newton was throwing grounders to second base at Gillette Stadium all year. And they won 7 games. That's not a lot. It's under 500. Nothing to be proud about for the former MVP. Meager 66 put Keenan in the captain spot. Good news for Meager. Travis is excited. That's my captain. All right. Now Meager's in first with Justin Jackson in his lineup. Good on you. You mentioned that earlier in the game. All right, here we go. Jimmy Garoppolo is in business. Finds Mostert.
Let's get in position for Robbie Gould to go in and bang this on through. This is cold and rainy, and as much as my 14-year-old aggravates me, I don't want him texting me 30 times because we're in overtime. Plus, I'm sure we've got some great Ross Tucker stuff coming up.
No, Steve Buchanan's here.
Steve Buchanan, nice. Talk some baseball.
But him and Ross are pals.
Yeah, sure. I'm not trying to diss Ross. Oh, I should just look up above the screen and see you just sitting there.
There's Kendrick Bourne.
Bunch of numbers.
Well, now they're in field goal range. So that helps. That helps the baseball program coming up. Gives them more time.
Bukes will tell me what to do with Nate Pearson because I can't put him on IL. He's just not available. He's just hanging out.
Bukes and Garion today.
My fantasy team is so good, and I'm in 4th place, and it's very frustrating. I just had a couple tough weeks. Maybe you can tell me a catcher to pick up.
Derek says Cam couldn't throw when the Pats were down 20. Right. Well, they took a lot of effort for him to throw the ball downfield. The one game that stands out is that Houston road game where he couldn't get it to the end zone.
Yeah, not being able to throw. Cam didn't have good passing stats or good wins. Like 7 wins is great if you're a rookie and you're just trying to find your way in the league. If Joe Burrow would have gotten 7 wins, you'd be like, yeah, good job. And I guess Tua won a bunch of games. Even Justin Herbert would have loved. Did they get 7 wins? Maybe they did. Regardless, 7 wins for a former league MVP with a team that was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, sort of, and the best coach of all time. Not good.
Yeah, underachievement. They didn't have enough around him. Didn't have the Greg Olsen binky that he needs. Anyways, let's wrap this up because I think we're going to get a field goal from Gould to end this thing.
Let's hope he makes it.
I think you got to give the player of the game to Debo with the 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns, and his team looks like they're going to win. Not my kid award. Well, Eckler scored. Keenan scored. What about like a Mike Williams? What was his ownership?
Well, he almost fumbled, but he didn't. In our contest, I played him. He was 40.6%. Yeah, that's good. I mean, 2 catches, 13 yards. Good, meaning he should get, but not my kid.
There you go. So Robbie Gould bangs it on through. Wins another game. Wants the highest paid kicker in football. And there you go. Now you get some baseball talk here sooner than later.
So it looks like our friend Tater Hater is going to hold on for first in the free classic. Nice. Rafenzo, first place in the free showdown to the public. And Meager 66. Right now, first place. Kyle will make his final adjustments, manually updating those scores. Thanks to Terrell and Andrew. They did a great job today. BK, anything else to add before we go?
No, I'm just trying to see if you and I are back together again. Not anytime soon, man. So it's going to be a minute. Next week, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even getting together this week, I think there was a bit of a gap the last time we met too. So,
yeah, sure. So good to catch up. I'll do my best to catch you out on the Connecticut Sun calls.
Thank you. Yeah, we're back tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
All right.
Sorry, Tara Lynn. The Babysitter Billy Award, Mike Williams.
Mike
MVP
Williams
of the sim was Debo.
Krusty Crystal / Krusty Coffin player of the game, Debo.
Okay. Now let's hand it over to Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne here for the Slate MLB pre-lock.
Well, thank you so much, Glash. What an honor to be doing a crossover with you. I recently unblocked you off Twitter. Don't know how long that's going to stay like that, but if you behave and only post good TikToks, which is not something that you're used to, we might be able to stay on together as Twitter friends. So glad to have you back in the mix. But I'll tell you what I'm very happy about. It's Tuesday, which means this is the MLB edition of the slate. I am with my handsome co-host, Garion Thorne. Garion, say hello to the people. Let them know you're here. Unmute your microphone, sir. You got to do that first.
Hey, there we go. It's building the suspense, it's great.
So I'm glad that we have a lot of time to talk about this slate because, quite frankly,
it's been a nightmare.
There is a lot that has happened.
Of a slate.
It's like we finally get through NBA and the nightmare that is NBA. And then somehow MLB starts changing up everything on us with all these injuries, all these replacements. There's a lot to get to here. So if you are following DK Live on Twitter, I'm sure you know about all these updates. You can probably leave the show for about 15 minutes and come back, and then I'll be done talking about them. And we'll actually be talking about the slate. But let me run down everything that has changed, guys that are in, guys that are out, some pitching changes all across the league, it feels like today. So let's start off with the pitching. Bailey Ober, I believe that's his name, is replacing Michael Pineda tonight as the Twins starting pitcher. Corbin Martin is starting for the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers now. Miguel Castro is opening for the Mets going against the Braves. And Cody Poteet, is that how you say his name? Poteet?
I believe
he is opening. It's good enough. That's what I'm going to say. That's fine for me. He's opening for the Marlins against the Phillies. So breathe there. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about some of the hitters. Bryce Harper back in the lineup for the Phillies tonight. Christian Yelich activated off the injured list. He will be in the lineup for the Brewers, going up against the Cubs. Did I have that right? Going up against the Cubs.
Brewers or Royals?
Brewers, Royals. Excuse me. Justin Turner, he is out tonight for the Dodgers. And then Enrique Hernandez, he is also activated off the injured list. He is back for the Red Sox. He will be leading off. They still continue to lead him off. I don't know what they're thinking, why they think he's a leadoff hitter, but whatever. I'm not the manager. Alex Cora is. He'll be leading off for the Red Sox. Please talk for a second, Garion, so I can take a sip of water.
Yeah. I was kind of talking about this with some other guys, and I don't think I can remember a slate where we've had 4 starting pitching changes.
Yeah.
In the span of, it feels like maybe 3 hours. Now, you could debate whether or not Miguel Castro opening up this game in front of a rookie starter is all that important. And, it's probably something we could have expected. I think I'd circled that Mets-Braves game as sort of just I don't know, we'll see what happens sort of spot. Like there's so many variables that you just don't really know heading into a matchup of 2 guys who have a career 1 major league start between them. So to see Castro getting the opening nod is not necessarily a surprise, but I was looking forward to stacking against Merrill Kelly. I was looking forward to stacking against Nick Neardert. So I guess in a way, I respect that the managers were like, wow, these guys aren't very good. Maybe we should start someone else.
Right.
So I sort of understand it, but yeah, these are pretty massive moves in context of this slate, because there are now, I believe, 4 starting pitchers priced at the bare minimum on Tuesday, which I was already kind of leaning towards one guy I thought was relatively underpriced and could be a pretty good play. But now it almost feels like you have to play one of these guys because one of them is going to bring back 5x value. It's just, that's what the odds say.
Yeah, and we'll definitely talk about some of those guys that are in the mix now and how they could potentially help your lineup for tonight. But let's start off at the top tier. You got Brandon Woodruff, who is the most expensive pitcher tonight, $10,200. Zach Wheeler, the other pitcher, who is $10,000 tonight. I really lean Wheeler in this one going against the Marlins. The Marlins have just not been a good team offensively, especially against righties. They have one of the highest K rates in the league against righties. But the problem with me, and maybe this is just a me problem, is I can't catch Zach Wheeler on the good starts. I only catch him on the disasters that we've seen so far this season. Now, the way that this matchup sets up, I feel like those should be one of those good spots. But I've already had him against the Mets, 14.4 DraftKings fantasy points. I had him against the Giants, 12 DraftKings fantasy points in that one. I'd like to get him on that 43.5 point game that he had against the Brewers. Now, I don't expect 43 DraftKings fantasy points, but I think, at least for me, his floor in this matchup should be at least 20 in this one against the Marlins. And that's probably on the light side. Would you tend to agree, or are you kind of leaning toward Woodruff?
No, I agree. I will say I'm not necessarily blown away by any of the top pitchers on this slate. Like I don't
agree.
think this is necessarily one where there's a guy priced above 9,000 where I'm like, wow, you have to get this guy into lineups. I know the salary's tough, but you got to figure it out. This is more of a, if you want to build some stars and scrubs lineups and you want to get a Wheeler in there, like I think he's perfectly viable for all the reasons you pointed out. The Marlins, even if you don't want to just relegate them to right-handed splits, like they have the third highest strikeout rate overall in baseball. And that's a number that's grown steadily throughout May as well. A lot of these strikeouts are backloaded with this lineup. So, I think Wheeler's perfectly viable. I think someone like Julio Urias, just looking at that Diamondbacks lineup, it is gross. And the fact that they don't have Carson Kelly, who was not just one of the best hitters in their lineup, but one of the best hitters of left-handed pitching in all of baseball so far this season, that's a massive loss for them. His absence is not something they can make up. And then the other guy, and maybe you can talk me out of this. I'm almost looking for someone to talk me out of this.
Sure.
Is tonight finally the Blake Snell night?
I
mean, let's at least have the conversation, because I think he's just so frustrating.
Yeah.
He's someone who has let down every fantasy owner who has started him since opening day, essentially. But at the same time, we're getting the Rockies in San Diego. This is a team that has an isolated power on the road. I think it's 0.093. I thought that was a misprint. I had to check it twice on Fangraphs this morning. They've been putrid when not hitting in Colorado. And for all of Snell's faults, and there are many, he still has a 31% strikeout rate this season. So cash games, no way. But GPPs, I might take a shot with Snell. I'm sure I'll regret it in 4 hours, but it seems like this might be the time we finally go like, oh yeah, Blake Snell plays for the Padres. I completely forgot about that.
No, his start to his Padres career has been completely forgettable. Like it has been putrid. Like this was one of their big acquisitions in the offseason, and he's been anything but that. The problem with Snell, and I talked about this in the cheat sheet, if you just look at this matchup numbers based, this is an amazing spot for Blake Snell. Because the Dodgers, the Rockies, as you said, are putrid. Like some of the worst road numbers in the entire league. I don't have to tell you how bad the Rockies are on the road. The biggest problem with Blake Snell is he's throwing a ton of pitches and he's putting a ton of men on base. So then go back to the numbers. The Rockies are not a team that are going to be patient. The Rockies are free swingers. They have one of the lowest walk rates in the league. And you even see in the last start that he faced them, he, only walked 3. And I mean, and walks doesn't matter if you're in Coors Field or not. Obviously, the elevation, you're walking, doesn't matter. But, walking 3 for Blake Snell kind of has been like, oh, pretty good. Not bad today. Only 3 walks. But here's what you notice. Look at the innings pitched that he's had. 4 and 2/3, 5 and a third, 5. That is not like him at all.
No.
And the reason being is you look at those innings pitched, look at the number of pitches he's thrown. 84, 95, 91, 87, 95. All of those pitch counts have come in 5 1/3 innings or less. That's a problem. Now, the good thing is that his salary finally kind of is in line with what he's pitching. 8,900, because in that last start, where he was on a main slate against the Giants, he was 10,200. If I'm getting 8.3 DraftKings fantasy points out of a pitcher who's 10,200, let me tell you something. I'm going to be pissed. Okay. If I'm getting 8.2 out of somebody who's 8,900, I'm not going to be happy, but I'm not going to be furious like if it was 10,200. The problem is he's just not safe right now, even in a matchup against the Rockies. I am not going to fault you if you want to play him. I'm not going to talk you off the ledge about playing him, because you play anybody against the Rockies at this point.
Yeah.
But
it's one of those weird perfect storm situations too, where like I was talking about, there's no one that's really like captivating me at the top of this pricing list where I say like, oh, of course I'm not going to spend $9.
Nobody is captivating me, period, for pitching tonight.
Yeah. It's a really strange slate in that way. So, and there's a couple other guys too, like Andrew, I know you were kind of talking about this in the sense of Wheeler, but Andrew Heaney is riding that same thing where I think his last 6 starts, he's either gotten 30 DraftKings points or given up 11 earned runs. And it's just good start, bad start, good start, bad start, good start, bad start. And he's technically due for a good start tonight. And to be honest, Cleveland, I believe they have the lowest WRC plus in the American League in May at 81. They are not a lineup that you are afraid of by any means. So maybe we see good Andrew Heaney tonight, and he's $7,800. So this is, I guess it's a preference thing for me. And with this slate, I already feel like any guy I'm spending up on, I'm taking a bit of a risk because I don't trust many of these guys. So maybe just throw caution to the wind and put Andrew Heaney or Blake Snell in a couple lineups because the upside's massive, but the downside is catastrophic.
I think it's very important too, and that's a great point that you made. When I'm building lineups, I always have like my core group of players. Like you should be doing that. Like if you feel that strongly about somebody, then you should be using him in, about 80, 90% of your lineups. My core group of players, I don't even know exists tonight, at least for pitchers. Like I'm casting a wide array of nets tonight for pitchers because I know some pitchers are going to hit. I just can't figure out who the ones are. And that's kind of crappy figuring as you and I are hosting the show, and that's the advice we're giving you. But that's the true nature of this slate. Yeah. Like we'll just, we'll be honest with you. Like you said, nobody really stands out and you go, oh, I really need this guy. Like for me, that guy is Zach Wheeler. Am I trusting that Zach Wheeler is going to go out and get 30 plus fantasy points? No, I can't. He hasn't been that guy. Nobody on this slate has been that guy so far this season.
I think you're right in saying that Wheeler probably has the highest floor of any pitcher on this slate.
Yes. Yes.
So if you're kind of navigating the player pool that way, and that could be another good way to go on a slate with this much uncertainty. Although I would say the problem with playing the floor game, especially in a GPP on a slate this big, is with 28 starting pitchers, the likelihood of one of them going off is pretty high. Right. If this were like a 7-game slate and I couldn't figure out who I wanted to play at pitcher, and I said, you know what, I'll take 23 points from Zach Wheeler, that's fine. That's a different ball game. But someone's going to have a good night. It's just a matter of like crossing your fingers and figuring out who.
Now, I think I might know who might have a good night, though. And he's pretty cheap.
Yep.
He's in that mid-tier range.
Mm-hmm.
And his last name sounds like a coffee. It's JT Brubaker from the Pirates going against the Cardinals. This is somebody who probably, when you're looking at the player list tonight, he's not going to stand out to you. He's not somebody that jumps out at you. But then when you start kind of getting into his numbers, you're like, yeah, this actually isn't too bad. You look at his numbers so far, and then his matchup against the Cardinals. He's striking out over a batter an inning, doesn't walk a lot of guys, has a 53.8% ground ball rate. We like all that. Mm-hmm. But where I really start liking him is that the Cardinals have one of the higher K rates in the league against righties at 24%, only an 88 WRC plus for the Cardinals. So you look at Brubaker at 7,600, kind of feels like a steal because with the way that some of these guys are priced tonight, doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't feel like they should be at that range where I see, the coffee man Brubaker at 7,600. And I'm like, I can totally get down with that. So when I talk about a guy who's in my core group of pitchers tonight, he is probably the one that is in there the most.
Yeah. And you look too at just the way the Cardinals sort of construct their lineup. Obviously they kick things off with a pair of switch hitters, so that's not helping anybody, but really the bats you worry about in the Cardinals lineup are right-handed bats. And like you mentioned, Brubaker is someone who not only could take advantage of the fact that Cardinals do strike out a little bit more against right-handed pitching than they do against left-handed pitching, but his premier strikeout pitch is his slider, and it plays better to right-handed bats than it does left-handed bats. So this could even be a lineup that from a handedness perspective really sets up well for his strengths.
So the nice part is that if you look at the lineups that have been released thus far, the Cardinals, who they're running out tonight, has the second highest K rate of the lineups that we have out right now. The one that actually has the highest is the Phillies against Poteet, but you're not rostering Poteet. Okay. So let's just throw that idea right up there. Oh, come on. Is that your guy?
No, I think if you're, again, I think they're I mean, if we just want to get to it, like Kris Bubic is underpriced. He's not someone who I necessarily saw myself being drawn to at any point this season, but I don't know why he's 4K. I don't understand it. I mean, this is someone who, yes, hasn't started a game yet this season, but he's worked essentially bulk relief his last two outings. He's thrown 10 2/3 innings, hasn't allowed an earned run, has only allowed 4 hits in that span of time. And while you might be able to say, hey, one of those games was against the Tigers, that doesn't count, I would counter with the other one was against the White Sox, and he's left-handed and threw 5 2/3 scoreless innings.
Right.
It's got to mean something. And, you know, it's also not like he's coming out of absolutely nowhere. He was a compensation round pick a couple of years back. He was one of the Royals' highest rated prospects in their system. He's got a little bit of prospect cachet on him. And last season, he struck out 49 opponents in 50 innings. Like, everything about his career to this point, he's got a 3.73 ERA.
Yeah.
Everything about him screams, I'm a league average pitcher, which generally wouldn't get me excited, except he's $4,000 against a Milwaukee team that has been abysmal offensively so far in May. Yes, they get Christian Yelich back tonight, but I mean, if that's the only bat you fear in a lineup, we're talking about someone who's played one game since the middle of April and is in a left-on-left situation tonight. So I think Bubic, maybe you only get 17 DraftKings points from him, but at that point, you're talking 4.5. Yeah, 4.5 value. So
I mean, if you're getting 17 off a guy who's stone minimum at that position, I mean, that's like hitting, gold right there. So let me look at this now. So we have him in there. We both kind of like Wheeler. Oh my Lord, 4,500. Wow.
That's the thing.
That's a good chunk of change to be working with. Hold on. Let me put the coffee man in and then see what's even better.
Like
4,800.
There you go.
I mean, you literally have your choice of the entire hitters grouping with an average of 4,800, because what do? We always punt catcher. We don't care about that. I punted last night with Nito. That worked out pretty awesome. I was pretty happy about that.
5th again tonight. I mean, it's perfectly fine.
But I mean, you punt with catcher. I mean, 5K. If you just I'm just tossing in, 5K for the rest of your lineup. I mean, that's just absurd.
Yeah.
And you're getting really good strikeout upside from the both of them. Oh crap. That's what I'm going to end up doing. Oh no. Yep. That's what I'm going to end up doing.
Hey, it's one of those nights, but again, like you would almost agree with me in the sense that because we have those 4 guys at 4,000, I mean, I'm not saying you need 80% exposure to Chris Bubic, but I think you're going to need to have a couple lineups where you utilize one of those guys. And I think of the 4, I mean, I guess it's actually 3 because we don't count Miguel Castro. You're not going to play him, but of the 3, he's the one I easily feel the most confident in.
Right. So I want to talk about a couple of guys that are starting now, because I think they are worth talking about. Specifically Corbin Martin starting for the Diamondbacks. Now, I don't know how excited I am to get him in for the Dodgers, because that's obviously a tough lineup. But you need to remember Corbin Martin. This is a guy who was originally in the Astros organization, was traded over to the Diamondbacks. A lot of potential in this kid, a lot of strikeout upside with him. His biggest problem has been his command. And again, if you're not looking to put guys on base against the Dodgers. So I think maybe he's an interesting tournament play, but I don't know how long that leash is going to be. Because again, this is one of those guys that we talked about is the stone minimum pitcher tonight at 4K. And if you want to talk about somebody who has strikeout upside, we just talked about Bubic. Martin would probably be the second in line if you're looking for strikeout upside, if you're going all the way down the board. Now, again, the matchup is a tough one. It's away. It's in Dodger Stadium. Not exactly the best atmosphere for you to be making your debut this year. Do you have any leans on him at all? Or, am I just kind of talking out of my, behind here?
No, I mean, look, I would say that 4 hours ago, before all these pitching changes happened, I was pretty secure in if I'm playing a guy for the cheaps, for just the savings at pitcher, it's going to be Chris Bubic.
Yep.
Martin has moved the needle enough for me where I feel like I have to have a share or two. I mean,
sure.
Like you said, he's got strikeout upside. He's fully stretched out. He's had 2 starts so far this season at AAA Reno, so that shouldn't be too much of a concern. And I understand that the Dodgers do have the best WRC plus in baseball against right-handed pitchers so far this season, but go take a quick glance at that Dodgers lineup. I mean, once you get outside Mookie Betts and Max Muncy at 1-2.
Yep.
And I guess you could say like Chris Taylor's a good hitter, but he's not someone I would envision batting, third for the Dodgers.
Right.
He's coming into 2021. I mean, then you're talking about like the Matt Beaties, Albert Pujols, who was only supposed to play against lefties, is now already batting sixth against a right-handed pitcher. Yoshi Tutsugo, who was cut from the Rays last week, is hitting seventh. Like, I mean, yes, there's some boppers in the top half of that lineup, but it gets really, really bad, really fast. So,
right.
I don't know if I'd be shocked if Martin works 5 innings in this game.
And see, I think that's important too that you bring that up because, and I even kind of fell for this myself earlier. Just the allure of that team name is sometimes, puts this idea in your head that you shouldn't be targeted against this team. Like perfect examples earlier this season, the Yankees were struggling so bad, like to the point where it was like downright comical, right? But very rarely do you see people in this industry or this field that was going after the Yankees, even though the numbers told you go against the Yankees. People weren't doing it. And I think that kind of falls in line with the Dodgers here. You look at that Dodgers lineup, right? Slap any other team name on there. Would you not be attacking that lineup with an opposing starting pitcher? Yes, you would. Of course you would. But they have that Dodgers name on them, and it's kind of like, oh, well, probably shouldn't be going after that team. That's a perfect example of why in tournaments you could be using someone like Corbin Martin, who has some really good strikeout upside. And I was just pulling up his numbers here. Obviously, only 9 2/3 innings in AAA so far. So, take this with a grain of salt, but he's been kind of consistent with this all throughout his career. He had a K9 of just over 13 in those 9 2/3 innings. Okay. So in those 9 2/3 innings, he struck out 14 batters. Now, this is obviously a lot tougher competition, but 2019 when they were playing minor leagues in AAA, 37 1/3 inning, 10.8 K9. In single A, 2018, 19 innings, 12.3 K9. That strikeout upside has been following him all throughout his career. He just has to do something with his command because his command is not good.
Yeah.
He's consistently in the 4 to 5 range for walks over 9 innings. But this is not an impressive lineup. That is a lineup you would target against if they had any other team name slapped on their jerseys other than the Dodgers. So Corbin Martin, I think, is somebody you can definitely consider as a tournament play tonight. I would not go heavy on him. I would not use him in your core players, but I would most certainly, if you're making multiple lineups, do a little sprinkle of old Martin there tonight. So
just for the amazingness of seeing this number, let's just put Bubik and Martin in a lineup. How much salary do we have if we start that way? It's gonna be like $6,500 a player.
Yep, let's take a look here. All right, we got Martin, we got Bubik, and we got $5,250 remaining for your entire lineup of hitters. And then
there's some fun guys above 6K tonight. So hey, who knows?
Yeah. We definitely want to talk about it. There's a lot of 6Ks tonight. And let's just punt catcher again, because that's what we love to do. You're up to 55.85.
Yeah. Great.
I mean, talk about finding, the cheat code. Talk about getting the code to jump right to Tyson and punch out. There's your code right there that you can do literally anything you want to do. Anybody else that's kind of going at you for pitching tonight? There's a couple names that kind of crossed my mind a little bit that I wasn't too enthused about, but Justin Dunn, who's been pitching okay, going against, the strikeout happy Tigers. He's only at 6,300. I would be more interested in Dunn if we didn't get all these, changes. Like Dunn was a little bit more attractive to me this morning than he was before all these changes came. Another one too, which is super dangerous.
No, I'm glad the cursor moved that direction. I wanted to talk about this.
Mike Foltynewicz is so infuriating because I never want to play this guy because look, at the end of the day, the guy sucks. Okay. I'll just be totally honest. There's not a ballpark big enough that could contain some of the fly balls that he gives up. But for whatever reason, he's kind of been able to skirt around those and just have some starts that have been good enough because with the price range he's at. And now he's the cheapest. I think he's been all season long. Yes. This is the second time he's 5,600.
Yeah.
Again, more attractive than, this morning than it was now. but he's kind of just doing enough at that price range to be kind of a viable option.
So here's what I'd say about Fultonavich. And I think this is one of those important, like, because I personally love, as you do too, like you go through the stats in the morning and you find a little nugget and you're like, oh, how can I exploit this? Because I like this angle.
Right.
And I think the thing to remember with Fultonavich is sometimes when it comes to MLB DFS, you can like someone and that like means they're a viable pitcher, or you can like a pitcher and that doesn't mean you should play them, but it does mean you shouldn't stack against them. And I think that's maybe the lesson to take from Fultonavich today is I don't think he's someone you should put into a lineup, but I do think he's not someone you should be looking to stack this Yankees lineup against.
Right.
And I think the interesting thing with the Yankees is they are so predominantly right-handed.
Yes.
Only the Blue Jays have fewer left-handed plate appearances against right-handed pitching so far this season. And even the bulk of those left-handed plate appearances are Aaron Hicks, who is on the IL. Rougned Odor was activated, so he's probably going to be back in the lineup today. And like Jay Bruce, who is now retired. So there's not a lot of left-handed options in this Yankees lineup. And Fultonavich has been destroyed by lefties. He's actually been pretty good against righties. He's got like a 1.11 whip. His strikeout to walk ratio was like 6.5 against right-handed batters. Like he's actually an above average pitcher when he faces righties, which is primarily what he's going to see tonight from the Yankees. So I don't think that's enough for me, especially with, as we were saying, the value that's been opened up in the 4K range.
Yeah.
But I'm not looking to stack Yankees against him because I don't think this is a matchup that suits them very well. And yeah, that's kind of like the prevailing thought process I have for a lot of this mid-tier because like you, I was initially drawn to that Seattle-Detroit game on both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, Spencer Turnbull, like we just associate Detroit with having the worst pitchers on the planet. Turnbull's actually been
Which they do. They do.
They do. Yeah, that's the thing. They do. But Turnbull's been pretty good, and Seattle strikes out a ton. He would have been a perfectly fine option. But now, why pay $7,000 for Spencer Turnbull when I could have Bubic or Martin for 4K?
Right, exactly. And I think that's, those are some of the points I wanted to hit on because, we do this show 2 hours ago. Dunn's in play. Fultonavich is probably somewhat in play. Turnbull is kind of somewhat in play. But now with all this 4K guys that have emerged, these aren't, these really aren't options anymore. But I do want to stress again that we like these guys, but these are not core guys. These are not guys that you need to be like hammering your lineups and like, oh, you need Corbin Martin. Oh, you need Bubic. Like that is not how this slate is going to go. These are just more options that you can kind of mix in now because if a pitcher is 4K, unless it's something asinine, people aren't going down that range to get some of these guys. Like you're not going to see heavy ownership on Martin or Bubic or any of these guys, even with the matchups that they have on deck, especially Bubic going up against a very strikeout prone Brewers team. But if you're playing Turner, especially some of these massive field ones, these are guys that can be somewhat of a difference maker because you're always looking for those high upside guys that are on the cheap. And these are some of those guys there. One last guy I want to ask about before we move over to the hitters. He's kind of having somewhat of a renaissance this year. Matt Harvey, whatever. He's still in an Angels uniform on DraftKings, but obviously he's an Oriole. Everybody's saying the Dark Knight is back. The Dark Knight is back. And then he gets absolutely walloped by his former team, the Mets. Gave up 7 runs on 8 hits, 4 1/3 innings, struck out 4, walked 1. That's kind of the Harvey that we were expecting all season long. We've been waiting for that to happen because that's what we've seen from him over the past 2 to 3 years. But again, kind of like Fultonavich, he was doing enough to get by, even though he was a bit overpriced at times, like $7,000 against the Oakland Athletics, only 10.6 DraftKings fantasy points. That was obviously a stretch. Now he's back down to 6,600 against a Rays team that has been abysmal.
Yeah,
absolutely abysmal offensively. And I don't know if it's still true, but over the past 2 weeks, I think it is now, the Rays have a strikeout rate of like over 31%, which is insane if you really think about that. That to be over that.
That's not like a flash in the pan thing either. Like even when they were good last season, they struck out a ton. Like they've been hovering
Yeah.
around the 30% strikeout rate since the beginning of 2020. So this isn't like, oh, weird 2 weeks in May, blah, blah, blah. No, like they strike out a lot.
Yeah. So now Harvey's not striking out a lot of guys. He's not, he's not that strikeout guy that he is before, but at 6,600, you don't need a ton of strikeouts anymore. So what are your thoughts on him? Obviously we've talked about the 4K guys a lot, but again, 6,600 is not asking for much either. So any thoughts on Harvey in a potential bounce back spot against the Rays? It is in Baltimore though. Remember that.
Yeah. I think, you pretty much summed it up perfectly when you compared him to Fultonevich, because I kind of put him in that same bucket of just like, he's not been pitching poorly enough for it to be notable. And because he's been better, it's getting a little bit of notoriety, but being better than he was last season still doesn't make him like a viable DFS starter. Would I be shocked if he struck out like 7 guys over 5 innings because the Rays do strike out that much? No. But I still think you're probably looking at a ceiling of like 20 fantasy points for Matt Harvey. And that's at 6,600, that would be amazing. But I still think that's only like a 20th percentile outcome.
Right.
He's probably just going to hover around like 14 to 15 DraftKings points like he's done all season.
Right. All right, let's move over to the hitting. And just want to get to a quick questions real quick from our guy, Robbie Noble, asking which catcher for show goes deep today. Got to read it as it was typed. Look, I'm going to be totally honest. I am always punting catcher unless I'm specifically stacking a team. So like last night I was stacking the Cubs. I had no problem playing up for Wilson Contreras because that's part of the stack that I wanted. Probably a good option tonight. Has Patrick Corbin officially been announced as starting tonight?
Yes, he is. And I'm with you. Contreras is probably your number one play at the top of the board here.
Right. So it probably would be Contreras for me. There's not a lot of power to be had at the catching position tonight in some of these matchups. If Austin
Nola is like Yermin Mercedes, I know he's a catcher, obviously I can see him on the screen, but like he lost catcher eligibility and he got it back this week. Like he was a first baseman only for a while. Wasn't he?
I thought he was a first baseman only for a little while, but if that did happen, I missed it. I feel like I saw that on the old Twitter machine that he had lost that, but he is listed as a catcher tonight, so you can use him there. Absolutely. What's given last night, hitting that that home run. Not only did he hit that home run last night, but like he did the bat flip, he did the up in the air. Like I love that stuff. I don't care.
Amazing, man. Like my thing is, you've got these like announcers talking about how it's disrespectful to the game to swing 3-0 in that situation. Isn't it disrespectful to the game to give up and put a position player in at pitcher? That seems a little bit more disrespectful to me.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you are putting a pitcher on the mound, you are saying that you quit. Like you're saving the rest of your guys. So if that happens, if I'm at plate, I'm not only am I hitting that thing, I'm pointing to the crowd. I'm pointing to my dugout. I'm telling 100%. The fans stand up. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. So yeah, but if you are going to pay up at catcher tonight, Contreras is the answer here. Patrick Corbin is being activated off the paternity list. He just had a kid. So I can't imagine that he's overly, has a lot of energy. He's been pooped on the past couple of days. He's not getting any sleep. So this is probably a good opportunity to attack Patrick Corbin, although we've been doing that all season long anyway. So it doesn't really matter.
One name I would just want to point out, it's just kind of funny. And I realized that I had this lean this morning. You could go either Contreras. His younger brother has a lot of playing time with the Braves. Obviously, they've had some major issues in terms of injuries, the catcher position. He's a highly touted prospect, and he has pop. He's not gotten a lot of like seeing eye singles. It tends to be when he gets a hit, it goes 450 feet. And as I talked about, we've got a very strange pitching matchup in that game between the Mets and the Braves. We've got dueling left-handers essentially making their first MLB starts. I don't really love anyone in that game from the Mets side because their offense has just been so terrible so far this season. And for the Braves, aside from Acuna, there's no one that I'm super excited to get into a lineup. But if I was left with 4K and still had to go with a catcher somewhere, I think Contreras is actually not a terrible play. He's got pop, so he's got upside.
All right, so now Robbie's getting a little pushy, and he's asking if there's better value. Okay, Robbie, look, if you want value, go with Nito. Go with Nito. No, really, go with Nito. I mean, he hasn't played much in the majors. to begin with, but his career against lefties, 333 WOBA, 194 isolated power, 111 WRC plus. That is not even on the same planet of what he has against righties. So if you want a value at catcher, it's Nito. Now leave me alone and let me do the rest of the show. Okay. Let's move over to the hitting side because, and we saw this at the top of the show, there's a lot of 6K options tonight. Like, I think this is the most 6K or above hitters I've seen on a slate like ever.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to think about it. Like, every once in a while, we'd have like a Coors hitter who is over 6K, and we're like, oh my God, there's a guy over 6K. Now it's starting to become like normal. And we need to stop making that normal because I don't want to keep playing over 6K for hitters. So if anybody from DraftKings is listening, stop doing this because I don't like it. And that should be more than enough reason to change it. But there is, I'm making myself laugh. So there's 5 hitters tonight that are over 6K. Now, again, if we were doing this show 2 hours ago, I would say, there's not really a lot of paths for you to get a couple of these guys in. If you do Martin and Bubik, it's 6K hitter galore that you could get
them all. Get them all.
Get them all. But now that we have that value, and now that some of these guys have kind of opened up, are you kind of eyeing toward any of these guys in the 6K range? We have Judge, we have Turner, we have Trout, who I don't think is not expected to play tonight.
Probably not,
Betts and Acuna.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Acuna, I guess the circumstances have changed slightly. I think Thomas Zaputski is getting the start for the Mets. He has prior to this outing, he has 1 career start above Double-A.
Wow. Okay.
So again, like I'm not saying he's bad. I really don't know that much about the guy, but from circumstantial evidence, I think we can agree that this is an emergency situation. They were not planning to have to use this guy. He's a left-handed pitcher, and Acuna so far this season has an OPS above 1.15 against lefties. He's got a 197 WRC plus against lefties. So in my head, initially it was, okay, Acuna's getting probably 3 plate appearances against this guy, maybe 5 plate appearances in this game hitting leadoff. Now, obviously, he's going to see Castro for his first plate appearance. So that could dampen this somewhat, but he's still arguably the best hitter in baseball. And with all the value there is at pitcher, I don't think it's crazy to say that Acuna is someone you can easily fit into a lineup if you really want to.
Hunter Angelo in the chat is trying to hijack the chat. He says the 49ers defense still needs points, buddy. All good things come to those who wait. I need a drink. It's not here yet either. It will come. Don't worry. Just like my drink will. Okay. So just be patient. Ops is working on it. They will get there and they will get your defense fixed. And hopefully I get my drink later. I agree with you on all the points that you just made there. But where I'm kind of looking towards is I think the under 6K range, like some of the hitters right below. Yeah. That's where some of the matchups are that I want to take advantage of. I was really high.
Talk about the Jays Red Sox game, right? Like, I think that's a stacking situation we haven't really addressed.
Yep, absolutely. So let's talk about it.
You wrote up Bogarts in the cheat sheet. Fully agree. Yep. I believe he actually took Ryu deep the last time Ryu faced the Red Sox. He's been on absolute fire. You look at the Blue Jays lineup as a whole, you want to play Vlad. He's hit a home run in 3 straight games. You want to play Bichette. He's been great against lefties throughout his career. Semien is basically putting up Trout numbers in May. Like his WRC plus is 195 in the month. They're all super expensive, but the thing that kind of brings it all together is this single A stadium in Dunedin just plays to offense like nobody's business. And the Jays lead baseball in home WRC plus at 132. Those are Colorado Rocky type numbers when it comes to home road splits.
Is that an actual minor league park? Is that what it is? Like it's used for one of the affiliates? Okay.
It's the Dunedin Blue Jays Park, single A.
Okay.
So it's a very strange stadium. And it seems like the ball flies out of it on nights, and some nights when the winds blow, it's a little like Wrigley in that way. There are some nights where the wind knocks everything down. There's some nights where a fly ball turns into a 410-foot home run. So it's a very strange stadium, and I think both of these offenses can definitely take advantage of the park factors here.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that there too. And like you mentioned there, like there's a couple guys in that Red Sox lineup that like if they're facing a lefty, like it's almost an automatic for me. Bogarts is one of them. JD Martinez, who has been kind of slumping lately, is usually one of the other ones, but I don't want to miss out on JD Martinez either. So Martinez, Bogarts are where I start the stack there. And then you kind of round it out with some of these other guys like Teoscar Hernandez, who I believe is batting cleanup tonight.
Yeah, his price did finally go up. I think he's 4.5 tonight. He had been like 3.8 for the past 2 weeks, and it was marvelous.
But and that's fine that he's 4.5 because that's still somewhat affordable in a matchup that he exceedingly excels in. He always excels against lefties, and that's why he's batting cleanup. Vladdy, like you said, Bo Bichette, and then even like Randall Grichuk is someone that you can consider too against lefties. That is a very, very stackable game. It is one of only 2 games tonight that has a game total of 9 or above. It's kind of odd. Well, actually, it might have shifted with all the changes. I haven't looked recently, but it was kind of odd because with all these games on the slate, there was only 2 games as of this afternoon that had a run total over under of 9. With all those games, like you'd expect that to be more, but it was all like in the 8 to 8.5 range. So again, I haven't looked recently, but that at least was one of the highest projected games as of this morning. So that is definitely a game that you want to stack.
Yeah.
I was talking about earlier. I was high on Chris Bryant last night against a lefty. I like him even more tonight against the lefty again with Patrick Corbin, now that you so eloquently said that he is officially starting tonight. So Chris Bryant has been by far one of the best hitters for the Cubs against lefties. Him and Javier Baez are like a 1-2 stack. If you want to just do a little, those little mini stacks, those are definitely one I look at too. That's kind of the range I'm looking at if I'm looking to pay up for the hitters tonight. Any disagreements or any other thoughts about that range?
No, I think that's good. Like you said, there's the three guys in the Cubs you can pretty safely against a lefty just expect results. Bryant, Baez, and Contreras, and we already went over all 3 of them. The Red Sox Jays game, I think the nice thing about those 2 teams too is there are elements of those lineups that are a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
It's somewhat unfortunate that Enrique Hernandez is back tonight and batting leadoff because we, aside from your feelings on the matter, like Michael Chavis had been hitting leadoff against lefties, and he was just $2,900 and was doing perfectly fine in that role. So I'm sure the lineup's out now. I would think because Hernandez is in center, Chavis is probably still at second base. So I'm not sure where he is in this lineup. But he could be a viable option if you're just stacking that game. So there are ways to go that you can save a little bit of money as well.
I know we got a couple minutes left, so I want to just talk about some of the value plays that you can take for tonight as well. One of my favorite values is Josh Bell tonight going for the Nationals. And this is more of a salary play, not necessarily a matchup. He's facing Zach Davies, who hasn't been the best. Zach Davies gives up a ton of contact, doesn't strike out guys, but I think we're finally starting to see Josh Bell come into his own, because for somebody that has a 53% hard hit rate, a 10% barrel rate, to have as poor offensive numbers that he has, like something's got to give soon. And it looks like that's starting to come to fruition, because over the past 5 games, he's averaging 10.1 DraftKings fantasy points, home run, double, 3 RBI in that span. He's only, I believe it's 3,300 tonight. Correct. Only 3,300 tonight. Switch hitter too, which is always a nice thing if you can get that. Again, it's not more because of the matchup. It's more just because of, again, this was cut from this morning. I was looking to save some salary. Bell was somebody that kind of jumped out at me because of how he's been hitting as of late.
No, I agree. I think another name that pops out, I got a prop actually. I just noticed it was sitting right here.
Oh,
little Jared Kelnick. Why not?
Why not? Let's go.
Let's go. I'm surprised you didn't bring him up. I mean, look, he's only really had the one great game, but it was a great game. He had 30 DraftKings points. Like he showed his potential in that spot. Yeah. He's hit leadoff every single game for Seattle. And while I am standing by my claim that Turnbull has pitched well so far this season, as we talk about all the time, when you play someone against the Tigers, you're not just playing them against the starting pitcher. You're playing them against the Tigers as a whole, and that includes their bullpen with an ERA above 6. So
right,
if a guy is hitting leadoff against the Tigers for less than $3,000, automatically you just have to consider him.
Yeah, and look, aside from that one game, it's been a little bit of a slow going for him, but the kid's a stud, both on the field and off the field, so it doesn't matter. It's going to come around. But like you said, if he's batting leadoff, he's a lefty, 2,900. That's really tough to pass up. So those are definitely, I think, some of the better value plays here. If you're not playing Buick, I will say that like Lorenzo Cain Doesn't feel like a bad value. Avisail Garcia, who I think is bad in cleanup for the Brewers, also not a bad play. Both of those guys do well against lefties, have some pop in the lineup too as well. So I don't think that those are some of the worst plays either. So those are some of the values I'd be looking at. Let's quickly just jump over to the sportsbook side. Any plays that have kind of jump out at you, any games you're looking to target. I definitely want to take the over on that Red Sox Blue Jays game that we talked about, even with it being at 9 runs. I think that's also a sneaky game to take the first half over. I keep saying this on the show. I love playing the first 5 inning lines. I think there's a lot of value to be had on that because you're basically targeting the starting pitchers in that one. So total runs in the first half of that game, over 4.5. It's a little juiced up, but I like seeing that because that kind of is the sentiment that I'm on. So over 4.5 runs through the first 5 innings. Red Sox and Blue Jays minus 132.
It's funny. My favorite bet of the day is no longer on the board, or it's on the board, but it changed. Last night, you could bet the under on the Yankees team total. It was 5.5, and I pounded it at minus 130. It's now been adjusted to 4.5. I believe it's about even money. I'm less inclined to make that bet with it being at 4.5 than when it was 5.5. But I still think you could possibly take a look at that. Another spot I like, it's actually the one game that isn't on the main slate. It gets going in about half an hour. Giants Reds. At this point, I think I just kind of have to blindly bet against Luis Castillo if the opponent is plus money on the money line.
Yeah.
Anthony DeSclafani has a top 10 expected ERA among qualified pitchers. He has a better expected ERA than Yu Darvish and Clayton Kershaw. He's really good. And I think the Giants are better than the Reds in general. And until Luis Castillo shows me he's any version of the past self, the guy that I love, I'm just going to keep betting against him. So Giants money line at plus money is pretty enticing.
No, I totally agree with that too. And then that can also go to the first 5 innings. Once again, we love those first 5 innings bets. You get the Giants at even better, plus 114 for the Giants through the first 5 innings. So even a little bit of a better number there.
And their bullpen is bad. So you might actually want to attack the first 5.
No, I agree. So I think I like that one too. All right. I've been informed by Taryn Azak, one of the best producers we have out there. She's wearing a fire outfit tonight. She told me I need to start wrapping up. So if she says that with the fire outfit on, I have to listen. So that's going to do it for this edition of the slate. We hope you guys have some good luck tonight with your lineups, with your bets. Thanks for getting all those questions in, everyone except for Robbie, who's getting a little pushy, but we still answered it. So hopefully that helped you there. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll be back with the Slate MLB edition on Friday. I'll be with Matt LaMarca. And I got to promote the rest of the stuff for tonight. Dolphins at Steelers coming up next. Kenny and Christian on the call for that one. Cardinals at Saints. Adam Kaufman, who never shuts up. He's going to be with Kenny. Oh my God, 2 guys that never shut up. So hopefully they can get to the 10 o'clock game, which is Colts at Rams, which is Rossi and Jeff. That's what's coming up at the 10 o'clock hour. If you guys can ever get there with those 2 guys at 8 o'clock, never shutting up. So good luck with that. But good luck with your lineups tonight, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome, everybody. Kenny Lucy, Christian DeAndrea, DraftKings Dream Stream. Thanks for being with us. It is our happy hour stream, our 6 p.m. stream, and it is amazing to have you on along for the ride. Christian, it's a Steelers game. We were just talking about it before we went on the air, how confusing these Steelers games can be to make a lineup for. I hate my lineup. I know that. Lineups have locked, by the way. We have a free roll here in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Hope you got in. 114 entries. But I went with Juju Smith-Schuster in my captain spot. Breida Parker, Deontay Johnson, Eric Ebron, and Adam Shaheen. But I didn't know really who to pick. What about you?
That's the thing. These two teams are very volatile. You don't really know who's going to show up and get anything done. And listen, we have very different lineups. That's probably a good thing for you because my captain is Jalen Samuels. I don't know.
Oh, wow. That's a shocker.
I was like, you know what? Let's swim way upstream with this one. Let's be the salmon attempting to go spawn. This is a guy who hasn't had more than 5.5 points in like 6 of his last 7. This guy has been mostly useless. I am betting hard on a glow up, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I think
me neither.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe the Dolphins secondary with that star power is going to get something done. But I also have Juju. I also have Deontay. I also have James Washington. I just am very, very heavily invested in this Steelers offense, but saving money on Jalen meant I got to throw Tua and Mike Gesicki in my lineups, my token Dolphins. So there's going to be room for a mediocre finish. Like, I don't think I'm going to be horrible, but I also don't think I'm going to do very well. I feel like I'm gonna land somewhere in that soft underbelly of our free roll for this 6 p.m. happy hour scene.
I love soft underbellies. Yeah, it is the 6 p.m. happy hour sim. Had a few sims precede us. It's been a good day so far. And it should be a good day tonight because we've got the NBA. Well, the NBA playoffs aren't technically starting. Technically, it's like the NBA play-in games. But still, nonetheless, it's going to be a pretty big day.
That's like complaining about bowl season when it's like Bahamas Bowl or the Beef O'Brady's Bowl. Like, it's still a bowl game. it still counts.
Well, they're not technically calling it the playoffs. That's the NBA, which I'm actually surprised about. But just to recap here, if you're just joining us, we had a great game to start off the sim at noon. Panthers 3-point winners over the Vikings. Then we had a 1-possession game. Raiders beat the Browns by 5. Congo Cab going crazy at 2. And then at 4, the Niners 17. The Chargers 14. Every game, Christian, has been a 1-possession game. So does that mean that we become the 4th straight 1-possession game today?
I mean, I'm hopeful. These are 2 evenly matched teams. 22 regular season wins between them, and both were fraudulent. Obviously, the Steelers fell apart in the postseason, giving up 1 million points to the Browns. The Dolphins didn't even get there in a year where the Bears made the postseason. Yes, they were different conferences, but it doesn't speak well to the NFL. Anyway, yeah, these two moderately good teams that neither one of which you would trust all that much. I feel like they're in the same category. Sure, let's see some fireworks here, Kenny. And decide.
Love to see some.
Yeah, of course not.
See Tua on the field, see what he can do here.
All sorts of pressure going to be on him in year 2. Did not live up to expectations as a rookie. Just was kind of underwhelming. I mean, if quarterback wins are your thing, he did go 6-3 as a starter, but didn't really inspire confidence. The guy who took those shots downfield as an Alabama quarterback didn't really show his face in Miami. He wasn't making these big connections with Devontae Parker or Preston Williams. Instead, he was moderately limited. His average error underneath every pass only about 7.5 yards. He wasn't taking too many chances downfield. He's gonna have to step that up. He's going to be the quarterback that Brian Flores hopes he can be. And I mean, I think he can get that. We saw so many great things from him as a member of that Crimson Tide team that I'm not going to write him off after 1 year in which, A, he didn't have an offseason. He didn't have a preseason. He just kind of got thrown right into the fire after Fitzpatrick took the first few games. And B, he was still coming off that pretty catastrophic hip injury. Give him some more lead-in time. Give him a little bit more runway if you are a Dolphins fan, because I still think this guy can be special. Kenny, how do you feel about Tua Tagovailoa? Do you think he can be the guy in Miami? Do you think he can win a playoff game as a Dolphin?
No. Nope.
Hey.
I just don't see any talent there. I don't see any reason. We've talked about it before many times. I don't think he has a big arm. I don't think he's really that accurate. He's not a dual threat quarterback. So I mean, maybe his decision making gets better, but like the physical talent to me is not there. As we get a big swing pass out to the left side, Devontae Parker trying to break everybody, gets down to the 3-yard line. Boy, what a catch and run right there for Parker.
Beautiful for Devontae. 2 sticks there, the wide receiver 1. A pass that typically doesn't spring for 56 yards there, Kenny Ducey. Huge gain for the Pro Bowl wideout as he gets a crease there. Kind of surprising he wasn't able to run it all the way and he got chased down by inside linebacker.
Very surprising. So you get a 1st and goal here. Maybe it's vulture season. I did pick Adam Shaheen for a reason. As Tua here under center. Let's see what happens here. He's going to hand it off. Breida right side. Oh, gets absolutely leveled at the 4. That is that scary good Pittsburgh defense.
Vance Williams coming up and putting the hit stick on someone. Now, if that was Mitchell Trubisky, I think we all know what the end result of that play would have been. When you see that hit go on Mitch, the ball goes flying out and fortunes change. Fortunately, Matthew Breida a little bit better with the ball there. Holds on to it and creates 2nd and goal. So the Miami Dolphins still in business here. The lovely Heinz Field Stadium. A million times better than old.
And off again to Breida, and again he's taken down. This time back at the 4. Boy, not looking good so far.
All right.
Mr. Breida.
Thundering Ice calling out the home team, hold and serve 24-10. And Yogi Dead, happy birthday to a key member of the DK Sim fam. You're always here. We appreciate you. We hope you're having a great birthday. Thanks for spending it here with us in Sim Pittsburgh. On the confluence of the mighty Mong and the Ohio.
One more time for Breida. Can't get there at the 1.
Kenny, you think they're going to go for it here?
I do.
Yard?
I do think they're going to go for it, but man, Matt Breida nation out there. You got Matt Breida in your captain spot. You are feeling real bad right now because you just had 3 chances to get into the end zone, Christian, and he couldn't do it. And now the Dolphins are faced with the 4th and 1.
He might get vultured here. I mean, 3 carries in a row.
I mean, he might get vultured by
and a screen, so he's going to be a little tired.
He might get vultured by Jason Sanders in the 2nd. 4th and goal. Let's see what happens.
You got to be bold. You're in Pittsburgh.
They're going to go for it. Here we go.
I like it.
I formation.
Your guy in the fullback spot, Shaheen, if I'm not mistaken.
And there's Breida. 4 times a charm for Mr. Matt Breida, the former San Francisco 49er, in for 6. Wow, it took 4 chances, and finally Matt Breida breaks through into the end zone. You can take a big exhale if you've got Matt Breida in your captain spot or really just in your lineup in general.
Yeah, 1/8 of you out there in the free showdown got him in the captain spot. 60% have him rostered in general. So if you decide to fade Breida, not working out for you right now, despite the abject uselessness of those first 3 carries, he finally breaks the plane. Came in, Kenny, as the most expensive player to roster today. $10K to get him in your lineup. The only guy that would cost you 5 figures in flex.
I mean, he, with good reason, was the most valuable player in this one, or the most expensive one. Because no one else, as we talked about at the top, is really that consistent on either team.
And yeah, I mean, Breida, 11 plus in each of his last 4 games, 19 plus in 3 of them. Has failed to hit at least double digits only twice in his last 10. So yeah, as far as guys who are going to show up for you, you could do a lot worse than Matt Breida, the cheetah, the guy who wants to race Tyreek Hill. And let's be honest, he's probably going to lose that race, but Breida, a guy who does have some chops about him, can get out and create some dust behind him. And former was he FCS at the time? It was Georgia Southern. Was he on that team that beat Florida? I got to look it up now, Kenny. I got to look it up.
You were asking the wrong person.
Yeah.
By the way, because we're all family here, I'm sending over right now an invitation to Mr. Adam Kaufman to play in the Classic tonight with me. I sent him a Slack earlier today. And I said, hey, man, I owe you a Classic. And he said, wow, on a lame 2-game slate. And I was like, Mr. Adam Kaufman, are you calling the NBA playoffs lame? That's what I think he's doing. He denied it. He said, oh, no, I said the slate was lame. I said, I think you said that the playoffs were lame. So we hopefully, if he accepts my challenge in the next 18 minutes, we'll be playing head-to-head. I'm looking forward to it.
You got him where he thrives in those last-minute contests. And Kenny, I looked it up. The first loss to an FCS team in Florida school history happened in 2013. So Breida was long gone by then. He was a freshman on that team, but he didn't get any carries. But Jerick McKinnon, who is a guy who occasionally does show up in Simland, but very occasionally, did play in that game, had 125 rushing yards on 9 carries. Quarterback Kevin Ellison in Georgia Southern's 26-20 win over the Florida Gators in Gainesville. 3 pass attempts, 0 completions. Oh, it's beautiful. It's amazing. You love to see it.
You do.
Like, I get it. The rest of the SEC, I'm a Vanderbilt guy. Like, all we know is pain. But at the same time, while we have flirted with disaster, we have never lost to an FCS school. Granted, there are a chunk of FCS schools that would beat us any given year. You put us in the Summit League, it's going to go horribly. But we always pick the right ones. Much like I'm currently in Fort Worth, Texas, Kenny. I'm dealing with some TCU people out here. They are appalled. They are starting their season next year against the Duquesne Dukes, formerly of the Northeast Conference.
I know the Duquesne Dukes as a Fordham Ram, of course.
An A10 standout, yeah. Duquesne is great because if you drove past their football stadium, you would never know it. It's like going through an AstroTurf park. There's like 3 seats set up. No one cares about Duquesne football. It is the smallest D1 stadium in the world, perhaps. It's just nothing there. And I don't know who among us here in the Sim fam are Pittsburghers, but if you have been to watch a Duquesne football game live in person, maybe saw them take on the Bryant Bulldogs, maybe Long Island University, drop it in the chat. Let us know. Hit us up with all your tales of amazing lower level football, because that's what we want to do.
2nd and 4. Yeah, I was at Fordham when they were in the FCS playoffs.
Yeah, nice.
Probably shouldn't say my lineup out loud, but I am constructing it right now. And
it's very possible Koff is listening in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that dude. He's definitely not on the level. I think his win percentage suggests that he knows something, someone. He's maybe just eavesdropping in on our chats when we talk about all the ways we're gonna ruin Koff, and he's insurmountable. The man has the odds ever in his favor.
I mean, to be honest, I'm just throwing together like a random lineup here. I mean, there's definitely some guys that I was targeting and I talked about on the sweat. A little bit of a tease as well. Like I like Tristan Thompson a lot tonight. I know where I'm going with the value plays. I just don't know where exactly I'm going outside of that.
Yeah, dude, that Washington-Boston game is going to be wild, and I think it was TV's own Jesse Cofield who was tweeting about how Russ seems undervalued, if not in DFS, then maybe when it comes to the way his scoring is being valued among certain places where that counts. So, if you are looking for an insider voice, TV's Jesse Cofield, the face and voice of DraftKings, has some takes for you on Twitter right now. Always give her a follow and a check out. Because not only does she give you some hot sports tips, but she also tells us all about the times where she buys like wedding dresses that turn out to be figure skating costumes instead. She's delightful. Jesse Cofield, delightful person. As we are through one quarter, The Dolphins up 7-0, but the Steelers are driving first and goal coming from the 9 here. And if they're anything like the Dolphins, they'll need all 4 attempts to get there. Tua, 70 yards, but the bulk of those came on a run and catch from Devontae Parker, so let's not get too excited about him just yet. Ben Roethlisberger, 6 for 6, 48 yards. Maybe a touchdown coming? We'll see.
Perhaps could have one. Both quarterbacks in this one are just kind of slumming it along. Ben Roethlisberger at 1.92 DK fantasy points, as you alluded to. Matt Breida's got 5 carries for 1 yard, Christian. Matt Breida.
And the touchdown. 0.2 yards.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
That's the old school Jerome Bettis line, except he needs like 2 more touchdowns and 3 fewer yards.
You see who's in second here?
No,
Tommy Freeze Pops is in second place.
No.
But the only reason he's in second place is that he has the Dolphins defense. That's it.
I'm currently 110th of the 114 of us that showed up for this. So obviously
I'm down at 40. I'm doing okay. If 26.
Yeah.
If Adam Shaheen does anything for me today, I think I'm gonna win.
Well, you're set there. Yeah. So
he could, man.
So you and I mean, we've already referred all our friends, but Madden fans out there, you can refer your friends to DraftKings and you'll both play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code that's coming up on the screen or go to dkng.co/friend. Send that link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play for free. We got a deal coming up for you and your DK Sim Fam friends. So there you go. Oops, that was Kenny's read that I took off.
It's okay. You took us out of the quarter, and I guess you just took us into the read. So we do have a great game so far on our hands. 7-0 Dolphins, as Christian mentioned at the top. We're ready for quarter 2, and
So scan.
Someone had to do it.
The QR code you can scan now and get your deposit bonuses for you and your buddies. If you want to get them in on these wonderful DraftKings contests, I would just implore you not to use my roster because again, 114 people in, and I'm currently 110th.
Or for the good people at DraftKings, maybe you do want to use your roster. Ben Roethlisberger is going to throw a touchdown right there. Juju Smith-Schuster. There you go. On the board.
So we are.
That's my captain right there.
Extra point away from a tie game. Juju. Well, Ken, you are one of the nearly 20% who captained him. 65% you getting about 7 points there for the 9-yard touchdown reception from the wide receiver 1 from the Steelers. Juju turned down. It wasn't long-term money, which makes a little bit more sense why he turned it down, but had some offers come in, most notably from the Ravens. Decided, no, I want to stick with my noodle-armed veteran quarterback. I don't think my value could get any lower, so why not stick it out one more year here? Stayed with the Steelers, and I mean, I like the move from Pittsburgh side of things. It's affordable. He keeps that wide receiving core stocked with playmakers, which is exactly what they need. And at $8 million over 1 year, that's an acceptable risk. But man, I don't know what to expect from Big Ben this season. Kenny, where do you see the Steelers passing offense going? Do they have the tools to overcome Ben Roethlisberger's waning arm strength?
Yeah, I mean, he was fine all year last year. Just had a bad stretch run, that's all. By the way, I am currently in 14th place. Tommy Freeze Pops is in 15th place. I would be well ahead of Thomas Freeze Pops if it weren't for him playing the Dolphins defense. So that we got that going for us. That noodle-armed quarterback, by the way, 110th TD in Simland. And Juju Smith-Schuster, that was his 34th touchdown reception. I have a question here for Reggie Love. He wants to know who to play tonight, Devontae Graham or TJ McConnell. I like them both. I have Devontae Graham in my lineup. Where are you going, Christian?
Oh, man. You know, I never want to shade TJ McConnell because he seems to thrive in the absence of sunlight. He's like a house plant you don't have to water. But I agree with you. I think Devontae Graham's probably the way to go. A guy who has the higher ceiling of the two, I think. I mean, McConnell can occasionally blow up, but Graham is a guy who has gone out there and given you some 20-point performances in the past. And he is a useful swing man for that Hornets team. So I think Graham is the way to go there.
Well, the thing to play devil's advocate, the reason that people are considering McConnell is because we've seen him have monster games when Malcolm Brogdon's been out, and Malcolm Brogdon should be limited tonight. They said he's going to be limited in like 5-minute spurts. I don't know what the heck that means, but he could have, plenty of upside here. If he plays 30 minutes, TJ McConnell, I think he could have a pretty good game. But the problem is, I just don't know what this rotation is going to look like. I don't think you do, and I don't think any of us in the chat do. So that's sort of a stay away situation for me. I'm not looking to mess around with any of the Indiana guards. I'm just fading them. I would rather go with the Hornets offense. And the other part of this game that I'm really looking at is I'm looking to attack Indiana on the glass because they've been a terrible rebounding team. That's why I liked Cody Zeller. But I also just I'm finding it hard to put him in my lineup with so many other exciting options out there. I don't really know what to do. Coach Juju receiving the kick.
Not a great response from the Dolphins there. Steelers gonna have the chance to take advantage, maybe take a firm grasp on this game here.
Yep, there's Connor.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat earlier commented they don't use James Conner like they used to. Do you remember the time they used James Conner? Or did they? I don't think they ever really did.
I mean, if they're comparing it to James Conner in the real world, then maybe. But yeah, James Conner has always been just frustrating in fantasy land until his salary gets down to like $2,600. Like I don't even consider James Conner until his cash value drops under 5K, and even then it's like, I guess I need pump that, right? Over in the Twitch chat, we're having a breakdown of our major DK free-to-play pool wins. Miami Misfits, 8 out of 10 right on the NFL schedule release. Called in $6. I got like 7 of 8 or 6 of 8 on a UFC prediction pool last weekend. Made $1. So not bad.
Nice.
Not bad. Yeah.
Who you got tonight in these playing games? Who's going to win?
Even with the weirdness of the Pacers or the Pacers backcourt, I'm still going home teams, going chalk on both these. I feel like the Pacers will be able to take care of business against the Hornets, and then Boston without Jaylen Brown does concern me, and there is still a lot of firepower to deal with.
Oh, a fumble on the play. Pittsburgh picked it up. Big Ben's right there.
Yeah, but I feel like there's still too much talent among the Celtics roster for them to lose a game in the TD Garden, former Fleet Center, former New Boston Garden. So I think they're going to be just fine. I think we're going to see some crazy Marcus Smart type performance plays. So he's going to hustle.
Really? I think the Wizards are going to win that game.
You think? I feel like this is the kind of game where we maybe write off a guy like Smart because he's going to have nothing but defensive matchups. He's going to have his hands full because that Wizards backcourt is so stacked. I feel like this is the kind of game where Marcus Smart puts the team on his back and this is why you're so worthwhile, even though you don't really.
Marcus Smart,
man. I'm calling it right now. I might be incredibly wrong. My Celtics knowledge is not what it used to be when
old noodle arm Roethlisberger with a dart to Eric Ebron. 5th catch of the game for Eric Ebron. Are you serious, bro? 5 catches for Eric Ebron. That's stupid.
Had him in the lineup, took him out.
I got him in there. I think that could vault me into first place, Christian.
I'll be honest. If I am calling the game right now with the first place roster, I'm going to be honored, Ken Ducey.
I mean, it'd be great. Let's see where I'm at. I'm at 12th right now.
Okay.
Honestly, I'd rather be in 12th than in first right now because I feel like I've been in first at this stage of the game, and every time I fall short. So this is a good space to be, I feel like. Congo Cab says Wizards is winning. Making me rethink it now. Herb Dog says Sabonis has led the NBA in rebounding for the last month. Kenny, check your sources. Well, I did check my sources. That's why I said that the Pacers have struggled with rebounding. And it's because I was on the Sweat this morning talking about this game, and I can tell you, Herb Dog, that the Indiana Pacers have the second worst rebounding rate in the NBA this season at 47.6%. So yes, I will be looking to attack their bigs. I will be looking to look for Charlotte bigs. That is why I said that they struggled with rebounding, because they do. Simply put.
Brought receipts. He went rebound rate on you rather than raw numbers. He went advanced stats.
And it doesn't discount how good Sabonis has been. It's just this team.
He's just one guy. And
exactly. You can have it's like Enes Kanter. To me, Enes Kanter is one of the best rebounders in the league. To me, like if you are forcing me to pick a center or if 5 centers to get a bunch of rebounds, I'm picking Enes Kanter, even though I hate the man because I don't think he's very good. He is a good rebounder, I have to admit. So, but like the Blazers were still pretty bad in rebounding because it's not just one guy rebounding, right? And that's why teams have, Christian, teams will put up 50 rebounds a game on average, normally, like 40 or 50 rebounds. And a good center is putting up, like 15 to 20? Like that's at best half of the rebounds. So yeah, it's more than one guy, and it's the same reason why you look at the New Orleans Pelicans, one of the best rebounding teams in the league. They lost Steven Adams to injury and they kept rebounding because they have so many guys on that team that are good rebounders. It's a unit. It's not just one guy. So, yeah.
Ooh, as a massive hole opens up for Greta. Sprints out for about 21 there as we round into the 2-minute warning. After back-to-back punts, the Dolphins may be in range of adding some points before halftime. Well, plus there's also being a good rebounder, but also being a good team rebounder. I mean, guys like, if you want to throw way back to the legend Danny Fortson was a guy who got a ton of rebounds, but he did so at his teammates' expense. He's kind of a rebound vulture, a rebound scavenger. I'm not saying Sabonis is that guy, but I think if you're going just looking at pure rebounds per game, rebounds per minute, then you can also wind up overlooking that kind of stat and saying, oh, okay, that's why 40% of the rebound share goes to a guy in Danny Fortson range. Yeah, so like you said, Sabonis has great numbers, but if he's only half the team's rebounding, then that's a problem. You can have a great rebounder, but he can't be the only one contributing.
Quick throw, and it's complete. Who was that? I couldn't see it. It might have been Jakeem Grant. Nope, Devontae Parker again. Second catch of the game for Mr. Parker, who is up to 60 yards now.
Yeah, his day getting better and better. Already on pace for 16 points without a touchdown, even though he got pretty close last
Tua
time.
with the clock winding down, gets it out of bounds. Second 10.
Yeah, stops the clock, but not much else there. So we're going to have to wait and see if we can gain a little bit of traction on this next play here.
There's Jakeem Grant, Albert Wilson. Dual back formation this time for the Miami Dolphins. They look to move this down the field.
You can run it a couple times.
A lot of timeouts, sure. They go to the sideline this time. It is caught out of bounds. Matt Breida.
Okay.
On the swing route there.
And a 5. Play, Kenny. They gained yards. They stopped the clock. It's not a bad little play there. They made it third and manageable, so the entire playbook's open, although they probably shouldn't want to drop them there.
All right, yeah, 1:25 on the clock. Still 3 timeouts. They can get tackled in bounds. Oh, he had Albert Wilson wide open. Why didn't he throw there?
I mean, maybe he was trying to, and the ball just floated on him, went to the wrong guy, and it floated on him too. Just a bad pass there.
I mean, the ball tends to float on Tua.
Yeah.
So yeah.
About to maybe get a Sanders 52-yarder. Sanders in real life?
Feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, I would give Sanders in real
life he hits this. Madden, not so sure.
Very, very dicey.
Let's see what happens with 1:21, 81 seconds to go before halftime. And this one's low, and it is no good. He missed it. It might have been short, if we're being honest. It could have been short. Let's see. I think it's a little bit of both. Off to the right for sure.
which is a bummer. This is a guy who made 8 of his 9 kicks from 50 plus last season. Just a very good kicker. Automatic inside 40, 12-14 from 40 to 49 yards. 9 kicks of 50 plus, hit 8 of them last season. So this is a guy who was very good, a first-team All-Pro for that 10-win Dolphins team. But here in Simland, possibly because he was kicking into the open end of the stadium, you get those river currents. And
oh, no, Big Ben. What are you doing?
All right,
down at the 30.
Maybe let the clock run out on this one. Don't take any time out. Just go in the locker room, lick those wounds. It is 2nd and 22. Let this one run down and maybe regroup. Try again.
All I'm looking at is the head-to-head with me and Tommy Freeze Pops. I just want to beat Freeze Pops. Let's see, Big Ben on a 2nd and 22. How much you want to bet that this is a 30-yard completion? Here it is, over the middle. He's got the first down. Like clockwork in Madden, you got a long situation. You need a lot of yards. You're gonna get it. That's just what happens in this.
24, and look at that, Eric Ebron again, 6 for 76 now, looking like the guy he was with the Colts and nowhere else. Poor Eric Ebron. Poor Lions fans.
Poor Fantasy Hawk trying to switch in Sabonis before lock, and he couldn't do it. Our condolences to Hawk. I thought that was another catch for Eric Ebron. It's tipped away. 2nd and 10. The Pittsburgh Steelers working on a long drive here. And yes, definitely condolences out to Hawk.
Apparently Hawk playing Congo Cab. So Congo Cab, enjoy your fantasy wins.
Just rooting for you, Hawk. All right, 4 wide receivers out for Big Ben and Jalen Samuels, and he's stacked.
Let it run out. Let that
should be it.
3rd and 18. Why?
I mean, realistically, they have a shot here. They're going to call. Nope, they're not going to call a timeout. They could have called a timeout, tried for a big 3rd down, and then called another and kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
Why are you letting it run out?
Or at least try a Hail Mary. I mean, Roethlisberger trying to get it 60, 65 yards in the air. Maybe he's not doing that at this point, but hey. Through 2 quarters, a pretty basic second quarter there, Kenny. We had the Steelers cap off a long drive and then a whole lot of nothing. Some fumbles that got recovered by the teams that fumbled them, a bunch of punts, a lot of Eric Ebron, a little Devontae Parker. That's about it. It's been pretty low-key after a solid start to this one. We did have a Jason Sanders missed field goal, and that's about it for notables.
Yep, we had a little eventful half there. Matt Breida took 4 tries to get into the end zone. Juju Smith-Schuster caught a touchdown, and that was it. A lot of catches for Eric Ebron, 6 catches, and not a lot done by Matt Breida. For at least on the ground, but he did have 6 catches for 29 yards. All right, Eddie. Earlier on the sweat, Stan and I, or myself, what's the correct? No, yeah, Stan and I.
Yeah.
We discussed our NBA play-in best bets for tonight's Washington Wizards Boston Celtics matchup, and I just loved this segment so much that I think that we should go revisit it and watch it again. So here it is.
Out there, tell people what they're missing.
Here it is.
What about your favorite bet in this game, Stan?
Yeah, it's all correlation for me. If I think Bradley Beal is going to get, more opportunities because, the defenses are going to focus on Westbrook. I'm going with the 3-point prop over 2.5. It's plus 147. On the season, I mean, the line makes sense because on the season, he's at 2.2 threes on 6.2 attempts. But, in the last 2 games, he's drained 3. In the 3 prior meetings with Boston, he went 4 for 9, and 3 for 6. And on the season, the Celtics, they boost the 3-point shooting prowess to shooting guards by 3.02% above the league average. So, I just think that there's going to be more opportunities for Beal in this one because the focus is going to be on Westbrook.
Kenny, favorite bet, Celtics Wizards game.
Look, the Celtics were really terrible against the spread at home. 17 of 36 games they covered in. They were 33 and 38 and one push against the spread this year. They have been really struggling down the stretch. It actually appeared that their bench players were much better off than their starters when they almost beat the Knicks in the season finale. So they haven't covered all season long. There's no reason for me to believe they're going to start now. I know, new season, turn the page, whatever. Boston had a good defense this year. But I'll tell you who had a better offense down the stretch, and that was the Washington Wizards, who were 6th in offensive efficiency with a 118.1 offensive rating. I like the Wizards to win this game, so I think getting 2 points here on the DraftKings Sportsbook is a gift. I'm a little concerned that Bradley Beal says he's not 100%. I don't know if that's going to really affect him in this game, but Russell Westbrook might be able to do more than enough here to get them the win. I like the Wizards here, especially considering it's not a do or die game. The Celtics can lose this game and still make the playoffs. I think that might be in the back of their mind here. Their backs aren't necessarily against the wall. Wizards win this game. Give me the 2 points. All right, the Sweat every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern time on the Dream Stream right here. You can just flip it on. You get your coffee, you get your eggs. Maybe you make a little bacon jam for your toast and eggs, and then you flip on the Dream Stream at 11 a.m. every day. The Sweat, we talk NBA, MLB, golf. We've had a lot of Players Championship talk this week. We'll have eventually some French Open talk, I'm sure, when that comes around in a couple weeks. We've got football. We have talked about win totals the last couple weeks. So every sport we cover right there on the Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern time on the Dream Stream every day. Emerson Latzia, myself, Adam Kaufman, all your friends. We're there.
Cavalcade. Reed T. Fowler shows up sometime. You never know who you're going to get. It's always going to be
That's right.
Knowledgeable advice, though.
Stan Sun, the knowledgeable Stan Sun right there. All your favorites from the Dream Stream. So we're ready for quarter 3. Thanks for being with us here on the Dream Stream, the aforementioned Dream Stream. 321 of you, please smash that like for all the hard work that is done. Maybe not by Christian and I, but by the good working people behind the scenes. Daniel is on the ones and twos with Michael. We've got Joe and Patrick Fry, who's not afraid to show his face pregame. Love that. We get into a little lively discussion. He's on ops. Shout out to the gang.
It's that crew.
Hawk is saying that Doug McDermott is on fire early.
Really? That is
14-5 Pacers.
I've enjoyed the McBuckets experience this year. Here's a guy that obviously you loved watching him in college because he was built in that pure Creighton mode. He's a guy who just splashed the twine time after time again. It was all right, that's all this guy's going to be. Best case scenario is John Jenkins, or best case scenario is Kyle Korver. And he didn't get to Kyle Korver levels, but it seems like he's actually maximized his potential now in his late 20s as a member of the Pacers team. They've really found a way to unlock him, make him a useful part of that lineup, and make him fantasy relevant, which is not something you thought when he was in his third year as a pro, averaging 6 points per game for the Thunder. He's a guy who goes out there and is not only going to lift your head-to-head category team with 3-pointers, but he's also going to give you some good shooting splits, a few rebounds, a few assists. I'm here for the Doug McDermott experience. I can't imagine a better fit between player and franchise than a former Creighton star in the Indiana Pacers.
Well, 8 points early for Dougie Buckets, former Knick, of course. Like James Conner on the catch. And someone in the chat said, hey, stop going for Tommy Freeze Pops. Go for Lamarca if you want to impress us. Look, man, I love both those guys. I was just saying that Tommy Freeze Pops he's first in our free roll in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. So what am I supposed to do? I'm coming for that top spot. I'm coming for Tommy Freeze Pops, man. I'm just trying to win. I don't see Matt Lamarca up there in first place. There's Deontay Johnson on the catch. I needed that in a big way. I got him on up as well. Juju, of course, the captain. Juju could set himself apart on this drive.
Johnson 3 for 31 before that.
Oh, deep ball. Benny didn't get him at the 22. I believe that was Juju that he was looking for. Still tied at 7. Remember, every game today on the Dream Stream has been a one-possession affair. This one tight, just like those. 3 receivers out, bunt formation on the right. Roethlisberger gives it off. Samuels is stuffed. How's that working out for you, Samuels, in your captain spot?
Oh, he's up to 9 yards on the ground, so pretty good. That's 1.35 points. And he's got a catch for 0 yards, which, paying off. I also feel great about rostering Tua, who is currently at 3.96 through one half. So a lot of babysitter Billy candidates today, Kenny, and all of them are in my lineup.
All right, here's a lot of time for Ben. It's knocked away, incomplete.
We about to get a 54-yard field goal attempt here. We just missed.
I'm looking down at our history here for the Adam Kaufman Award recipients. I think I changed my award winner for Sim recently. I don't think it was registered, but I forget who it was. I think it was a kicker. Speaking of, Chris Boswell stepping up and drilling.
Wow.
Was that 54?
54.
Incredible.
Again, see, the closed side of the stadium. They don't have the swirling wind coming off the Monongahela. That's what Jason Sanders had to deal with. His kick went wide. Boswell's quick kick, no problem. That's the trickiness of Heinz Field. Great pro stadium, terrible college stadium. I don't know why Pitt plays there. You're never going to fill it up for the Pitt Panthers. You're going to make your students drive 10, 15 minutes just to get – I hate it. That said, I've watched some great games there. I've watched Pitt lose to Bowling Green, West Virginia, Louisville, Cincinnati. A lot of good memories going to that stadium and watching the Pitt Panthers lose football games, Kenny, despite perpetually having a roster filled with future NFL starters and stars.
Chris Boswell, 18.1% ownership in the flex. Big throw over the middle from Tua. And he hooks up with his man. That's Jakeem Grant. Preston Williams. Preston Williams.
When was the last time we called his name?
WR4 for the Miami Dolphins.
1,600 to get him in the flex. And
wow.
That's his second catch since Sim. I'm sorry, that's only his third catch since Sim 58. Kenny.
Oh, huge hit for TJ Watt, and the Pittsburgh Steelers have the football. Who cares about that catch for Preston Williams? Now the Steelers forcing the fumble. Look at TJ Watt just lay the wood on Tua.
Defensive player of the year stuff right there. Jars it loose from the rookie. Steelers get a chance to extend this lead, make it a 2-possession game with the fourth quarter looming. I like it. I'm into it, Kenny.
Daniel saying he hit the spear on Tua.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's right. The edge, the Roman Reigns, the Charlotte Flair, if you will.
Yeah. All of the above. Goldberg. Steelers defense, 26.7% ownership.
The most famous spear out there. What's wrong with me?
Speaking of big tackles, both these defenses are turning it up. Steelers D, 6% captain here as well. Let's see if the Steelers can capitalize, put their foot on the neck of Miami here. Roethlisberger zips it over the middle. Take that, says Ben. You called him a noodle arm quarterback.
That's correct. I stand by that. I mean, look at the way his passing distance has waned. He's in that Drew Brees stage of his career where he sees guys open downfield. He doesn't make those throws anymore. Average intended target depth, 2019 before he got hurt, 9.3 yards downfield. Last season, 6.9. I mean, that's right about on pace with when Drew Brees started to decline. He's just not that guy anymore. He's not going to be zinging passes to a streaking Antonio Brown downfield. Let's look at let's pull up the advanced stats. How far did that intended yards per pass go? Who do you rate out next to? Well, Ben Roethlisberger had about the same average passing depth as Daniel Jones, Teddy Bridgewater, Cam Newton, and Andy Dalton. That is not company you want to keep, Kenny Ducey. That is a depressing group.
Speaking of company, where are you at, Juju Smith-Schuster Nation? 2 touchdowns for Juju. Get in. Get in.
That guy right there. So single-handedly dragging my roster out of the muck and the mire from 112th to 109th, Kenny Ducey. I can only imagine it's doing even better things for you because you got him in that captain spot.
Oh, coming for that top spot, man. Put me in 13th place.
Spot yet? Have you let him know that this is a battle? This is a person?
Not yet. Not yet. Kick is up and good.
Drop coming for that man, Brian Flores and his Dolphins offense. They can't score here. They risk letting these Steelers run away with it. Back-to-back scoring drives from Pittsburgh, albeit one with a short field after the T.J. Watt fumble recovery, forced fumble. I don't know if Watt was the one that came up with it. I can't remember. That was like 5 minutes ago, and I have the memory of a goldfish, Kenny Ducey.
Dolphins the 4% owned, 0.3% captains.
All right, we got a Pablo Sandoval talk going on in the Twitch chat, which, sure. I mean, who doesn't love the Kung Fu Panda? Right now, if we're talking our favorite Giants, it's got to be my guy, Mike Yaz, who broke free last year in the pandemic season. This year has not nearly been the same guy, but I still spent way too much on him in fantasy leagues because I believe in Carl's grandson, former Vanderbilt legend. Breakout season at age 29. Sure, that's sustainable, right, Kenny? Every great baseball player is awful till they're 29, right? That's the thing that happens.
Once you're 30, you get bad. That's just how it happens. That's how it works. Breed up the middle, tackled.
Herb Dog, Gesicki is poo-pooing my lineup. Yeah, man. Gesicki right now on the milk carton. Bagel for him, in part because Tua Tagovailoa at 2.96 points in the flex right now. And Dolphins not even asking him to try right now. It's like, you know what? Hand it off. Get out of the way. He's going to have to do something here on 3rd and 8. Maybe Gesicki will be the guy, or maybe he'll just default to his top player and give it to Devontae Parker. Instead, we're going to have to wait and see. Huge 3rd down coming from Miami. If you can't get something done here, they might be cooked.
3rd and 8 here. You mentioned big play. Tua rolling out. Going to throw across his body. Got his man at the 47. It's Devontae Parker.
You know what? That play looked like a tempest in a teacup, but it worked out. Tua throwing, well, not against his body, but with his body. And I guess that is still against your body. If you're running right and you're left-handed, then I guess you're kind of going at it. Either way, it worked out. We're in quasi-Sanders field goal range. And
wow, Mike Trout out 6 to 8 weeks with a calf strain. Brutal.
Rough season for former MVPs. Trout, Bellinger.
Yeah.
I got all my Hornets fans on Twitter right now, currently going through it, currently posting their saddest reaction gifs because they are getting lit up by the god, Dougie McBuckets.
Oh, boy, Tua again. How did he get out of that predicament? Throws, got him, man. How did he complete it to Devontae Parker?
Why would he throw that? He could have run for 20. Okay, it worked out either way, but dang. All right, 1st and goal coming up at the 9, as that is the bonus for Devontae Parker. 4 for 110 now. So nearing 20 points, and let's see if Tua rides him all the way to the end zone here. Typically when one guy is the workhorse, they get a couple looks in the red zone instead. It's Breida to the 1, or 2-yard line rather. Wait and see if the Dolphins get another playoff here before this quarter comes to a close. Ryan Fry.
Here we go.
That's not the real Tua, yeah.
Let's see if Shaheen can get the vulture here. No, going to be a handoff to Breida and a touchdown. No, it's not. Oh, it's not. It's Jordan Howard.
It's Jordan Howard.
Jordan Howard with the vulture.
Wow. I'm a vulture. Jordan Howard, not a guy we call too often. 2.9 fantasy points per game.
Wow.
Hasn't rushed for a touchdown in oof. I'm looking for it, Kenny. I'm looking for it. Oh, it's more than 40 sims ago. It was 40 sims ago. That was his last touchdown.
Wow.
So a true vulture from the guy that only cost you $2K to roster. He's not Adam Shaheen. He's the other guy sniping goal line carries. Former Indiana Hoosier. I really expected a lot from and did not get it in the pros. But hey, you do you. And hey, that counts. Those are points right there. You're doing it in Simland, Jordan Howard. Much better than you did in the real world. 4 rushing touchdowns last season, Kenny, in 5 games, which was great. 33 yards on 28 carries. That was his entire season. Poor Jordan Howard.
Well, we got a game again. Dolphins will kick it away with 2 seconds left in the third quarter.
I'm going to kneel down, so we'll get one more play before we head into the break here. See if the Steelers can just answer right back and push off their forward a little bit longer. Or is Ben just
Ben, he's going to take his time
why are you
here.
dropping back into coverage?
No one is rushing him. Now he hit as he throws. Gosh, what was that?
What was that? Why did that defensive lineman drop into coverage when he had a free run at Ben Roethlisberger? Okay. You know what? Fine. That's fine. Maybe you saw Ben Roethlisberger. You saw his giant ogre body. You're like, you know what? As hard as I hate this guy, he's just going to wobble, not fall down. So I might as well drop into coverage. And when he underthrows this pass, I'll be right there to catch it 6 yards past the line of scrimmage. But
welcome back in, everybody. Ken Ducey and Christian D'Andrea. Ben Roethlisberger, 191 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Steelers in the lead by 3, thanks to a Chris Boswell field goal earlier that made it 10-7. It's coming back to look pretty good. I'm in 6th place out of 114 entries in our mini free roll. Tommy Freeze Pops is in 7th. And we've got Ross 635, A. Edwards 90. I can only assume that's Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Bubba 6577 and Young Lace 45 ahead of me.
I am a robust 112th out of that 114.
Wow.
Reroll.
Complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah, Jalen Samuels, Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki is destined for the Babysitter Billy Award right now with nothing, nothing, and $7,400.
Yeah, just a garbage day from him. So Juju trending hard towards the crusty cough player of the game because he has 18.7 more points than Mike Gesicki, who currently has 0.0.
Yep. Number 1 lineup in our little free roll. We got Juju, Breida, Devontae Parker. Eric Ebron has 8 catches. Eric Ebron, very sneaky, sneaking up on the crusty cough player of the game. He could certainly get there, especially if he scores a touchdown.
Very capable. Even if he just hits the bonus, he might do it.
10. I would say 10 catches and the bonus for Ebron might be enough. We'll see what ends up happening. James Conner, 1 catch for 8 yards, by the way.
Jalen Samuel 1 for 0, so add that extra point, and now he's at 1.9 total in the flex, or 2.8 plus in the captain spot if you galaxy brained your way into that like this guy did.
All right, ready for quarter number 4 here. Dolphins down 3. Will the Steelers have something to say here and make life a little more difficult for Miami? Throw it to the left side. It's complete. That's 9 for Ebron. And that should get him into the bonus, Christian. I think that was 8 yards. That should get him right to 100.
No, so that gives him more points than Juju. Vaults him into that crusty cough status, at least temporarily. Is Ashley Edwards making it known that it's her in 2nd place and in 4th place. And not, in fact, Timberwolves Rookie of the Year candidate Anthony Edwards, who is quite possibly my only valuable top shot moment right now. And I got to pack
Connor up the middle.
You got a pack?
I got a pack. I've been sitting on it. Someone's like, you let that pack marinate a little bit. Your moments get a little bit better. So it's just sitting in my account right now. I don't know when I'm going to open it. I'm waiting on the right time. I was like, I'll do it this weekend. Then I got busy. And it's like, oh, man.
Why don't you open it right now on the air?
On the air. If this game gets a little bit out of hand, sure. I'm going to save it for a less interesting sim.
Okay.
This game right now, not yet out of hand.
Give is to the right side, and Samuels, nothing much doing there.
No, that was James Conner again, because Jalen Samuels has been
right.
A giant slice of butt today.
A giant slice. 2nd and 5. See what tricks up the sleeve of Mike Tomlin these sim Steelers have. On 2nd and 5, there's a little swing pass, nothing doing there. Jalen Samuels that time out of bounds, 3rd and 4. So Miami defense could step up here, get the ball back, and they could try to force their way back into this game. But it all starts here on this play. Here we go. In the gun, it's Mr. Roethlisberger with Samuels on his left hip. 3 wide receivers and Eric Ebron on the bottom of your screen. Going over the middle, got Samuels. Is he going to get the first down? No, he did. Got the first.
So 4 yards on the dot. Steelers going to keep this drive going, trying to extend that lead. Don't have to worry about punting it back to the potentially dangerous Tua Tagovailoa. Get a touchdown here. That would pretty much seal this game for the home team here.
Looking over the middle. Oh, breaking free is Juju. Got another catch and a first down. And that's going to be catch number 4 for Juju. Now he's pushing towards 50 yards. That's the thing with Juju. He's got the 2 touchdowns, but really not. I mean, 2 of his 4 catches have been touchdowns. Here's Roethlisberger under center. All right, so Pittsburgh looks like they just want to run this clock down as best they can.
I'm fine with that strategy. I mean, they already know they have Boswell, who's made a field goal from right about here before, although that was the closed end of the stadium, so it might be a little bit tougher going this way.
Here we go. A lot of receivers out here. Empty backfield for Roethlisberger. Oh, no. He's sacked at midfield.
Camus Bouchier-Hill, one of the many former Patriots in that Miami defense, setting up 3rd and pretty dang long. Kenny, 3rd and 17. You're the Steelers. Do you try to convert here, or do you just run a draw up the middle, maybe see if you can get back in field goal-ish range, keep the clock going? They're going to throw it.
3rd and long. How much you want to say they get? Oh, they don't get it. Incomplete.
Yeah, even if he did hit Jalen Samuel with that one, it was not going to be enough for the first down, and Samuel did some work. And 4th and 17 coming. Going to be a punt situation. Dolphins are going to have about 4 minutes left to either get a game-tying field goal or a lead-taking touchdown.
That's a terrible punt right there. Wouldn't you say so?
As is tradition. That was a net of what? About 20 yards there on the punt?
I would say so. No, TJ Watt's got him.
In the zone now, so not looking up for the Dolphins. The most dangerous pass rusher in the game, maybe. I mean, there are a few guys you put up there with him. Chase Young among them, Myles Garrett when he's not dealing with COVID, but TJ Watt, an absolute revelation last season. A healthy defensive player of the year candidate, lost out to Aaron Donald, which no shame in that, but just being in the conversation is nice. As a strike over the middle to set up 3rd and short. Got to think this is 4 down territory. Gesicki, welcome to the game, my guy. 1 catch, 9 yards for you.
Big time 3rd and 3.
Not Shaheen that time.
Huge. Oh, no. Oh, the screen.
Oh, he got out of it.
Great.
He got it, and they got the first down. Matt Breida.
It was briefly great blocking, Kenny. Then it collapsed. That Steeler defense swarmed. Not until it was too late, but, man, that was a problem for a minute there.
Or was. So Tua and the Dolphins continue to drive down the field. Not 1st and 10. See where he goes with the ball here. 2:26 to go. Over the middle. Got a man. And he's down to the 45. And it was Matt Breida. None other.
About 10 more yards, and you got yourself into Jason Sanders' field goal range. Of course, Dolphins looking for more than that. Would like to put this one away, not even have to think about OT.
Two-minute warning. Most riveting playing sports.
Oh, Kenny, do you not like the 2-minute warning?
2-minute warning time.
Thundering Ice wants Tua to Parker for the touchdown. And honestly, the way this has been going, that would be the ideal cap here. As Parker having a great game even without the tutty. Not a bad
That was
strike
Jakeem
there.
Grant. Jakeem Grant finally coming up with
Albert Wilson that time.
catch. I thought that was Jakeem Grant.
Albert Wilson. Oh, alligator.
I apologize to everyone out there who had Jakeem Grant. No huddle time for the Miami Dolphins. Throw to the left side. That's complete. That's is Devontae Parker.
And firmly into field goal range now. Would be about 46-yarder if the Dolphins don't gain any more yards. Steelers might want to consider taking some timeouts. Not quite yet. Once that field goal gets a little bit more obvious, they might want to, just so they can stage a comeback drive if it comes to it. But I would not be opposed to sending some blitzes and really making Tua think about what he's got to do here to lead his team back in the final 69 seconds of regulation.
So at the worst, you'd think that the Dolphins tie this up, look at overtime with about 40 seconds to go or so.
Ooh. They try to run the screen again, but that time the pressure just a little bit too much. So 3rd and 10 coming up. Again, Sanders very much has the range to hit from 46, but it'll be interesting to see if the Dolphins trust him with that, if they feel good about this. They maybe make, well, I guess even if it was 4th and short from the 20, they'd take the easy 3 points and send this one. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Take it back.
That's just sicky. Big catch for him. He's showing up right when they need him to.
Now let loose right up the seam, and now we got a 1st and goal situation. Clock ticking down to 50 seconds. And now both teams have some questions to answer when it comes to clock management here. Are the Dolphins going to score? Are they going to score too quickly? Tua
going to throw it out of bounds.
An effort was made, sure. Tua 232 yards, still without a touchdown. And as Thundering Ice pointed out, the poetic capper to this one would be to go right back to Devontae Parker, who has been his huckleberry today, responsible for the bulk of those receiving yards. 2nd and goal coming up from the 7. 38 seconds to play here in Heinz Field.
Into the end zone. Oh, he had him. He had his man Jasicki, and he didn't turn.
Jasicki wide open, so now you got to figure this is the last chance they're going to take at the end zone here. 3-point game. It's a chip shot for Sanders, so they don't convert here.
Right.
Not leave anything short of the end zone.
Let's see if we get a win for the Dolphins potentially, or we're looking at overtime. Tua rolling to his left, going to throw into the end zone. Can't get his man out of bounds.
Let him a little bit too much. So in will come Sanders. Shouldn't be too much of an ask here. A 24-yard chippy. We're about to be tied at 17 all. The Steelers will get the ball back with about 25 4 seconds to go in. 2 timeouts.
Good estimation. I'm gonna say 22.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be about 3 seconds for the return, maybe 4. And I think it'll be like 2 seconds for the field goal.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
So 4th and goal from the 7. Gonna have Jason Sanders out to try to tie up this game at 17.
Okay, I'm gonna laugh hysterically if the Steelers are 1 timeout shy of being able to win in regulation. Like Ben Roethlisberger completes a pass down to 30, and then the clock runs out.
It will certainly be funny.
All because Mike Tomlin decided to ice a guy on a 24-yard kick.
Well, you gotta ice him. You just have to. Well, 27 seconds. What's going to happen in these 20? You said they were going to get the ball left with what? 24?
24 is what I was saying.
I said 22. Let's see who's right.
More likely right now. 22 with 2 timeouts. You got 3 plays there.
Let's see who's closer. Let's just.
Jorge Aviles. I've seen the show.
Let it play out. Okay, deep kick. All right. No, it's going to be fielded.
Force overtime. We'll get the ball first and then win it on the opening drive. So Jorge. In favor of a Dolphins OT touchdown drive to win it. Kenny, you won the overtime time pool at 22 seconds. That man right there has 2 plays really, to set up either a long field goal or a Hail Mary. Ebron and Juju have been his guys so far. Maybe we'll see a little James. Okay, never mind. Okay.
James Conner left side. He's got he almost had 10 yards. Yeah, I was going to say you got to call timeout after that. You got a chance here.
Not a bad pickup there. Just a weird call, but sure, whatever. You can pick up 30 yards here. You got yourself an honest field goal attempt. But again, as we were talking about, going into the open end of the stadium, which does count. There's a little bit of wind on that side.
2nd and 2. This will maybe be the last play of the game. Roethlisberger over the middle. Samuels fights to the 45. Call another timeout. So, they didn't call a timeout. Right. So I was gonna say, I don't like that. I hate that actually. Why don't you give yourself at least a chance?
Yeah, I don't.
Right?
This is all seems to be one elaborate ploy to allow the Dolphins to win this one. Sure. Apparently, TJ McConnell is having a good day, even after I fade him. Yeah, 4 for 5 from the field, 8 points, 3 rebounds, 3 steals. Meanwhile, Devontae Graham, 3 points in 8 minutes. So they played the same amount of time. McConnell destroying
my under is getting beaten up here. We got to kneel down in the end zone. Although, Hornets really haven't done anything. They're down by 20 points.
I feel bad for the citizens of the Carolinas. I also feel bad for anyone who grew up in the 90s and bought a starter jacket, because you know it was going to be the Hugo the Hornet starter jacket. The grandmama poster in your room. You rooted for the Hornets when you didn't have a team, because they were the cool team. They weren't the good team by any means, but they had Muggsy Bogues.
So hold on just a second. Koff and I are playing against each other. I have TJ McConnell in my lineup. I also have O'Shea Brissett. He has Doug McDermott, Sabonis, and Holiday. So I'm winning narrowly, but I also have one extra player playing. So I need Devontae Graham and Jalen McDaniels to step it up here. I've got 3 next game. He's got 4.
Call stacked up a Celtics game? Shocking. Nice.
There's a first down run for Matt Breida.
54 for him now, so not a ton of usage, but he's been useful, about 4 per carry, and a touchdown from the veteran former triple optioner out of Georgia Southern, the team that ran like goose crap through a tin horn against the Alabama Crimson Tide once upon a time. One of the greater Nick Sabanisms out there. Rick Welch calling out the walk-off pick 6. Texas T had called that out before too, and did not have it go his way at the end of regulation. But hey, we've seen some fumble 6s and the like come up here.
Oh no, TJ Watt, he's there. He makes the tackle and drives the Dolphins back to their own 30. Unbelievable.
3rd and very long coming up now. 18 yards to go. We've seen the Steelers pull this off, but I don't think we've seen Tua come through on this. And this is a guy, rookie quarterback, not great ratings. That blitz comes from one more time. This could be a very grim...
Here it comes. Tua goes down. Back at the 20. Oh, they lost 20 yards in 2 plays.
Look at that. 4th and 28. So they're not even going to get the chance to really flip the field here unless they get a Matt Hack boomer of a punt.
Boy, so yeah, Matt Hawk is out to punt. And this ought to be bad. Here comes the punt return. Steelers get it up to almost their own 40. Good return indeed.
All you need right now is a field goal to win it. And there's our guy, Eric Ebron, member of your lineup, sitting at 100 receiving yards even right now. It's him and Juju battling it out for that Krusty Koff player of the game honor.
Hand off to Samuels.
Oh, he's not going to get Samuels, who's up to 12 yards right now. Oh, Kenny, my back's all messed up. Got these disc problems. Sat on an airplane all day. Real sore. Real tight. Gotta get my yoga stretches in. Maybe a little ibuprofen.
The Indians optioned Andres Jimenez to AAA. Shocking. There's a throw, and I believe that Deontay Johnson would have had a first down there if he didn't come back.
Third and 1 incoming near midfield. The Steelers don't get it. They could theoretically pin the Dolphins deep, but we all know that the ensuing punt will only be like 30 yards. Could be James Conner time. I believe that's him. It's the single back. Heavy set to the right there to got enough to get it and get over midfield. 4-yard pickup on 3rd and 1. Steelers train keeps chugging along. You need about, Kenny, 14, maybe 12 more yards to get into Boswell field goal range. We saw him hit from 54 earlier. Albongo calling off the triple overtime Pittsburgh safety, the walk-off safety. Might not come to that unless we get a turnover here, because that is a strike into field goal range for Juju. 5 for 63, 2 touchdowns for him. So he has gone ahead and wrestled back the Krusty Koff Player of the Game award from Eric Ebron. For now, not saying it's final. Don't get sacked.
They're in the field goal range, or almost, according to Madden.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to go in the wrong direction there, as Ben very nearly sacked there. Got rid of it just in time to avoid the sack, but can't pick up any positive yards. 2nd and 10 coming up. Ball at the 34. Coming out heavy, looking like another run set here, especially with a man in motion. No, not even a play action. Protection holds.
Oh, good throw, though. He's got a man. Past the 20, it's Juju down to the 15, make it the 16-yard line.
It could be a situation now where we go run, kick a field goal. Let's see if the Steelers stay aggressive or if they decide to cool their jets a little bit, protect the ball, and take a game-winning field goal instead.
Hand off, left side, run it. It's Connor inside the 10.
Second and 2. From here, it's only a 24-yarder. We just saw Jason Sanders hit one of these to send this game to overtime. Another run.
Samuels, first down.
First, and now a few more runs, maybe. Maybe they just kick the field goal. I don't know. They got options. I wouldn't mind seeing a little more Jalen Samuels. Maybe get me out of the...
Oh, I know you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. I'm in 9th place right now. Tommy Freeze Pops 0.1 points ahead of me.
Infuriating.
Deontay Johnson would really do me a lot of good. Instead, it's James Conner winning the game. Touchdown. Steelers end the sim. A walk-off touchdown for James Conner. And that's your ball game. A 4th straight one-possession game here on the Dream Stream. Amazing finish. Christian, award time. Who are you giving him to?
Pretty solid. Got to give the crusty cough to Juju. Came up big in overtime. 26 points in the flex. 6 catches, 82 yards. And the 2 touchdowns as far as that babysitter Billy award. Whole bunch of candidates, but Mike Gesicki, 55% owned in our free showdown. And he came up with 5 points today. Didn't do anything until the 4th quarter, late in the 4th quarter. He's got to go. He is the happy hour babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this one.
All right, well, we got a great night of Sims ahead. I'm coming back at 8 o'clock with Adam Kaufman. Should be a lot of fun. We've got Cardinals and Saints on the card today. Be sure to get in that free roll contest that Kauf made in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Christian, a pleasure as always, man, to be with you. Daniel behind the scenes with Michael, Joe, and Patrick on ops. Get some food in your belly. Enjoy this basketball game. Come on back at 8 o'clock for a little more Sim action. But coming up next on the DraftKings Stream, Warren Sharp of SharpFootballAnalysis.com joins our man Ross Tucker to analyze the 2021 NFL schedule.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. They got a monster offer, by the way, with the NBA playoffs going on. I am so fired up for Warren Sharp from Sharp Football to join us momentarily. Look, I pretty much do this every year, right? I get Michael North from the NFL on, and he talks about why the NFL schedules what they did and how they do it. He was on last week, and then nobody actually breaks down the schedule better than Warren Sharp. So you have the guy that makes it, and then the guy that breaks it down, back-to-back episodes. Doesn't get any better than that. Warren is everywhere. He's got podcasts. He writes for NBC Sports, got his own website. It's hard to go anywhere now and not see Warren. And I can say that I remember when he first came onto the scene. It's a new week, which means I've got new winners that I want to give out. By the way, David Martirano, I need your address, bro. If you want that Jaguars Eagles press pass, I need your address. Hit me up, ross@rosstucker.com. We'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. So just engage in any way with @RossTuckerNFL or @RossTuckerPod. I'll pick somebody on Friday or Thursday. You'll win a signed press pass or football card or picture, whatever you want. Probably can't get that much money for it, but who knows? $6, $8, whatever. Spread the word winner via social media I told you about. Sponsor confirmation. I'll be telling you about Level Select CBD. I'll be telling you about ExpressVPN. You take advantage of any of those, just make sure you forward me the email after you buy it and you take advantage of our code, because then I'll read and respond to whatever question you email me. Whatever it is, my favorite color, how I met my wife, I really don't care. Just send it to me. And then the YouTube shout out. This is the big one. People pay money for these cameo shout outs. I just did one for a fantasy football dude. You guys get them for free. All you have to do is subscribe to YouTube and comment on one of the videos. It's that easy, and it's that great to be joined by my buddy, Warren Sharp. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
So, Warren, I kind of touched on it earlier. You obviously still have your outstanding website, sharpfootballanalysis.com, sharpfootballstats.com, but now you're doing a podcast at The Ringer. You're writing for NBC Sports. So tell me what you got going on just in terms of branching out, but also still having your core site.
Yeah, it's still the same in terms of, when I'm giving out sports betting recommendations for the NFL season, that's up at sharpfootballanalysis.com. But all my content is now up at NBC. So the couple of articles I wrote once before the schedule was released and then immediately after the schedule was dropped in terms of analyzing the schedule iniquities, those are up at NBC Sports. My book, though, I dive into a book, as you know, and usually come on after I'm done with that to share some of my big takeaways with you guys on your show. That's going to come out in July, and that'll be available at Sharp Football Analysis.
That sounds like one where maybe we'll get you on the Even Money podcast, Warren, the betting one, which is very popular these days, as you know. But I wanted to get your schedule thoughts. You mentioned the biggest inequities. I want you to start with just explaining what you think that they are, because then I have some follow-up questions as well. But you do this every year. You analyze the entire schedule and spit out what you think are the areas where the schedule lacks balance from a competitive standpoint, correct?
That's correct. Look, we know in terms of when they're releasing the schedule, we understand who is going to deal with the weaker strength of schedule or a stronger strength of schedule based upon who you play. But that's just one discussion point entirely, who you play. There's another way to look at the schedule, which is the timing of when you play these teams. And we don't know that until the schedule drops, but that is almost as important, because let's put it into this perspective, Ross. And I know I'm really interested to hear your take on my thoughts versus Michael North, because he's the one putting the schedule together. But you have some teams with this 17-game schedule that they just dropped that are playing 6 opponents this year out of 17. Those opponents are on extra rest. They have extra time to prepare for a certain team. There are other teams that play 0 opponents that have extra rest to prepare for them. So it's the equivalent to baseball with a 162-game schedule. Some teams would play 0 opponents that have extra time to prepare for them in a baseball season, whereas others are playing 56 opponents out of 162 games with extra time to prepare for them. We would say that's unfair. We would say that that is not just. And that's what we're dealing with in the NFL. So there's a variety of things that I look at in addition to rest inequalities. I'm also looking at things like short week road games. I'm looking at negated bye weeks and a variety of other things to try to figure out where there are certain teams that are getting the short end of the stick.
Got it. So I guess this is where I start to have some questions. So I agree that does not sound fair. My question is, what data do you have that backs that up? Like, what do we know about one-loss record over time of teams with extra rest, extra time to prepare versus not?
So there is in terms of looking at this point spread, there is a value that is associated with significant rest advantage. If you have a stronger rest advantage in a particular game, it is worth a certain amount on the point spread. But here's the thing in my mind, Ross, that digs even deeper than this, because it is in the past only a 16-game season. And for a variety of reasons, You have teams that win games or lose games. You have coaches that are or are not able to take advantage of situations around them. It's not as if like, well, we have 2 extra days or 3 extra days of rest to prepare for this team. We're going to use those optimally and come up with an even better game plan to defeat the opponent, right? But just because they aren't able to use that and some teams screw up their opportunities does not mean that it is fair. And, I read Peter King's article. He interviewed me for his article. We talked for about 30 minutes about the schedule, about the guys that are making the schedule. And you could tell just in reading the article, there are a select, I think it was like 70 games that are like high valued games that they have to freeze, that they know that they want on networks. They care mostly about the TV. So they plug those games in first and then they work backwards around it. And some of the things that they're like backfilling and swapping out at the last minute are like one team has to play 2 straight road games to start the season. And they might swap an opponent in the first game because the schedule spit out that they would have to travel too far in both of these 2 different road games. Like that's the type of inequality that they're trying to smooth out a little bit is, 3 straight road games. Well, we're definitely not going to have 4 straight, we're definitely going to try to minimize some of this, but they're not focusing as much on the fact that, the Tennessee Titans, for example, are playing 3 teams this season that are coming off of Thursday night football games, which means they have extra time to prepare multiple days for the Tennessee Titans. Plus, they have to play a team that's coming off of a bye week. There are teams that don't play any teams that are coming off of a Thursday night game with this extra mini bye to prepare for. So the Titans are playing 4 teams like that. The other teams are playing 0. It just does not make sense. And just because the Titans can't take advantage of that and the Titans can't beat, some of the teams I'm looking at the list, they're playing the Patriots, the Steelers, and the Chiefs this year, all who have extra time to prepare for them. If the Titans lose those games, that's we would consider that to be obvious because the Titans aren't going to be as good this year. But just because the Titans can't win those games doesn't mean that that's fair for them to deal with that.
It's interesting because this is maybe, Warren, just because I've been trained this way, and I think I've talked to you about it before. But first of all, as a player or coach, like you'll never hear a player or coach ever bring it up or ever use that as an excuse, at least not publicly, right? I'm pretty confident privately they complain about some of these things. I will say, though, and this is anecdotally, this is why I asked you if there's evidence that we know that it makes a big difference, because even a short week, right? When you play a Monday night and then you play again on Sunday, I never really felt like we weren't prepared for that next game, because the NFL work week typically is Monday, you review the game before. Tuesday is the off day. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is the preparation for the next opponent. And then obviously Sunday is the game. So in my mind, whether it's a Monday night or a Sunday or whatever, by Wednesday, you're kind of even there, I guess. And even the rest thing, it's 6 days later. It's hard to feel like that playing Sunday afternoon versus Monday night made a difference in the rest. I guess the one I could see the most there, Warren, would be the impact it has on the coaches, because Monday is a huge day for the coaches getting everything ready for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for that next opponent. So I guess in my mind, more than the rest, which I'm sure there's some impact, although I never really noticed that, and even more than the preparation for the players, it really would seem to me like it's a lack of not having the same amount of prep time for the coaches. Is that fair?
It's absolutely fair. Look, I work for a variety of different teams. I talk to these coaches behind the scenes. One of the reasons why I even threw into my analysis looking at road Sunday night and Monday night games is because those guys on a variety of different teams have told me that is difficult for them. Getting back late, anything that screws up, these guys are creatures of habit. Anything that screws up that process is a problem. Now, a lot of the work that I do and the advanced scouting work is done in advance of those games anyways. So like I'm submitting reports prior to even them playing their final, the game right before their game that I'm submitting a report for. That said, though, they still have to incorporate that and come up with their strategy and their game plan and what they're going to start working on with the players. Now, so number one, from my experience, not having played in the league, but working with the different coaches on different coaching staffs, they do care about even small things like that, let alone, having other teams with even more time to prepare for them. But number two, you made a point there, which I don't disagree with. In some cases, if you're talking about the difference between playing on Monday and playing on Sunday and your personal rest, being a healthy player is not change that much. You don't really notice that big of a difference. And of course, I don't think any coaching staff is going to have its team believing we're at a disadvantage as we get ready to play our next game, right? They're going to get everybody thinking we're going to beat these guys. We've got the right game plan implemented. There's no issues here. There's no excuses. Go out there and win this game. So mentally, you're thinking that you're going to be fine. The issue is not probably for the healthy players as much as it is the injured players. If you're dealing with an injury, every single extra day that you have to rehab and prepare and get that injury ready so that you can play 95% versus 70% versus not even play the game at all. Those are major advantages. So I think especially later in the season or for players that are injured, those rest days do matter a little bit more.
I read Peter King's story this morning as well, Warren, and where he referenced you and the outstanding work that you do. He also, earlier in the article, he mentioned the NFL has some type of total rest metric or something. They have something that they use to try to make it as equitable as possible. So I guess the net here is Michael North, and I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the interview or watch it on YouTube or whatever, but he makes it very clear. I even posted this on social media over the weekend. Goal number one is revenue. Goal number one is to get the best ratings possible, and they're trying to do that without inconveniencing teams as much as they can. The buys are between week 6 and 14, so there's not the early one. They don't have anybody doing 3-game road trips. I guess my question is, there's going to always be a balance there, right? I don't really feel like they'll ever have a perfect schedule. What do you think is unacceptable that they should be able to put into their computer system and maybe even hire you to do it so that it doesn't happen?
Well, first of all, he is right. They have done a better job of factoring it in, right? The net rest inequality has improved, but the fact that it still is where it is and it's improved is a scary thought as to what things were, 2, 4, 5 years ago. But the bottom line to me is that there still is too much inequality in this schedule in terms of rest. Look, you are dead on. We are never going to have a perfect schedule. When you want teams to play on Thursday night games and you want teams to play on Monday night games, nothing is going to be perfect, okay? But you have to do a better job than what we're doing right now. You cannot have teams like the Chicago Bears play 6 teams that have extra rest to prepare for them, whereas other teams have 0 of those games. There has to be more of a balance within the course of a season. I'll give you a couple of other examples. The Philadelphia Eagles are the only team this year to have to play 4 games in 17 days, with 17 days separating the first and the last game. They're the only team that has to do that. Now, in the past, there's been more of those instances, but why even allow one this year, right? Why not just get rid of that one team that has to play that? And guess what the Philadelphia Eagles also deal with? When you're playing the 4 and 17, you're playing a Monday night to start, then you've got a Sunday. So that's a short rest week right there. They play on the first time that they play the short rest. the Kansas City Chiefs, the defending Super Bowl runner-up. Then they have to play a Thursday night game to close this schedule up after a Sunday. So that's another short rest. You know who they play in that next short rest game? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the actual team that won the Super Bowl. So they're playing both teams that went to the Super Bowl on short rest during this 4-17. And then they follow that up with 5 road games in 7 weeks. They are only one of 7 teams that have to play that type of a schedule, 5 road in 7 weeks. So putting those back to back is a little difficult to comprehend as to why we have them as the only team that's there. Then I'll talk about the Dallas Cowboys briefly. Look, the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions have the inherent edge of playing and hosting a short week game. They do it every single year on Thanksgiving. We know that hosting a short week game is the single biggest edge that you can have in terms of an NFL schedule as to when they are planning out your game. It is so difficult for that team to go on the road on the short rest and win that game. ATS wise, straight up wise, it is a massively difficult thing for you to do. So the NFL this year said, look, we'll give Dallas 2 road Thursday games because that's really the only way you can offset it. If you're not going to get rid of those Thanksgiving home games, you got to send them on the road for a short week Thursday game. But you know when they gave them these Thursday games? Week 1 against Tampa Bay. Well, week 1 is not a short week. They have as much time as they want to prepare for that. They actually get an added edge after that Thursday game because then they have 10 days to get ready for their week 2 game. Then the second game that they gave them on Thursday was the week after Thanksgiving, which means they have a whole week to prepare for a road game in New Orleans. This is something that the NFL could change and say, look, Dallas, we know you get the edge of having a Thursday game at home every single year. We're going to send you on a road for a short week Thursday game. But they have never done that. In the history of Thursday night football, Dallas has never gone on the road and played on a short week Sunday to Thursday and been on the road for that game. So that's since 2006 they started these Thursday night games. So they should be able to fix that as well.
You know, one of the other things I saw you wrote about, Warren, was the Colts primetime and how many away primetime games they had. Now, I don't know this, but I wanted to give you some information here. And for all I know, you work for the Colts. I don't know. But I remember when I was in Buffalo, I was told once, and I think maybe it's changed, but I was told once that the Bills requested as many Sunday 1 p.m. home games as possible, and that they didn't want primetime home games. They wanted primetime away games because the Bills have sort of a regional fan base. You know, they're from Rochester and all over upstate New York, and their season ticket holders told them it's arduous for them to come to a Sunday night game, Monday night game, etc., and then have work the next day. So I don't know if that's the case with the Colts or not. I have no idea, Warren. I'm just throwing that out there to you as a possibility and submitting that there are teams at times they don't want, they want road primetime games because they want the exposure, but they don't want home primetime games sometimes because their fans don't like them for whatever reason. I don't know if that's the case with the Colts. I just thought that might be something that would interest you.
Yeah, and no doubt that probably has happened in the past to certain teams. And I could tell you that some of the teams put in these types of requests, right? Like I know Peter King reported it. I knew before the schedule even came out that the Dolphins were going to request to play after their London game and not take a bye because they wanted to bye later on in the season. So I knew that like several weeks ago before the schedule even dropped. But I could tell you for a fact that the Indianapolis Colts want to play these games at home. They have not requested to play elsewhere. And, you know, they just sit back. There are certain teams out there, and obviously I'm talking to them, that have requested things in the past that have never gotten them and are so frustrated that they just don't even bother to say anything anymore. And they sit back and laugh because they feel like there's nothing that they can do about what is happening with the schedule. They feel like there are certain things that are unequal with the way that the schedule is being issued. and they've tried to address them in the past, and nothing has changed in their opinion. Now, I will say that some of these things, they didn't realize the actual measurement of them until I came along with this study. Like when I did this study last year for the first time and looked at the last decade of schedule inequalities, like when I was talking to Peter King, he's like, even people within the league aren't looking at some of these metrics that you've been looking at. And they were like, wow, this is something maybe we should consider a little bit more. So some people, even within the league, as they're making the schedule, aren't necessarily looking at things to the level of detail that I am. And in some cases, they might have the same exact reason for thinking, well, it's not that necessary because of like the instance that you suggested. Well, does it even really matter? Like, is it actually measurable? But the point to me is that we already know the league tries to strive for equality. They're going to elevate their best teams on the primetime games. Their main goal is revenue, as you indicated previously. But why do they put the number 1 teams against number 1 and number 4 against number 4 and because they're trying to balance things? Why do they give the worst team the number 1 overall draft pick? They're trying to make things a little bit more balanced. And you can't tell me that when you divvy up the schedule with this rest inequality as it sits here, even in a 1 season instance, not zooming out, but looking at just this 1 season, that we could say that every single team has as fair of a shot as everybody else based upon the rest that they've issued. And I know it's never going to be perfect, but it can be better than even what it is right now. And that's what I would encourage them to do, is look more at these metrics and try to make a schedule that's a little bit more fair and balanced across the entire league in a single season as possible. And whatever rest metrics that they're plugging into their schedule, it did help compared to years past, but it has not helped enough. There are still too much imbalance, in my opinion.
Warren, this was awesome. You are awesome. I can't wait to see the YouTube comments, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, or anybody over on any of our patrons or email. I'll be really curious for people. A lot of them listened and watched Mike North and you back to back. And this is what I like to do. Like this is what I had to do in Princeton. And you read the one guy, then you read the other guy, and it's like, okay, what do you think? Where do you stand? You hear the arguments on both sides. Check him out, sharpfootballanalysis.com, sharpfootballstats.com, @sharpfootball on social media. He's got an unbelievable book he comes out with every year. I love it. We'll get him on to discuss it again after it comes out on the Even Money Betting podcast, because there's a lot of good betting info in there. He is the man, Warren Sharp. Thank you, Warren. Really appreciate it.
And thanks for having me, Ross. And I would also encourage people, if you want to get more information about what I was regurgitating here and discussing with you, the article is up at NBCsports.com. You can go to edge.NBCsports and you can check it out right there. You can read all the different teams that have a rest edge or at rest disadvantages. I mean, it's right up there. I've got charts and graphs, and I think it would be really eye-opening for a lot of people.
Awesome. Thank you, Warren.
Thanks for having me.
Gosh, we are on fire right now with our guests. We are. I mean, Micah Parsons, Matt Nagy, Michael North, Warren Sharp. Wait till you see who we have later on this week. Unbelievable. Please spread the word, and please consider Level Select CBD. Pros like golf legend Ricky Fowler, 15-year NFL quarterback Carson Palmer use Level Select CBD sports creams and roll-ons to get the relief they need. Now, Level Select CBD is sponsoring a free-to-play daily fantasy golf contest. Head to DraftKings.com, make your picks in the Level Select Golf Classic for your shot at $5,000 in cash prizes. Level Select has 3 different levels of CBD, so you can find product that's right for you. Visit levelselectcbd.com. Use promo code DK30 for 30% off your entire order. That's DK30 for 30% off your order at levelselectcbd.com. Eligibility restrictions apply. See website for details.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Let's start today with some news out of Denver. First, they reportedly we're going to trade wide receiver Deshaun Hamilton, but he tore his ACL working out on his own before they can move him.
That is unbelievable. They were going to release him, and then before they released him, Bri, they got some notes. They got some calls in being like, no, we'll trade for him. Probably just a late round swap of picks or conditional 7th or whatever. But it's something. Something's better than nothing. Sand, foam, something. When I say that, Bri, you know what that is? I say that at least 3 times a year. And do you know what it is?
Wait, say it again?
Yeah. Sand, foam, something.
No.
From old school. When Vince Vaughn is talking about the party at the house, he's like, we need foam or we need something there. And they're like, and the guys, what's the guy's name? Luke Wilson's like, sand? He's like, yeah, sand, foam, something. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about or no?
I do. Now I do. I remember the earmuffs throughout that movie.
Oh, yes. Earmuffs. Yeah. Earmuffs. All right. So they were going to trade him. They tore his ACL. Here's what will make it even worse. They won't pay him. He was working out on his own. I highly doubt they'll pay him. Speaking of that, next Tux Take, Brian.
Tux Takes.
Speaking of that, the Broncos also signed tackle Cameron Fleming and released tackle Juwan James after he recently tore his Achilles working out on his own. And did he get any money?
$0.00. And by the way, he had like 21 million more, quote unquote, fully guaranteed. 0. I mean, I cannot even imagine what will be going through my head. I can't imagine. Now, on the one hand, Bri, you know, the offseason program doesn't start until mid-April. So these guys could have had these injuries. They could, this stuff can happen when they're working out on their own January, February, March anyway. Or, by the way, you get like 6 weeks between the end of the offseason program and training camp. So, and you're working out hard during those 6 weeks. So you're ready for training camp. So you can tear your Achilles or ACL doing that too. It's just unfortunate that these guys tore it during the period where they could be at the facility and get their whole salary for it. They got to figure something out because otherwise, if they're going to stiff these guys, you might have more guys not doing stuff on their own because they're so worried about it.
Tux Takes.
Some other moves include the Chiefs swapping late-round picks for former first-round Vikings cornerback Mike Hughes, Washington signing veteran special teams Bobby McClain, while longtime stalwart Ryan Kerrigan said goodbye to the team on Instagram last night after 10 years in burgundy and gold.
So, number one, Mike Hughes kind of flamed out with the Vikings, but he was a first-round pick for a reason. So that is why a team like Kansas City is willing to take a shot on him. Bobby McCain was a captain for Miami last year, so Washington scooped him up. Can't even tell you how much respect I have for Ryan Kerrigan. 156 starts out of 160 possible the last 10 years, especially the way that guy played. I say this all the time, Brian, when people ask who I look up to or whatever, any guy that battled in the trenches and lined it up pretty much every Sunday for 10 years, hard to express in words how impressive that is. Tip of the cap to Ryan Kerrigan, absolute stud. Can't wait to see where he goes next.
Tux Takes.
And finally, the NFL announced late last week that players and staff who are vaccinated no longer have to wear masks.
That's awesome. That's great. I think the primary reason is they're trying to incentivize everybody to do it, which I think they should. I think based on everything I've read, all the data I've seen, I'm far from an expert, but it certainly seems like the vaccine is working. And the more people that take it and have it, the better off everybody is. So I think the NFL, they're not allowed to mandate it. That's exactly what they should do. They should. You're not going to want to be the only guy wearing a mask at practice or in the meeting room, right? I mean, you're just not. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'd also say shout outs are in order. to Pizza Boy Brewing, delicious, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Those are all the I Think We're Done Here members of Patreon.com/RT Media. Love our patrons and love the series we're doing on the College Draft Podcast as well. Check that out. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
And just like that, we're back, baby. Welcome on back to Simland, everybody. Good to have you here. He is Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Of course, we are ready for a little primetime action. We have got the Arizona Cardinals, my favorite, my beloved Cardinals here in Simland, matching up with the Saints. A tough game, Ducey, when it comes to lineup construction because you got a lot of pay-up options. You're going to have to fade a guy or two.
Yeah, I faded a lot of guys in this one, and I didn't know where to go, Koff. But I went with Traquan Smith in my captain spot. That was for sure. I knew I wanted to play Traquan Smith. I love playing him in the Saint Sims. And that was one thing I was sure of. After that, it became a little muddy. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I ended up with Jared Cook, Larry Fitz, lineups of locks. So I can tell you, yep. Kyler Murray. And then I believe I went with Michael Thomas and Max Williams to round out my lineup. So the thing here is I definitely wanted to go with D-Hop. I needed to stack someone with Kyler Murray, but I chose to go Larry Fitz instead of D-Hop because I wanted to have that salary flexibility to throw in Max Williams. So
I sense I'm not going to like my lineup in the end because, the guy that you shouted out, I play him almost all the time. I really enjoy him. Heck, a lot of the time I captain him. That's Traquan Smith, but I faded him today. Not deliberately. I just didn't really have room for him. What I wound up doing, it's very much kind of a stars and scrubs approach to the degree that exists in Simland. Like obviously I'm not putting punt plays out there that I know aren't going to play or that I'm confident aren't going to play. I'm not looking for the wishful points, but I went high end, low end. Here's what I did. Kyler Murray is my captain. Paid way the heck up for Kyler, as only about 11% of people did. So it's possible that works out well for me, but he is in 3/4 of lineups in our smaller free roll. Michael Thomas is in there. Kenyon Drake is in there. And then after that, had to go cheap. So I've got Christian Kirk. I also have Max Williams, and I have Will Lutz, the kicker.
Yeah, well, you're not going to do well with Will Lutz in your lineup. But you are doing well. You are doing well on our head-to-head, I will say.
I haven't even looked yet, actually.
You're doing well because I just had some really disappointing Hornets in there. I had Devontae Graham and Jalen McDaniels. I did have TJ McConnell, who was like the MVP of the beginning of the game. I have O'Shea Brissett as well, but I don't think that's going to save me here, unfortunately. But we'll see. There's a lot of time left, but definitely flopping on what was it? Bridges. Well, Bridges, we both have Bridges. So flopping on Graham and McDaniels is definitely going to do me in. For sure.
It looks like for me, I don't have any bad plays so far, meaning no snowflakes, but
right. I have some snowflakes.
Sabonis and McDermott have worked out well to this point. And then Bridges and I have Justin Holiday in there. And then a bunch of Celtics Wizards. We'll see which way that one goes. That game's getting started in a little under an hour. In fact, fittingly, called this contest earlier, the prime time. Am I seriously doing a sim opposite the Celtics play-in game? But sure enough, I am. If you want, we can go double or nothing. We could do a Celtics Wizards showdown.
Sure.
It's up to you. You can take the next, 45 or whatever.
Well, what's double or nothing? What does that mean?
Well, double or nothing is, we have our NBA Classic that already exists. So we could just do a showdown of the same.
Oh, for the same entry fee. Gotcha.
And it will go however it goes.
Sure, we could do that.
Okay. Very good. And good to be here with all of you. Let's catch up here in Simland, see what we got going on in the chat. Let's see. Bizzle had said earlier, this is Kenny and Koff too. Kenny's a backer for the Wids. Well, we can get into that conversation. In fact, Zach Thompson and I did a sim earlier today. Despite it being my son's third birthday, I am just...
Happy birthday to your son, by the way.
Well, thank you.
I did pass along my congratulations for reaching another year.
You did. It was very kind of you. I appreciate it. It was kind of chaotic throughout the day, variety of activities, and I did the real quick, blow out the candles and run for Simland. So they're all still up there doing their thing, and I can hear the lunacy running around the floor above here in the compound. Sean says, Koff, when you build a sim roster on your computer, how far back on game stats per individual player can you see? I'm extremely curious. John, I'm pretty sure you can see all the way back within Madden 21. So just as an example, I will pull up Kyler Murray I will go to his game log, which of course the most recent contest is 146 against Cleveland. And you can scroll all the way back to game 53, which was when Madden 21 began. The reason you can't see 1 through 52, those were all Madden 20 contests. So if that is your confusion, Sean, or anybody else, that is the answer to that. It's not like the first 50 sims.
You want to know who is confused about that?
I'm missing. You?
Me. I was always confused about that, so thanks for answering.
Yeah, happy to. Jordan says, I got Lamarca at captain with Glash, Koff, Tommy, Rossi, and Ducey in the you're the low-owned punt play.
I'm the low-owned punt play?
That's what he says. Robert says, shame on Koff for working on your son's birthday. Cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. How dare you? Look, so 2 sims for me today. This one, admittedly, I feel kind of bad about, as we got a nice pickup here. Cardinals are driving about 2 minutes gone by opening quarter. Kyler out to the 29. D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins there with his first catch for 16. I don't feel at all bad about the Madden matinee earlier because the older boys were at school and the birthday boy, he was taking a nap. So I missed nothing earlier. That was the prime time. I know this is the prime time, but that was the prime time to do a sim for me within this house.
Did you say prime time?
The prime time. The prime time. This right here, not an ideal time really for anybody. But, they seem to be coping, and yeah, they'll write music about me later anyway. That ball's incomplete.
Think your kids are going to be musicians?
No, I don't. They at least, they have not yet exhibited said talent, but they haven't explored it either. Like they've never had a lesson in any sort of instrument. Well, I feel like we've talked about this. You play an instrument, right? At least like casually.
No.
You look like someone who would play.
I took years of guitar lessons, so I could play the guitar.
See, that's what I figured.
But you're wrong.
Which part?
Like I don't like regularly play an instrument.
No, I didn't say you regularly played. I just said you look like someone who would play the guitar. And
I also used to play a lot
of the guitar for years.
I used to play the drums when I was little as well.
Nice. Well, define little.
In middle school.
Okay. Does that count? I asked.
No, here's the thing. I never was able to play a drum set, but I played the drums, and I also just loved the drums. I wanted to play more drums, but I think because my parents didn't want to have a drum set in our house, they were just like, "Yeah, you can play guitar."
I get that.
That's cool. But that was it.
Tara says, happy birthday to you and your son, Cobb. Tara, thank you very much. Field goal try from 40. It is good.
Wait, when's your birthday?
Arizona. My birthday's in January. But in Simland, it's, I get the birthday wishes every day.
In Simland, it's tonight.
In Simland, it's every day. You never notice that we're working together, that I get the happy birthday wishes daily?
Never do. Never notice it.
Now you know. Ducey, Koff, we got Daniel, our technical director, producer Mike. We got P. Fry and Joe and Ops. So, hey, guys, explain this to me. And not a complaint. Actually, I'm thrilled about it because it's probably making your lives easier. But for a long, long time when these things started, we had 2 members of Ops for every single sim. And for a little while, it was kind of streamlined.
Double Ops setup.
It was just the one of you. We went to one Ops person. And I've noticed of late, we're right back into the double. Again, Joe and Patrick hanging out tonight. What happened? What changed?
Well, that's a Counter-Strike reference for any of you out there who got it. A double op setup. That's what we're going with.
Nice.
Without using too many words that are scary to people, but there's just like, Patrick got it.
Yeah, he got you.
Yeah, in games like that, there's different tools that you can use to accomplish your goal. So one of the tools that's very expensive to use to eventually win a round is called the AWP, AWP. So a lot of times in certain maps, people will have, they'll just decide to purchase 2 AWPs. So then they'll say, oh, there's a double AWP setup. So you got double AWP setup today.
Patrick said he doesn't know the answer, but he's just thrilled. He's thrilled that he's got the company, that he's got the help, that they can work together, the camaraderie in Ops. You don't want to feel like you're flying solo. It's good to have people with you. So NBA playoffs, obviously, my beloved Celtics, most nights anyway, are getting going in shade under an hour against the Wizards. As we know, it's kind of a must-win, right? The way these work, obviously the winner will definitely clinch a playoff seed. The loser of this particular game, anyway, will have.
What does
one
kind
more
of a must-win mean?
Well, it's like the Pacers. Hornets game is a must-win to get into the playoffs.
Right, that's a must-win. Now, why is this kind of a must-win?
I was just saying, this is not a must-win because the loser of this game will have one more opportunity to clinch against the winner of the Pacers and Hornets. So it's not a full-on must-win, like they will live to play another day.
So it's not a must-win. You can't have a kind of must-win. It's either you have to win or you don't have to win.
That's where you were coming from on.
Yeah, there's not a middle ground. You can't have like a sort of must-win.
I guess where I say kind
that's like saying, well, they're back sort of against the wall.
It's like being half pregnant. I guess where I say kind of is I'm sure both these teams are going into it with the mindset that we have to win because they don't want to, truly have the sensation of a must-win in their next time out.
Sure. I mean, I know why they want to win, but it's not a must-win.
If they want to win, and I say it that way because, sure, like players want to win, coaches want to win. I'm not so sure the organizations of these games necessarily want to win. Some might be preferring a trip to the lottery. 3-0, about 2 minutes to go here, opening quarter. And by the way, that Pacers game, so Zach and I talked about this earlier and where I came down on it because we were saying we went through the whole NBA playoffs. We picked our round by round champs, play-in, everything. Like we covered it all. We were talking about this game and he said, how do you think it's going to go? And I said, well, if Sabonis plays Pacers, if he sits Hornets, and we both felt that way because as we remember earlier in the day, Sabonis was questionable. Well, Sabonis is playing, folks. And while it's not as though he's been I mean, he's had a dominant game. He just hasn't had an offensively dominant game. He has 14 points and 21 rebounds and 9 assists at the end of 3. He's had a ridiculous game. He's going to get that triple-double, assuming he plays any part of the fourth. And that's the case because the Pacers are currently up by 31 points.
He may not.
31 points entering the fourth quarter. So, yeah, I mean, it might be in their best interest to sit as many guys as they can, in addition to those that are already ruled out coming into this thing, just because, as we know, it is truly a must-win. Back-to-back must-wins for the Pacers because, had to win this one just to survive to have an opportunity to now fight for the 8 seed against either the Celtics or Wizards coming up in a couple of days.
Of course.
What's your feeling on, it's not as much fun necessarily to talk about this game because we know which way it's going to go with the Pacers winning, but what's your feeling on
I thought you were talking about the Saints and Cardinals. I think the Wizards are going to win. I haven't wavered on that position. I think the Wizards will definitely get it done tonight. I think they're going to come out with that mindset, that championship mindset. They're going to do it.
Do you think that, and this was part of the conversation with Zach earlier, the play-in tournament in general and the East and West. So in the West, this isn't the case because you got the Warriors, you got the Lakers. But in the East, are these 4 teams just competing to basically, which 2 of us will have the right to both get our doors blown off in round 1 against the Sixers?
I mean, yeah, I saw a great graphic to your point going into today, and it was someone making a sarcastic joke about like, oh boy, well, what if a team gets in through the play-in tournament that doesn't deserve to be there? It's something like over the last 10 years, it's something like 3 teams that were 7 or 8 seeds got to the second round. Like,
yeah,
it's just
it doesn't happen in basketball, generally speaking.
Right.
It really, the last time was, well, I'm trying to think. I know there was one like when Dallas did it like a decade ago, but there might have been one even a little bit more recent than that. I'd have to pull it up real quick, folks, as stats are being manually updated. Of course, this 3-0 Cardinals lead. Want to remind you, Madden fans, You can refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. And why the heck wouldn't you, by the way? Simply scan the QR code that you're going to see on your screen if you don't already. Or you can visit dkng.co. That is dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free. Just that easy.
Love free. Love playing for free.
If it's free, it's for me, as they say. Jay Duncan says, heard a stat today, Koff, to make you cringe. Your C's trailed by 10 or more in 40 games this season.
Wow.
And 20 or more in half those games.
That is ridiculous.
So Jay Duncan, my response to that is I'm surprised that the 10 or more number isn't higher than 40, because it sure as heck felt like more than half the time. And I know that is a little more than half the time in a 72-game season. The 20 or more in 20 games, that actually, well, I guess that feels about right. Maybe that feels a little high. So, but the 10 or more, I mean, I figured that was happening almost every single game.
I mean, it just goes to, it proves that this team is really in shambles right now.
Well, I don't even feel that way. I don't feel like they're in shambles as, well, I don't know how you mean this, so I'm going to put words in your mouth here. But a lot of the time, Breeze throwing one off the post, a lot of the time when people say right now that the Celtics are in shambles, they're talking about the organization. Like, oh my God, what do you do? Like, do you bring Ainge back? Do you bring Stevens back? Do you trade Brown? Do you re-sign Fournier? Is Smart going to be gone? As we're going to have a field goal gimme right here from 18 after the Saints couldn't convert on third and goal from the 1. So I don't view it that way. That where they are in shambles, at least have been throughout the year, is they just couldn't stay healthy. They couldn't stay healthy, whether it was injuries or whether it was COVID. They're still not healthy. I mean, they're as healthy as they've been in a while. Everyone's available tonight with the exception of Jaylen Brown, who obviously had season-ending wrist surgery. But everybody else, Robert Williams included, is going to play in that game. So, no, I'm not making any injury excuses regardless. Like, if and I think they're going to lose, by the way, to the Wizards. And I'm not even so sure that I don't want them to lose, just because I don't want to see them embarrassed by the Nets in round 1. And Kyrie in particular. Like, I have just
it sounds like a lot of Celtics fans are really rooting for their team to lose tonight, which I don't understand why.
Well,
doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I'll explain it. At least the tonight aspect.
Okay.
Sixers are a better matchup. Not to say either one is a good matchup, but the Sixers are a better matchup. So, if they were to lose tonight and then beat the Pacers, that is a better situation for the Celtics, to finish as the 8th seed. Now, you do have a segment of fans that would just like to see them go 0-2, like go 0 for the play-in and get a lottery, the lotto balls and land in the draft lottery just because, like why even fail to compete in both, either first round matchup, whether it's Brooklyn or Philadelphia, and just remind us, as an organization, how far away we are. Like, let's just get ourselves some ping pong balls and get a better draft pick. That is a mentality certainly of some fans, but we'll see. I mean, I've had people, like friends of mine who are fans, just texting me all day with it. Well, do I want this? Do I want that? No, I mean, nobody knows. But that's the reason why it might be in their best interest to lose tonight. Not that they'll go out and throw the game.
I mean, I still think you want your team to win, regardless.
It's hard, man. It's complicated.
My boy Larry Fitz, by the way, get me a catch. Thank goodness.
Shampoo Man, by the way, saying, Koff, how come you don't spruce it up a little?
Isn't Larry Fitz
looking sharp?
Thank you. Yeah, isn't Larry Fitz the Shampoo Man, though? Look at Kyler.
Yes.
Larry Fitz is the Shampoo Man.
Where are we at in our contest right now?
He literally does shampoo.
That's true. You and I are hanging out about the same spot. I'm, we were like 2 apart. Now I'm 88 and you're 97-ish?
No, I'm 81.
Oh, you jumped.
Yeah, I jumped.
I'm 97.
Oh, another catch.
Now I'm 102. Now I'm just falling. Now I'm falling apart. Patrick and Joe are just...
We're cooking with gas right here. Let's go.
Meanwhile, T-Pike, undercover boss Tom, is not even here. He just dominates these things, whether he's, doing the scoring or not. He's sitting top 5 right now. So I don't know. In answering your question and what I was talking about prior to that, I went a lot of different directions, obviously. But
yeah, you did.
That's... I don't think the Celtics as an organization are in shambles. I just think that fair or unfair, right or wrong.
I didn't say their organization was in shambles.
No,
I just said right now they're in shambles.
I'm not saying you did, but some people do feel that way. And like a lot of the talking heads that you'll hear on the radio, see on TV, and it's just like this is not the case. They were never healthy this year. They were never healthy. There's a remarkable stat. Their top 7 players, like their top 7, like they're any team's desired playoff rotation, right? Is your top 8, 9 guys. Their top 7 players played a collective 0 minutes together this season. They were never available on the same night altogether, and they're starting.
How many teams top 7 players play together though?
I mean, most.
Oh, tackled into the end zone. You hate to see it by Kenyon Drake. Oh,
you love to see it if it's in your line.
You hate to see it.
Not when he's in your lineup.
You absolutely hate to see that. 55th touchdown for Drake. That is brutal. He got stuffed and then he got knocked into the end zone by Marcus Davenport. Oh, you know what? I hate when it happens in real life a lot more than in Madden.
When guys get punched into the end zone?
Because Koff, it happens all the time.
Happens all the time. It's true.
It's really frustrating when it happens in real life. You're just like, boy, you had this guy and then he got tackled forward for the first down. Some defensive lineman will just charge from the back and boom, knock him over. Yep.
On halfway through the second quarter, again, we got Mike Daniel in control, P. Fry Joe in ops, Ducey and Koff hanging out with you.
P. Fry hanging out. Got some playoff hockey lightening up early on the home Panthers. The Panthers going to win that game.
You enjoying seeing the, in Florida in particular, not even just Florida, I don't think, right? The full crowds, little throwback.
Yeah,
to
I watched.
Used to be like once upon a time.
I watched. It wasn't a full crowd, but I watched the Chelsea and Leicester City match today.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the first time that fans have been back at Stamford Bridge at Chelsea's home field.
Mm-hmm.
And it was absolutely amazing. It was a huge game. They need to win their last 2 games to qualify for a Champions League spot. So the atmosphere was unbelievable. And I forgot what it was like, I forgot how important the fans are to, and I know that we had the whole we discussion, but it is crazy. Like they do alter the game in terms of like how the energy, is within a team. So it's definitely very cool to watch.
Does that mean you're changing your perspective on the we thing?
No, you're still not part of the team.
No.
No, I'm not wrong about that. Not at all.
I'm going to send you that Celtics showdown, by the way, right now.
Might not do it.
You might not do it. You're going to have to do it just like me.
I don't want to look it up while I'm on this sim.
I haven't done my lineup either. That's why I'm sending it to you now, so we both have some time to peruse as we chat here in this 10-3 Cardinals lead. I've just sent it to you.
Let's take a look.
Oh, Glash, by the way, in the DK Sim Fan Friends League, for anyone that hasn't seen, the Connecticut Sun broadcaster has made, I believe for the first time, a Wednesday WNBA contest. He is a company man across the board. And if anyone wants to hop in the DK SimFan Friends League, there is a WNBA contest created by none other than Brendan Glasheen.
Of course, for bragging rights.
Is it just for bragging rights?
I'm sure.
Well, let's find out. I'm going to tell you right now. Nope, it's a $1 entry. And the prize structure is payout to the top 5 of the 20 entries. There are 8 spots still available, including, unsurprisingly, a game that he will be calling.
Let's see here. Let's draft my lineup now.
There you go. We should both get in the WNBA contest with Glash. Support our guy.
I'll do it.
You know what you and I should do sometime? BK and I did this on Sunday. It was dubbed, I don't remember who came up with it. Maybe it was producer Drew. It was dubbed the DK Decathlon. BK and I did classic contests for NBA, MLB, NHL, NASCAR. There was a Madden showdown, an EPL showdown. That might be it. I don't remember if I'm forgetting anything else, but obviously, because that is impossible. But that was the, I think that was everything in terms of unique sports, events that were offered that day. It was fun. It was a good time. It was interesting. Lineups. Yeah, NASCAR was there, Daniel. It was, you just constantly had lineups to look at. It was glorious. You don't seem real interested.
I'm trying to come up with my lineup here.
I'm going to wait about 20 more minutes or so, because I don't even know if the starters are announced yet.
They did announce the starters.
Oh, okay. Who's starting for Boston? I did see Washington's were out.
I'm just... Ugh. So close. I don't like that I can't get Ross, Tatum, and Beal in my lineup, even if I just pay down everywhere else. I can't get him in my lineup. It's really infuriating.
Beal, you said?
Ross, Beal, and Tatum. You can't fit all three in, even if you save money elsewhere.
Really?
You have to pick.
Even if you put them all in the flex and you have a real cheap captain?
Yep, that's what I did. Can't do it.
Bummer. Oh, Drew Brees sacked. Timeout.
What a shocker.
You are not. Are you this down on Drew Brees in life, or is this just a Madden thing?
I hate Drew Brees. I'm a big Drew Brees hater. I'm hater of the year. Every year.
If I knew that. As Lindenbaum writes, wow, Charlotte is soft.
They are.
I mean, granted they're hurt too, but man, like there's just, we Celtics fans talk about this together a lot. There was no way that Gordon Hayward contract in any universe was going to be good. Like, he could have been an all-star this year, and that contract still would have looked ridiculous. How do you think they're feeling year one into that thing right now after he played, I don't even know how many games, half? Somewhere in that ballpark, wasn't available, obviously, for their most important game of the year. And effectively, for all intents and purposes, they paid him $40 million this year.
Who's that,
Big
Kemba?
Throw at the end zone, incomplete.
Oh, Drew Brees?
Yeah. Weird, right?
Kemba. I was like, that was a weird season for them. And I think that the one thing to look at is just that Drew Brees, left them on the doorstep.
We're talking about Gordon Hayward. Wait, what were the movies again? That's what that was. That's what that might for all you fans that remember.
I'm trying to fill out a lineup here.
That's
Okay, you're trying to ask me to do two things at once.
Would you? Just multitask.
I asked who you were talking about, and then you didn't answer me.
Let me give you the Cliff's notes. Gordon Hayward.
No, I already heard what you said. I just didn't know what it was
huh?
about. I know you said you're paying him effectively $40 million.
Yeah.
I mean, no one wanted to pay Gordon Hayward $40 million, so that was the whole thing. Everyone knew that was going to be a bad deal as soon as it happened.
They've got to feel that much worse about it now, though. 72 games this year. How many I'm going to look it up. How many games do you think Gordon Hayward played? Let's guess. What's your guess? Out of 72.
33. He played more than that.
I'll say 40. Let me pull it up. Loading. 44. Played 44 games out of 72 and obviously missed the play-in. He basically got $1 million for every game that he played in.
It's pretty good work if you can get it.
Jay Duncan, supporting the DK Decathlon idea, says make it even spicier by a guillotine, cutting the field by one after each event until the final match.
I'm down to my last roster spot here, and I don't know who to put in it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Final play of the half. Kyler up to
I did
36 on the ground.
I did it, Koff. You happy now?
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I mean, I haven't done mine yet, but I'm thrilled that you did it. King Folk Gaming says, that's probably the most emotional person I've ever heard of. Honestly, why are you so damn emotional, little Kenny? I don't think, I mean, I've heard Kenny emotional. I've heard him all fired up.
I haven't even close to emotional.
No, I mean, he's hardly exhibited any feeling whatsoever during this sim.
But yeah, I got my lineup in for you, so now I can focus back in on the sim.
Focus on the sim.
Looking forward to beating you.
Good. I do not share in that excitement of yours, but I do look forward to us playing. It will be fun.
How did Rugi Odor get a little revenge tonight?
Rugi Odor, huh?
Against the Texas Rangers, against Mike Fultonevich, who is pretty bad. Got a little base hit.
Well, poor Mike Trout out for a couple of months.
Real
Quick
man.
on the numbers, and we
Brutal.
can get back to that because we do have some other stuff that we need to get to. Here in the prime time, the Am I Seriously here opposite the start of the Celtics game free roll.
Also, can we just talk about that for a second? This Celtics game's not starting. The Celtics game's gonna start like 50 minutes. You'll be fine. You'll get to see it.
I think you're right. I was just gonna
I
say
know
that.
I'm right.
I don't think I'm gonna miss anything. I think Daniel's he's got us moving on light speed. You want to know why? He also wants to watch the Celtics game. Big Deal is narrowly in front right now in our contest. Manual scoring from Joe and Patrick. So we'll get you posted on all the good numbers, all the good stats, all that fun stuff in a moment. But you're going to get a break from our voices for just a second. Earlier today on The Sweat, which comes your way 11 Eastern, Monday through Friday, for an hour. You should check it out. Weekdays here on the Dream Stream, YouTube and Twitch. It was a PGA Tour price check with Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich, stars of Get the Green. They were on The Sweat and discussed their favorite 10K players or above, of course, for this week's PGA Championship. Take it away, boys.
You're a golfer you're taking this week at 10K or higher.
I was going to take all of them, Emerson. You know what? Just take all the guys above 10K. I think if your GPPs, I'm going Dustin Johnson. His record on Pete Dye courses over the last 50 rounds, whatever you want to call it, number one in strokes gained total. Won the Travelers, did well the RBC. The guy's got an amazing track record at major tournaments. And if you take a look at some of the corollaries outside of the ones that are fairly obvious with Pete Dye courses, Whistling Straits comes to mind, Chambers Bay, some of these courses that are coastal. And he's done well, runner-up at this tournament, the PGA Championship, now 2 years running. It's just a matter of time before this guy wins a tournament like this and this course might set up perfectly for him. And right now, the sentiment isn't it's back to where it kind of was, Jeff, when he shot those back-to-back 80s. Like, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson? So I like it for GPPs. If not cash games, I think you can't go wrong with John Rahm. I think he's the guy that if I'm playing cash games, I'm going Rahm.
Yeah, what's the deal with Dustin Johnson?
I honestly don't know, but I mean, Reed is right. Like the prices on Dustin Johnson and John Rahm this week are pretty ridiculous, and you could even start lineups with them. I mean, I think it would be unique. I think you're going to get low ownership for sure. To me, though, I look at this and I it's a major championship. I gotta really emphasize recent form, and to me, the two guys who have the best recent form are Justin Thomas. Well, the three guys: Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, and Jordan Spieth, and the cheapest of them by far is Jordan Spieth. 10-1, compared to Thomas, he's even $800 cheaper than Dustin Johnson. Again, you look at the traditional PGA Championship venues; they're longer, and this one's long too, but they're just a little bit different. They're more open style, they're more bomb and gouge. This is just a classic P-Dye design, and I think with the way Jordan Spieth is hitting it consistently off the tee, with the way his irons are firing, and with the around the green game, I would rather take the discount on Jordan Spieth than pay up for any one of these guys. Reed's right. John Rahm as a cash game play is like no-brainer at 10-5, but I think for me the best overall play, and again we're talking about the Millie Maker, and there's like two of them on the DraftKings lobby right now, so check those out. I prefer Jordan Spieth as a play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome on back for this Madden simulation. Once again, the sweat comes your way 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday for a full hour. Sometimes Emerson, as you just saw, hosts, occasionally me, Jesse. Either way, you're going to get our great crew of analysts, including the men you just heard from, Jeff and Reed, on a daily basis, Kenny, Lamarca, Bukes, Felix, others that I'm not mentioning, Gary, and there's so many, and it's always wonderful to hear their contributions, obviously. So make sure you tune in every single day to get the latest on what is happening in the NBA, the NFL, NHL, MLB, PGA, NASCAR, UFC, the list goes on and on.
Got some tennis coming up.
It's a great program.
Couple weeks.
What do we got in a couple weeks?
The French Open.
Oh, French Open. Yep, there you go.
Come on now.
You got that as well.
Yeah.
Tom says, take my dollar, Cough. Thanks. Hope so.
Take my dollar.
Why am I haven't even looked. Chef Duke says I'm done with the cough contest. Am I in front right now or something? Like it doesn't. I mean, that I hope I am. That'd be great. But it doesn't. We got another full other game to go. It's you don't get cocky at this point in the night. Mike Bizzle says this duo is truly my yin and yang.
Love it, Mike Bizzle. Mike Bizzle, the real Dizzle.
Smash that like button, by the way, folks. Got about 300 people watching along on the Dream Stream. That's just YouTube. Thousands more across all our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. But hit the like on YouTube. Let's get to 250 by the end of the sim. I think that is a very attainable number. In our primetime free roll with 146 entries, we got Big Deal in front, marginally, just by 0.05. I'm sitting 44. Where are you?
Don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I believe I'm down there past 100. Let me look real quick.
Ways to go, man. A lot can change. We've only seen 16.
133. 133. Yeah, that's true. I'm in 133. I need Max Six Williams and Traquan Smith to start turning it up, man.
Gotta get some
all my
Max
guys.
Williams up in here. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Patrick, Joe, and Ops. Mike, Daniel, our production crew. Any questions, any topics, anything you guys want to get into, by the way, we're here. Whatever it is.
Where's Josh Doctson when you need him?
The Mac line says, Cough, looks like Biombo has destroyed some lineups. Is Bismack not having a good night? Did you say he's in your lineup?
He's not in my lineup. Nope.
I honestly can't remember at this point in time if I rostered Biombo, because I remember
no siree.
He was in my lineup at one point during the day. Whether he made the final cut, let's see. No, he did not. Sabonis, though, hot fire. He, man, how annoying. Yeah, they must not be playing him in the fourth quarter, or he just doesn't have an assist because he's going to miss that triple-double. McDermott is having a hot night. Bridges.
You had McDermott, yeah.
Bridges is out of control.
The problem is you have one more guy going than I do.
Than you do.
Yeah, I had Jalen McDaniels, who was bad. I had Devontae Graham, who was bad. So I had two bad players. I'm kind of excited about who I have coming up here, but I don't know.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough when lineups lock. What
Bet you have
like.
Bradley Beal. I know you do.
You would bet I do.
Yep, you definitely have Bradley Beal, 100%.
I wonder if just about everybody faded Russ tonight, though.
Why? Because he's so expensive?
The salary coupled with what else was available, yeah, it just didn't seem like he was, you know, a really great option in terms of your optimal builds.
Yeah, I mean, it does put your build in a tough spot because then you gotta go for these mid-tier guys. But again, though, I mean, you know, look what happened in that Pacers game. You got McDermott, you've got O'Shea Brissett, Bridges, plenty of guys in this game. You know, around the mid-range salary that were worth it and that help you out. And I don't know, it wasn't such a top-heavy slate to me so far, anyway.
10-6 game right here. Latavius Murray, first attempt for him, picks up 3.
There's a Latavius Murray sighting.
Mo faded Russ. Kilgore faded Russ. Chef Duke writes fade Russ with a laughing, crying face, so I'm going to assume Chef Duke did not.
Can't wait for Russ to put up 80 DK fantasy points. The thing about Russ is that like he just always gets value.
Right. Look,
like, it doesn't matter how
the guy's
much.
Never a bad play. That's not the argument. He's never a bad play. He's going to get you the fire emoji. He's going to get you 60 to 80 points. The question
like he'll get you 6 times salary tonight.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. The question is simply, what are you putting around him?
Right. Especially like you said, you've got Sabonis on the board. You've got Tatum cheap.
Beal, like you said.
But Beal, we'll see what ends up happening with Beal. How good he is coming off the injury.
Right. Yeah, he's risky. And nowhere, and these are not my words, I don't watch him daily, but you know, people who cover him out of Washington, nowhere near 100%. So, you know, hard to say. Now, if you're a narrative street person, you might get excited about Beal and Tatum. You know, the St. Louis guys grew up together. Beal babysat for him. They certainly relish playing against one another. But I don't know how you feel about narratives.
I'm a decently sized narrative guy.
Is that
I do narratives to an extent.
Is that the clicking sound of you tinkering again?
No. What did you hear?
I heard that mouse click. Let's investigate. Let's inspect that lineup once more. Jordan says, Deucey Koff, I heard the NBA might add 2 expansion teams. Seattle and Vegas are said to be front runners. What do you think? Honestly, Jordan, I haven't really heard anything about it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't even looked into that.
Yes. Seattle's always been a big time.
For sure. I mean, ever since they lost the Sonics.
Right. Sabonis is finally done, by the way. The Pacers put up 144 points. That is stupid.
That's ridiculous.
That is so stupid.
That's absolutely nuts. Like, have a little respect for yourselves, Hornets.
It is 144 to 111 right now.
Gross.
It really is gross. Lightning up 2-0 on the Panthers, so that might be done there.
I've been locked in, as you would expect, to the Bruins series, but I haven't paid super close attention to other series in the NHL playoffs. I need to dive into that a little bit.
Panthers Lightning had a really good game one. They went to overtime, and it was, I believe, a pretty quick over. Oh wait, did they go to overtime? They might have actually won regulation. Lightning might have been with like a minute left. That was a good game though, and I was expecting a similarly good game here.
Will Lutz, my guy.
Of course.
13-10. 13-10.
White Sox all over the Twins as well again. Different night, same story.
Is there always a game on in your crib there? Are you always, it's like whatever it is, maybe it's playoffs or just, hey, it's mid-afternoon, let's see if
always a game on, definitely.
Always a game on?
But I'm not watching that game. I'm just relaying what's happening around the league right now.
It wasn't judgmental. It's great if there's always a game on.
Yeah. It's 4-0 White Sox right there. Yes, I do love all sports. I told you today that was a great game between
soccer, football.
Yes, a great match between Chelsea and Leicester City.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of fun.
13-10. New Orleans is leading this thing. Business says, Koffel, I have your attention. Reason for NHL playing regular season games the last couple of days? Catch up. I mean, teams lost so many games during the regular season because of COVID. They didn't have a choice. Not desired, obviously. It's not what anybody wants to be doing, but...
Where are the points, by the way, in this sim, Koff? Where'd they go? Did you hide them somewhere?
Daniel, have you checked out the stink button, my friend?
Daniel, where are the points?
Daniel, usually we like to investigate that stink button before we come on. Worst case scenario at the half. Were you not locked into the stink button, my friend? He's investigating. He's efforting, guys.
Please, thank you.
Checking the stink button. Appreciate you. Preston's getting deep. If everything is never truly completely gone.
Oh, he said findings inconclusive.
Are you immortal? Nice. I just saw my guy Keith Smith covers the NBA for Yahoo. He just tweeted, I guess it was cool to see the Bobcats resurrected for this play-in game.
Certainly was a Bobcats-esque performance there. For sure. That was old school, one of those old school Michael Jordan owned teams.
Late third, about 90 seconds to go before the break. It's 13-10. New Orleans, Arizona with the ball right now. Ball at midfield, 2nd and 4 coming.
144, 117 your final. That is stupid.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Who's that?
Short pickup is what it was.
But who was it? You're the play-by-play man. You're supposed to have the depth chart.
Oh, you want facts?
Daryl Daniels.
I'll give you facts, bro.
It was Daryl Daniels.
Daryl Daniels. Regarded as the fullback. You don't usually see the fullbacks obviously you don't usually see the fullbacks get involved, period. But you don't see the fullbacks typically get involved when it's not anywhere near the goal line.
That is true.
I appreciate the support. So I know you think the Wizards are going to win tonight. Do you think it's going to be a similar looking game to what we just saw?
No, I don't think so. But I do think that we're going to get some fireworks for sure. I think it'll be much closer than this game we just saw, because the Wizards have been playing some pretty good defense lately. The Wizards have been playing good defense, decent defense lately. They've been playing better offense lately. So I think that we'll see a lot of points from them, and I certainly don't think that the Celtics are going to go quietly. I really do think, though, that the Wizards win. I think that anyone saying the Celtics are going to win is like
by a couple points, but I don't think that's a hot take.
Right. I think that everyone saying the Celtics are going to win are just big braining it. Like it's just a big brain move. It's like, well, I'm smarter than you, and there's a reason why they're short favorites. There's a reason why they're going to, they're going to win. They're going to, like, I just think you can overthink it into you can convince yourself that Boston could win pretty easily.
Yeah. Tell yourself
And look,
a story. They're
I've done
healthy.
this. I've done this with the Celtics so many times. Game in and game out, I've said, like, yep, we're gonna have the Celtics are gonna bounce back in this game. They're gonna play inspired basketball, and they just don't do it. Like every single time you think that this team is gonna turn a corner, they don't. So what? Not tonight for sure.
I mean, how about AD Poker says love Westbrook, love him. Boston by 10 tonight.
I mean, that's unfair because everyone here is a Celtics fan, I feel like.
Real quick, again, 13-10. Saints still in front, but Arizona still with the ball here when we begin quarter number 4. Want to tell you again, Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings and play for free in Madden contests. They will, you will. Simply scan the QR code you're going to see on your screen and visit dkng.co, dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play free. Just that simple. And as I said earlier, as I say all the time, why the heck wouldn't you? It only makes sense. Spread the love, spread the gospel. It's like we tell you with the DK Sim fam. Let the people know that we are out there. You know, I think there are a lot of people that play these contests that may not even know there are Sims attached to them in terms of a stream that you can watch with commentators and a chat that we can all be together and hang out. Let them know while they're just, busy playing those paid or free contests. Hey, join the watch party. Come hang out with us.
We're all in this together. We're all watching these Sims. We're all watching Drew Brees get sacked. That's all of us.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, finding a first place in a free roll is like finding a needle in Kenny's haystack. Digging deep. All right, folks.
What's my haystack? I don't understand that.
I don't know. At this point in time, just want to remind people that if anyone is playing that Celtics showdown, or you're making lineup adjustments to your classic, you have about 8 minutes until lineups lock.
Daniel says this is the only place you're going to see Drew Brees playing, or Jared Goff playing in LA, or Matt Stafford playing in Detroit. That's right. You can't say, Anzalone!
Holy cow, Cards D.
Cards D? You mean Saints D?
I mean Saints D. Sorry.
Anzalone.
Saints D. Cards, you blew it.
See, you can't get mad at me for asking you if you were talking about Gordon Hayward, because you're filling out your lineup right now.
Yeah, well, it's time for my tweaking now.
Exactly, right? So, it's, it all comes back.
Holy! Ducey, Koff, Mike, Daniel, Patrick, Joe, all here with you. Daniel continues to shout out not just Breeze, like you said, or Goff in LA, or Stafford in Detroit. This is Sim World or Sim Land. Fans of Phillip Rivers can catch him in action every week. That's true. He's not retired. He's not a figment of your imagination. He's a thing. He's the real deal, folks, here in Sim Land. 5th interception for the Saints DST in Sim Land overall, of course. Man, this is tricky. You're right. This is not easy. Not easy. About 6 minutes to go here in regulation. What do you think? Does this thing have overtime?
No, I think the Saints score on this drive.
We're going to find out. Not much doing there. Lost a yard, as a matter of fact. 2nd and 11. All right. I've constructed my lineup. What will be.
Oh boy, Daniel said
first down pickup. Doesn't
Charles Barkley just picked the Celtics.
Well, now you know the Wizards are going to win.
So, well, see, I thought you wanted them. I thought you wanted the Celtics to lose. Now you're saying, oh no, Celtics are going to lose.
It's not easy being a fan.
You were ridiculous, Cough.
Thanks. Just going to tweet. Charles Barkley picked the Celtics tonight, so congrats in advance, Wizards. Maybe someone will get it to him and he can read it on TV. 13-10, 4:20 to go for a quarter. Another completion.
Hey, the ice cream man?
Passing. What's that?
Ice cream man's here. Hear that?
I do hear that. You gonna run out and get one real quick?
No, of course not. Why would I run out?
I
That's
don't know.
That's not the first time the ice cream man's driven by during a sim. Shockingly. I really do think it'll be all Wizards tonight. I could be totally wrong about that.
Could be. We'll find out soon enough. Next few hours, anyway.
It's definitely going to be all Knicks for sure.
Knicks. I actually think the Knicks are going to win round one. You? I assume?
Of course.
But is there any part of you that would allow yourself to go the other way? Could you tell me you thought the Knicks were going to lose? Or are you just so elated that they're there that of course they're going to win? That being your mentality.
No, I think that the Knicks defense is going to be a big factor here. You know that I'm a big defense guy, and for me, the Knicks defense is in a much better situation than the Hawks. I also think that they have the size to challenge Capella down low. I like everything about this Knicks team. I know that I'm biased, obviously, but like this team plays defense to me is going to get them very far, and it's just unlike what the Hawks do right now. The Hawks are not a team that are known for great defense.
Sure.
The perimeter, has been a friend of theirs, and yeah, I mean, I think that the Knicks just match up really well. I don't see them doing anything on offense, the Hawks, that's really going to bother the Knicks.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think it's a great matchup for them. I think they will then lose in round two, but I think it's a great first round matchup.
Round two would be the Sixers, right?
Believe so, yes.
I mean, I think the Knicks could take the Sixers 6 games.
I'd be rooting for the Knicks. Don't get me wrong.
I think they could take them 6 games.
Well, that's not enough to win. My friend. Rossi's Fat Cat. I love Kenny's generic fan impression. It's just his regular voice.
I do have impressions that are very similar in voices.
Jordan Lindenbaum. I'm pretty heavy on your Celtics, cough. They better bleeping come through for me. Well, lineups lock in a moment here.
I think someone in the chat called me duvet.
Duvet.
By accident.
As opposed to
D-U-V-E-T.
duvet?
Yeah, I think it auto-corrected on him. That's pretty funny.
So where are we at from lineups locking? Let me see. 25 seconds. So no one's got time to make any changes. 20 seconds. What'd you decide to do in our showdown? What's your lineup look like?
I did go with Russ.
Yep.
Our showdown. Well, in our head-to-head, I have Russ, Tristan Thompson, and Time Lord.
That's in our head-to-head.
In our head-to-head, right.
Okay, well, I will tell you, I do not have Beal. I do not have Russ, and I do not have Tatum. I have a more balanced approach, so we're going to see how that goes.
Huh.
That's, again, our head-to-head, obviously not the showdown. What's your showdown look like?
Right. My showdown, I'm going to look at it right now. My showdown, I'm letting it load.
Yep.
Oh, it didn't. It came up back to the lobby for some reason. So
because it just in that second that line.
Right. Let me give it to you. I know that I know that I went. I think I went Robert Williams in my captain spot.
Did you really? He is available tonight. Kamara stopped. Cardinals are out of timeouts, and Saints are just gonna run this thing out. See if they go for the disrespectful Will Lutz field goal here on 4th and goal. That would be fun.
My computer's doing a lot of things right now, so let me just...
So many things.
Yeah, it is doing so many things.
So many things.
You gotta let the computer have some time. I'm winning our head-to-head now. Oh no, it's our NBA showdown, sorry.
Yeah, we're splitting our showdown right now. Breeze going for it, completes the pass, and he's in just barely.
I called it.
Touchdown Emmanuel Sanders on the pylon, folks.
I told you, man. I told you. All right, I got Robert Williams in the captain spot.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, Jason Tatum, Peyton Pritchard, Davis Bertans, Ish Smith.
Okay.
So if I hide shared players, I've got Robbie Williams in the captain spot, and you've got Tatum in the captain spot. But we both have Tatum. So you don't have Robert Williams. So if Rob Williams has a big game, I'm set. And then Pritchard, it's Pritchard, Bertans, and Ish Smith versus Robin Lopez, Alex Len, Marcus Smart, and Beal. I think I have a really good chance of winning here. I like my lineup a lot.
We're going to find out. 20-10. So let's run down the top stars from this one. Who is your Krusty player of the game?
Pull it up here. My player of the game was a man that, in a game bereft of offense, still managed to put up a monster stat line, and that was Emmanuel Sanders. He cost you not too much, 7K, 10.5K in the captain spot. Huge day out of him. Receiving touchdown, 9 catches for 94 yards. Really almost got to that bonus. Don't think he'll get there.
No.
Won the game for the Saints. So definitely my MVP today.
And your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award goes to?
Boy, it's another tough one because there were a lot of disappointments all across the board. I'll give it to Kyler Murray, though. 9 points from your quarterback, 11.2K in the flex, which is a ridiculous salary to pay. And, let's see if he gets any more points here. Probably get negative points, yeah. Regardless, I mean, even if he completes the throw, what's that going to be, like 10 points, 11 points? Terrible game from Kyler Murray. You would think that Kyler Murray would be able to score a few more points with his legs, but he was not able to. So he gets my Not My Kid award recipient, or my Not My Kid award.
Not a good captain for me, Kyler Murray. Let me down a lot. Then again, basically my whole lineup did. I finished in the bottom third of this thing.
Incomplete again.
What channel is this Celtics game on? Well, I guess it must be TNT,
TNT.
right? If we were talking about Chuck.
3-2 Celtics early. Might as well call it. Celtics win.
Oh, it's a fun.
3-2 fun.
3-2 fun. I'll find it.
Chef Duke liked my pick. Shout out to Chef Duke. Oh, here's Kyler trying to. Kyler going to 7 points now, solidifying my pick. Gotta love it, right?
He was so bad. He was so bad. Minus 5 receiving yards for Kenyon Drake, by the way. He was not good today. Yeah, Kyler,
Rough.
to your point. I mean,
We'd always really wanted that interception.
When your quarterback, who was averaging 20-plus points a sim, what's his exact average? 21.2, goes for 12.4 in the captain spot. I didn't have a single guy in the flex crack double digits. Just gross. 20-10, Saints win this one.
Big time win for the Saints and big time loss for me. I came in 137 of 146 in your contest cough after finishing, I believe, top 10 in the last free roll. So congrats on finishing better than I did, and good luck tonight in our showdown.
Yeah, 112 for me. Congrats to Sammy Ho 47, the winner, projected winner anyway, barring any stat adjustments of our primetime contest. And sure enough, Ducey, the Am I Seriously Here opposite the start of the Celtics game free roll? I am, just barely. Again, bigger plays today. Your star was Manny Sanders, and that's about it. Kamara was fine relative to the game, was not very good though. Emmanuel Sanders with the 9 for 94 and a touchdown. Just a breakout performance for him. Very good.
Manny Sanders, I had him in there and I took him out.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah. Listen, we make mistakes every once in a while. We just have to live with them. Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's a hump day. It's Wild Weather Wednesday. You've got Kenny to start off the day. He's got the nooner with Christian DeAndrea for the Titans and Seahawks. It's a one and done for him. We call it the fraud shift around here. I will be there for the 2 and the 4. Brandon Cristal and Zach Thompson, respectively. Lions, Bucks, Falcons, Jets. And so that'll be a good time as well. But you have one sim left tonight. It will be, this right here is a hero. Jason Rossi, who is, in every sense, including, I guess, halftime, going against the Celtics game with Jeff Ulrich. Those two will be together for the Colts and the Rams, coming your way in a little less than an hour. Coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, we will have Pat Mayo, Rick Gaiman, if I'm saying that correct, or Gemin, do you know? Gemin?
I don't know. Gemini?
Right, well,
let's call him Gemini.
Pat and Rick will be together to make their PGA Championship DraftKings picks, previewing each player in the field for this week's major championship. All part of the Pat Mayo experience. Everybody enjoy it. Our thanks, obviously, to P. Fry and Joe and Ops. Producer Mike making it all possible, along with Daniel, our technical director. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Go NBA.
Go Wizards.
Just go NBA. All right, we'll see you later.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 PGA Championship DraftKings picks, player by player breakdowns. You want some pros, you want some cons, you make your own choices. That's what we got going on today with myself and Rick Gaiman of RickRunGood.com. Before we bring Rick in on the DraftKings hotline in the Pat Mayo Experience Temp Studios, few things I need to tell you. Smash the like button for the episode. Give me your 2 favorite plays in the DraftKings Millionaire Maker in the $6,000 range this week. You want to play in the best tournament on DraftKings? Hit the description. You will find the Pat Mayo Experience Listeners League link. $100,000 of rake-free money guaranteed. You're not going to find that anywhere else. The only place you can find it is in the description of this video and podcast. So please go do that right now. Also, I got tons of money to give away in 2 separate draws now as well, because I just received more money for you, the peoples, to give away. Number 1, subscribe to Mayo Media Network's newsletter. That's in the description. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network on YouTube. If you do both of those things, that's 2 names, 2 entries in the draw. Anytime you see a piece of content come out from me on the Twitter machine or the Facebooks, share it, retweet it, boom. You do it 30 times, that's 30 entries. And the big one, you can find this in the description as well. Leave a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts for the Pat Mayo Experience. Something you like about the show, leave your Twitter handle or email address so I can ping you if you end up winning. And if you do that, that's worth 10 entries in the draw. We got a $200 entry to give away, a bunch of 33s, a bunch of 20s, a bunch of 10s, plus starting at noon Eastern time on Tuesday, all the way through noon Eastern time on Wednesday, when my live chat and final picks will start live on Mayo Media Network. By the way, on Twitter at the PME. I will be giving away 20 Millionaire Maker entries as well. So you can just tune into Twitter at noon Eastern time on Tuesday and see what that's all about. I think it's realistically just retweeting and leaving your DraftKings handle. DraftKings is taking care of that, but they have given me those 20 free entries to give away to you, the peoples out there. So I mean, if you're not going to win, you might as well at least lose with a free entry is the way that I see it. It takes less than like 30 seconds to do all of these things. So I would highly recommend that you do it. All the shows are out right now. Cheat sheets up on DraftKings Playbook, along with a huge article. The research show, the breakdown with Ben Raza is already out on the podcast feed. The picks with Feinberg, that's all there too. And like I mentioned, noon Eastern time on Wednesday, live final picks and live chat if you have any questions. And then on Friday, Cut Sweats Live with myself, Feinberg, Jeff is Feinberg, and Anderkush, should I say, and maybe some friends if we put them on the line as well to sweat through the cut line with everyone. So it's been a really fun week so far. Definitely not over yet, and this is really the big show. People love this at the Masters, so we had to run it back once again. Rick Gaiman, what's going on, man?
Pat, good to see you. This is either the worst idea we've ever had or the best idea we've ever had. Going through every player sounds great, and it's a lot of fun, and I don't know if we're crazy for doing it.
I think we're kind of crazy for doing it because we're just going to be, when you're forced to give an opinion on every single player, like, yeah. I'm wrong all the time as it is, and I like leave people out of it. Like, I really have no opinion. Now I'm forced in a corner to have an opinion. Are you playing this guy? Are you not playing this guy? Is really what it boils down to. And you're going to be, some of these takes are going to be really bad. I'm just throwing that out there.
Lots of great clips that will come out later showing us how stupid we are when one of these guys that we both dismiss in 3 seconds goes on to win this golf tournament. So yes, this is setting us up for failure, but I'm stoked about it.
Basically just, I can't believe you didn't pick Aaron Rai to win the PGA Championship and he won. I'll get that on Monday. It's like, sorry, find me someone who did that.
Yeah, it's brutal, and you're right. Making there are so many guys that I am lukewarm on or whatever, sitting on the fence on. But we're gonna go through. We're gonna figure it out. And hey, make your own decisions. If we talk about everybody, then they have to make their own decisions, and it's all good.
All right. Well, we're gonna start at the DraftKings top of the pricing and work our way down. That means we're starting with Rory McIlroy. So I ran the modeling right now on fantasynational.com. And if you go to fantasynational.com/Mayo, get the monthly membership, it takes you from the PGA Championship all the way through the US Open. So that's pretty good for 20% off. You want to use all the stats and the tools. Rory doesn't rank out super highly because he had some of those bad rounds the farther back we go. But short term, obviously he won at this course in 2012. He's coming off of a win at Quail Hollow. He is $11,500, sorry. And he's going to be super popular. I don't really know what to do to Rory here. I have no real negatives against him except for the fact that everyone's going to own him. And if you do use him, it's harder to build one of these balanced teams that you like at the back end.
It's certainly more troublesome when you look at like the medium form for Rory McIlroy, but I think there's a clear inflection point. It was the weeks after the Masters where he goes and he officially signs with Pete Cowan. They get his swing kind of all set up, and then he goes out and he wins his first event at Quail Hollow. So short term, obviously very good for Rory. I tend to agree with you. I happen to be lucky enough to be sitting on a Rory PGA ticket from a couple of weeks ago. I kind of have my Rory fill. If I didn't, I would still be looking at this board, looking at some of the options further down and saying, wow, there's a pretty significant discount. Is Rory that much better here? And I also think, Pat, that listen, I love the idea that he won at the Ocean Course the last time we had it, but that's one event. One person had to win it. Whoever was going to win it, we'd be talking about this week. I think there's probably going to be too much stock put on that victory from what is essentially 9 years ago.
How much do you think that the course is going to be different? Because this is one thing I spoke about with Feinberg on the show, is because beyond Rory, the rest of the leaderboard in 2012 was a bunch of like short-hitting Euros who are really good at scrambling and keep the ball in the middle of the fairway, which is sort of diametric opposite of what you would think would happen at this course when you look at the length of it. But I'm not necessarily against that, but how much of that can just be chalked up to maybe that was just an outlier and we don't really know anything about this course?
I think that the fact that it plays super long and will be the longest major championship course in history, that's nice. It's a great headline. I think that there's going to be a bit of an emphasis on maybe those shorter guys, or I think more importantly, around the green players. Think about it. If you're hitting longer shots into every single green, your dispersion is getting wider. If your dispersion is getting wider, you are missing more greens. When we saw Rory win this event, he shot a 66 on Sunday. He wasn't throwing darts at every single pin. His short game was magic. He referenced that. He said his his best short game week ever was this week in 2012. So I think that there is certainly a type of golfer. I don't know if it's the shorter hitter, but maybe more of the plotter around the green guys that can have a lot of success here, because you're going to have a complete game. Conditions are going to be tough. If the wind starts to kick, who knows? The weather forecast looks pretty clean right now, but I think there's a couple of different ways to get to victory here.
So what you're saying is that Brendan Todd is going to win the PGA Championship?
Sure. Yeah. The Todd father. No, I think that I love his short game. The rest of it is scary stuff, but that types of guys like that, like a Patrick Reed short game kind of specialist, I think are a little bit more intriguing than people want to give him credit for this week.
Next up on the list, another guy with an excellent short game. We don't really know about the putting week to week, and the driving can be a bit capricious, but the irons definitely dialed in. He's $11,300, a former PGA champion himself. It's Justin Thomas, and it doesn't seem like he's getting a whole lot of buzz in the outright betting market, but I would wager that he's going to end up being pretty popular on DraftKings just because that $200 discount off Rory can save you so much at the back end unless you're really digging deep into the European Tour players who are in the 6,000s. I would highly recommend everyone go tune into European Tour picks and bets on Mayo Media Network with Tom Jacobs and Skylar Hoke, who that's what they're focusing on this week, is breaking down some of those European players who you just might not be that familiar with and seeing if they're good course fits and who they like over there. So highly recommend you go check that out. I like Justin Thomas a lot. Probably not going to get to him here.
I might. What I love about Justin Thomas is that he's incredibly on brand. You know exactly what to expect out of him. He's going to likely be one of the best players in the world from tee to green. If the driver does get loose, it gets really loose, but that's not that much of a concern for me because when it's going right, things are fantastic. And then the big question mark always revolves around the putter. If he putts to a 0, he's likely to contend. If he gains a stroke, gains 2, he might win this golf tournament, but he's certainly capable of losing 4 or 5 strokes on the greens. But I think we know that. So the path to victory, what we talk about all the time, it's pretty wide for JT. Is he going to putt well? That's really the only thing that has to go right for him to end up hoisting a trophy on Sunday at this course or any other course on planet Earth. So JT to me provides safety and security because he is on brand. He is consistent. We know his flaws. We know his strengths. I think that there are guys in the 10K range that I like more, but I think this is a very fair price on Justin Thomas.
There's guys that you like more in the 10K range. So let's just drop to Dustin Johnson at $10,900. I love Dustin this week. Not to say that I know where his health status is or even where his game is at, although it looks like the driver is back. The irons started doing much better at both Heritage and Valspar, and he lost the ability to chip and putt, but that's not something I'm really too concerned about with Dustin Johnson over time. I just like him because his game is in flux right now. And when I start looking at the ownership percentages on some of these other guys, I don't mind the price discount you get for the number 1 player in the world, despite the fact that he has looked nothing like the number 1 player in the world recently. But if he's okay, I don't think a lot of people are going to own him. When I say not a lot of people are going to own him, he'll be like 10% owned, not 25% owned like you normally would be at this price point because you're catching him on the dip. Buy the dip on Dustin Johnson and hope to get lucky that he's okay. Because if he's okay, he's going to be great here.
For sure. And even like 80% of Dustin Johnson is better than the vast majority of the players in the world. I agree with the sentiment that there's a lot of incentive to go up and get Rory McIlroy. There's a lot of incentive to go up and get Justin Thomas. There is also incentive to drop on down to a Bryson DeChambeau or a Jordan Spieth and save the dollars, leaving Dustin Johnson kind of in this sandwich pricing, everybody shrugging their shoulders, not knowing what to do with him. And I think the phrase, hey, can DJ flip a switch? I think that is overused. We talk about it all the time. If there is such a thing of flipping a switch, DJ does it better than most guys. And I would agree with your sentiment, Pat, around it hasn't been good, but it hasn't been good by both Dustin Johnson standards, and it's also getting better. The 5 strokes that he gained in ball striking at the Valspar. And what I like about DJ is the putter's volatile. It's not always bad. It's not always good. He lost 10 strokes at the workday. He gains 5 at the RBC Heritage. Having a large range of outcomes with the flat stick makes you super dangerous for winning golf tournaments, which, oh, by the way, Dustin Johnson wins a lot of golf tournaments.
And he hasn't won yet this year, so he has to preserve his streak of actually getting a win for each of the past 12 years running. So it'd be a nice time to go out and do that, or then he'll end up winning, like, I don't know, Colonial, and then he'll win like 3 in a row because Dustin tends to go on heaters once he ends up going. But my real attraction to Dustin this week, like I said, is the unknown, that people are scared of him. And that doesn't mean he's not going to go out and shoot +10 in the first round and be completely out of it. That's on the table too. But the way that I kind of think about it is, when we think about ownerships up top, like there is no real difference to me between Rory, JT, Dustin, Rahm, Bryson, and even realistically, Spieth, Morikawa, Xander, Brooks on that level, that if one of these guys goes out and plays their best, they're going to win. And I can't tell you which one is going to play their best. That's the point of this. But if it is Dustin, he's going to win if he plays his best. Now, will he play his best? Probably not. Is he going to win? Probably not. Those are what the odds are telling you. But that's the same case that you can make for a lot of these guys right now.
And of the guys that you named, if you pitted them against each other in head-to-heads, they'd all probably be 55-45, 58-42. It would be super close, and you're going to look at ownerships this week, especially as we get closer to lock, that are much different than that 55-45, much different than that 58-42. You're going to see potentially, let's say, Rory McIlroy's 20%, Dustin Johnson is 10% owned. Is Rory McIlroy twice as likely to beat Dustin Johnson this week in his finishing position or his DraftKings points or whatever you want to look at? Certainly not. So that's where the game theory comes in. I think it's very clear that DJ is the odd man out above 10K just because of the question marks and I mean, we've got guys playing legitimately great leading into this event that I think are going to get a lot of love.
Well, one guy who's kind of just in flux as well right now, at least recently, is Jon Rahm. He's next in the DraftKings pricing. I like Rahm a lot if you want to play the European narrative, first-time winner narrative. There you go. There's Jon Rahm. This, on paper, seems like it's going to be a very good course for him. And I'm kind of wishy-washy on it. We'll get to Bryson in a second, because there was 2 guys that I really liked above $10,000, and if I wanted to add a third, I felt like I could do that. And I don't know if Rahm is going to be the one for me. I'm probably going to pass on Rory, pass on Thomas, use some Dustin. Is Rahm making that shortlist for you?
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty bullish on Rahm. I mean, he doesn't have a win. He doesn't have a trophy on the mantle in his last, 12 starts or so, but he's piled up. I think he's now up to 8 top 10s in his last 13. He's always around. The missed cut at the Wells Fargo Championship, it was ugly, but the way that he did it, I think, was encouraging. He lost a bunch of strokes around the green. He lost strokes putting, and then he kind of figured that out at the Byron Nelson. I think this is a course that you are going to need to lean into your weapon, and Jon Rahm's weapon is his driver. That is a really good sign. I was digging through my database at rickrungood.com, and I think we're up to 28 straight events, Pat, that Jon Rahm has gained strokes off the tee. 28 in a row. The next longest streak in the last 2 years is like 5. It's like crazy what he's been able to do. He's got that weapon in the bag. It gives him such a high floor. We're seeing the results of that, and it is just a matter of time before he snaps through and adds a major to his resume.
Do you think you would play Rahm over Dustin in this spot?
I would, in a vacuum. Yeah. I mean, he's $400 cheaper. I think that his floor is higher. I think his ceiling is likely the same. Maybe that's a knock at Dustin Johnson, but I think they're close enough to say Rahm should get the nod here.
Okay, let's drop down to Bryson. He is even cheaper than Rahm. He's at $10,200. I would expect Bryson to be popular. And of course, when you look at the scorecard and it says 7,800 plus yards, like, oh, I can use Bryson. He's also, per fantasynational.com right now, over the past 24 rounds, the best player in the field on approaches from over 200 yards in terms of proximity gain. So that's always nice when you have these longer holes. You have Bryson, you know that he has the distance. Plus, he putts much better than everyone else who is in the $10,000 range. I guess the pushback would be 1, he's cusp picked to win. That's never a good sign. 2, if the wind becomes a factor, which is really the only defense that this course has and really causes nightmares for a lot of players, that we've seen Bryson play really well at hard courses with a lot of long rough, that if this becomes a course where all of a sudden you're dealing with 17 mile per hour wind from the northeast, and then 2 holes later it's 25 miles per hour from the southwest, that Bryson seems to be someone who wants to know what's going on. Jeff kind of said it was a lot like Andy Reid coming out of a bye week in the NFL. Like, you have 2 weeks to prepare for this one team, and he's going to prepare to the best version of what he can do and be so prepared that he's going to dominate and really know that what he can do. I feel like if the wind picks up and the conditions pick up, and it's really random with the directions and the speeds of the wind, and it changes a lot, which we saw in 2012, that's just going to throw him out of whack just a little bit. He's not great at adjusting hole by hole. He's good at adjusting round by round, but once he gets out of his rhythm, it feels like he's way out of it.
Yes, he does not like constantly changing variables because he's already done all the math and now they're changing on him in the middle of a hole or in the middle of a round and things start to go sideways and it usually takes him. Then he goes and grinds at the range for 3 hours and he figures it all out. I think the upside of Bryson is incredibly appealing because when he puts it all together, I mean, some of the stuff that he's doing, at least on paper, is unbelievable. But to me, it looks like he's playing a little bit of whack-a-mole right now. You know, we have some weeks like the Wells Fargo Championship where he loses over 5 strokes on approach, still finishes inside the top 10 there. Then last week at the Byron Nelson, he's a loser on the greens in a pretty significant way. That was one of his worst putting performances in recent memory. So I think he's just playing a little bit of a whack-a-mole right now. One thing is a little bit of off, which scares me. I would just like to probably save Bryson for like Torrey should be a perfect spot for him. It'll play long. The thickness of the rough and the length of it should play into his strengths a bit more. I'm a little bit worried that this is just not a great setup for Bryson.
Oh, we're going to see. This is the take that people are going to clip when he wins by 10.
I know. And he's the most likely guy to win this by 10.
I mean, if you ask Jeff, it's probably Hovland. That's me. Now I get into very anti-Pat Mayo territory with Jordan Spieth. He comes in at $10,100. There's a chance that Spieth is probably the highest owned guy on this slate, or at least he's going to be one of the top 5. People are digging Spieth right now. He's playing excellent golf, and the type of players that we've just been talking about, where when you look past Rory at that former leaderboard, sort of scrambling wizards that aren't super long off the tee, but his irons have been amazing right now. We know what he can do on the greens and around the green, and the length has been going up for him as the accuracy has been going down. But if he can just keep it in the fairway, and even if he doesn't, he is one of the few players on tour that you put him in the worst possible position, he's going to find a way to get out of it. That's just what he does, and you have to come to accept that at this point. It feels like this PGA Championship in particular is kind of perfectly suited for him.
I couldn't agree more. I think Jordan Spieth, not only with the lead-in form, and I'm not talking about 1, 2, or 3 weeks, I'm talking about 5 months at this point. Since the start of 2021, no one has gained more strokes per round than Jordan Spieth. It's not particularly close. He's doing it on approach. He essentially, in the last 5 months, has turned into Colin Morikawa on approach, and we know Morikawa is likely the best ball striker on planet Earth. And then he has added or retains the short game magic, and the driver's like, okay. And if the driver's okay, that's going to be just fine for Jordan Spieth. I agree with you. Tough conditions where things turn into, less of the mechanic side of it and more into the artist, that turns Jordan Spieth on, right? That's what gets him headed in the right direction. He can kind of visualize a lot of these shots. He's never out of it, and he is just on fire. And Kiowa is an excellent spot for him. The short game stuff, I could not love Spieth more. I understand it is certainly going to come with a price and an ownership, but at $10,100, it is well worth it.
Is there an ownership level you think he can get to where you would not play him?
Yeah. I mean, 28 would probably start to scare me. I don't know if he can get that high, although you inject a bunch of casuals this week for PGA Championship and they see Jordan Spieth and maybe they click the game logs and they saw he's gone 9th, 3rd, and 1st in his last 3 starts and we get him over 30%. But if it was like 28 is probably my number there.
Well, I think that there are 2 factors determining his ownership right now. One is the great form and the popularity of Jordan Spieth amongst people that don't do this week in and week out, but will enter the DraftKings Millionaire Maker. So that's going to boost it up anyway. And then there's this price point that lineups are just easier to make if Spieth is your first guy in.
Yeah, for sure. The flexibility that you get saving $1,400 from a Rory McIlroy to Jordan Spieth and being able to allocate that to your 5 other golfers. So if I can take a 28 or even 30% owned Jordan Spieth, have more flexibility down there, kind of find different ways to be contrarian or to have leverage. I mean, it's really appealing. There's really no knock against Jordan Spieth this week.
Right now, and obviously this is still very early in the week, you'll want to go to fantasynational.com on Wednesday evening or even wake up super early on Thursday morning to see, after people have made their lineups and come to their final conclusions, what the ownership level is starting to look like. Because right now I have him up around 23% as the second highest owned guy in the Millionaire Maker. And it's funny because we used to have this provision where like, hey, take whatever Tiger's ownership and add like 5% to it, because that's just normally what happens. That is what happened when Tiger first started coming back. Then there was like a dip. Spieth is now quickly becoming that guy.
It makes sense, right? I mean, people play who they want to play, who they like, who they want to root for. It is why Sergio Garcia is always less owned than he should. It's why Ian Poulter is always less owned than he probably should be. It's why Ricky Fowler and Phil Mickelson are always more owned than they should be. There are certainly guys that, as you're putting your hard-earned dollars on the line, you want to root for the guys that you like.
Morikawa is next at $9,800. He was the second pick of Tim Andercust to win this championship. He did us great last year at the PGA Championship. What a hero. It's going to be all about greens and regulation for him. He's going to hit the fairway. He's the most Stenson setup type player there is at this course. He's long enough and he hits his long irons well enough that I'm not too concerned about the daunting length of this course. The issue is that if he's not hitting all the greens in regulation, it's a lot like the Victor Hovland problem, is what happens then? These guys are not good short game players whatsoever. That doesn't mean they can't have weeks where they're really good on the greens and around the greens, because we've seen that. But consistently, they're not great, and they get themselves into a lot of problems. So Morikawa is a really interesting one for me, only because I think at the top of his skill set, he's going to be great if he can really come through with that ball striking. And if the putting comes through like we saw at Concession, he's going to be tough to beat. And even the last time we saw him was at a Pete Dye course, at the Heritage. It's not like he was bad that week. He led everyone in approach. It's just he had a terrible Sunday. It happens from time to time. You don't win every single tournament. So I'm kind of torn on Morikawa right now. There's the push and pull with him where I feel like I'm going to use him a lot or I'm not going to use him at all. And if it comes down between him and Spieth, I think I'm deciding with Spieth right now.
The problem is, he's right below Jordan Spieth. And if you have to make that decision, it would be tough to avoid Spieth. I'm pretty warm on Morikawa. We know all the things that I just described, how great Jordan Spieth has been. Well, since the start of the year, Morikawa has been just the same on approach, and he's been better off the tee. The problem, as you indicate, Pat, comes in the short game. And I will give him credit. Since the start of 2021, he's about a 0 around the green player. Now, he's better out of bunkers than he is out of thick rough. And we know they're just kind of like weird bunkering situations at Kiowa this week. And then the putter, while it's not good on average, he does have his weeks, which I think is good. It's not a Keegan Bradley situation where he's going to lose every single week and you're hoping for a 0. It's not a Sergio Garcia putting situation. It is over the season. He is a losing putter, but in individual tournaments, he can go off and he can gain 4 strokes at the workday, 3.2 at the Sony Open. Now he could lose you 7 and things like that along the way, but I like the volatile results with his flat stick.
The last 3 times that he has gained over 4 strokes putting an event, he's won that event. So he's just, it's like I keep calling him Stenson. If his short game was a little bit better, he'd essentially be Justin Thomas, wouldn't he?
I think that's fair. Yeah, because the rest of the ball striking is unbelievable. I mean, I've been trying to put it into context, and it's just hard to continue to say that Morikawa is the best ball striker on earth. Like, what does it mean? Like, it's not even particularly close. And we've been raving about what Jordan Spieth has been doing, and Jordan Spieth's been doing it for 5 months. Morikawa's been doing it like since he came on tour. It really is next level. Some of the best, since the shot link data started, he's one of the best approach players ever. And I know it's a smaller sample size than a lot of other guys, but it's really, I don't know how else to illustrate how good he is with a wedge or an iron in his hands.
The only thing that's kind of holding him back right now, despite the approach still being up there, he's first in strokes gained approach over the past 24 rounds. He's actually 60th in this field in approaches from beyond 200 yards, which it doesn't really concern me all that much, but it's just very odd that, he from 175 to 200, he's great, but once you get to 200 and beyond, he's not so great anymore, which I just found surprising.
Yeah, and I always wonder about, I don't know how many shots he has from that range, and if it's just, there could be a million things. There could be a bad wind for him. It could be in a gap of yardages, things like that. So once we start getting out there and there's less and less of those shots available, I start to kind of, worry about that data a bit less.
Xander Schauffele is next at $9,600, expected to be a very popular play for good reason. The guy just dominates at majors in terms of placements, not so much winning the event, but how many teams do you think will start either Spieth Xander or Spieth Victor?
Oh yeah, the Spieth Victor one is going to be that's going to be the most popular one, and then Spieth Xander I think is certainly is certainly going to be popular. Now it is starting to look like, especially since what Patrick Cantlay's been up to the last couple of weeks, that Xander did a lot of the carrying at the Zurich Classic to get them to that T11 spot. We're starting to see the metrics really get back to the really great version of Xander Schauffele. And we saw him early in 2021 start to figure out the driver, hit the ball a little bit further, gain 3 or 4 strokes off the tee. We're starting to see signs of that again. He was magnificent with the driver at Augusta National. If I think that's the club. He's solid across the board, but if he goes to the next level with the driver, I think it's watch out world, because that would be the path for him to start like winning these golf tournaments more often.
Worth noting too that despite some of the distance that he gives up, I mean, he's longer than Morikawa. Of like the big top end players, he's 62nd in this field in fairways gained, and that's much better than anyone besides Jon Rahm. Really, it's Rahm and Schauffele, and then you have Morikawa, who's inside the top 10, because that's such a big part of his game, is just hitting all of his shots from the fairway, which you're going to need to do this week. So it's really difficult for me to parse who I want from this range, because you've just made very compelling cases for basically the past 6 guys. Like Rory, too popular, too pricey. I can live without having him. If Rory beats me, I lose a lot anyway. It's not that big of a deal to me. Justin Thomas, I feel good enough with Dustin, Rahm, or Spieth down the list. But Morikawa versus Schauffele to me is so tough. And then we get into Brooks next at $9,500. He's down to 50 to 1 in the betting market. I don't think that you can play him at this price, but where is his game at right now? Is he still hurt, or is he just shaking off rust?
I don't know, and I'm not sure he knows, Pat. The idea of him playing the Byron Nelson last week, it felt like he just has to get some reps in before he gets to Kiowa. You can't show up at Kiowa with no competitive rounds. I'm less optimistic now after watching him lose 2 strokes on approach, another 4.5 on the putting greens. I'm also, if you watch it, the guy, I can't watch him bend down and put his ball, he just can't bend down. He can't flex his knee. It's actually difficult to watch at times. So I think the way that I would approach Brooks this week is, I think he's much too risky in DFS formats, especially for the price tag. If he's just as likely to miss the cut as he is to finish inside, the top 10 or whatever, it's not worth the price. I would rather, if you need exposure to Brooks, bet him outright. Like if he's on, he's going to contend. If not, I think you're going to see a week like we saw last week, which is super scary.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you too. If you want any sort of Brooks action, bet him, leave him alone in DFS, because he is going to be super lowly owned, as some of these other people are. Like, you can start your teams with Spieth and Victor Hovland if you want, through the highest projected owned players. I think there's enough ways to alleviate ownership down the list that if I was confident in my guys at the top, even though they were popular, then I would have no problem with it. I'll eat the 2 chalkiest guys at the top. That's fine with me if I believe in them enough. Like, I look at some of these mid $7,000 guys, and I like the guys no one else likes, so it's not that big of a deal for me.
Yeah, exactly. I think we are better at kind of determining the outcomes of some of the top guys than we are of some of the bottom guys. So if you're taking the chalk, I'd rather take it up top and then worry about being different in the 7K range. Like, I always hate being on the chalky 7K guy, because he's probably $7,000 for a reason. Although there is one in this field that might break that mold because the pricing came out early. But I agree. I'd rather just be eating the chalk at the top of the board.
Hideki is next, coming off his Masters win, and his stats are really interesting from the Byron Nelson a week ago. Ball striking, supreme. Putted, couldn't chip. Lost 4.5 strokes around the green, which is about the most anti-Hideki thing that you could ever imagine. And it doesn't seem like anyone wants to use him here. I originally had no interest in playing him on DraftKings, and I was looking in this $9,000 range, and it does seem like the guys that no one wants to play are Brooks, Hideki, and Cantlay. And I just look at those 3 names, like, give me Hideki over those other 2, like 1,000 times out of 1,000 right now.
Yeah. So I was pretty down on Hideki last week. I had no idea what to expect, how much practice time he had. And to his credit, he was pretty phenomenal. 2.6 off the tee, 3.2 on approach, that around the green game that you're referencing. So he lost 4.49. That is by far his worst around the green week in my database from rickrungood.com. I've got him going back to 2015, by far almost twice as bad as his next worst. So we assume that is not going to happen again. I'm pretty impressed with what Hideki did last week. We've been talking about how important ball striking is. He is usually very good around the greens. And the putter, believe it or not, the Hideki putter, the thing we have been begging him to fix for 5, 6, 7 years, however long it's been, he's gained strokes in 2 straight, 3 of his last 4, 4 of his last 6, and 5 of his last 8. And the weeks that he lost less than 2. This is the blueprint for Hideki Matsuyama to win golf tournaments.
And even at this price point, you don't need him to win, because I'm seeing him right now. Like, he's going to come in at least early in the week, somewhere between like 4 and 7% owned in the Millionaire Maker. And that's just so much more appealing to me versus the rest of the low owned guys in this range, because we know what his upside is. He's won the Masters and he's coming off a week with the ball striking, like you said, in a weird outlier, bad performance around the green that you're probably not going to see again. That even if you can jam in Hideki and he, comes in 3rd or something like that, that's going to be such a huge differentiator for you in this range. So I think I may have just talked myself into Hideki, and I'll probably end up playing him over Morikawa. That's where my mind is going right now.
Interesting. Yeah, I think he's a really great pivot. So we're going to talk about Victor Hovland next, but that Hovland Morikawa, they're going to eat up a ton of that. Xander's in there as well. The really good upside pivot appears to be Hideki. I agree. I think we just talked ourselves into him.
Well, let's have the Hovland discussion now. Projected to be the highest owned player on this slate. He is $9,300, and there's very little negative that you can say about Victor Hovland, especially with his lead-in form. The only thing you can really point to is that he sucks around the greens. But half the time he chips it in. He either chips it over the green or he chips it in the hole. It's just a really bizarre circumstance. But the putting has been really good. There's going to be so many people that reference the Paspalum greens this week, and both of his wins have come on that green surfaces. Right. People will not mention that they came against absolute jabronis in that field and not the best players in the world. So take with that what you want, that Victor played really well and beat a bunch of scrubs while all the good players were off playing like a WGC or resting at home when he won the Mayakoba. But I get why everyone wants to play him. I want to play him this week. But I think there becomes a breaking point where, I'm going to bet the don't pass line on him and maybe just go full fade if it gets too ridiculous and just pray he has a bad Victor week around the greens and a bad Victor week on the greens, which means he could miss the cut.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. He is, to his credit, much improved around the greens since those victories, and since he had the famous interview where he said, "I suck at chipping" after winning the Puerto Rico Open. He's been much improved. So if you look at all of his rounds, I've got 37 of them measured since the start of 2021. He's been a 0 around the green player, 0.020, and he's been gaining everywhere else. I agree that the conversation about the Paspalum greens is going to be completely overblown because we don't talk about the guys who have 2 wins on Bentgrass or 2 wins on Bermuda, but we do because there's only a handful of courses that we get these Paspalum greens. So I tend to agree. Hovland is an excellent play. He is going to be incredibly popular, and I believe that there are other appealing 9K options to give you viable pivots in any direction that you want to go, whether you want to go down just a little bit in ownership, whether you want to go down a lot in ownership. I think that this 9K range offers a little bit of everything.
It's Madden After Dark, Dream Streamers. Welcome into your DraftKings Madden simulation, a little football action on your Tuesday night. I am Jason Rossi, and 80-degree weather here in Boston. And coming to me, it's not Wild Weather Wednesday, it's just Wild Weather Canada. Big Canada, the man who has the emulation of his head is, his logo for his mooseness on his hat. He is the man that is making you monies, whether it be on the PGA, whether it be on the green, whether it be on the ice, wherever he may fall. Here he is. He's going to help you out in your life, and he's just going to make us all happier. It is a man that goes by the name of Moose. It is Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, what's going on, dude?
Not too much, man. I mean, I feel like I'm the one who needs help tonight. I mean, I'm the one living in a snowstorm in May, like late May here. But, other than that, I'm doing great. Happy to be here with you, man. Happy to hang out for a bit. Busy week with the PGA Championship and stuff. But, yeah, coming off a nice week at the Bar Nelson for me, for hopefully some other people too. I mean, things are going good.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. It's Man After Dark here. We have some football. We're going to talk Colts. We're going to talk Rams. But I have to say, listen, lineups have locked. As much as I want to hear about your awesome lineup, I need to know. So what's going on up there weather-wise? What's happening? What is this? Snow?
Yeah, it's snowing.
It's May.
It's snowing. Look, it's wet snow. So it's a little bit of a mirage. Like we do get this in the spring sometimes where the snow comes down, it looks terrible, but to be honest, it's like just a smidge below freezing, and it's like melts when it hits the ground. So honestly, I'll probably wake up tomorrow. Most of that stuff will be gone, but
it bothers me.
It's still just like, what is happening? Like, why?
When I saw your post, the first thing I said was, I got to talk to Moose about this. Obviously, Man After Dark. Second thing was, I'm not putting my snowblower away. I don't care if it's 80 degrees and there's no signs of snow here. It always makes me think of just weather is wacky. It's a fickle, you-know-what. So,
yeah,
anyways.
I do know what.
You're living the you-know-what. All right, let's talk about it, though. Rams, Colts. I like these old-school unis here from the Greatest Show on Turf. Rams. Shout out to Daniel for that. We got Daniel, we got Michael, we got P-Fry in our ops squad. We got Joe as well. We got a great crew. So, Moose, what did you do with your lineups in this one?
What did I do with my lineups? I put Naheem Hines in the captain spot, but I actually went with more of a Rams stack. I put the Rams defense in there. Phillip Rivers loves him to take some sacks. And we got some good Rams players here. We got Ramsey, Donald. It's like the Rams are only 11% owned here in the free roll, so I think they were a good value. We'll see if that pans out, though.
I like it. I do. I will not lie. I'm also semi-distracted as we have NBA play-in games. The Boston Celtics, my home team, they are playing the Wizards in a play-in game, which just sounds weird. And this whole NBA play-in thing's kind of dumb, but I'll take anything that has the one-and-done situation. Obviously, hockey doesn't have anything like that. Every other sport's kind of finding their footing to do something like that. Baseball having their little, play-in games at the end of the seasons now. Their extra wild card positions. The obviously football is built off of the one in and out, or win and move on. But
yeah. Football is just one big one and done.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Big dunk there. Yeah, basketball is trying to find its footing with it. It's a fascinating scenario, but I also think if you were a top 8 seed and now you're not guaranteed a spot, if you're that 7-8, you have to play in. It's fascinating. We'll see how it all pans out. If it equals LeBron James not going on, I'll put a smile on my face. But here we are in Sim land. There's Henderson with the first catch. My lineup in this one, let's see. I went with Kupp in the captain, Hilton, Robert Woods, Hines, didn't captain him like you did, Reynolds, and Paris Campbell. No kickers. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Weird day.
So it is a weird day. Kind of just a weird vibe there from you, man. You like to stack those kickers. And you got Paris Campbell has 0 points, I think, the last time I saw the Colts as well. So see how that works out.
Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
It's okay. Last night, Tom and I faded Tyreek Hill, and I think he scored 60 points. So.
Yeah, I saw. If somebody saw that. I just have to share this. This is like, obviously we're in the East Coast. Sorry, I'm pinging around a little bit. Being a Celtics fan, I have my family text with like friends. I have a couple buddies. My dad, we all watch like sports growing up. Anyways, my dad just sends me a text, going to bed. I'll find out they lost in the morning. It is halftime, and they're only down by like 4. Jared Goff, 3rd and 11, misses by a long shot. Not like Tyreek Hill and Mahomes last night, but we'll see. Just so you know, we'll give you some numbers here. Goff coming in with 60% ownership, 61 if you round up. Woods at 63, Henderson at just 30. He's dropped off a cliff a little bit. People used to be like all over him. 43% for Cooper Kupp, and Reynolds coming in at 41 as well. But that high Goff ownership, shocking. I don't know if people have had a weird day and just throwing darts at this point.
I think it's more people realize Philip Rivers isn't good in this game. I think people have just seen Philip Rivers take so many 20-yard sacks that they might just be out. So obviously, just means you rostered the other QB.
I guess that works. By the way, what's up to our fam here? I apologize, I'm a little behind on chat, but smash that thumbs up. It's your last chance to make us all feel good, warm and cozy. So appreciate you. It is a Tuesday. Hopefully, maybe you guys got down some tacos earlier. Looking to end the night with a little cash here in Madden. So wherever you may be, hope you're doing well. Appreciate you being here with us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm on Madden After Dark. I think like the next 2 nights as well. So coming in for these late games, hanging out for a bit. I know last night with Tom. I haven't seen you for a bit actually, Rossi. So hopefully everything's been good.
Everything's good here. It's not snowing, I can tell you that. So
yeah, well, you're already doing better than me. So
I do see CH with a Pacers logo in his thing. The Pacers absolutely spanked the Hornets earlier in their first playing game, so they're at least potentially moving on, because that's the lower seeds, but we'll see there. But yeah, we see Hey Buddy. What else we got in here? Mike Bizzle, Justin, the Hawk, Jordan. What's going on? Yeah, I saw that Hawk saying Rob Williams just got hurt. Shout out to Rossi. Yeah, thanks. Don't put a curse on me as we get a flag here. Is it pass interference? Huh.
What, did he get hurt in this game or just in real life? Oh, in the game.
No. Like in the NBA. Like in.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I wish. No, that's the thing. Don't let the Sim fam even start. We're turning injuries on now. Even though maybe next year. Not likely, but I'm just gonna say it just so you guys don't jump on us.
I'm sure no one would get upset if we turned injuries on. I'm sure no one would complain that they're not random enough or that they're too random. Or
when your quarterback goes out in the first play or your captain. Shout out. What's up, Brian? How you doing? He says, what's up? Saying what's up to the boys. What's up, Brian?
Yeah. The first time we turn injuries on and Patrick Mahomes gets hurt in the first 2 games or something.
Well, that's exactly it. And that's why, we've had Babysitter Billy on here talk about it. Zach, some of the Godfathers have kind of set these up as you get a nice run there from him. That might be Marlon Mack. Scratch that. Yeah, it is Mack. But it's funny, when I asked, because obviously coming into this, I didn't really know. We all have our, you're a fantasy guru over there at the Fantasy Grind, because the man's been grinding to paint that room red get his glossy new covers of his comic books that we see behind him. The only way he does it is he makes them winners. So that's why you got to make sure you're following along with everything DraftKings with Jeff Ulrich. But there's a nice catch. But yeah, I agree. When I asked these guys when I came in, I'm like, oh, injuries? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, really? Think about it. In a Madden game, guys can just get injured. It could just happen at any point. I know it could happen in reality, but that's not what the point of this, bringing this to life was. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it's probably better we keep injuries off, but I'm all for dialing up the variance. But I think most people, if you're just tuning in, trying Madden for the first time, and your guys all get injured, that'd probably turn people off. So
no, absolutely, because that's all it's gonna take. You put whatever. I always joke about the big contest that we have, DraftKings has for all these Madden games. I think it's I don't know if it's $2,000 or something you can get in. And imagine doing that and then you have Naheem Hines as your captain, gets injured on the first play. I'm sure you'd be pumped.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, look, obviously real life sports have those kind of variants built in. We can't do anything about them. We're not going to stop athletes from getting injured. We're going to make the NFL turn into a flag football league, but
we will one day.
we can control the settings in Madden Sims, and taking that part of it out is fine.
Yeah. Well, one day there'll be the injury spray that you can just spray on yourself. And you
injury spray. Just like let's come up with like a needle like healing factor, like you know. You're good.
You're good to go. Don't worry about it.
I guess we already have those. They're called steroids, but they're illegal. So
yeah, true. You just got to know a guy. Destiny saying that this would be great if we would do sim mode with injuries off. Look up sim mode gameplay. No, I get it. Listen, we're getting hold here. I will tell you this: 1,000%. All of the feedback you guys have been giving, and all the things about injuries or different modes or clocks or game core, everything is out there. And as this game, once they, we haven't really heard anything from Madden about Madden 22 yet. But once that does come out, I think you'll see some updates to things. Your feedback definitely doesn't go on any deaf ears. You guys are the reason we're here. So just know that. So keep the feedback coming. It doesn't necessarily always have to be in the chat, but we see it. Our producer, Michael, sees it. He's in conversations. Listen, he's the bigwig. He's sitting in the palatial corner office right now.
That's right.
All Michael.
Just got his feet up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smoking a cigar.
Yeah. I've already said but I imagine Michael, because he's a West Coast guy, so I was just imagining he's outside. Just sitting outside right now, enjoying the weather, making sure things go smoothly, doing his job like nobody else. Daniel's literally sitting on a motherboard. And well, I've seen where P-Fry is. He shows himself. Joe on the toilet right now. So we're going to get a field goal attempt. Kicks up about 44 yards. Blankenship, respect the specs, they say. It is good. So early start for the kickers.
The snow's supposed to last all night. What is going on here? Oh. You got an extra couch there, buddy? I can come crash on for.
Yeah, come fly down. You can sleep on the. Are you allergic to cats?
No, and if I was, I'd adjust.
Oh wow, that's what happens when it snows on May 18th, folks. People are just like, whatever. If I die, I die. But for those, NBA wise, the Wizards with a 2-point lead over the Celtics. I can put that away for a little bit. I'm gonna text my dad later. Going to bed. I'll see they lost in the morning. Gotta love that positivity from a Boston fan.
My wife lost her kids' toothbrushes. I had to text her where they were. Sorry about that.
No, you didn't have
to.
Good. The way you said that sentence gave me a near heart attack. My wife lost our kids. Pause. I'm like, where did they go?
Yeah, you just lost them. It's no big deal. I'm fine. I'll finish this soon. We'll find them later.
We'll get them later, yeah.
Probably under the couch or something. The toothbrushes were misplaced, and I got a text about it. So
that's actually a bigger deal than most people would think.
It is huge.
Like sometimes I find my son's toothbrushes in random spots, but he's little, so he just like when he brushes teeth and chucks it somewhere, and I have to find it. Every day's hide and go seek with something. Hey Lisa Robinson jumping in says hi guys. If you're just joining us, like you are, it was a Blankenship field goal. He is owned 9.2%. Should have been 9.3 if I owned him. Maybe that would have been a 9.4, but I did not. But Blankenship, it's 3-0 there. Goff was pretty awful in the first drive. He had a nice Henderson run there a moment ago, and a catch there for Reynolds. James, this is a perfect line. James says people get ticked about vultures. Which, by the way, you're probably going to see one with me here. He says, can you imagine injuries? Dude.
Exactly. No, I cannot imagine injuries. I don't think anyone at DK can imagine injuries. So no. They're probably staying off. It's all good.
Captain Blood says, my wife lost our kids. Damn Canadian cadence. This Mike Bizzle says this is serious, so I'm sorry if this is an inside joke or if it anyways poking fun at you, but I'm just reading it because he's pointing it out, and I don't think it is. He says, Jeff Moose seriously asking, is Fox on Canada local, and is a fox a mammal? Don't understand what he's asking, but is Fox on Canada local? I don't know if he means the network, but then as he says,
Fox is like something, I don't know if it's like a local station, but it's something you get in the cable packages here.
Got it.
Like it's not hard to get access to the Fox network. I don't know, man. The TVs today are just like you pick your own packages and stuff. So I don't even know what cable is anymore. It's not like local though, but yeah, you can get access to it. Foxes, I believe, are mammals.
They are mammals.
Again, I've proven my absolute.
Wow, I thought for sure when you were saying he's going to go out of bounds. But Henderson puts the brakes on, turns up the sideline, goes into the end zone. First touchdown of the game with the greatest show on turf jerseys. The fireworks are off here in LA.
These are the greatest show on turf jerseys, aren't they? The Rams jerseys are so, I don't mind these ones. I think they're good for sure.
But these older ones?
I feel like all Rams jerseys are kind of uninspiring. But I like the really old ones, like the royal blue. And I don't even know what color yellow that is. Just the bright yellow.
Almost like what they've kind of targeted the new look to be, but not exact. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but then they went with paler colors or something. And then they ended up looking like Best Buy. It was a real shame. It was like a swing and a miss. They made a good effort, I think, but yeah.
It's funny.
They look like the tech team.
Oh, that's
the Geek Squad. They look like the Geek Squad.
Mike Bizzle says, thanks, Jeff, again and always. But that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, the DK Sim fan knows that, science questions, you ask someone else. Ask Reed.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's funny. That's good. I like that. But, yeah, these were, it was weird when the Rams, because there was, a stretch there in, the late 90s into the 2000s that if a team changed its uniform, they, won the Super Bowl. So, the Rams did that greatest show on turf switch, that year. The year that Kurt Warner, in, 99, that's when that switch happened. I want to say the Titans also potentially may have changed their jerseys. They finally tweaked them away from the Oilers. They went to the Super Bowl. The Patriots in 2001 changed their uniforms from those, Umbro-looking uniforms to the
Broncos.
The Broncos did. That's a great. Yeah, there was a few more. I think Tampa Bay as well when they went to the Super Bowl in 2002.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. There was a little bit of a stretch there.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of teams right there. We just named 5.
Broncos, I forgot about that. They literally changed in 96 into that 97 season.
Legitimately, right? As soon as they changed out of their old jerseys, they won the Super Bowl.
It's weird. That's so strange.
I know, it is weird.
Yeah. Stephen Boss, I can let you know. And listen, if you're second screening us, we appreciate everyone being here. At the end of one, it was a Devery Henderson touchdown from Mr. Jared Goff, who's one of the highest owned in this contest. I'm still a little stunned, as well as a field goal from Blankenship. But I got to tell you guys about a little something that's going on, because you're Madden fans. We know it. Well, we want you to refer your friends to DraftKings to play free. My favorite 4-letter word that starts with F. It's free. In Madden contests, you simply scan the QR code that you see on your screen. That's right. Get out your phone. Get out the picture app or the camera app, QR code that son of a gun, and you're going to be redirected to this website. It's dkng.co/friend. Send that link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. That is right, free. And if it's free, it's for me because I'm cheap. But so do that. Scan this QR code, or again, dkng.co/friend. Not friends. And don't ask me why it's DKNG, because I don't know. I didn't create it.
Well, that's the symbol for DraftKings. That's their stock symbol.
The DKNG?
Yeah, DKNG. That's their stock symbol.
That's why we have somebody who's smart here.
Yeah.
My uneducated butt.
I have so much piles of useless information like that in my brain. It's amazing. So
no, you know what? I'll tell you right now. I don't think that's useless. I'm going to say that's actually probably very useful in some ways.
It's kind of useless. You can just Google it too. So anything you can just Google and it comes up, it's pretty useless.
Well, I'll tell you, I didn't know it, so you helped me.
There you go. All right. No, hey, if you want to give me the kudos, man, I'm
giving it to you. You take my kudos. Mike Bizzle. What are you talking about? My cat? Bro, you talking about my cat? Lisa Roberts says she appreciates us. The Freak saying great energy in the sim. We also see Rossi with the beard trim. Maybe it's just the way things fell into place today. I have not trimmed. Well, maybe, I don't know when I did. Not recently, but appreciate you, JR.
I haven't seen you recently enough to like comment on that. So,
well, I'm going to give everybody the fair warning. About 4 weeks from now, I did it last summer, like right as I joined, or it might have been like a couple weeks in. But I do the Buzz Off for kids with cancer. It's an event I host here for this one mission thing. So the mop is going to be chopped sometime, and I think it's like right before Father's Day too. And let's be honest, obviously, jokes aside, aesthetically, first off, Buzz in your hair, saving a ton of money on my water bill because these luscious locks need hours. But it's pretty remarkable, like that first look, and everyone looks at it. Then when you tell them why you did it, everyone's like, oh no, I didn't think you looked bad. It's like, no, don't worry about it. Like, still, you can judge what I look like. I don't care, because it's pretty dramatic when you go from hair to no hair on a day. But yeah, so that's coming up in a few weeks. So you guys you'll be saying a whole lot of different things.
A new look, Rossi.
Yeah, that's it. Well, maybe I'll keep the beard long so it will counteract. There is Phillip Rivers connecting. I think that, Burton crossing. It's so weird because, one thing I was going to name this contest, like these teams are going to look so different next year, but not totally. It's just the quarterbacks are changing, right? Like Carson Wentz getting potentially a second lease on life, kind of forgot how to play football last year from a quarterback perspective. Matthew Stafford comes over to the Rams. Between those two, obviously, I think different tempered expectations from the position, but I think the teams both have really high hopes. Are we setting ourselves up, moves, for maybe a letdown for the Rams, or do you think Matthew Stafford? I know we're both Stafford guys. That's well documented here. But like right now as we stand, it's May 18th. It's snowing in Canada. Things are weird. But do you feel like the expectation is too high right now for the Rams, or where do you sit with the expectations going into next season?
Oh, probably. That division is just so tough. I still think the Rams are the best team in the division, but yeah, I would say the expectations are a little bit too high. They're a really good team though, but that division is just, it's so good. I mean, if San Francisco doesn't get any injuries, I mean, that offense is going to be an absolute nightmare to defend all year. Arizona's very solid. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't even have to go through it. People just know, right? So I think that's the biggest thing. Like, they could easily finish like 10-7 and like, be fighting it out for a wild card. They might not even play that bad. They just have, they're going to have a ton of close divisional games. So I think they're probably expectations, maybe a little bit high for the Rams, but I'm still excited to see what Matthew Stafford does. I mean, it is kind of, like this is it for Matthew Stafford. I mean, let's see what you got, buddy. I mean, can you lead a team? Because you're not going to get a better opportunity than this. So,
yeah, it's a great point, because like right now in my head, I'm like, he could easily be the MVP next year. Like, I'm just thinking like of somebody, like he's not a comeback player. Like, that's not the situation. It's not, he's just, escaping Detroit could be a comeback in its own way. But, but like we were talking about, I think even right after the season, like this is the first year once the trade happened, like this is the first year he actually bad pass there from Phillip Rivers. Like, this is the first year he's going in with like really, really high expectations. Like, Detroit had some good runs there, with Jim Caldwell, and they had some expectation, but there was still always the Packers in their way, and some decent Bears teams. Even like, we can laugh about it now, but when Trubisky, made the playoffs after that second year, I think the Bears started to lean into like, okay, they're kind of seemed like a for real-ish, at least playoff threat. As Blankenship boots in his second field goal, but now it's like, as you mentioned, the division is really good, but this is Stafford's really, like, after a long career that he's had, a first overall pick, he now has a lot of like legitimate pressure on him, and this kind of seems like this team's going to go as far as he does.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't even remember the last time, if ever, we talked about Matthew Stafford and being like, can Matthew Stafford do it? Because the Rams were just so, the Lions were just so bad that, like, you just didn't even think about Matthew Stafford as like a quarterback. Like, oh, can Stafford get it done? Because his teams were just never close. So it's kind of weird. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it happens. I do think, the Rams deserve to be the favorite in that division. I'll say that much. I'm just keeping an open mind because that division can break so many ways. I mean, there's so many outcomes there. And like I said, the Rams could play good this year and be 10-7 easily. They just, lose a couple of division games and all of a sudden you're 10-7 instead of 12-5. So, still going to be a fun year. I think Stafford will be fine. I really do. But he's going to be under pressure. There's no let up. Like, every game's going to matter in that division. So.
Yeah, especially they start off, I believe, against the Bears. I think that's the Sunday night matchup.
That's right, yeah.
And that defense.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to be talking about the Rams defense going up against Fields, but you're right. I mean, the Bears against Stafford, it's a tough one to start off with. It's no gimme, right? So.
Yeah, and he does have experience against him, so maybe there's something to that as well. But
yep.
We shall see. Captain Blood says Stafford hasn't been healthy in a long time. Good luck, Rams. Listen, last year I thought I don't remember any injuries offhand, but it was more of his receivers, guys like Kenny Golladay. But
isn't he playing through something? I thought he was playing through.
I think that's just Matthew Stafford. He's become like the Tom Brady of the new era, like questionable every single week with some shoulder or something. But he's not he's not necessarily the healthiest, but
the year before he missed a ton of stuff with
missed the second half of the season.
Isn't like a fractured back or something?
He was all screwed up. That's the thing that we've seen guys like Cam Newton and certain injuries that they can continue to play, but can they ever reach that height again of how good they were with any deficiencies in their body?
Yep. Yeah. They got it. I mean, look, the Rams did the right thing. They brought in Deshaun Jackson to help him with the deep ball a bit. Woods and Kupp, fantastic duo. I love Robert Woods. Higbee's fine as a tight end. Losing Gerald Everett isn't a big deal. So, all the pieces are there with Akers and Darrell Henderson in the backfield. Their defense, I'm actually almost more worried about their defense. I think their defense could slip a bit. They lost John Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
They're very reliant on two players, and if Ramsey goes down or something, does that secondary all of a sudden become a spot to attack? So
it is going to be very interesting. I just think I kind of want to be behind the Rams, but at the same time, as we continue these conversations, it just makes you think
well, I'm not confident enough in the Cardinals or the Seahawks to sit here and be the Rams should not be favored or you should be betting against the Rams. That division, I'm almost I don't really want to bet it or just target it for wins or anything like that. I'm just it's just one of those things I do not want to have to parse through this because those are 4 elite teams. Arizona could take a step up. They made some good signings. I'm still not fully sold on Kyler Murray being an accurate enough quarterback to win them 13 games, but it could happen this year. He could take a step up. It's only his 3rd year. Maybe Seattle finally figures it out, after Russell Wilson almost left in the offseason, let him throw the ball, that could happen. Seattle won the division last year, so, and then obviously I've already mentioned San Francisco. I mean, that team could be a juggernaut. It could also, they've been terrible 3 of the last 4 years, so.
It's such a weird, and that's what makes that division so tough.
It's tough. It's so tough to forecast.
Because the good teams are really good, and as middling as potentially the 49ers could be, they could also equally, 2 years ago they were in the Super Bowl. They were winning a lot of grinding games, and they find ways to win. The defense has been.
There's no other team like the 49ers really in the NFL. Maybe who would even be close to the 49ers, just in terms of potential, but also. That just dumpster fire.
I feel you. They could be 14-3 or 3-14, and neither would shock me.
No, it's well, that's the 49ers. Everyone's injured again.
It is really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We're talking a little NFC West as we have. We're getting close to the 2-minute warning here, though. Is Burton on the catch? 3rd and 3. It is at the Fantasy Grind. Jeff Moose Ulrich with us. Snowing up there in the motherland of Canada. There is a 2-minute warning, so he's grinding through us. The internet is not affected. No ill will there.
Really wish you were joking about that statement, but it's factual. It's all true.
We got P. Fry and Joe in our ops squad, keeping everything up to date. Daniel's our technical advisor. Michael, our producer. Hope you guys are doing well. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate you. Edward Pride asking, do I know golf? I'll just stop right there. No. And I don't know if you guys are trying to set me up with these questions about is Jimmy Walker a real person?
Oh, Jimmy Walker. No, Jimmy Walker is a real golfer. Okay. And I've already gone over this. I already told you guys, Edward, you're not playing Jimmy Walker this week. No reason to. You don't need to go down that deep. I don't know why he keeps getting brought up.
A lot of people were chatting about him. I thought it was being set up. Whenever I see something like that, Moose, I take that step back. I feel like the lash for a minute.
I did tell everybody on the stream today, you don't need to play those guys. Those scrubs, they're like $6,300.
Oh, so that's my style. If I were to play some PGA, and I'd probably listen, like what I normally do is I wait till the weekend to check out this. If I don't see him on with Moose and it becomes a talker, then I'm probably just gonna play some of the guys you guys tell me. You and Reed, I'm just like, I'm gonna follow these guys' lead.
Yeah.
What do I have to lose?
Look,
low end.
Emerson asked Reed and I if he should bet John Daly. So just take solace in the fact that at least you're probably doing better than him.
Wait. Was he joking?
No, he wanted to bet John Daly. He's like, hey guys, should I just throw some money on this?
If we get a touchdown, Emerson, oh boy, he's a special case.
He's 1,000 to 1, so it really just, I think it appealed to Emerson, Oh,
I get it. Like if it pays off.
And he likes John Daly's beard, so that was his thinking.
Who doesn't like a little John Daly in their life? And he's a character, and when you see him for like the day and a half, that'll probably be out there. But there's Trey Burton getting into the end zone. So touchdowns in this one now. Trey Burton for the Colts. For the Rams, it was Devery Henderson Jr. or Darrell Henderson or Steven J. Henderson, whatever his name is. Henderson. Damn it. But yes. Chef Duke says Boston taking control. Yeah. Oh, Gabe's back on over there. Is it really? Wow, that was a quick. I feel like in the NBA, like in the playoffs, halftime usually lasts like forever. It's like NHL between periods during like the regular season. Legit, like I feel like it's 10 minutes and you're back on. Playoffs, it's like 20. Watching a lot of. There is nothing better than playoff hockey. I don't care what anybody says.
No, playoff hockey, especially the first couple rounds, is the best for sure.
So intense. Like these early. So far, I feel like I haven't watched a bad game, and I've watched a ton. And obviously, being a Bruins fan, 2 overtime games, both for one not good because I didn't want to see the Washington win, but like both at least overtimes were quick. Like I literally missed the Marchand goal last night because I was in the bathroom for like 13 seconds thinking, I'll brush my teeth, I'll have a few more minutes. Nope. Came back out, it was in post game. Like, what happened? There's Henderson on the catch. There's a flag on the play.
That series just feels like they should just go to Game 7.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of like what MLB did when if you want to walk a guy, you don't have to throw the 4 pitches anymore. They should just, all right, Game 3 is Game 7. We're just going to Well, I guess technically it'd be in Washington, so maybe Game 5 by that point. Yeah, but Boston is coming on stronger in the third. Whoever said that, shout out. There's almost a sack. The ball bounced off Henderson, trying to make the catch. Goff did get it out in time. We have 50 seconds remaining here in the first half. Then after dark, hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, man. Hope everyone's having a good day.
It's not snowing where they are.
That's right. Hopefully. Weird weather, man. Weird spring weather. Always up here.
It's like legit summer weather at this point, and you're getting snow. It's crazy. Dom Harpo saying Justin Thomas is winning this week. ZT told me so. All right. Ride it then.
It could happen. Playing really good tee to green golf. Most people going to be on I think Jordan Spieth in that range, but Justin Thomas, the guy you should pretty much never write off in big tournaments. High-end game. Yeah. And like I said, he's played well for long stretches of the year this year, so I could see it. It's a fine guy to ride if you're you're looking for one dude up at the top of the elite elites. I like to spread my money around, you know.
I have a ridiculous question to ask.
There's no ridiculous question.
Well, in a sense.
Not from you.
In a sense. Now, we've talked about, I've been to a couple of golf tournaments that were here locally. With Incomplete Pass, just trying to stretch us along here in this first half. But with obviously now crowds like being back in effect, and like, you know, golf, I feel like never stopped. I feel like golf was like the one sport that was still like grinding through the height of the pandemic as things seem to be getting back to some form of normalcies as from area to area. But is there a real different effect in golf, crowd, no crowd? Like, has any player like made a difference in their game? I mean, I know crowds have been up for a while now. For the past few months, I've seen like when like pop it on Sunday, like Masters and everything. But like those tournaments when there was nobody, is there really like to the golfers? Has there been like a difference?
So, a couple of the higher end golfers, like Tiger, said it was weird without crowds. He had trouble getting going. Rory McIlroy complained about that a bit too. So, I don't think there's a big difference. I think some of the younger guys especially like it. Wow, that was almost a pick. Jared Goff, just doing Jared Goff things. It's only 9 for 16. It's actually terrible in that. So the younger guys definitely didn't seem to mind it. Like, there was a couple young guys who just were, I think they were almost happier there were no fans, for being honest.
Sure.
And then there were like more big, bigger names who kind of came out and said it's weird. Like, it's hard to get yourself up for it. So I think it affected more the veterans, to be honest. Guys are just so used to it, interacting with fans, feeding off it. Whereas the younger players coming up, they're used to playing in college with no fans, or like 5 people on the course. So
okay,
it doesn't make it definitely didn't make a huge difference, but it's such an individual sport. Definitely had some effect.
Sure, and I think that's what. And I think you kind of nailed what I was assuming. And same thing you heard with a lot of guys baseball. Like some of the veterans last year were kind of like, except from like the team like the Dodgers that like just knew, okay, like let's close it in. Same thing in NBA. Like a lot of like younger guys seem to like almost make a name for themselves in a way. Like the Miami Heat, what they did in the playoffs last year with a lot of these like almost guys that you would see in like AAU basketball 3 years previous. Is that's going to be field goal is good. So there it is. Stack them kickers officially in play. But yeah, I was just curious on that because I just didn't know if like how that really affects. Because like you say, most times golfers are playing, practicing, whatever it may be. There's no crowds around, like it's them. But like I'm sure like a guy like Tiger and you mentioned McIlroy, like those guys like are used to that, like the buzz in the area.
Yeah, exactly. Especially Tiger. Tiger's used to having like 10,000 people kind of just following him like as he walks. So it was probably really weird for him, to be honest. I actually don't think he liked it. Certainly didn't seem to be enjoying himself as much, when the tournament or the PGA restarted. So, but that could have been injury stuff too. I don't really know. But, anyways, yeah, no, I mean it's a legit thing. I mean, I found it weird, if I'm being honest. Like I'm extremely glad the fans are back. You kind of got used to it after a while, but watching the events, it just didn't feel as official, like especially the majors. The majors were the weird ones. Like,
yes,
yeah, if it's like just some like the Byron Nelson without fans, not as big a deal. But going to the majors without fans, it really just felt like this didn't have the same atmosphere or the same feeling. So, Augusta was cool. This week's gonna be great. The fans are back. Everyone's excited down there. So, yeah.
Love it. No, it's interesting to hear, and obviously, like you said, we're getting back. We're getting there. Everybody, vaccinations are good. Everyone seems to be vibing. We're heading in the right direction. So obviously, do your part, and let's get this whole thing back up and running. Whether it be sporting events, as we were seeing, like Carolina the other night, the Hurricane had the first packed house. It was weird to see. It's going to be very strange, and be kind to others. This is not going to here to get preachy, but I just have to say this because it's just something I believe in. I believe in drinking a ton of water, which I see Moose doing. Believe in thinking positively, staying positive, having good thoughts in your brain, starting your day off with something good. And I also believe just because you might feel a certain way about comfort as we're getting back to these things, don't judge your neighbor, don't judge your friends if they don't. If they, this is going to be strange. A lot of us, like Moose and I right now, have never seen that man in person. Because he's in his home, I'm in mine. And that's the way it's been for so long. So when we're able to do things in person, or I'm flying up to Canada just to fight off all the geese, like that's going to be strange for some. So be kind to others. That's really the message. When people are able to do stuff, or hey man, you want to go to the game this weekend? Like, nah, I'm not ready. Be like, oh come on, man. Like, be understanding. Like, we've all been kind of hunkered down for a little while. Some of us will be more eager than others, but we're here at halftime. It is 13-10. The Colts over the Rams. It was Henderson touchdown pass from Goff. It was Burton a touchdown pass from Phillip Rivers. Neither one of those quarterbacks you're going to be hearing from in those teams. And Phillip Rivers retired, so we're not going to be hearing much from him aside from a Hall of Fame debate that will go down for a while because I don't think he'll be a first ballot at least.
No.
And then 3 field goals. Yeah, he's like, I'm a big Phillip Rivers guy, but
there's no chance he's first ballot. There's none. Zero.
And
Zero.
I'll be honest, like if he will be a Hall of Famer, I think, because of the standards that the Hall of Fame have now set.
Yeah.
And the longevity he played in, the no injuries, like insane numbers, that stuff like that matters to the voters. But I'll be honest, like if it were up to me, and you guys, most of the Sim fam have heard me say this, I think I would take like 70% of the Hall of Fame probably out of the Hall of Fame. But that's just because I think you need the Hall of Fame is like the greatest of the greatest. But that's not that, in my head. But then reality, it's a ticket sales, it's a museum. Hey, if more players from different places are in it, more people are going to travel. Same thing with Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which I'm very critical of as well. But hey, what the heck do I know? As long as people are celebrated and happy, what the heck do I care?
Yeah. It's a tough one. The NFL is weird too because quarterback gets so much run and the star offensive players, but yeah, I don't really have a huge take on the Hall of Fame. Like, do whatever you want to do. Yeah. I wish they just get the one thing I wish they do is get a better swath of voters.
Well, see, there's the thing, and I actually thoughts of Kenny aside here. Kenny at one point was in like the MLB Writers Association, so he had a vote.
Yeah.
And when I talked to him, and he can get back into it, or he didn't have a vote yet. You have to have I think you have to have 10 years, and he has like 4 years or something. Yeah. When he came over to DraftKings, I think he lost his thing. I don't know. Different publications, whatever it is. Politics.
Yeah. Well, that herein lies the problem. Politics.
Right? It all ties in.
You've already hit the problem. You got to be 10 years as a baseball writer. Like, that's it. You got to be a baseball writer. That's it.
How about they have to be a baseball writer for certain publications too?
For certain publications for 10 years. So the only people qualified to do Hall of Fame takes are baseball writers for at least 10 years of experience. That's stupid. I mean, if we're being honest, take some baseball writers, go into the announcer, maybe go into the analytics arena. I don't know. Maybe ex-players, something. Get a swath of people.
I think you're right. I think, or like I know this may sound crazy to some, but the world's changed so much with like the Barstool influences and even DraftKings. Like, look at someone like yourself. Like, I would rather there be like, as you said, like a third, like former players is a third. These writers who are legit, like working for teams or working for the NFL or working for the ESPN's, Sports Illustrated, et cetera, fine. But then I also want I know this sounds dumb, but like the bloggers, the fantasy guys or whatever it is. Like, there needs to be a section of people. I'm just mashing them in as et cetera, because I think that's just going to make it more well-rounded and not as like, oh, I didn't like that guy, the way he treated the media. Like, that's become such a joke to me. Like, he was mean to the media, or he wasn't good with his time, so I'm not going to give it to him. It's like, give me a break.
There lies the problem with just having the writers. They all develop their biases, so you're not really getting the opinion you want to be voting on this. You've got a bunch of guys with like grudges, it's grudges or biases towards certain players. Like, oh, Phillip Rivers was nice to me. Yeah, I'm going to check him off. And honestly, that's probably why Phillip Rivers is going to get into the Hall of Fame. So
nice guy, family man, and good to the media. Was kind of a spark plug on the field too, which I'll give him credit. But like, we haven't brought up stats. We haven't brought him, and he played for a long time, and he had like a streak. So those things are oddly such a huge like influence on them. Like, I don't know. I just to me, no way. If I was like Phillip Rivers, love him, appreciate him. There needs to be a place for these guys, but it's just not the Hall of Fame. It's just you were never the MVP.
Rivers is a perfect Ring of Honor guy.
Yes, that's a good, like something like that. And then people can joke and laugh and make fun of it, but there really should be like the NFL Ring of Honor and like decade wise, like for the 2010s, like Phillip Rivers, and you can have all these numbers, you can have a little ring, but like Brady, Manning, okay, Breeze, Rodgers, those are Hall of Famers to this quarterback club, like this era. Sorry, Eli Manning, no way. Like but again, we're splitting hairs because we all know everybody gets in eventually, especially if Phillip Rivers goes and works for like the NFL Network.
Yeah, exactly, right. So
you didn't know that's the fast track in.
That's right.
Look at everybody who works on the NFL Network.
Oh, completely, yeah. No,
With all due respect to some of them, like the Terrell Davis, and I understand he had a nice little run, but it was like a 3-year stretch. Look at Kurt Warner again. I understand people can argue, but I think with these, yeah. Anyways, but that's just now I'm getting pulled. You get Phillip Rivers, nice catch down the sideline over there to T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah, T.Y. coming out the other day saying, "Can't wait for deep shot season to return."
I gotta laugh. I saw that and I'm like, you know, Carson Wentz is your quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. You wait. Is Jacob Eason gonna start?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, we do see some issues there on YouTube, guys. I saw it kind of coming and going, so apologies for that. I'm not sure if it's like a YouTube issue, I think, or what, but refreshing worked for me, so I don't know.
Yeah, try it.
Try refreshing. It has worked for me. It's fixed mine. It's crystal clear here in the Moose household now. So
I'll tell you right now. Check at Team YouTube on Twitter for updates. Oh, so this is like a YouTube situation.
Google. You're going like deep here.
I'm thinking, right? Well, that's what Daniel's pointing to us, right? That's what he means, I think. Google, something's up. That's what happens. It's the divorce of, even though he has nothing to do with Google, it's all about, why can't I think of his name? Who just got divorced? Who is the Microsoft guy?
Oh, Gates, Bill Gates.
Yeah, it's Bill Gates, the wife taking over YouTube, even though it has no connection whatsoever, but it's internet-based, so I believe it is. Computers. Listen, if people can't hear us, I got to tell you this ridiculous story so I can get out of my hole of a conversation I was just falling in. So yesterday, Moose, you know, I'm sorry, this is going to be a little, not a brag, but it's just like your situation, it stinks, I know, but it was really hot here. So we put on for the first time the air conditioner.
Right.
Central air in the house. Big brag. And so my wife goes downstairs to do laundry, our HVAC system. I couldn't tell if that was picked or intercepted, but it was caught by DY. And my wife sees there's water down in our HVAC area. So she's like, oh my God. She's like, I'm not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with this. I'm just calling. We have a company that comes out. We have free estimates, all the yada yada. So the guy, she calls, is like, he's going to come between noon and 2. This is yesterday. I say, okay. So they had recently come out for a checkup. I swear this is like, you know, I don't know what kind of phone you have, but whenever your phone, like, if you're like, oh, I think something's wrong with it, I swear they send like a bug because like, oh, you know, that Jeff Ulrich, send the virus. He's on to us. Kill the phone so we get more money. So I feel the same way sometimes about home appliances and things. So
right.
They came out. I'm like, what, did he break something on purpose? We're going to get another Blankenship field goal attempt here in the game in the third quarter, 3.5 to play, a little under that. So the guy comes out and he goes, the filter. He looks at my filter and he's like, oh, this is a little bent. He goes, I think this is it. I said, oh, my bad. Like, it's nonsense. Then he looks down and goes, oh, I found out what the issue is. I'm like, oh, okay, what was it? It wasn't plugged in. So our HVAC unit, I guess what happens is it will still work, but like the pump system of it wasn't, so like all the water that like the condensation stuff that usually filters out through piping didn't. Right. And the reason it was unplugged because I recently put a new filter in and I just never plugged it back in. That was I was so.
I'm not gonna lie, man. That's bad. You know, when things like that happen, your man card status just like it takes like 3 points hit. Like,
oh, dude, gone. I think I had to turn it in for that. I don't know when I get it back. I think it's suspended.
Exactly.
It's like Kenny and the baseball writers. Like I'm out right now. Dude, I'm telling you, like, I've only told a few people that because I was so embarrassed. Like, I told my dad, like, before, I was like, oh, I have a guy coming checking out the house. We're just talking. He's like, oh, yeah, let me know how that goes. Never brought it back up in conversation.
Yeah. Just hoping it never gets brought up again. It's definitely the way I would play it as well.
Just brutal.
It's funny. The guy I know who does that the most actually is my dad.
Just like unplugs things, forgets.
Yeah, well, it's just things like he's like, this is broken. I'm calling someone, and then it's like, oh, it was unplugged. Whoops. He's probably done that like 4 times in the last like 10 years, just with stuff. And he always tells me sheepishly because he knows like. And the thing is, my dad is actually like pretty handy, so I don't know. It's just like, but he's just like forgetful about stuff like that, or it's just maybe it's just bad luck. I don't know, but. I know he did that this happened to him like 6 months ago, exact same thing. I think he turned his furnace off by accident, and he got the furnace guy to come in, and he just had to like flip the switch.
Well, we'll talk about our embarrassment in a minute. Just want to let people know that there is like a serious like YouTube outage going on right now.
So it's an actual outage, yeah.
Yeah, so there's something going on. Some of you may be affected, some of you may not. If you are, and you are hearing this, hop over to Twitch. It's twitch.com/DraftKings. Just search DraftKings on Twitch if you have the app or the website, or you can join the Game Center over on your DK app, or you can go over to DraftKings.com. So again, Game Center or Twitch. But yeah, it looks like there's an outage earlier in the day, and these issues are trying to return. Some people may be affected, so it's not us this time, but it's still, we do apologize.
Twitch is crystal clear.
Yeah, Twitch looks great. I'm bouncing between the Celtics, currently up 13.
I've told people, I'm in the chat. I'm handling it. Don't worry.
Good. My man. That's it. Moose taking care of business over here. But, so yeah. It's all YouTube issues, says Jeff. I love that. Don't you blame us. Don't you dare blame us.
I mean, come on. Like, what, you want DraftKings to buy Microsoft? I mean, maybe one day.
We'll get there.
20 years, actually, maybe. I mean,
everybody's merging these days. There was just a big merger with AT&T, and like Warner Cable or whatever it was.
Amazon's trying to buy something big of themselves. So
Amazon's trying to buy
Amazon. Movies. I don't know what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Eventually, Amazon will just own everyone.
Honestly, they're gonna own me. But yeah, I will say
they already own me. I mean, I buy so much from them.
Yeah, I'm using them all the time, and I have
Amazon debtor's prison.
Oh yeah, we get under a minute here in the third. Moose, Rossi with you. Appreciate you guys.
Amazon debtor's prison. You just go to the assembly line. Just you have to be a driver for a year to pay it off.
I won't lie, Moose. I see these drivers. So the other day, I was actually like, I was out. So I have like my treadmill in my garage, which is right outside of our driveway. But anyways, long story short, the reason I say this is because this driver pulls up, just swinging around. I live in like a weird like T-shaped driveway. I hop off. I'm like, do I need to sign anything? No, because you don't have to sign anything these days, which I totally forget about. But anytime you see somebody, you just ask. And I'm on the treadmill and stuff, and then I think about it. I'm like, and I just had to ask. I'm like, hey man, when did you get this job? He's like, honestly, I was doing like odds and ends jobs. I got this beginning of the pandemic, and he told me that he's made more money in the last year. And he's probably like 25, 26. So I'm not, crazy. But hey, I don't know. Some of you may be Amazon drivers, which I appreciate. But he says he could make more than like what most of his friends made that work in like business and tech business and all these things. He's like, I just work whenever I want, and the more I work, the more money I make. And he's like, so like if I want to do like a 20-hour day, I can do a 20-hour day.
And all he does is just drive for Amazon.
Drives for Amazon. And he said sometimes they may need help in the warehouse sorting some stuff for like weird off hours, because I guess Amazon doesn't deliver past 8 p.m. I believe.
Yeah, I think they did. That seems to be their cutoff. So
that's like, but you can work, I guess, in the like facilitating to prepare for the next day.
So does he make a lot of money just because he's works so much, or just
that's what he said? He said it's just, I don't know, I didn't ask like specifics. He said he's like the hourly wages were better than he was expecting. He got in, and I don't know if things have changed, but he like got in when the pandemic was at its height, probably like a year ago now, and like
they probably just unlimited hours available.
Yeah, and nobody wanted to work. So
damn, dude, that's again, I mean, everyone's situation is going to be different, but it's good to know that there's some people that have benefited from that situation, because
absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm with you. But speaking about things you can benefit from, Moose, you can refer your friends to DraftKings, which I know you do on the regular. You get the family, the friends. You're basically a walking billboard. I think the QR code is on your backside at all times. But that's right. You can play for free in our Madden contest. Simply scan the QR code on the screen or visit dkng.co/friends. And I can never say again why it's DKNG, because that's the stock logo. So now I know. Send the link to your friends. Again, dkng.co, or scan the code right now that you see on your beautiful screen, hopefully on Twitch or on the working YouTubes. And you can send that link to your friends, and when they make a deposit, you both play free. Nothing better than free, baby. So yeah, you check that out. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter. It is a 16-10 edge for the, basically I should call them the Indianapolis Blankenships, because he's got 3 field goals dominating the contest. Cooper Kupp on the milk carton, my captain, 1 catch, 6 stinking yards. It's unreal. Yeah, get over to Twitch, guys. If you are seeing that, Moose is holding it down. Appreciate you, Moose, for doing that. If your YouTube is not working, you probably can't hear this anyways, but jump over to Twitch. Get into the jungle with our friends over there. Obi-Wan, Mamba, CJ. Saw Smash was over there. Who else I see? Free Piercy, Darwin, Jerry, Miami, Thunder Ice. Got a good crew.
I refreshed mine, and it's working again. So, I mean, if you can hear me, if you can hear us, if anyone can hear me, try refreshing your YouTube. That might just work. It is definitely a YouTube issue.
Oh, there it was. By the way, Amazon is in discussion to buy MGM.
There you go.
Wow. And then, yeah, AT&T just spun off Warner Media. Sorry, separate unit to merge with Discovery. Got it. Thank you, Danny. You're always on the know. This guy's the man. Dan the man.
Dan was like oh, Jared Goff. Well, it's going to be about a 30-yard sack.
If Glash was here, he would have said the chicken dance.
Bruto.
Sure is. Red Sox just came to an end. They got shut out by the Blue Jays. For anybody who had any action there, fantasy lineups, whatever it may be. Yeah, Daniel says YouTube is intermittent for him. Works a bit, starts to buffer, refresh the page. That's what you were saying.
It's been weird. Anyways,
I always watch oddly on Twitch. That ball's going to the end zone. Is that Cooper Kupp?
Little flutter ball action there.
Now it's Woods. But still gets the touchdown pass. Not a pretty one, but the score will hit the board, and that will give the Rams a tie. Well, they'll tie it up here, but we know it's inevitable. They're going to take the lead 17-16 as Jared Goff with a strike to Robert Woods. Trying to see where I am in this. I'm probably getting absolutely brutalized. I was in 94th. Oh, Midwest Heather. I never see her so low. The scores are being updated. Shout out again to P. Fry and Joe holding it down. Obi-Wan told me to buy a man card earlier. I love that. Dude, if I could buy one, please, just to wrap up that story, I kept the guy here for a few minutes just because I was so embarrassed. So I started to ask him like questions about like water filtration and other things that I was like on my mind that I just don't know enough about. Because I was literally like, there is nothing more embarrassing than that.
That's want to see him again, right? So.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, I had to come up with something. I'm like, quick. I'm like, because of our town area, like they say there's something kind of funky with the water. Everything's fine health-wise, but just different from where it was before. Long story short, it comes from a different area of water, so they recommend filtration. So anyways, I'm like, oh yeah, what do you think about water filtration? And like, oh, where's your pump? And I'm like, oh, it's over here. So like, I kind of got the conversation up, but there's no way that guy didn't leave there. Like, I got the funniest story ever.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, it's just another idiot customer. Just had to flip the switch. Yeah.
I couldn't do it. It was so bad.
Dude, everybody's done that at some point. I know I have done something like that. If I rack my brain, I'll probably remember when. But
it like when people say like when you call like the internet provider, like, hey, did you unplug it and plug it back in? Did you wait 60 seconds? Like all that, like we know at this point. When it comes to like if your microwave isn't working, the last thing you're thinking is like, oh, it's unplugged.
True.
It's just like because we're smarter than that, but not me. Literally, there's a puddle in this area, and it's all because I didn't turn the pump tire on. I don't even know. I don't understand HVAC systems either. So there's a lot smarter people than
that. I mean, that is what you're one out. Like that's not as simple as like there's a couple components there with like systems like that. So you get a bit of a free card from me. I mean, I
appreciate it.
I'm definitely not being critical. Like I said, I mean, I ain't exactly the handiest dude ever. So
yeah, and you know what's funny? Like, I'm all about the DIY. I'm all about YouTube. But like, literally, it was the situation too, because I didn't even look at it. My wife was just like, "This is happening. We're gonna fix this. I don't want anybody to deal with it. I'm calling."
Yeah.
Okay.
Your situation is exactly why I generally try and at least like semi-figure it out what's going on before I call someone. But I also know, you got a young kid, you're a busy guy, you got like a billion jobs,
It was a dream stream. I blame this.
Totally. I also understand that let's just call someone and fix this. And generally, that is the